A parcel arrived containing a priceless dragonstone jade Paixio, accompanied by a bank notification confirming a deposit of 200 million. However, Yi Qingxi felt no excitement over this unexpected windfall. Instead, he recognized it as a call for help from his master. Driven by a desire for vengeance, he resolutely ventured into the city renowned for gambling stones, aware that the debts and grievances forged through such dealings could only be settled in the same arena. Yet, the world of stone gambling is a perilous domain, offering both heaven and hell in a single cut. The stones themselves are truthful, but it is the people who deceive. In this realm, human hearts are as treacherous as a ghostly domain, with every stone concealing the intricacies of human rivalry. Chapter 1. A sudden windfall of 200 million. In the ancient relic market of Panjin, Beijing, where antiques abound, a dozen gambling stone establishments have emerged at the far end, with Shirtu Zhai being the largest among them. By 8 in the morning, Shirtu Zhai was already teeming with a bustling crowd, the air alive with chatter. Most tourists visiting Beijing find their way to Panjiayuan to hunt for treasures. Despite the general awareness that 99% of the antiques sold at stalls are mere fakes, the allure of finding a genuine piece keeps them searching. Compared to the arduous task of sifting through trinkets, gambling stones promise quicker and more direct returns. With a single cut, the difference between a stone and jade becomes apparent. Yet, few comprehend the depths of deception within this trade. Only true gamblers grasp the grave reality of the gamble, where one moment could lead to fortune or ruin. The modest shop spans about 200 square meters, filled with rows of wooden shelves displaying hundreds of jade raw stones. However, the stones are relatively small, weighing up to just 10 kilograms. The stakes are high, as the potential for wealth hinges solely on one's vision and luck. Yi Qing stood at the staircase, observing the throng of gamblers intently selecting their stones. A smile of satisfaction creeping across his face as he turned to ascend to the second floor. "Boss, your delivery," called the beautiful store manager, clad in a fitted black suit with her hair tied back in a sleek ponytail. Spotting Yi Qing about to leave, she promptly handed him a small cardboard box. Yi Qing cradled the shoebox-sized package in his hands, expressing his thanks with a smile. The enchanting manager shot him a flirtatious glance as she watched him ascend the stairs. With a sigh of resignation, she chuckled to herself, acknowledging her own infatuation with him, yet unable to deny that he possessed an allure that captivated women. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, his fair complexion and chiseled features were complemented by deep, mesmerizing eyes. His prominent brows, high nose, and smiling lips exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Remarkably, he had built his fortune from scratch within 3 short years, establishing Shirtu Zhai, worth over 100 million, without relying on family connections. Yi Qing, however, paid no heed to the manager's musings, adhering to the adage that familiarity can complicate matters. The spacious second floor was partitioned into 4 areas: a reception room, a workspace, a storage room, and a bedroom. Yet his sole task was to identify the most promising raw stones for the extraction of jade. He placed the parcel on his desk, retrieving a thick layer of bubble wrap to uncover a small sandalwood box. Upon lifting the lid, he was immediately captivated by a vivid shade of green, the dragonstone jade Paixio. This was a cherished treasure that his master had cherished for decades, never parting with it. Yi Qing illuminated the jade with a flashlight for closer inspection. This Paixio, devoid of any cotton or impurities, boasted a silky smoothness and an exquisite warmth, radiating a vibrant fluorescence, as if it were brimming with life. Holding it in his palm, a wave of warmth coursed through his body, dispelling the chill of early spring in Kyoto. The unique characteristic of dragonstone jade is its ability to remain warm in winter and cool in summer. This legendary jade is known by another formidable name, divine dragon jade, a rarity as elusive and precious as the mythical creature itself. Furthermore, this particular Paixio originated from the Qing dynasty's imperial workshop, a remarkable gift from Empress Dowager Cixi to the governor of Yunnan and Guizhou, who was known for acquiring raw stones that consistently yielded valuable jade. Yi Qing's master was a descendant of this governor. If this dragonstone jade Paixio were to be auctioned, even if it did not reach 100 million, it would certainly fetch tens of millions. One could only wonder what possessed his master to risk sending such a priceless treasure through the postal service. With a mix of skepticism and admiration, Yi Qing examined the Paixio, its form resembling that of a tiger or leopard. with a dragon-like head and tail, exquisite craftsmanship evident in every detail. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket, followed by an electronic voice announcing, "You have a message. Would you like to read it or cancel?" Read. Your account, ending in 9567, has received a deposit. Current balance, 200 million. Yi Qing was genuinely taken aback, grappling with disbelief. Gripping the Paishio in one hand, he swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocking it with deft movements to view the message. 10, 100,000, 10,000, billion. The funds had indeed been deposited. Had he truly reached the pinnacle of life? He stared blankly at the screen as a catchy tune heralded an incoming video call. I brought her through the door, and she slowly turned. "Bad money fills my pockets, never to come back. Sweet words in a sack. Just a few bucks here and there. They say only wealthy men turn bad, the obedient ones before marriage." As the beautiful store manager entered, the amusing lyrics prompted her to collapse in laughter, breathlessly exclaiming, "Boss, what ringtone is that? Stop daydreaming and answer the call." Yi Qing snapped back to reality, noticing the manager sitting on the floor in a form-fitting white blouse and single-button black blazer, her alluring figure accentuated as she sat on the carpet, her hands resting on the ground, nearly breathless. He hurriedly urged, "Lu Yu, get up. People will think I've done something to you." Lu Yu playfully patted her chest, shooting him a mock glare. "I actually wish you would do something to me. To be your obedient girl before marriage and a demanding one afterward." Yi Qing reached out to help Lu Yu to her feet, chuckling, "If your father hears you, he might tear me apart." This strikingly beautiful and spirited manager was a true gem of Kyoto, a top student from Tsinghua University's business program. More importantly, her father was not only a childhood friend of his own father, but also her childhood companion. Though they shared no blood relation, their bond was akin to that of siblings. It was precisely this familiarity that led Yi Qing to entrust the management of Shirtu Zhai to her, allowing him to focus on honing his skill in uncovering jade from raw stones. "You have no courage at all." Lu Yu, still giggling from the whimsical lyrics, bit her lip in an effort to contain her laughter. "Hurry and answer the call before it rings out." "Let it ring. I suspect that old man is regretting it." Yi Qing was in no rush to answer. He had inexplicably acquired the Dragonstone Jade Paishio and a sudden windfall of 200 million. 200 million, a figure that countless individuals would never earn in a lifetime, had come to him so easily. Should he buy a villa first, or perhaps that limited edition Bugatti Veyron? Chapter 2. The Blood-Sucking Dragonstone and the Imperial Green Paishio. Lu Yu. "Children are the only ones who make choices. I shall buy them all." Yi Qing contemplated with a hint of malice. "Old man who? Your father?" Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "No, it's my master, the one related to my sister." Yi Qing chuckled. Lu Yu held no fondness for Yi Qing's master and disdainfully remarked, "Your master is not only miserly, but also petty. Just 3 days late in my payment for those 5 tons of raw stones last year, and he withheld the goods, showing no trust even towards his own disciple. Moreover, the last batch of materials he sent was filled with numerous fake stones. Today, I sought you out for 2 reasons. First, I have transferred yesterday's revenue to your account, and you should receive a bank notification shortly. Second, I wish to discuss the possibility of changing suppliers." Yi Qing smiled and shook his head. "Though you have become the manager of the stone studio, you lack understanding of the stone gambling industry. While both stone gambling and gambling share the character bet, gambling is illegal and strictly prohibited, whereas stone gambling is entirely above board, with no interference from the police. Always remember, in the realm of gambling, there are no familial ties. Transactions must be clear and fair. If you do not make the payment, he will not dispatch the goods. That is simply the way of things." Lu Yu pouted defiantly, her cherry lips forming a cute pout as she retorted, "Are we to abandon even the most basic trust between people? Especially since you're his disciple." Yi Qing laughed. "Let me illustrate. If you and I were to jointly bet on a piece of stone, and your funds had not been received, even if that stone were to yield jade worth 100 million, I would not give you a single cent. That is the nature of stone gambling. Cash transactions are strictly non-credit. Idle talk is futile, and no one will indulge you in empty schemes." Lu Yu scoffed disdainfully. "Betrayal of trust. You only see the prospect of profits, but what if it all collapses?" Yi Qing replied earnestly. "A raw stone capable of yielding jade worth hundreds of millions is valued at several million or even 10 million. If you fail to honor your bet, I shall weep at that grave." Ding. You have an unread message. Would you like to read it or cancel? Read. Yi Qing responded without hesitation. Your account ending in 9567 has received a deposit of 5,300,000 yuan, with a balance of 20,886,000 yuan. Lu Yu, with fingers poised, counted his account balance, astonishment rendering her lips agape. What is this? 20,886,000. Boss, have you robbed a bank? Sudden wealth often invites calamity. Yi Qing, instead of reveling in joy, felt an increased sense of caution. He picked up his phone and opened WeChat, where a large glass wall appeared on the screen, inscribed with intensive care unit, no loud noise. Behind the glass wall lay a pristine white hospital bed, upon which rested an elderly man with graying hair. The once rosy visage of the fox-like face was now pale and haggard, eyes tightly shut, and his ashen lips seemed to tremble even in unconsciousness. Surrounding him were rows of medical devices monitoring his heart and blood pressure, while several nurses busily attended to him. The camera abruptly shifted, revealing a visage of striking beauty. An enchanting yet commanding pair of phoenix-like eyes emitted an intimidating radiance. Even through the screen of the phone, one could sense a queenly oppression. Why did you not answer the call? The voice of Yi Qing transformed, becoming icy and resolute. Confirm your identity. You are Yi Qing, the disciple of Master One. The coldly beautiful woman inquired with an air of detachment. Indeed, but who are you? Yi Qing pressed further. Did you receive the 200 million? The alluring woman responded with an evasive remark. Yes, I did. Yi Qing had intended to mention that even the dragon stone and the perilous had been received. Yet for reasons unknown, the words caught in her throat. My name is Shen Junyi, the attorney engaged by Master One. Shen Junyi hastily explained. Please make your way to Rueli post-haste to handle Master One's affairs. What on earth has transpired? Yi Qing urgently inquired, but the video abruptly cut off. Damn it! Yi Qing cursed vehemently. Turning to Lu Yu, help me book a flight. I must reach Rueli as soon as possible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yu swiftly extracted her phone, booking the ticket and completing the payment in one fluid motion. There's a direct flight to Mang City at 10. Pack your belongings. I'll drive. The Mercedes-Benz G swiftly departed from Panjiayuan, racing down the expressway towards the airport, the journey marked by urgency. You are in charge of the shop, Yi Qing instructed, clutching her ticket as she passed through security, heading straight to the boarding gate. Seated in the spacious leather chair of first class, Yi Qing felt a tumultuous mix of anxiety and trepidation. Even the sharp edge of the dragon stone perilous talisman pressed into his palm went unnoticed in his distress. He harbored a deep reverence for his mentor, the old ghost master, despite his miserly and malevolent nature. In the tumultuous realm of Jigao, where dragons and snakes intertwined, the master had risen from humble beginnings to amass a fortune exceeding several billion over 2 decades. Undeniably, he possessed a level of wisdom and cunning rare among ordinary people, which accounted for his resplendent success. Cunning as a fox and ruthless as a wolf, he nonetheless exhibited a paternal affection for his own kin. For the past 3 years, the master had imparted lessons to Yi Qing in his unique fashion, instilling in him a profound respect for the art of stone gambling, reminding him that every raw stone bore the essence of both others and one's own blood. He admonished against harboring dreams of overnight wealth and warned against the gambler's mindset of clinging to hope until the bitter end, only to regret when it was too late. Yet, Yi Qing found himself perplexed. What could possibly befall his master? In his memory, the master was a figure of unwavering composure, always possessing a calm assurance. Even amidst the chaos of Jigao, surrounded by a multitude of wealthy merchants, rogues, and criminals. Sir, you appear pale. Are you unwell? Inquired a beautiful flight attendant, kneeling beside his seat with genuine concern. No, I merely feel a sense of awe at soaring through the skies, Yi Qing replied with a strained smile. The charming flight attendant responded with a warm smile. There's no need for concern, sir. Flying is quite safe, and we shall be taking off shortly. Allow me to fasten your seatbelt. As Yi Qing attempted to raise his hand to decline, he was overcome with fatigue. The flight attendant gracefully stood, leaning forward to secure the seatbelt for him. Even the majestic curves of the beautiful flight attendant failed to capture his attention as they brushed past the tip of his nose. His gaze was fixated on his palm, where the vibrant hue of the dragonstone perilous seemed to pulse with an alarming shade of crimson. This jade perilous was indeed drawing upon his own blood. No wonder he felt so weak and his complexion so pallid, leading the lovely flight attendant to mistakenly believe he was unwell. The enchanting flight attendant rose, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Well versed in the ways of the world, she discerned that despite his casual attire, this young man, at his age, traveling in first class with a valuable jade perilous in hand, was surely of considerable wealth or status. Even if she could not capture a golden son-in-law, forging a friendship would be worthwhile. Yet, to her dismay, this handsome youth remained oblivious to her beauty. Sir, Please unfasten your seatbelt only after the aircraft has stabilized. Should you require any refreshments, do not hesitate to ask, the flight attendant instructed. Yi Qing remained silent, too weak even to part his lips. The dragonstone patio in his palm glowed an increasingly vivid red, as if on the verge of bleeding. The flight attendant, slightly bowing, departed with a look of disappointment. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the plane raced down the lengthy runway and ascended into the sky. The immense force of acceleration caused Yi Qing's body to involuntarily lean back. In that moment, the crimson within the patio surged back toward him. A warm, pleasant liquid flowed along the creature's singular horn, infusing itself into Yi Qing's very flesh. As the blood coursed through his veins, his eyes began to ache and swell, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. The aircraft entered the cruising altitude, and the overwhelming inertia dissipated. "Sir, are you all right?" Unbeknownst to him, the enchanting flight attendant reappeared by Yi Qing's side, delicately producing a pristine handkerchief to wipe away the tears from his face. "Thank you." Yi Qing opened his eyes, managing a sheepish smile, only to abruptly notice that the once spotless handkerchief was now soiled with his tears. "I apologize for tarnishing your handkerchief. How much is it?" "I shall compensate you." The beautiful attendant stifled a laugh, inquiring curiously, "Sir, is this your first flight? You seemed quite frightened just now." Yi Qing felt an inexplicable sense of injustice, but understood that no amount of explanation would suffice. "I am truly sorry," he replied, retrieving his wallet and producing 200 yuan. "Please, once the flight lands, treat yourself to a new handkerchief." A mere handkerchief held little value. Noticing that he had no intention of returning the handkerchief or accepting his money, the attendant smiled sweetly. "Sir, you appeared quite flustered earlier. Would you like to freshen up in the restroom and change your clothes?" It was then that Yi Qing realized the mysterious liquid from the dragonstone had coursed through his veins, causing not only tears to flow abundantly, but also an uncomfortable sweat, which emitted a rather unpleasant odor. No wonder the attendant had kindly suggested he clean up. In a flurry, Yi Qing unfastened his seatbelt, grabbed his small suitcase, and hurriedly darted into the restroom, feeling utterly disheveled. Locking the door, he turned on the faucet, stuffed the dragonstone into his suitcase, and retrieved a fresh set of clothes. Only then did he remove his leisure attire, observing the unsightly spots on his skin. Intrigued, I pondered how, despite my body being clean, a layer of grime seemed to emerge with a mere sheen of sweat. Was it akin to the legendary process of refining one's essence? Perhaps I had indulged in too many novels. With a sigh and a wry smile, I shook my head, took a damp towel, and swiftly wiped my body, banishing the unpleasant odor and feeling instantly rejuvenated. Gazing into the mirror on the wall, I scrutinized my eyes, finding no extraordinary powers nor any peculiarities. I retrieved the dragonstone patio from my suitcase, examining it closely for a while. The blood-like hue had entirely vanished, leaving it resembling a piece of lustrous emerald glass. With a hint of suspicion, I hung the dragonstone patio around my neck before donning a crisp white tracksuit. Once tidied up, I opened the door to find a beautiful flight attendant squatting 10 meters away, her back turned as she whispered to a passenger. Her slender back arched gracefully, and I noticed a stray strand of hair resting on her shoulder. When did my vision become so acute? I was taken aback. To confirm my observation, I hurriedly approached her, pulling my suitcase behind me. The lovely flight attendant shifted slightly to create a path. Standing beside her, I murmured, "Thank you." "Sir, no need for thanks. It is my duty." She replied with a radiant smile. "There's a hair here. Let me help you with that." Without waiting for her consent, I flicked my finger on her delicate shoulder, feeling her skin, soft and smooth beneath her clothing, tense instantly. "Hey, what are you doing? Taking advantage of the flight attendant?" exclaimed the middle-aged passenger who had been conversing with her, his voice low yet tinged with a hint of envy. I cast him a cold glance, bringing the strand of hair I had grasped in my fingers to the flight attendant's view. "Sir, it is indeed impolite for us flight attendants to have loose hair, and I must express my gratitude to this gentleman for assisting me in removing it," the flight attendant explained softly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The middle-aged man, however, paid her no heed, abruptly rising to his feet and stating sharply, "Young man, why are you glaring? As if I, a gentleman from Kyoto, fear a confrontation. It appears I am also from Kyoto." Yi Qing's gaze turned even more piercing. "If that's the case, once we disembark, shall we settle this?" "Gentlemen, it is merely a misunderstanding," the flight attendant interjected, standing up with a smile. "Moreover, we are all civilized individuals. Fighting will not resolve anything." "Where do you hail from, lad?" the middle-aged man shouted. "I am from Chaoyang. If you have the guts, come to Kyoto and settle this." Yi Qing retorted with a cold smirk, "I am always available, upon my return to Kyoto." You may find me at the Stone Studio in Panjiayuan. My name is Wang Liang. If you do not show up, you will be deemed a coward. Wang Liang huffed, returning to his seat in frustration. Sir, this is not worth it. The beautiful flight attendant urged with a warm smile. We are all gentlemen from Kyoto. Let us not allow a trivial matter to mar our camaraderie. With the flight attendant's gentle plea, neither man wished to lose face as gentlemen from Kyoto. Under Wang Liang's fierce gaze, Yu Qing returned to his seat. The perceptive flight attendant brought Yu Qing a beverage and quietly inquired, Are you feeling all right now? I am fine, thank you. Yu Qing replied with a grateful smile, glancing at her name tag, Qin Mingwei. With a radiant smile, Qin Mingwei said, It is completely normal to feel fear on your first flight. After a few more journeys, you will grow accustomed to it. Mistaken for a novice flyer by the stunning flight attendant, Yeqing found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament, even shedding tears from the fright. However, he could not elucidate the peculiar incident that had just transpired, and could only manage a wry smile and a nod. Observing that Yeqing showed no inclination to engage in conversation, the flight attendant offered a faint smile, her spirits slightly dampened, and walked away. Yeqing closed his eyes, feigning slumber. But the persistent Wang Liang from the back refused to let him off the hook. Buddy, are you heading to really to gamble on stones? Be careful not to lose even your underwear. Without opening his eyes, Yeqing chuckled cheerfully. It seems you are quite the seasoned gambler. But remember, those who can swim are the ones who drown. Should you find yourself queuing on the rooftop, I can assist in bringing back your ashes. You. Wang Liang seethed with anger, yet he was reluctant to tempt fate further. Gamblers are always wary of curses that might lead to their downfall. Not wishing to provoke the young man any further, he bitterly declared, I will settle the score when we return to Kyoto. Yeqing merely smiled in response, knowing that those who gamble on stones are most averse to impatience and agitation. This fellow was easily riled. It was a wonder he hadn't been deceived yet. After 5 hours of flight, the plane touched down at Mongsher Airport. Upon exiting, Yeqing immediately spotted his master's old Bentley. Chapter 4. The pricey auction king. Yeqing hurried over and tapped on the window. The glass descended silently to reveal a strikingly beautiful woman at the wheel, who cast a cold glance in his direction. Yeqing. Shinjunyi. They recognized each other simultaneously. Yeqing exclaimed in astonishment, How did you know I was on this flight? Shinjunyi replied coolly, I checked the flights from Kyoto to Mongsher. This was the only one that could get to Rueli the fastest. If you hadn't come, I would have handled the matters alone. My master has passed away. Yi Qing's heart tightened suddenly, and tears welled up in his eyes, seeing his genuine emotions. Shen Junyi spoke. Old Wen suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, but after emergency treatment, he has stabilized. However, he remains under observation in the intensive care unit, and the doctors cannot guarantee when he will awaken. Yi Qing opened the car door, placed his suitcase in the back seat, and sat down. Take me to the hospital. It is of no use to go now. Visiting hours have ended. Shin Junyi glanced at him through the rearview mirror and emphasized, the pressing matter is to address his debt disputes. Debt? How could my master have debts? Yi Qing replied incredulously. The Longrui Gambling Stone Workshop and Longrui Jade Building under his name generate daily revenues exceeding 10 million. Shin Junyi sighed. How should I put this regarding your profession? Yi Qing was taken aback and exclaimed, My master has been gambling on stones again. Shin Junyi nodded gently. Before the new year, Old One accepted an order from the Laoguang Tianlu Jewelry Company. By mid-May, he was to provide high-grade jade material worth up to 200 million, and the company had already transferred the payment to his account in advance. This indeed aligns with my master's style. He never acts without assurance. Hearing that his master was no longer in critical condition, Yi Qing's tense heart began to ease. This is the largest raw stone distribution center, and the Longrui Gambling Stone Shop often offers high-quality stones. My master simply needs to purchase at a high price. If worst comes to worst, he can acquire quality materials from other gambling stone shops without needing to rush. Shun Junyi snorted coldly. If things were that simple, you wouldn't have been summoned here in such haste. Yi Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Could there be any unforeseen circumstances? Even if I were to gamble on a stone, it is not as if I cannot afford the loss. Patience will yield rewards. It is only the 2nd day of March, and with 2 months still ahead, there is ample time. Shinjunyi started the car and drove along the main road, saying, But the peculiarity lies here. After the new year, upon the market's reopening, the members of the Jade Association have been frantically acquiring jadeite raw materials. Master Wen has not received any high-quality goods for 2 months and has been compelled to resort to gambling on stones himself. With one hand on the steering wheel, Shen Junyi handed Master Wen's phone over, stating, The password is the last 4 digits of your account. Old fox. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile. Unable to discern whether to feel joy or bitterness, He had never anticipated that his master would use the last 4 digits of his own account as a password. He swiftly unlocked the phone and opened the photo gallery, revealing a large, pitch-black stone on the screen. His eyes widened in astonishment. Mo Wanji's market entrance black sand. The record-breaking auction king from the Yangon public auction 10 years ago. How could master be so audacious? Shin Junyi inquired. Is this stone particularly famous? Indeed, Yi Qing affirmed. This stone, weighing 380 kilograms, was a subject of bidding among all the jewelry companies participating in the public auction. Ultimately, it was purchased by a mysterious buyer for 20 million euros, which translates to approximately 150 million yuan, with taxes bringing it to around 170 million. Yet, a month ago, this stone unexpectedly reappeared in Ruili, where your master spent 1 billion to acquire it. Shin Junyi's tone remained calm, but Yi Qing's heart sank at the revelation. 1 billion in cash was simply beyond his master's means. However, he understood why his master acted so frantically. The material from the Mwanji old quarry had been utterly depleted over 20 years ago. What appeared on the market now were all of a collectible grade, raw stones kept securely in safes by buyers, treasures that are rare and fortuitous to encounter. His master possessed 500 million, and after receiving 200 million in payments from a Guangdong merchant, he mortgaged both the Longrui gambling stone workshop and the Tsiyu building to the bank, securing a loan of 300 million. The weather in Ruili was sweltering. Yet Shin Junyi's voice carried an icy tone. Yi Qing, however, paid no heed to the shift in her demeanor, fixating instead on the gambling stone before him. His master had previously spoken of this stone and had shown him photographs of it. This stone, once an unrefined gamble, had lost a piece during transportation, revealing its jade flesh within, gleaming with a glass-like green. It had ignited fierce bidding wars from jewelry companies worldwide, who were willing to pay any price. From the photograph on his phone, this Mwanji black sandstone resembled a massive sweet potato. Its surface was relatively smooth, with minimal irregularities, suggesting it would not undergo significant transformation. The stone's surface bore fine, delicate inclusions, indicating that the jade hidden beneath the outer shell would likely remain largely unchanged. A faint outline of a python could be discerned wrapping around the stone, almost enveloping it entirely. Where there is a dragon, there must be water. The quality of water is undeniable. The area around the python was densely packed with pine flower, while the moss appeared somewhat loose, suggesting it had not ingested anything. As long as the moss remained unconsumed, the potential for vibrant colors was promising. Yi Qing turned to the second photograph, which depicted a strong flashlight illuminating the fracture, revealing a notably long waterhead. This further solidified the conjecture regarding the material's fullness. Upon examining the third photograph, he observed that the stone's surface was evidently wet, with faint cracks visible, aligning perfectly with the stone's pattern. A shiver involuntarily coursed through Yi Qing. This stone was sizable. While it was not impossible to gamble on its fissures, the risks were substantial. Can you decipher this stone? Shin Junyi inquired, astonished. Certainly. Yi Qing replied with a bitter smile. Generally speaking, materials from Mwanji have a 9 out of 10 chance of failure, often referred to by jade masters as a gamble between heaven and hell. However, it is undeniable that most of the glass-like imperial greens in history have originated from this site. Shin Junyi, intrigued, asked, if this material were to yield a glass-like imperial green, how much could it fetch? Yi Qing shook his head, smiling wryly. If it were fully intact, it could potentially be worth 100 billion. Shin Junyi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, so much. In recent years, the top bids at the Yangon public auctions have not even yielded a high-quality piece, let alone a glass-like imperial green. Such jadeite is exceedingly rare. Yi Qing chuckled self-deprecatingly. If my master abstains from gambling, he astonishes all when he does. At his age, he still risks it all, ultimately wagering his entire fortune. How do you know it has failed? Shin Junyi asked, perplexed. Yi Qing replied thoughtfully, jade rough is akin to a woman's gown. Unless one dares to unveil it, one will never discern its beauty or ugliness. Shin Junyi retorted coldly, you appear quite refined, yet your words resemble those of a rogue. Chapter 5. The Emperor's Rift. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile. That phrase was uttered by my master. Shin Junyi pouted slightly. You still haven't answered my question. Given my master's temperament, if the stakes had risen, I would never see these photographs in my lifetime. Isn't it a good thing if the stakes have increased? According to the rules of stone gambling, shouldn't there be firecrackers to celebrate? Why would he keep it from you? Shin Junyi cast a glance at Yi Qing. My master, how should I put it, is a true old fox. Yi Qing pondered. He is well aware of the principle that wealth should not be flaunted. 100 billion could transform a virtuous gentleman into a robber. Do you think he would confide in me? only if he loses what he asked for my assistance with his affairs. Indeed, it was a loss that resulted in the emergence of the glass-type Imperial Green and the Rift of the Emperor. Shen Junyi's voice turned icy. To lose everything and still leave behind a mountain of debt. Debt, at most. The bank would seize the stone gambling house and the Jade Pavilion. Where would the debt come from? Yi Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, if he were out of money, how could he possibly transfer 200 million to you? Your master's loan was due in 6 months, but after the loss, word somehow leaked out, and the bank came demanding payment. At that moment, people from the Emerald Association approached, offering 500 million to acquire the stone gambling house and the Jade Pavilion. Shen Junyi replied with a bitter smile. Would they really be so kind? Yi Qing was aware that the stone gambling house and the Jade Pavilion were certainly not worth 500 million. It was a fact. Shen Junyi added with a hint of bitterness, after repaying the bank loan, only 200 million remains. However, your master has yet to fulfill the contract with Tianlu Jewelry Company. The most egregious aspect is an additional clause within the contract stipulating that if your master fails to deliver jade worth 200 million within the designated time frame, he must compensate them with 600 million in damages. Fortunately, this 600 million includes the 200 million already paid in advance. Initially, I advocated for withholding the 200 million as leverage and then accusing Tianlu Jewelry of contractual fraud. Given that national laws dictate that penalties for breach of contract should not exceed 10%. However, your master disagreed, asserting that the rules of the gambling stone industry dictate that one must accept the consequences of their wagers, urging me to transfer the 200 million to you. Yi Qing looked upon his master with deep admiration. One must consume the meat that is within reach, even if it means facing death. Aren't you the slightest bit concerned? Shen Junyi glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Concerned about what? Shen Junyi emphasized. You still owe them 600 million or 200 million worth of premium jade. I need to carefully sort this matter out. Upon understanding the situation, Yi Qing's tone brightened. However, I first wish to know the nature of your relationship with my master. Shen Junyi's expression turned icy as she shot him a fierce glance. What do you think our relationship is? Yi Qing countered with a question. Where are you currently residing? In your master's villa. Yi Qing remarked meaningfully. First, you know your master's phone password. Second, you are aware of your master's bank password. Third, you reside in your master's villa. And fourth, you drive your master's car. Shen Junyi was taken aback. What does this imply? The master's mobile phone is of utmost secrecy to him, concealing a wealth of information about significant clients. Among these clients is my number, which the master has cleverly encoded with digits in his contacts. Even if someone were to crack the password and access the phone, it would be akin to deciphering an ancient text. However, you have managed to locate my WeChat and ascertain my account. Furthermore, prior to any transfer, the account held 200 million. Even with the highest professional ethics, one could hardly remain indifferent to such a sum. Such matters, given the master's astuteness, would never be divulged to you. Additionally, his villa is not a place where just anyone can reside. Lastly, this Bentley, much like a man's wife, should never be driven carelessly by another. You have presented a myriad of speculations. My master possesses another villa in Muyuk, where 2 old Myanmar women reside. You suspect that I am his mistress. At that moment, Shen Junyi slammed on the brakes. The Bentley, racing at 100 miles per hour, emitted a deafening screech as it skidded for over 20 meters before coming to a halt. Fortunately, the sparse traffic prevented a rear-end collision, but it did hurl Yi Qing from the back seat, her head narrowly missing the windshield. Have you lost your mind? Yi Qing found her head wedged between the front seats, her gaze falling upon Shen Junyi's elegantly clad legs beneath her fitted white dress, inciting a surge of resentment. How dare she drive in such towering heels? Apologize. Shen Junyi commanded coldly. Why should I apologize? Am I not stating the truth? Yi Qing braced herself and sat back defiantly. You are mistaken. I am indeed his lawyer. This is impossible. Yi Qing coldly remarked. My master is unequivocally an old fox. He trusts no one. The sole reason he places such faith in you is that you are his mistress. Shen Junyi retorted with indignation. Have you considered the vast age difference between me and your master? Money transcends age disparities. Moreover, given my master's wealth, he could easily support an 18-year-old starlet. Yi Qing countered. Your thoughts are rather sordid. A master reflects the character of their disciple. Yi Qing then added. If you were to candidly acknowledge this and present compelling evidence, I assure you I would refrain from contesting his estate. Shen Junyi scoffed. Aside from the 200 million you received, your master possesses merely a villa worth 20 million and this Bentley. In light of his 600 million in debts, what could I possibly covet? Zhang Wuji's mother once warned him that the most beautiful women are often the most deceitful. Shen Junyi gritted her teeth in frustration, wishing she could kick him off the car, even if I were involved with him. Why would I divulge that to you? Yi Qing's expression grew solemn, and his tone deepened. In the realm of gambling on stone, the most detestable trait is having partners with ulterior motives. Did I ever suggest that I would partner with you in this venture? Shen Junyi retorted sharply. Has not your master's past served as a warning for you? Gambling on stone relies 30% on skill, 30% on luck, and 40% on financial power. Yi Qing smiled. Your master instructed you to transfer 200 million to me precisely so that I might use those funds to gamble on stones and settle his debts. You are more confident than your master, Yi Qing remarked with profound significance. Even if my master cannot compare to the Jade King in gambling, he is at least among the top 3. Moreover, his cautious nature ensures he always considers 3 steps ahead. I am certain he has accounted for contingencies before wagering on this stone. Shen Junyi, filled with disbelief, retorted with a cold laugh. Contingencies? Those are merely excuses for losing everything, including family wealth. Chapter 6, Jilong Gambling Stone Workshop. Speak the truth, or we part ways. I shall return to Kyoto tomorrow. Yi Qing, confident in his stance, smiled at her. Regardless, the 200 million rests in my hands. Even if Tianlu Jewelry pursues debts, they cannot touch me. Shen Junyi hesitated. First, you must apologize. I am sorry. I should not have doubted you as my master's mistress. A triumphant smile graced Shen Junyi's lips as she pressed the accelerator, causing the Bentley to surge forward. Yi Qing was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, You mad woman. You dare speed in high heels. Slow down and let me out. In an instant, the speed reached 120, the dashboard lit up in warning. Yet the velocity continued to escalate, prompting Yi Qing to fasten his seatbelt swiftly. With your limited courage, you dare to challenge me. Shen Junyi gripped the steering wheel. Her head turned backward. Look ahead, Yi Qing pleaded, aware that his survival depended on caution, only to find himself ensnared in her reckless path. In a heartbeat, the Bentley narrowly brushed past a Mercedes, which swerved dangerously into the central greenbelt of the highway. Shen Junyi gently pressed the brake, maintaining the speed at 100. Yet she barreled straight through the intersection leading to Jiegao without slowing down. Where are you taking me? Yi Qing inwardly cursed, feeling frustrated at encountering such a reckless woman with no avenue for reasoning. Let me witness your prowess at DeLong's evening market. Shen Junyi, with a playful smile, glanced at Yi Qing's pale visage through the rearview mirror. Furthermore, the head of the procurement department from Tianlu Jewelry will also be present. I board the plane at 10 and land at 4 without having had lunch. A missed meal won't be fatal, but if the procurement head doesn't see your capabilities, she may file a lawsuit against your master tomorrow. The morning market at Jiegao and the evening market at DeLong represent 2 unique scenic routes in Ruili, where the myth of riches and ruin unfolds daily, a veritable paradise of wealth, yet perilously close to the abyss. Yi Qing wished to keep the Bentley out of sight, directing Shen Junyi to park at the furthest lot from DeLong's evening market. Although puzzled, Shen Junyi surprisingly complied without protest. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yi Qing noticed her striking features and tall stature, adorned in a white single-button blazer and a fitted white skirt that accentuated her exquisite form, perfectly embodying the sharp acumen of a beautiful lawyer. Why stop here? Shen Junyi refrained from arguing, but her discontent was evident. We still have a long way to walk, and wearing high heels is exhausting. Many people recognize this car. I wish to keep my connection to one Yuanshan discreet. Yi Qing shot her a glance. Take off your jacket. What are you trying to do? Shen Junyi's delicate face instantly turned as cold as ice. Yi Qing sneered. The Chanel ensemble, the Coach handbag, and on your wrist, the Chanel J12 Series H0968 watch. Are you trying to convey to everyone that you've arrived as a plump lamb ready for slaughter? Shen Junyi was taken aback. She had initially perceived Yi Qing as a simpleton, only to discover that he had recognized her array of luxury items. Unfastening the single button of her white blazer, she chuckled lightly. You are increasingly impressive. She neatly folded the blazer and placed it on the driver's seat, removing her watch and stowing it in her coach bag before turning to Yi Qing, her tone resolute. I must keep this bag. It contains many important items. Yi Qing nodded. Try not to attract too much attention. I certainly do not wish to be regarded as a lamb. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, I must admit, you truly have substance. Shen Junyi shot him an annoyed glare. Mind your gaze. Do not look where you shouldn't. Yi Qing scrutinized her closely. Her black fitted shirt exuded an air of mystery, while the modest V-neck accentuated her alabaster neck and striking features. The high-waisted, form-fitting skirt extended to her knees, further highlighting her statuesque front, slender waist, and curvaceous hips. The beige stilettos elongated her legs, rendering them even more slender and straight, with her exposed calves displaying graceful curves. Fair as jade, a beauty akin to jade, unmarried yet captivating. Should she wed, She would enchant both the nation and the city. Yi Qing climbed into the vehicle, opened his small suitcase, and retrieved a clean, casual top. He handed it to Shun Junyi, saying, "Wrap this around your waist." To my surprise, you can articulate such profound thoughts. Shun Junyi cast a glance at him, wrapping her casual top around her waist, deftly tying the sleeves in a playful knot. This transformation rendered the once meticulous beauty of a lawyer into a figure of natural ease, resembling a traveler enjoying her holiday. However, I must caution you. My compliance with your words does not grant you the liberty to dictate my actions, Shun Junyi stated solemnly, adding, "I am not your companion, so refrain from any inappropriate gestures." Yi Qing scoffed dismissively, saying, "I have encountered countless beautiful women like you. If not 10,000, then certainly 8,000. Even your sister is beyond your reach." Shun Junyi raised her delicate brows with an air of pride. "I prefer obedient women," Yi Qing replied with a grin, hastily adding before Shun Junyi could retort, "In unfamiliar domains, being compliant is also a form of wisdom." Shun Junyi let out a cold snort and walked ahead. But after a few steps, she sensed Yi Qing's gaze lingering on her, causing a wave of warmth to wash over her. She slowed her pace to walk alongside him. The evening market of Delong lingered in Yi Qing's memory, with endless rows of stalls beneath vast canopies. Each stall displayed jade ornaments or raw stones. Thronged by layers of people, with the air filled with incessant haggling and the deafening roar of cutting machines. Occasionally, one could hear anguished cries of excitement as prices soared. This is Delong's evening market, a magical place that weaves tales of sudden wealth every day. Shun Junyi had arranged to meet the head of the procurement department from Tianlu Jewelry at a venue known as Jilung's Stone Gambling Workshop, which was vast in size. Her own stone workshop paled in comparison, appearing merely as a roadside stall. This is the true sanctuary of stone gambling, attracting gamblers from all corners of the nation, each harboring dreams of sudden wealth. Upon entering, the two immediately sensed the vibrant atmosphere. The throngs of individuals examining stones were incessant, and the resonant sounds of powerful lights striking the stones filled the air, while long lines formed for those cutting the stones. A bearded proprietor approached with a greeting. "Welcome. Is this your first visit to Jilung? Would you like me to recommend a couple of stones?" Yi Qing smiled shyly, replying, "Boss, I am not well versed in stone gambling. I am merely here to broaden my horizons. If I come across suitable materials, I might try my luck. If not, then so be it." The proprietor understood his sentiment. Play if the price is right, otherwise, move along. He chuckled. "Friends abound in all corners of the world. Your presence here is serendipitous. I have materials from all venues. With ample funds, indulge in the grand, and with limited means, opt for the modest. Feel free to browse. And when you find something appealing, just call for me." "Thank you, boss." Yi Qing nodded in appreciation and began to wander. The variety of stones here was vast and imposing, offering a plethora of choices. Chapter 7. Even the deities struggled to resolve a fragment of jade. Shun Junyi trailed behind Yi Qing. Yet her focus was not on the jadeite rough stones, but rather on locating the head of the procurement department at Tianlu Jewelry. Yi Qing led her forward, deliberately overlooking the piles of kilogram stones scattered haphazardly on the ground. According to the customs of stone gambling establishments, quality rough stones are typically displayed individually. He was in search of materials from Moksha, renowned for its exceptional quality and abundant yield. In an era where colored jadeite has become increasingly rare, the prices of Moksha materials have soared annually. The hallmark of Moksha rough stones is their rich texture and exceptional luster post-polishing, vividly embodying the translucent qualities of colorless jadeite, radiating an opulent sheen. The paramount reason lies in the fact that, over the past 3 years, he has encountered and examined the Moksha materials more than any other, becoming exceedingly familiar with them. As Yi Qing surveyed his surroundings, his gaze was drawn to a smaller piece of Moksha white salt skin material. The Moksha site is stratified, with the finest layer being the white salt skin. This particular piece exhibited a significant degree of sand shedding, resembling a sprinkling of salt grains upon its surface. Merely the exterior provided a visually pleasing sensation. Ever since the inexplicable experience of a thorough transformation aboard the aircraft, Yi Qing's discerning eye has reached an astonishing level. Without the aid of a powerful flashlight, even in the dim lighting of the shop, he could discern that the texture of this skin shell had a coarser sand grain feel. This is a crucial characteristic of the Moksha site. Coarser sand grains indicate that the jade flesh within is delicate. Yi Qing produced a strong flashlight, crouched down, and illuminated the stone. The raw stone, displayed independently, should not be handled casually. Due to its considerable value, any damage caused by a customer could easily lead to disputes. Thus, one can only observe, not touch. From the effects of the light, the translucence was exceptional, along with the sand-shedding phenomenon, which is also a hallmark of Moksha raw stones. Most stones exhibit varying degrees of sand shedding, some more, some less. However, any raw stone with sand skin will invariably reveal areas of sand shedding. The clarity was remarkable, resembling a luminescent material that reflected a beautiful sky blue. Had he encountered such a material in the past, Yi Qing would have undoubtedly taken a gamble. However, his discernment has evolved significantly. Generally speaking, even when employing the most potent flashlight, one can typically only see into the jade flesh to a depth of 3.3 millimeters, while those of superior quality may reach up to 6.6 millimeters. Certainly, with the exception of glass jade, which is exceptionally transparent, resembling glass itself. However, even so, one can only discern up to 10 millimeters. The true essence of the inner jade remains a matter of chance. This gamble is, indeed, a wager on fortune. Yet, Yi Qing, endowed with extraordinary eyesight, delved deeper into the raw stone. Although he could not achieve an effect, gaining even an additional millimeter increased his odds. Remarkably, Yi Qing perceived the jade flesh at a depth of 2 centimeters, a full 10 millimeters more than others, revealing a dense network of cracks that sent a chill down his spine. The proprietor of the Jilung Stone gambling house had been closely observing the two. Yi Qing, dressed in casual sportswear, appeared inconspicuous, a common sight among gamblers in Ruili. In contrast, Shen Junyi, despite her efforts to conceal her identity, carried a coach handbag. A woman casually wielding hundreds of thousands in her hands, even if she were a novice, was undeniably a wealthy novice. The owner approached, squatting down, and remarked with a smile, "Brother, you're scrutinizing the material with great care. You must be an experienced player." Yi Qing replied with a grin, "I learned it online." As the owner of a stone gambling shop himself, Yi Qing was well aware of the underlying intricacies. Generally, there are two types of shopkeepers. One preys on novices, making a slight cut to leave some leeway, fearing to scare them away. The second type targets those knowledgeable about stone gambling. For a piece originally priced at 5,000, they would demand 500,000 without hesitation. They would not relent until they had drained every last drop of your blood. Therefore, one must never disclose their understanding of stone gambling to them. Even the most celestial beings cannot discern a mere inch of jade until the raw stone is cut. Who can predict whether it will flourish or crumble? Gambling on stones relies fundamentally on capital and fortune, while the so-called experience merely accounts for 30%. This is what he conveyed to Shen Junyi. 3 parts skill, 3 parts luck, and 4 parts financial resources. Without sufficient funds, even the finest materials remain out of reach, and wealth may slip right past you. Luck pertains to the chance of encountering exceptional materials. Skill encompasses experience and discernment, guiding your decision on whether to take the gamble. Presently, Yi Qing possesses 200 million in his account. As long as he does not encounter an extraordinarily rare specimen, he can afford to wager. However, luck is contingent upon whether fate smiles upon you. He can leverage his profound experience and exceptional insight to perceive details that elude others. Thus, the probability of a successful wager rises to 50%. The proprietor chuckled, remarking, "This stone is quite promising. Moksha's old pit, white salt sand, and under illumination. It reveals a sky blue hue. It is most likely to yield glass varieties. A single piece could earn you several million." Yi Qing smiled faintly, recognizing the proprietor as a clever fox, extolling the benefits while omitting the drawbacks. Why did he not mention that Moksha's materials are prone to imperial cracks? "How much?" "Meeting for the first time is a stroke of fate. I shall give you a cost price of 200,000. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, realizing he was being thoroughly gouged. Turning to observe the bag Shen Junyi was carrying, the truth became evident. Upon hearing the proprietor's quote, Shen Junyi gasped, 200,000? You want 200,000 for a single stone? Why not just rob a bank?" The proprietor smiled, yet remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he awaited Yi Qing's counteroffer. In the realm of stone gambling, the protocol dictates that once the proprietor presents a price, the gambler is expected to negotiate. If the price is deemed appropriate, the transaction is considered concluded. 200,000. Do you really think this pretty boy can muster that amount? I doubt he can even scrape together 20,000. Yi Qing turned to see Wang Liang, the man from Kyoto who had argued with him over a beautiful flight attendant on the plane. Wang Liang looked at him with disdain. "Kid, you're coming to gamble right after getting off the plane? Aren't you afraid of losing your pants and returning to Kyoto in the nude?" Seemingly amused by his own wit, he burst into hearty laughter, adding, "Though that would be quite the spectacle, singing all the way north in your birthday suit." Shen Junyi, infuriated, was about to retort when Yi Qing pinched her on the calf, causing her words to falter. Yi Qing, with a mischievous grin, remarked, I saw this stone online. It's called white salt sand, and the exposed surface is sky blue. 200,000. This is bound to appreciate. With a devilish smile, he pressed a powerful flashlight against the stone. Wang Liang's eyes lit up with excitement. This is indeed a fine piece. Yi Qing, feigning distress, lamented, unfortunately, I don't have enough money. I just came from Kyoto. Could you lend me a bit? Wang Liang chuckled. Buddy, do you understand what gambling on stones entails? One cut can leave you destitute, while another may make you wealthy. A single slice can expose the truth. Since we're both from the same hometown, I wouldn't want you to meet your end here. Who would I challenge to a duel back in Kyoto? Besides, 200,000 isn't a trifling sum. As a fresh graduate, you shouldn't take such risks. I'm willing to gamble because I can afford the loss. Chapter 8. The cunning old man Wang Liang squatted beside Yi Qing. So, have you made up your mind? If you can't afford to play, let me take a shot. He pulled out his flashlight, meticulously illuminating the stone, shaking it left and right with practiced precision. Furthermore, he was conversant with the conventions of jade gambling. He was aware that before Yi Qing relinquished his interest, it was inappropriate to inquire about the price or inflate it, as that would only benefit the proprietor. The proprietor remarked with surprise, Mr. Wang, do you know this gentleman? Wang Liang promptly responded, not intimately. We merely happened to be on the same flight. I admonished him for making unwanted advances toward a flight attendant. However, as we are both from the capital, I would prefer he not meet his end here. Shen Junyi's gaze toward Yi Qing immediately turned contemptuous. To harass a flight attendant on a plane, how desperate can you be? The proprietor chuckled furtively, realizing Wang Liang had misjudged the situation. Wang Liang turned his head and noticed Shen Junyi. Well, you're quite fortunate. Have you found another exquisite beauty? Is she local or from Burma? Burmese girls are inexpensive, only 50 yuan for a night. Yi Qing chuckled. This one is a bit pricey, 5,000 for a night. With a resounding thud, a coach handbag struck him on the back. Shen Junyi spun around and stormed off in a fit of pique. Wang Liang advised, hurry and pursue her. A premium girl like that is worth 5,000 a night. Brother, as we are both gentlemen from the capital, heed my advice. Indulging in women may be costly, but it won't break you. However, jade gambling can lead to financial ruin and death far from home. Yi Qing nodded. You gamble. I'm just observing. Only then did Wang Liang turn to the proprietor. Proprietor Qi, I want this piece of material, but 200,000 is too steep. Give me a better price. Proprietor Qi chuckled. You're a magnate from the capital. 200,000 may be an exorbitant sum to others, but to you, it's merely a trifle. Don't make me think less of you and diminish your own prestige. Wang Liang chuckled heartily. All right then, I'll take it. Transfer the funds. Yi Qing cast a glance at the stone, weighing 7 or 8 pounds. Priced at 200,000, more unscrupulous than himself. Once the transfer was complete, Wang Liang cradled the stone and remarked to Yi Qing, Brother, heed my advice, steer clear of stones. Women are a cheaper thrill, but always remember to wear protection. Yi Qing nodded with a smile, keeping a wary eye on Boss Qi, who was notoriously cunning and prone to exploiting familiarity. Although he was quite acquainted with Wang Liang, he had withheld the information that this stone was likely to crack. However, in the realm of stone gambling, it is futile to counsel a fool. Until the stone is unveiled, he would not believe a word I say. Moreover, Yi Qing desired to use this stone to test the accuracy of his own judgment. After all, if this man could afford to lose, then let him lose. Shen Junyi had not wandered far. As Yi Qing approached her, she remarked, So, you really did make a move on the flight attendant. She added, He even advised me to remember to wear protection if I were to play with you. Watch out for your own health. You're the one with issues. There is not a decent man among them. Shen Junyi glared at him, refusing to give him a chance to retort. Are you truly interested in that piece? Yi Qing grinned mischievously. If I desire it, the owner can only negotiate with me. It's not up to Wang Liang. Why so? That's the rule of stone gambling. Yi Qing replied cheerfully. I'm negotiating with the owner, and until I relinquish my interest, he cannot set a price. Though this fellow is sharp-tongued, he hasn't broken the rules. Thus, he uses words to pressure me into giving up. Why would I give up? Cracks. Yi Qing whispered conspiratorially. Shen Junyi was taken aback, exclaiming, How can you tell? Yet Wang Liang couldn't? This exemplifies the distinction between experience and keen observation. Yi Qing sighed, reflecting that had it not been for the serendipitous encounter on the plane, he would have certainly placed a bet on that particular stone. The high-quality sky blue would have yielded immense profits. Shen Junyi swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, Was the flight attendant beautiful? Yi Qing chuckled, casting a glance at her. Her charming face flushed a deep crimson, strikingly beautiful. Shen Junyi retorted, What are you staring at? Go find the stones. Yi Qing led Shen Junyi on another tour of the shop, and upon noticing a row of unexamined rough stones, he hurried over. This row consisted entirely of black rough stones, akin to the exorbitantly priced stones his master had wagered on, known as He Wu Sha. However, while his master's stone was sourced from an old site in Moangji, these were from a new location. To the untrained eye, black rough stones often appeared worthless, especially those from newer sources, which were typically of inferior quality, with a gray base and, crucially, numerous cracks that could result in undesirable outcomes, a material that evoked fear among seasoned gamblers. Consequently, experienced players tended to steer clear, as the notorious reputation of 9 out of 10 bets failing was not to be trifled with. Yet, there was a reason his master wagered on Moangji's He Wu Sha. This type of stone was most likely to yield the coveted imperial green. Yi Qing was aware that nearly half of the imperial green stones within the betting circle originated from this site. Here, dozens of stones displayed the characteristics of He Wu Sha, which could be classified into various types: waxy skin, sand skin, water skin, and oily skin, with the highest risk associated with the black skin, known for its vibrant colors but short water levels. The most distinct feature of stones from this site was the presence of conspicuous white spots and a grayish hue. However, as long as one performs well and cultivates diligently, exceptional results are undoubtedly achievable. The odds of a favorable outcome are significantly high, especially with the addition of a white python, which enhances the likelihood even further. Yi Qing examined a dozen rough stones and ultimately selected a piece weighing around 7 to 8 kilograms. This particular stone was quite captivating, resembling a loaf of bread. Such a shape is most conducive to crafting bangles, as it readily reveals several potential bangle positions. Shen Junyi, holding her back, observed Yi Qing as he gestured over the rough stone and exclaimed in surprise, "What are you measuring?" Estimating how many bangles can be made. Yi Qing held a measure of admiration for Shen Junyi. Unlike other women, she refrained from chattering and interjecting during a man's discourse. "You haven't even cut it open yet, and you're already searching for bangle positions." Crouching down while Shen Junyi stood made conversation inconvenient, so she gracefully lifted her skirt and squatted beside him. Betting on rough stones involves not only wagering on the jade within, but also on its maximum potential value. Shen Junyi lowered her stance, and Yi Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be overly critical, patiently explained, "Betting on rough stones can be categorized into 1 bangle, 2 plaques, and 3 cabochons. However, this is not entirely accurate. In fact, a piece of jade with excellent quality and color in cabochon form can be more valuable than bangles. Therefore, the correct hierarchy should be 1 cabochon, 2 bangles, and 3 plaques. Yet, that cabochon represents the most refined essence of a jade piece, and successfully obtaining it requires considerable fortune. Hence, jade gamblers often settle for the hierarchy of 1 bangle, 2 plaques, and 3 cabochons." As he mentioned cabochons, Yi Qing inexplicably recalled the piece of black sand that his master had ruined, which bore both large and small cracks. Even if bangles and plaques could not be extracted, cabochons could still be obtained. Even the most terrifying emperor's crack will undergo transformation. A rough stone weighing 380 kilograms cannot possibly be rendered entirely useless. You have a keen eye for this piece. Chapter 9. The Pranks of Heaven. The material presented itself with a lustrous black surface, exuding a rich oiliness, with localized signs of sand shedding. Yi Qing pressed a powerful flashlight against the sand shed area, proclaiming, "Do you see? A clear base." However, the most dreadful aspect of the Mo1G material lies in its fissures. Moreover, this piece only exhibits minor sand shedding. The light cannot penetrate thoroughly, rendering it quite perilous. Shen Junyi furrowed her exquisite brows, expressing her confusion. "I don't understand." "With more observation, you will comprehend," Yi Qing replied with a slight smile. The effect of this material under the light was evidently promising, suggesting it was worthy of a gamble. This piece has a tight sand skin, and the quality of the water content appears satisfactory. Next is the color. If the hue is splendid, the price will soar. Now we must wager whether there are any cracks within. Do you still dare to gamble on cracks? Shen Junyi instinctively recalled the exorbitant gamble that old one had lost due to a fissured stone. Yi Qing glanced at her and remarked, "It is normal for jadeite to possess cracks. After all, a raw stone has weathered in the wild for millions of years. If it lacks any fissures, it is not genuine jadeite. Based on my experience, I am willing to bet on the quality of this material in terms of water content and color. The presence of cracks will depend on whether heaven favors us, the unfortunate pair." Shen Junyi shot him a glance of disdain. "Who is an unfortunate pair with you? Is it trustworthy to tease flight attendants while aboard a plane? I have no financial ties to you. Furthermore, if it weren't for my presence, Would you not be seeking out a few Myanmar girls for a mere few dozen bucks a night? How cheap? What do women mean to you? To sum it up, indulgence in wine, lust, wealth, and gambling is what defines you. Yi Qing chuckled. Even Confucius could not escape such worldly pleasures. How much less so for a mere mortal like myself? However, I possess a certain level of fastidiousness when it comes to women, particularly those of the frivolous kind, who fail to capture my interest. Yet, your willingness to crouch down and whisper softly to me has certainly garnered my admiration. Most notably, your price is remarkably low. Merely a penny for an entire evening, cheaper than the women of Myanmar. Before Shinjunyi could retort, Yi Qing called out, "Boss, how much for this stone?" Boss Chi hurried over and examined the stone. "Brother, are you certain you want to wager on this?" Yi Qing replied with a smile. "I feel a certain affinity for it. Boss, please give me a price." Seeing Yi Qing's earnestness, Boss Chi solemnly stated, 500,000. Yi Qing chuckled, "Boss Chi, if you're looking to fleece someone, aim for someone like Boss Wang, who has plenty of meat and blood, easy pickings. I, on the other hand, am merely a recent university graduate out traveling with my girlfriend. How much do you think I possess?" Boss Chi laughed in response. "Brother, we are both discerning individuals. Your girlfriend's attire alone is quite valuable. I presume you hail from a wealthy family yourself. Shall we negotiate?" Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. "That bag she carries is purely for show. In our capital, where high officials and wealthy merchants abound, one must at least put on a faade of affluence. Otherwise, they won't be included in the fun. Aside from that bag, everything else she wears is a high imitation. This worthless stone should be 5,000. I will buy it for that." Yi Qing's audacious offer astonished even Shinjunyi. How ruthless. To negotiate a price of 5,000 for a stone valued at 500,000. Boss Chi was momentarily rendered speechless with laughter. While others may negotiate at most by having the price, you, my friend, have gone straight for the jugular. 5,000 wouldn't even cover the shipping. This isn't me taking advantage of you, but rather you taking advantage of me. Yi Qing solemnly stated, "I do not comprehend stones. I merely find them amusing, resembling a large loaf of bread. Therefore, if the boss offers a reasonable price that I can afford, I shall take it. If not, I will peruse other stone gambling establishments." Boss Chi regarded him with a penetrating gaze, fixating on the stone, and pondered, "Brother, your words are sincere, yet you are not a genuine person. Nevertheless, I wish to befriend you. One never knows when I might have a request in Kyoto that leads me to your aid. Offer me 100,000, a fair price, anything less, and you might as well abandon your stone pursuits. You may choose any stone from the pile outside. Consider it a gift from me." Yi Qing promptly retrieved his phone and said, "Boss, provide me with an account number, and I shall transfer the funds." Boss Chi relayed the account details, and without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qing executed the transfer. Boss Chi patted him on the shoulder, proclaiming, "I was right. You may not be a genuine person, but your decisiveness is admirable." Just as Yi Qing was about to respond, a voice called out, "It's opened! It's opened!" Instantly, the onlookers surrounding the stones surged toward the commotion. Boss Chi glanced over and remarked, "It's Wang Liang's stone. Brother, do you want to take a look?" Curiosity piqued, Yi Qing followed Boss Chi to discover Wang Liang crouched on the ground, elated and laughing. Yi Qing harbored doubts. Could it be that he had misjudged, and it was not the imperial crack? With meticulous care, Wang Liang pried open the stone, his expression of joy morphing into one of rigidity as the original stone gradually revealed itself. "Congratulations, it's an imperial crack." A keen observer nearby had already spotted the jade flesh, sparking a chorus of lamentation and excitement. Wang Liang, in a fit of frustration, crouched on the ground, shining a light upon the jade, which was marred by an intricate web of cracks, tears brimming in his eyes. Yi Qing smiled faintly. The sky blue, high-grade iced jade, if flawless, could fetch a price upwards of several million. Alas, this particular piece was riddled with too many fissures, lacking even a smooth surface, rendering it utterly worthless. To encounter a royal crack is a more bitter disappointment than unveiling a white stone. It is a cruel jest by the heavens, luring you to paradise only to cast you back into hell. The immense psychological disparity is unbearable for many. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Liang stood, kicking the stone aside, exclaiming, "Damn it, what bad luck." He turned to glance at Yi Qing, saying, "Do you see? This is the gamble of stone. Until you cut it open, you shall remain oblivious to its contents." Yi Qing chuckled. "Oh, don't be so disheartened, my friend from Kyoto. Do you need fare? Perhaps I could lend you some, and you could repay me when we settle our scores?" "No need." Wang Liang waved his hand dismissively, striding away without looking back. Shen Junyi gazed at Yi Qing in astonishment. for she alone comprehended why Yi Qing refrained from wagering on that stone. His assertion of its cracks was indeed validated as the royal fissure emerged. With the revelation of the royal crack, the crowd's enthusiasm dissipated significantly, many departing with sighs of resignation. Boss Chi observed the retreating gamblers with a bittersweet smile, lamenting, "Brother, it's all in your hands now." This is the nature of stone gambling. Players chase after fortune, and when luck is in their favor, the celebration ignites, drawing throngs of eager buyers. Conversely, when fortune falters, they turn on their heels and leave, unable to be retained. A handful remained, intrigued, as they awaited the unfolding drama of further stone unveilings. Yi Qing handed the stone to the master cutter and turned to see Shen Junyi whispering with a young woman clad in a purple dress. The stone cutter inquired, "Ready to cut?" "No, please wait." Yi Qing quickly replied, "I purchased this stone because it resembles a loaf of bread. If it gets ruined, it can still serve as a travel memento." The master cutter smiled at him. "A true expert." "Not at all." Yi Qing hastily shook his head. "I'm merely relying on luck. Generally, in Mo Wanji, no one dares to gamble on stones. Those who do bet on the quality and color. The black sand is the most likely to yield high quality and color. However, the obvious drawback is the presence of cracks, necessitating the need to open a window. If the window reveals high color, the stone need not be cut further, allowing one to directly transfer the risk to a buyer. Chapter 10. Exceptional High Icy Blue. The consequence of a single cut could lead to a disastrous reveal, much like Wang Liang, who gambled on high ice and high color, but ended up with a royal crack, rendering it worthless. Hence, the master cutter deemed him an expert. The cutter took out the drill bit, preparing to open the window. Yi Qing glanced at him helplessly, knowing the master was being intentional. "If you give me a diamond grit bit, this material is of high quality. A standard bit 1T suffice. A hard cut could damage the meat. If I win, I will reward you handsomely." The master cutter chuckled at him. "And you claim not to be an expert." Boss Chi laughed while giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Brother, you really are not being fair." Yi Qing also laughed, knowing one could feign ignorance when purchasing stones, but not when cutting them. "If I were fair, you would not be. And you'd slit my throat with a single cut. You have drained me as well. A single cut costs 400,000, and I admitted it myself." Boss Chi shook his head with a bitter smile. Yet such is the nature of stone gambling, a game of wits where skill determines the victor. At that moment, Shen Junyi and the procurement manager from Tianlu Jewelry approached, whispering, "What is the significance of this?" Boss Chi responded with a knowing smile, casting a glance towards the procurement manager. Observing Yi Qing, his gaze now held a hint of warning. Following his line of sight, Yi Qing noticed a cluster of individuals surrounding the cutting machine. Among them were 3 or 4 elegantly dressed gamblers, who cast a wary glance at the lady in the purple dress before shifting their attention back to Yi Qing. Realization dawned upon him. These suited individuals were merchants affiliated with the Jade Association, poised to purchase any high-quality jade that might emerge from the stone. This was advantageous for the stone gamblers, yet potentially perilous for Yi Qing. With Shen Junyi and the purple-clad beauty engaged in light-hearted conversation, the Jade Association members regarded him as an adversary. Indeed, fellow professionals can often be rivals. Yi Qing maintained a facade of ease, though internally, he heightened his vigilance. Noticing Yi Qing's silence, Shen Junyi prodded, "I am asking you something." Yi Qing, feeling exasperated, replied, "Typically, raw stones with a good texture can be worked with a standard grinding head. However, the external characteristics of this particular stone suggest that it possesses sufficient age and quality. Thus, a regular grinding head would struggle to penetrate it. A diamond grinding head must be used to gradually polish it. The choice of grinding head varies according to personal preference, with no fixed rules. Those knowledgeable in the field understand this, while the uninformed may be easily deceived. A careless mistake could damage the material, and no compensation would be offered." Shen Junyi pressed on, "How did you discern the imperial cracks within that raw stone?" Yi Qing cast a swift glance at Boss Chi and promptly remarked, "Let us discuss this matter at a later time. It is not suitable now." Shen Junyi understood the implication and glanced at the elegantly dressed lady in the purple gown beside her. The lady smiled charmingly, but refrained from approaching. However, Boss Chi turned and chuckled, "Indeed, a connoisseur. Since you possess the knowledge of stone polishing, why not try your hand at it personally? It would be unfortunate for my shop's staff to mar the stone." Yi Qing vehemently shook his head, thinking it absurd. The intricate craftsmanship of a narrow sky, the graceful willow-like eyebrows, coupled with the 8-legged spider window, was a unique skill of his master. It was likely that Boss Chi would recognize it. Once he was identified as a disciple of Wen Yuanshan, he would undoubtedly be treated as a prize to be exploited. "To be honest, boss, I merely have a superficial understanding and cannot be deemed proficient. Should I attempt to polish the window myself, it would surely end in disaster, leaving me with nowhere to lament. Boss Chi merely smiled noncommittally, having already concluded that Yi Qing was playing the role of a humble novice while concealing his true prowess. He found it curious that such a youthful expert had emerged in the gambling stone circle. This was Yi Qing's first official foray into stone gambling. Although a sum of 100,000 yuan was trivial to him, the tension was inescapable. He finally comprehended why his master had gone to great lengths to temper his character. The exhilarating thrill of fluctuating fortunes, one moment impoverished, the next affluent, and then tearing through burlap, was undeniably addictive. Yi Qing clenched his fists tightly, intently observing the master as he polished the stone, gradually revealing the window's surface. The master rinsed the stone with a hose, then lifted his gaze in astonishment towards him. Yi Qing felt a sudden quickening of his heartbeat and a slight difficulty in breathing, as the dragon stone pendant hanging on his chest emitted a chill, awakening him to clarity. Yi Qing had already discerned the stone's hue. The azure hue resembles the boundless sky. The master in the shop chuckled, indeed, a true expert. Although we did not uncover the coveted imperial green, we have unearthed a magnificent sea sky blue, truly exquisite. Shen Junyi grasped his wrist tightly, exclaiming in excitement. We won the bet. Yi Qing nodded, wielding a powerful flashlight. Upon illuminating the stone, the most resplendent blue emerged, reminiscent of a clear sky after the rain, breathtakingly beautiful. The gemologist smiled, declaring, the value of this material is bound to surge. The only uncertainty lies in how many-fold it will increase, but a substantial reward is assured. Boss Chi approached, drawn by the light, and exclaimed with envy, this exquisite high-grade sea sky blue is simply stunning. I haven't seen anything like it in many years. Moreover, the material is aged, entirely transparent, as if sunlight were dancing upon the surface of the sea. Brother, are you selling? 1 million. Shen Junyi gasped in astonishment. Unable to close her mouth, the stone she had purchased for 100,000 had merely revealed a window the size of a fingertip. And now he was offering 1 million to buy it back. Yi Qing smiled subtly, aware that Boss Chi was praising the stone's color, luster, and clarity while deliberately glossing over their true value, clearly seeking a bargain. Yet, the novice admires the color, while the connoisseur evaluates the clarity and luster. By Boss Chi's estimation, what should be the price of this stone? His inquiry was merely habitual, as he typically does not gamble on stones in Kyoto, while also seeking to ascertain Boss Chi's honesty in valuation. Boss Chi regarded him earnestly. It's not quite of glass quality, but the clarity is comparable to high ice. There are 8 bracelet positions, each valued at approximately 200,000, bringing the total to around 1,600,000. Shen Junyi retorted angrily, then why would you offer 1 million? Isn't that blatant exploitation? Boss Chi chuckled. This merely reveals a window. It does not signify that the interior is fully laden. Only a full load warrants such a price. My friend, are you buying or not? Just give me an answer. Yi Qing smiled faintly. Although Boss Chi mentioned a bracelet, he refrained from discussing the core. The core can be valued, with each at a minimum of 100,000, and some additional rough material can yield a few more tens, starting at 10,000. However, this price is reasonable, considering it is merely a window opening and not completely unveiled. Yi Qing replied earnestly, Boss Chi, you can see for yourself that this is my first venture into stone gambling. We must unveil it before discussing the price. Moreover, a mere surface increase does not constitute a real rise. Should the interior change its variety, you would incur a significant loss. Shen Junyi exclaimed. The material can actually change its type. Such is the nature of stone gambling. Until it is unveiled, no one can predict the transformations that may occur within. Boss Chi laughed. If you are determined to gamble without seeing the truth, then let us unveil it. Yi Qing examined the material and gestured. Make a cut from the middle to preserve the bracelet's position. Boss Chi replied with a grin. You are quite confident, my friend. Once this cut is made, should it change its type, the value may plummet by half. If cracks appear, it may become worthless. Chapter 11. A surge worth millions not a problem. I can afford 100,000. Yi Qing was well aware of Boss Chi's intentions. He would not cut the material himself, but would rather sell it to an unsuspecting buyer. With the clarity revealed by the window, he could profit 600,000. Boss Chi winced at the thought. Seasoned gamblers know when to take their winnings. Risking a cut truly tests one's luck. The stone cutter secured the material in the machine and made the decisive cut. Everyone clenched their fists, anxiously watching as if the stone was theirs. Valued at 1 million. It was a significant piece. With this cut, they could either gain several million or lose a car or a house. No one dared to make a definitive claim. The thrill of cutting the stone was inexpressible, as the cutting machine's piercing noise heightened everyone's pulse and quickened their heartbeats. Rising, rising, rising. Low growls echoed from each throat. Even from Shinjunyi. Yiqing also desired to feign a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, the allure of gambling on stones possessed a peculiar magic, surging one's adrenaline and rendering one unable to resist. This piece was initially appraised at 160,000, not yet accounting for its quality and surface. If it remained unblemished and unchanged, it could easily add another 100,000. The cutting machine gradually penetrated the stone, akin to a blade that determined life and death, capable of elevating you to paradise or plunging you into despair. Boss Chi cheerfully offered a cigarette. It's quite torturous. Yiqing accepted the cigarette, igniting it with Boss Chi's lighter and taking a deep drag. I finally comprehend why many, despite knowing the risks involved in gambling on stones, travel great distances to partake. This endeavor is indeed addictive. Boss Chi nodded, visibly apprehensive. Indeed, it is addictive. When one sees a stone revealing exquisite jade with outstanding color and clarity, the thought of not uncovering it is utterly unbearable. However, the greatest peril in gambling on stones is this addiction. Many chase the thrill, ultimately losing their fortunes. Yiqing exhaled a plume of smoke, smiling as he inquired. Then, Boss Chi, since you enjoy excitement so much, why not gamble on stones yourself? Observing others as they unveil the mysteries of stone and engaging in the gamble myself are two entirely different matters. I, too, fear the allure of addiction. Boss Chi chuckled bitterly, stating, Thus, I sell stones rather than gamble on them, for I do not wish to find myself among those queuing on the rooftop one day. Yiqing found himself at a loss for words, his gaze fixated on the cutting machine, as the stone was on the verge of being sliced open. The moment of truth, heaven or hell, was imminent. The cacophony of the cutting machine finally ceased, and all eyes turned toward Yiqing. He did not rush forward to initiate the extraction. Instead, he emulated Yu Qian, leisurely finishing his cigarette. With each inhalation, his body trembled. The smoke lodged uncomfortably within his lungs, a sensation both distressing and exhilarating. The stonecutter looked at Yiqing with anticipation. This window could be worth 1 million. And he dared not proceed carelessly. Gamblers often place their faith in fortune, yet he sensed a lack of such luck within himself. Should misfortune strike, who would bear the blame? All eyes were fixed on Yiqing, awaiting the revelation of the stone. Yiqing discarded the cigarette, but took a step forward and began to gently peel back the stone. He fully understood the implications. The stakes had risen, and from this moment forth, he could embark on his own journey in the world of stone gambling. Should he lose, he would have to return to Kyoto, continuing his life as a stone seller. Suddenly, he grasped why his master had deposited 200 million into his account. It was to empower him to gamble boldly. For the next wager, he must not only be capable of winning, but also be prepared to lose. A year of stone cutting, 2 years of unveiling, and 3 years of honing his skills had equipped him with the ability to decipher the secrets inscribed by nature upon the jadeite rough. 200 million represented his courage. Yiqing meticulously pulled the stone apart, the veins on his forehead standing out, pulsing with intensity. Observing the extraction of the stone is akin to embarking on a roller coaster ride. As the immense pressure from the abrupt descent from the heavens torments one into a profuse sweat, each individual holds their breath, acutely aware of the rhythmic thumping of their own heart. As the stone is gradually pried open, it feels as though the very string within one's heart has been severed. The thrill is palpable. Yiqing's eyes widen in astonishment as he gazes at the stone being unveiled. Its surface is smooth as a mirror, devoid of any fissures. It swells, it burgeons, indeed. It flourishes. Such fortune. The onlookers are beside themselves, leaping with joy. Boss Chi lets out a sigh, well aware that he is fated to be estranged from this piece. Even if he were to purchase it at a high price, there would be little profit to be had. Brother, your luck is admirable. Boss, could you appraise it once more? Yiqing casts a glance at the men in suits. With a smile, Boss Chi remarks, the stone is flawless, without cracks, mutations, or discoloration, presenting a uniform sky blue hue. It accommodates 8 bangles, and one could procure 8 additional tags. There are also more than 10 cabochons. He refrains from stating a price, instead surveying the 3 merchants affiliated with the Jade Association. 5 million. A lady in a purple dress exclaims, unable to contain herself. A fair-faced young man, sporting no facial hair, glances at her with a grin. 6 million. I shall claim it. 650,000. The lady in purple refuses to concede. This price yields no profit, yet it is exquisite jade. 7 million. The fair-faced young man leisurely escalates his bid. This has already reached an exorbitant sum. According to current market conditions, selling it would result in a loss of 500,000. The lady in purple gently bites her cherry lips, making one final bid, 750,000. The fair-faced young man ponders for a moment. 8 million. The highest price. Yi Qing discreetly nudged Shen Junyi beside her. Shen Junyi was taken aback for a moment, but soon regained her composure and raised her hand, exclaiming, I bid 9 million. Boss Qi was momentarily astonished, then revealed a peculiar smile. Final bid, 9,500,000. The fair-skinned young man regarded Shen Junyi with suspicion. Boss Qi chuckled, brother, that's enough. Whoever buys this material will incur a loss of at least 2 million. Who would purchase something at a loss? Shen Junyi firmly believed that no one would engage in such unprofitable transactions. Yi Qing called out, sell it. The beauty in the purple dress displayed a look of disappointment. She truly dared not accept such a price. The fair-skinned young man quickly approached, extending his hand with a smile. Wang Bo, director of the Jade Association. Let us be friends. Yi Qing, an unemployed drifter from Kyoto. Yi Qing smiled and shook his hand. My girlfriend is a bit clueless. Brother Wang, please don't mind. That 1 million doesn't count. The Jade Association has abundant funds and isn't concerned about that million. Besides, I'm merely carrying out a task. And saving money isn't for me. Wang Bo laughed heartily. 1 million is worth it to befriend someone as lucky as you. Next time you gamble on high-end jade, do give me a call. I'll purchase at a premium. Wang Bo took out a business card and handed it to Yi Qing with both hands. Certainly, certainly. Yi Qing accepted the card with both hands. When one shows respect, it is essential to reciprocate with courtesy. Those in high society uplift one another, while those in lower strata trample on others. This is a lesson taught to him by his father. Chapter 12, The Immortal Game. Brother, provide me with an account number. I will transfer the funds to you. Please grant me 500,000 in cash, so I may distribute red envelopes and share in the good fortune. Yi Qing smiled as she shared her account details, promptly dialing Wang Bo's number from her phone. She then silenced her message notifications. Before long, a message confirming the receipt of 9 million arrived. Wang Bo handed her a leather suitcase, saying, here are 500,000 in cash. Please count it. No need. I trust you, Brother Wang. Yi Qing replied with a smile, turning to Boss Qi. Please give the stone master 100,000, and let the rest be shared among everyone. A generous gesture indeed. Boss Qi laughed heartily. Wang Yong, go set off some firecrackers. We have a great fortune here. The onlookers erupted in cheers, with 100,000 going to the stone master, while the boss retained another 100,000. The remaining 300,000 would allow each person to receive over 20,000. The individuals present were less concerned with the money itself and more with the stroke of luck that had revealed a high-quality ice blue stone valued at 9,500,000. Those who had received their winnings hurried to select stones, while others, drawn in by the commotion, surged forward. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Yi Qing led Shen Junyi away. Even as they walked a considerable distance, the night market continued to echo with the sounds of firecrackers. Shen Junyi, feeling a pang of concern, remarked, you are quite generous. You handed over 500,000 so easily. This place is fraught with hidden depths that you may not comprehend. Yi Qing replied, taking her place in the driver's seat, unwilling to let Shen Junyi take the wheel. Still caught up in her excitement, Shen Junyi, seated in the passenger seat, responded, what is there to misunderstand? The stones in the shop are all ordinary. Was it mere luck that we uncovered such a high-quality ice blue stone? Yi Qing cast a fleeting glance at her before swiftly departing. The true gems lie within the vault on the second floor, yet you lack the financial means to access them. Boss Qi would undoubtedly refuse you. Spending money is merely one approach. That piece of jade is a genuine loss. It is indeed a loss, yet something feels amiss. I have yet to grasp the full extent of the situation. What more could it be? The Jade Association is intent on preventing Chen Lu from acquiring high-quality jade. Shen Junyi shot him a scornful look. Chen Lu has arranged to meet you at the Crown Restaurant. She is treating you to a meal. Call her and inform her to return to her hotel, change her attire, switch her vehicle, and then select a modest restaurant, requesting a private room. As Yi Qing drove aimlessly through the streets, a sense of frustration lingered. What scheme are you concocting now? Yi Qing replied with a rueful smile, sister, engage your mind for a moment. The Jade Association has long set their sights on Chen Lu. If they witness my meeting with her, our chances of procuring raw stones at the Delong night market would be utterly dashed. Shen Junyi quickly grasped the gravity of the matter. Their target was not Yi Qing, but rather Chen Lu. She promptly dialed a number. All right, she will send me her location shortly. Indeed, not entirely foolish. Yi Qing nodded in approval. Now that you have witnessed my capabilities, it is time you divulge the nature of your relationship with my master. Without a hint of hesitation, Shin Junyi replied. A contractual relationship. He provided me with 1 million to assist him in handling these affairs. Very well, you may return tomorrow. You are not the one who hired me. So what gives you the right to dismiss me? Shin Junyi transformed back into the icy lawyer, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Qing. I will not refund the money. I am not asking for a refund. Yi Qing replied ruthlessly. This matter is no longer any of your concern. I will bear all the debts alone. You may leave. Shin Junyi, with a stern expression, coldly retorted. What does this amount to? A case of abandoning the donkey after the grind? You are the donkey. Yi Qing countered. You are the donkey. Shin Junyi seethed with rage. I am a lawyer and must adhere to the contract. I will not leave until Mr. Wen's commission is resolved. The night is so beautiful, yet you choose to act shamelessly towards me. I will not leave. If you refuse to leave, then tonight you shall warm my bed. Yi Qing scoffed. Is it not all about money? Make me comfortable, and I shall oblige you. Shin Junyi exclaimed in anger. How can you be so shameless? This is not shamelessness. Rather, it is me presenting you with a choice, which you have declined. Yi Qing took a deep breath. Regardless, you are far cleaner than those Myanmar girls. You need not worry about soiling your body. Shin Junyi inhaled deeply, calming herself from her tumultuous emotions, and coldly inquired, Tell me, why are you so determined to drive me away? Yi Qing parked the Bentley at the roadside and turned to look at her. You are clever, but you do not understand the world of gambling stones. Staying would only jeopardize my affairs. Shin Junyi gazed at him in astonishment. Clarify your words, or I will not leave. Yi Qing gritted her teeth and said, Let me tell you, Tianlu Jewelry has secured 200 million worth of high-quality jadeite. This Black Sand King appeared just as my sister was rising. My master cut the emperor's crack, and the bank came knocking for repayment before the due date. The Jadeite Association took advantage of the situation to seize my master's shop. Do you think this is mere coincidence? Shin Junyi was taken aback. You suspect this is a scheme? My master's gambling stone workshop and Suiyu building are hardly worth 500 million. Yi Qing replied with a tinge of melancholy. In my estimation, 300 million is the ceiling. It would be fortunate for the Jadeite Association to acquire it at a low price without adding insult to injury. Why would they pay 500 million? Shin Junyi pondered. Perhaps they are helping out due to their relationship with your master? What kind of relationship is worth 200 million? Do you truly believe such people exist in this world? Yi Qing scoffed contemptuously. Moreover, my master has never had a good rapport with the Jadeite Association. Shin Junyi began to comprehend, her skepticism resurfacing. But if they intend to harm your master, why would they offer an additional 200 million? Without tenfold profits, they wouldn't go to such lengths to set a trap. Yi Qing sighed. That is why I must conceal my connection to my master and investigate this matter discreetly. However, since you have previously assisted my master with the transfer procedures for the Gambling Stone Workshop and Suiyu building, your identity has been completely exposed. Today at the Jilung Gambling Stone Workshop, Boss Chi has already begun to suspect me, and the people from the Jadeite Association are not fools. Therefore, it is in your best interest for me to leave. Yi Qing nodded gently. If you were not a direct relative of my master, there would be no need for you to wade through this murky water, lest you invite disaster. Shin Junyi fixed her gaze upon his eyes and inquired, And what of you? Knowing full well the dangers, you choose to remain. Yi Qing responded with a smile. This is precisely where your understanding of the stone gambling circle falters. In this realm, the status of a jade appraiser is highly esteemed. No one would dare to harm such an individual lightly. Moreover, I am the direct disciple of my master, bound by duty to shoulder all his responsibilities. Shin Junyi, perplexed, queried, Is this the nature of the relationship between master and disciple in the stone gambling circle? Yi Qing explained, The character father and master refers to one's progenitor. My master treats me as his own child, and I serve him as a son would his father. Even should my master have direct relatives, when he passes, a portion of his inheritance is rightfully mine. Yi Qing stated solemnly, I may renounce it, but my master cannot. However, with inheritance comes obligation. You share no blood ties with my master, and thus bear no necessity to assume such risks. Chapter 13. The beautiful lawyer becomes a senior sister. Shin Junyi's bright eyes sparkled with realization. A transaction of such magnitude will undoubtedly leave a trail in the bank records. In my capacity as a lawyer, I can assist you in uncovering the recipient, thereby revealing who is plotting against your master. Dear sister, are you aware that there exists a method called money laundering? Yi Qing lamented. This sum has long been transferred elsewhere, and it would take a convoluted journey abroad before it could return home. Furthermore, even if you were to trace the stone's owner, you would possess no legal recourse to reclaim that money. This is fraud. Shin Junyi exclaimed indignantly. I can bring charges against him. Yi Qing glanced at her with resignation. That is precisely why I said you do not understand the rules of the stone gambling circle. Until a raw stone is cut open, no one can definitively ascertain whether it contains jade or mere rock. The rise and fall are determined by fate. There is no notion of deception involved. Unless the stone is a counterfeit, only then can one lodge a complaint. Yi Qing sighed. However, everyone is aware that this stone was the champion of its time. It is merely that someone employed underhanded tactics, leading my master to make an erroneous judgment. In this industry, it is referred to as being drugged. Shen Junyi remained silent. Yi Qing observed her quietly. Do not let your imagination run wild. I shall seek vengeance in my own way. You are of no assistance in this matter. The best course of action for you is to leave and completely forget about it. Shen Junyi responded earnestly. What if I have a reason not to leave? Unless you can persuade me. I am of mixed heritage, hailing from Mujia. I only acquired this nationality for the sake of my education. Shen Junyi stated seriously. In other words, you are the daughter of your master. Why do you not bear the surname one? I am uncertain. Shen Junyi sighed. I came here at the age of 10, and at the time of my registration, that was the name assigned to me. Yi Qing pressed on. Do you have any other evidence? Shen Junyi shot him a sideways glance. Mocking. You want me to provide proof that my father is indeed my father? How absurd. Yi Qing broke into a sweat. But the household registration book must contain your father's name. I registered independently. Shen Junyi swiftly retrieved the household registration book from her coach bag and handed it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing opened the door to find that the homeowner was Shen Junyi. With an empty expression, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "This old fox. What trickery is he up to now? I truly cannot comprehend the nature of your relationship with your master." Shen Junyi looked at him with curiosity. In just half a day, I have heard you berate my father repeatedly, yet your respect for him is palpable. Yi Qing let out a bitter laugh. You still do not understand your father. He is nothing but an old trickster who has meticulously transformed me, a young man of integrity, into a petty deceiver. Shen Junyi playfully inquired, so you believe in my identity now? Indeed, Yi Qing sighed. This is merely my master's usual method. Shen Junyi, in disbelief, responded. And you believe this so easily? Yi Qing pointed to himself. Ever since I became his disciple, he has forbidden me from stepping foot in Yunnan. And neither Jie Gao nor De Long are aware of my status as when Yuan Shan's pupil. Shen Junyi was at a loss for words. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and said, as a result, this time he has gone too far, dragging both his disciple and his daughter into this mess. Are you still insisting that I leave? Yi Qing replied solemnly. Yes, I must go, but not to Kunming. We shall head to the capital, where no one dares to lay a finger on you. You are so confident. Shen Junyi exclaimed in surprise. Do you think your father accepts just any disciple? Yi Qing chuckled. The tendency to cherish one's own possessions is a common flaw among our people, without some special connection. He would rather carry his unparalleled skills to the grave than take on a disciple. I'm intrigued, Shen Junyi remarked with a hint of suspicion. I'm curious as to how your father, a denizen of the capital, and mine, residing in Jiegao, ever crossed paths. Though, I suppose that's not the crux of the matter, and neither of our fathers ever elucidated the details. Yi Qing chuckled. The salient point is that you're departing tomorrow. I'll contact my elder brother and have him arrange for you to reside at the Nanshan retirement home to keep my grandfather company. Your grandfather resides at the Nanshan retirement home? Even with limited knowledge, Shen Junyi recognized that such a place was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Don't dwell on it. Yi Qing instructed. Simply adhere to my arrangements. Shen Junyi stated gravely. And if I refuse to leave? Why are you so persistent? Yi Qing inquired. I assure you, I will investigate the truth of the matter and recover every penny, entrusting it to your discretion. I apprenticed under my master, and nothing else holds significance. No wonder my father trusts you implicitly, instructing me to contact you the moment he felt unwell, Shen Junyi remarked with a smile. However, I cannot leave. Once your father's health permits a transfer, I will arrange for him to be moved to the capital, where he will receive the finest medical care, Yi Qing solemnly declared. You need not concern yourself with any of this. You, as his disciple, dare to take risks, so why shouldn't I, as his daughter? Because you are a woman. Yi Qing exclaimed in exasperation. If anything untoward were to happen, how could I ever face them? Shen Junyi's eyes sparkled as she employed a subtle goading tactic. With you as my protector, what harm could possibly befall me? Do you lack such confidence? Yi Qing, in a fit of exasperation, tugged at his hair. It's not a lack of confidence. It's just that for a girl navigating the outside world, the stakes can be perilously high. You understand? And I don't want you to suffer any indignities. Shen Junyi smirked disdainfully. I am not easily intimidated. I have seen my fair share of the world, Yi Qing. By the way, how old are you? Wait, you first. Yi Qing exclaimed. Shen Junyi's eyes twinkled mischievously as she declared, I am 22. I am 25. All right. You are the elder sister. Yi Qing sighed with a wry smile. Though you are older, you are still a girl. You look down on women. Shen Junyi shot him a sidelong glance. We are not discussing that. Yi Qing found himself at a loss. A woman of high intelligence. Her ability to change the subject was equally formidable. What we should focus on is your trip to Kyoto tomorrow. I will not leave, Shen Junyi replied, her smile radiant. As for concealing your identity, that is for you to figure out, but do not think you can drive me away. If you are not afraid of facing any difficulties, then stay. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. What kind of difficulties? Shen Junyi inquired with curiosity. Chapter 14. Open and above-board usury when you are my girlfriend. Even if we do not share a bed, we must reside in the same room. Yi Qing frowned. Moreover, I cannot go to my master's villa. I need to book a room at the Tunglong Grand Hotel. What sort of grievance is that, as long as you do not take it too far? Shen Junyi raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. If one is a wolf, one must feast on meat. Yi Qing deliberately sought to instill a sense of trepidation in her. As a couple, romance is inevitable. Who knows? Perhaps one day we shall indulge in steak and red wine, and then I shall take you to bed, reaping both wealth and pleasure. I am so frightened. If you dare, then come. Shen Junyi was aware that Yi Qing was a man of extravagant words, yet he was fundamentally principled, which only served to provoke her further. Yi Qing found himself in a state of vexation, as his attempts at teasing had backfired, leaving him the target of Shen Junyi's playful taunts. Ding! Shen Junyi's phone emitted a gentle chime. She cast a playful glance at him, saying, You think you can outwit me? Upon unlocking her phone, she discovered a message from Chen Lu, suggesting a rendezvous at a private dining establishment. Yi Qing responded affirmatively, starting the engine of his Bentley as they ventured into the underground parking of Delong Commercial Center. What are you doing? Shen Junyi inquired, astonished by his actions. Take notes. Yi Qing replied without elaboration, locating a parking space and securing the Bentley before stepping out of the car. Shen Junyi, though bewildered, posed no further questions and donned her fitted blazer before exiting the vehicle. Yi Qing approached, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and they ascended to the mall via the elevator. The evening bustle filled the shopping center, with bodies pressed closely together, Shen Junyi nearly adhering to Yi Qing's side. The young man directed the elevator straight to the 4th floor, yet upon arrival, he did not disembark. Instead, he pressed the button for the 1st floor. Embracing Shen Junyi, he led her out of the mall's entrance and hailed a taxi, both swiftly slipping inside. Just as the door closed, Shen Junyi noticed 2 men in black suits sprinting from the entrance, glancing around in search of something. Driver, take us there. Yi Qing cast a glance at Shen Junyi, who smiled and remarked, Old Han's private kitchen. The taxi driver pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. He glanced at Yi Qing in the rearview mirror and said, Boss, it seems you've fallen into the clutches of usury. Indeed, Yi Qing lamented, furrowing his brow. Today, the funds for gambling stones fell short, and I borrowed $1 million with the agreement to repay by tomorrow. Yi Qing sighed heavily, but alas, the gamble collapsed, and now they are pursuing me. I cannot bear the weight of this debt, 10% interest, and these old Burmese are quite ruthless. Should they resort to violence, they simply return to Muse, leaving the police powerless. The taxi driver responded solemnly, if the boss has the means, it would be wise to repay them swiftly. If they cannot find you, they will inevitably wait for you at the bus station or airport. There is no escaping them. I called home, he continued, but the bank is closed at night. The funds cannot be transferred until tomorrow. Yi Qing grimaced, I just dread how I will explain this upon my return. The taxi driver chuckled. What one fears most in life is having money in the bank while one is in heaven, with one's children calling another man father and one's wife sharing a bed with someone else. Judging by your attire, you are not without means. Perhaps a minor loss for the sake of peace of mind is worth it. You can gamble again tomorrow. Who knows, you might strike it rich with an imperial green. Shen Junyi, caught between laughter and tears, questioned, do the police not intervene when these old Burmese lend at such exorbitant rates? They do, but their efforts are in vain. The taxi driver retorted dismissively. When a gambler sets his sights on a stone but lacks cash, he rushes to the bank, only to find that by the time he retrieves his funds, the stone is no longer available. Hence, he must turn to the old Burmese, who possess the ready cash. Victory necessitates restitution, defeat mandates it even more so. Evading responsibility only exacerbates one's predicament. Such is the nature of the Emerald City, where affluence is measured not by familial wealth, but by the currency in one's possession. Yi Qing chuckled, amused. Driving a taxi is arduous work. This locale, a veritable mecca for gemstone gambling, presents ample opportunities for financial gain. Why not partake in the gamble yourself, sir? Gemstone gambling requires both capital and fortune. The taxi driver responded with a smile. An individual like myself possesses neither, thus I dare not venture into such pursuits. However, I occasionally facilitate connections for a modest remuneration, which suffices. Sir, Yi Qing inquired with a grin, do you possess knowledge of where to procure quality stones? Perhaps you could broker an introduction. Upon the arrival of funds tomorrow, I shall be adequately financed. The taxi driver cast a glance at him. Sir, having incurred a loss of 1 million today, how did you convey this to your family? Yi Qing, without hesitation, replied, I informed them of a 2 million loss. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The taxi driver exclaimed with admiration. It appears your family is of considerable wealth, not particularly affluent, merely engaged in construction, having erected a dozen or so buildings for others, earning a modest commission. Yi Qing fabricated effortlessly, eliciting admiration from Shen Junyi. Those in the construction business are typically magnates, the taxi driver remarked, now regarding him with greater esteem. Sir, allow me to acquire your contact information. I have several Burmese acquaintances who occasionally bring forth clandestine merchandise. Upon their arrival, I shall notify you. Provide me with your number. I shall contact you, Yi Qing responded, retrieving his mobile device and dialing the taxi driver's number. My name is Lu Chong, the taxi driver announced as he parked the vehicle in front of Old Han's private cuisine. Sir, await my auspicious tidings. Discovering exquisite treasures, he offers a substantial reward. With a hearty laugh, Yi Qing hands the taxi driver a $100 bill, stating, no need for change. Thank you, boss. The taxi driver waves and departs swiftly. After such lengthy discourse, you genuinely intend for him to assist in your search for goods. Shen Junyi, adjusting her crumpled dress, furrows her brow and inquires. In Ruele, there exist 3 types of individuals most attuned to the latest news. Yi Qing asserts gravely, the Jadeite Guild, the caravans, and the Old Burmese. These taxi drivers serve as their eyes and ears. Had he not overheard our conversation, he would have sold us out without hesitation. Yet, one cannot guarantee he won't betray you now. Shen Junyi's concern surfaces instantly. Thus, a gamble is required. Yi Qing chuckles. Should I need to head to the airport or bus station, he would promptly notify his contacts. However, I do not intend to flee. And as he stands to gain financially, he naturally wouldn't betray me. Moreover, the more associates one has, the more avenues become available. If that stone indeed originates from the Jadeite Guild, and they recognize my identity, I must contemplate procuring goods from the Old Burmese. Shen Junyi nods gently, expressing her worries. But can the Old Burmese be trusted? In this world, trust is a rare commodity. Yi Qing replies nonchalantly, they conduct business with a strong sense of integrity. Besides, my master has numerous business partners among the Old Burmese. Unfortunately, my master's contact list resembles a cryptic script, making it impossible for me to discern who is who. I spent my childhood in Muse and have never ventured further. Shen Junyi sighs. In this regard, I am of no assistance to you. Yi Qing chuckles softly. I never truly expected your help. This remark stings deeply. Shen Junyi let out a cold snort and strode towards the front desk. Addressing the attendant clad in a distinctive uniform, we are looking for a friend in box 608. Certainly, miss. The charming attendant flashed a sweet smile. Please follow me. Chapter 15. Love at first sight is merely infatuation. Wait a moment. Yi Qing interjected with a smile. Has box 608 already placed their order? Yes, it has been ordered, and we are merely waiting for you, sir, and you, miss. Yi Qing's captivating smile elicited a glance of envy from the attendant towards Shen Junyi. Please settle the bill for me first. Yi Qing cheerfully handed over a bank card. How much is it in total? The attendant lowered her gaze to process the card. The total is 2,800. Thank you for your patronage. Is my friend the only one in the box? Yi Qing retrieved his card and quietly inquired. Yes, sir. That young lady has been waiting for half an hour. Yi Qing asked with a playful smile. Do you not recognize my friend? She is a star. Would you like me to help you get her autograph? The attendant appeared thoughtful. That young lady is indeed beautiful, but I do not recall her. Is she truly a star? Yi Qing replied earnestly. She acts in web dramas. She may not be well known yet, but she will undoubtedly achieve great fame soon. The attendant couldn't help but chuckle, and even Shen Junyi found it hard to suppress a smile. Box 608 is just inside. Do you need me to escort you? Sir and miss. No need. Yi Qing wrapped his arm around Shen Junyi's slender waist and made his way towards the box. Shen Junyi, puzzled, remarked. Are you truly disparaging Chen Lu? She is treating us, yet you are the one settling the bill, as if she cannot afford it. I wish to ascertain whether she possesses sufficient intelligence. Yi Qing cast her a sidelong glance, a smile gracing his lips, and lowered his voice, remarking, moreover, one cannot overlook the fact that the hand that feeds can also conceal treachery. We cannot be certain if this is merely a banquet of deception. You harbor suspicions regarding Qianlu? Shen Junyi gazed at him in astonishment. Is she not deserving of suspicion? Yi Qing replied with skepticism. Based on my understanding of her character, she does not embody such traits. Shen Junyi asserted earnestly. Furthermore, she is but a young lady. How could she orchestrate such grand affairs? You are quite familiar with her, Yi Qing observed warily. We were university classmates. I pursued a degree in legal studies, while she majored in business management, Shen Junyi explained with a smile. Moreover, we were roommates, sharing a residence for 4 years, so I am well acquainted with her character. Wait a moment. The more I hear, the more perplexed I become. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Even if you both attended the same university, you studied law and she studied business management, you were not in the same department. How could you possibly be roommates? She hails from a wealthy family. Upon enrolling, she purchased an apartment near the campus. Feeling lonely, she posted an advertisement for a roommate online, and I responded. Shen Junyi explained matter-of-factly. Ah, Yi Qing chuckled helplessly. What a twist of fate, yet you still intend to litigate against her. Shen Junyi shot him an exasperated glance. Do you truly believe I cannot separate personal matters from professional ones? She is aware that your father is Master One. Yi Qing inquired seriously. I have never mentioned it to her. Shen Junyi laughed. What scheme are you concocting? This matter must remain undisclosed. Yi Qing cautioned gravely. Furthermore, upon meeting her, you need only introduce me as Master One's disciple. Yi Qing located box 608 and gently knocked on the door. The door was swiftly opened. And even though he had encountered Qianlu at the Jilongstone gambling house, seeing her in the evening still took him by surprise. Qianlu had evidently made a considerable effort to prepare herself, donning a form-fitting black jumpsuit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her hair was elegantly styled in an updo, her neck long and graceful, and her complexion fair and exquisite, exuding a gentle tranquility. The contours of her bosom were striking, and her waist was slender. Truly a rare beauty. An elegant red thread adorned her neck, from which hung a jade-green Methria Buddha pendant, enhancing her skin's delicate sheen, devoid of any additional adornments. Yet, this single pendant outshone the Chanel watch and coach bag on Shen Junyi's wrist. Qianlu was also scrutinizing Yi Qing, a young man dressed in remarkably simple attire. Standing there quietly, exuding calmness and poise. His clean, handsome face bore a faint smile, and his pair of dark, deep-set eyes boldly met hers. A sweet smile blossomed on Qianlu's face as she quickly extended her hands, introducing herself. I am Shen Junyi's junior, Qianlu. Yi Qing returned her smile. Refraining from mentioning his position at Tianlu Jewelry, instead, he identified himself as Shen Junyi's boyfriend, subtly bridging their connection. He gently grasped her small hands, replying, I am Yi Qing, her boyfriend. This was indeed a subtle assertion of dominance. Qianlu glanced at Shen Junyi with a smile, remarking, I had thought that there were no secrets between me and my senior, yet it seems that having a boyfriend has changed that. A flicker of thought crossed Yi Qing's mind as she began to question the nature of her romantic relationship with Shen Junyi. With a smile, she elaborated. Our connection was one of instant attraction, a love at first sight, which can also imply a certain physical allure. However, Shen, the senior student, undoubtedly possessed the charm to captivate, and Mr. Yi, a paragon of youth and talent, had certainly left a lasting impression during today's jade appraisal. Qianlu, with profound significance in her tone, stepped aside to allow the two to enter. Once they were seated, she turned her gaze towards Yi Qing, saying originally, I intended to treat you, but it appears Mr. Yi has preempted me by settling the bill. It seems you harbor some suspicion towards me. Mutual sentiments. Yi Qing responded with a laugh. Otherwise, Miss Qin would not have instructed the waiter to notify you should someone take care of the bill. Shen Junyi interjected with a playful wave. Enough of your cunning games, you two. Let us hasten the serving of the dishes. I am quite famished. Qianlu gently rang the bell, and soon the waiter arrived, bringing forth an abundance of dishes that filled the table. After the waiter had retreated, she smiled and remarked, This is my first time here as well. Knowing that Mr. Yi had just disembarked from his flight without dining, I specifically ordered a roasted venison leg, which is reputed to be a signature dish of this establishment. Please, just call me Yi Qing. Yi Qing replied with a smile. You possess a keen intellect, Miss Chun. She continued, Your eloquence is quite refreshing, making interactions with you feel like a gentle spring breeze. Do refrain from calling me Miss Chun. Qianlu playfully admonished with a sidelong glance. The title Miss has been rather misused by men. Simply call me Qianlu, or sister if you prefer. Yi Qing chuckled and quickly clarified. Being the daughter of a billion-dollar jewelry enterprise, I certainly did not intend any disrespect. It feels inappropriate to address you by your first name, so sister it shall be. Must I call you little brother? Qianlu quipped with a playful smile, casting a glance at Shinjunyi. Aren't you afraid that the senior will feel jealous? You two are utterly envious. Shinjunyi, hearing this, scoffed and boldly declared, call me whatever you wish. Chenlu, if you possess the capability, feel free to snatch him away from me. I wouldn't mind. As long as the senior doesn't sue me, that is. Chenlu, adept at creating a lively atmosphere, smiled radiantly. He must be famished. Let him savor a few bites first. I brought a bottle of Romani Conti to enjoy slowly later. You are quite generous. That wine costs over 200,000. Shinjunyi exclaimed. Why didn't you present it when you welcomed me? We are sisters. And he is both my brother-in-law and a distinguished guest. Not to mention this is our first meeting, Chenlu replied, rolling her eyes. Naturally, one must extend a warm reception. Otherwise, as the younger sister, I would be remiss in my manners. Chapter 16. What defeats you is not your peers. But cross-industry competition. Chenlu produced 3 crystal-clear goblets, filling them with the deep crimson liquid and presenting them to the two. Yi Qing, genuinely hungry, did not hesitate to grab a sizable piece of venison, delicately pricking it with his chopsticks to take a bite in a refined manner. I've heard that gentlemen from Kyoto are quite generous. Why are you so restrained today? Chenlu playfully inquired. It would be unbecoming to gorge oneself voraciously in front of 2 lovely ladies. After swallowing the venison, Yi Qing finally spoke. Shinjunyi, unable to contain her irritation, kicked him sharply. Why are you so graceful and charming in front of Chenlu, yet so mischievous with me? Chenlu merely smiled silently. Is it not a matter of perspective? You, as a lawyer, adopt a rather confrontational demeanor, while she, as a businesswoman, values the principle that civility fosters prosperity. Yi Qing inquired with a smile. Might you, dear lady, enlighten me as to what transpired? Do indulge a bit more. There is no need for haste. Chenlu replied with a radiant smile. Yi Qing sighed. Alas, how can one not be anxious? My master lies in the hospital, and I owe you 200 million for the exquisite jade. Should I fail to win it, I would incur a loss of 600 million. Chenlu rose slightly, bowing her head. I too lament the unfortunate consequences of this situation, and I sincerely apologize. Dear lady, there is no need for such formality. Yi Qing chuckled, lifting his goblet and gently swirling its contents. I am not here to apportion blame, but rather to discern the origins of this predicament. Chenlu perceived his lingering doubts and, with a soft laugh, raised her glass in a gesture of camaraderie, prompting the 3 of them to share a sip together. She then spoke in a gentle tone. If I were to say I truly have no knowledge of how Mr. Wen acquired that exorbitantly priced gambling stone, would you believe me? Yi Qing responded, your candor, dear lady, renders disbelief impossible. Chenlu then smiled. I appreciate your trust, which brings me considerable relief. The genesis of this matter lies in the ongoing high demand for premium jade over the past year, leading our warehouse to raise alarms, prompting us to secure a batch of exquisite jade from Mr. Wen. Initially, there was no rush for the shipment, as public auctions in Yangon are held in March and June each year. At those times, we could procure substantial quantities of jade directly from the gamblers, a precautionary measure, if you will. Unexpectedly, a distressing piece of news arrived from Yangon. The public auction had been postponed until October. Consequently, our inventory could only sustain us until the end of May. The young man, being familiar with the industry, should comprehend the implications of a jewelry company lacking high-quality goods. Yi Qing nodded, acknowledging the loss of a substantial number of high-end customers. Indeed, Chenlu sighed sincerely. 5 months without high-end jadeite accessories would result in severe losses for a jewelry company, potentially leading to its demise. Yi Qing mused, this clarifies everything. Shinjunyi, whose expertise lay in litigation, was oblivious to the intricacies of commercial operations. What are you contemplating? Yi Qing smiled as she elucidated. Old Myanmar is the sole source of jadeite roughstones. The postponement of the public auction in Yangon renders jadeite roughstone scarce. Shinjunyi expressed her astonishment. Isn't there also a public auction domestically? The roughstones at domestic auctions are sourced from the Yangon auction. Yi Qing explained further. They maintain stringent control over the rough stones there. Only those of good quality must be presented at the public auction. Moreover, due to overexploitation in recent years, the old mining sites have become depleted. To alleviate this situation and gather more raw materials, Yangon has opted for a delay. Chenlu chimed in cheerfully, yet this very reason has caused domestic auctions to lose their supply. When the source runs dry, the downstream inevitably withers. Yi Qing frowned. Although there are jadeite public auctions in Sihui, Jieyang, Guangzhou, and Pingzhou, they are all quite distant from old Myanmar. Only Ruili is uniquely positioned, sharing a border of over 200 kilometers with old Myanmar, along with the special trade zones of Mujie and Jiegao, providing numerous channels. Prior to the convocation of the Gem Emporium in Yangon, Paquin and DeLong served as the exclusive provenance for domestic gem merchants. His statement was veiled, yet Shinjunyi comprehended its essence. Proximity to the raw stone source rendered it inevitable that principal mine owners would possess clandestine merchandise, surfacing through unconventional avenues. The Jadeite Guild was immediately apprised of the Emporium's postponement and consequently commenced acquiring high-grade, translucent jadeite specimens at any expense. A tinge of indignation graced Chun Lu's countenance. Their intent is to exploit the temporal discrepancy, artificially inflating prices when high-end jadeite is scarce among gem merchants, who, loath to forfeit the premium market segment, are compelled to endure the extortion. Chun Lu pivoted, inquiring, "What is the nexus between this and your mentor?" "My mentor has cultivated an extensive presence in Paquin over numerous years, commanding a plethora of conduits," Yi Qing averred solemnly. "To monopolize the high-end market and amass exorbitant profits, the Jadeite Guild must sever this conduit, precluding Cantonese gem merchants from procuring premium jadeite from DeLong and Paquin." Shinjunyi jested, "Absent high-grade jadeite, you could engage in the mid-range and low-end markets. The marketplace unveils a plethora of jadeite daily." Chun Lu lamented, "Jewelry firms maintain boutiques in prime urban locales, incurring substantial venue expenses, commercial and tax levies, which amplify operational expenditures considerably. Confining oneself to mid-range and low-end ventures proves unprofitable. Consider Rueli, for instance, a tourist destination wherein stone gambling constitutes merely a fraction of the revenue. Yet, one cannot presume that all tourists visiting the locale will partake in stone gambling. The paramount revenue stream for travel agencies emanates from the exorbitant commissions proffered by finished jadeite merchants affiliated with the Jadeite Guild. Can one truly expect these tourists to purchase jade ornaments worth millions? Mid-range and low-end jade pieces are undoubtedly the most suitable choices for visitors. In recent years, low-end jade items, which could be produced at a cost of 500, were sold for 5,000 or even 50,000. Mid-range jade pieces, ranging from 50,000 to a million, offered substantial profits. No one anticipated that the rise of e-commerce, fueled by the internet, would eliminate the need for physical storefronts, leading to a relentless reduction in the prices of low-end jade. This phenomenon severely impacted not only jewelers, but also the tourism industry and jade merchants in Rueli. Consequently, mid-range jade items barely managed to survive, while low-end pieces became financial liabilities. Yi Qing remarked, "Your true adversary is not your competitors, but rather the cross-industry disruptions." Indeed, Chun Lu resonated with this sentiment. Only high-quality jade remains resilient due to its scarcity. Its prices not only remain stable, but continue to soar. Presently, the greatest profits for jewelry companies are derived from high-quality jade. Shinjunyi, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "You dare sell a jade ornament worth 500 for 50,000, and mid-range pieces for 1,000,000? How much do you think those high-quality jades are worth?" Yi Qing promptly opened her phone to conduct a search, insisting Shinjunyi see for herself. Shinjunyi gasped in disbelief. A glass-grade imperial green pendant weighing a mere 49.8 grams is listed for over 40 million. A high-grade fortune, longevity, and prosperity 3-color bracelet is priced at 17,225,000. How many lawsuits must I endure to afford a pendant or a bracelet? What unscrupulous merchants. Chapter 17. The pricey recruitment. Yi Qing cast a glance at Chun Lu's neck and remarked with a smile, "Miss, this piece of Mithriya Buddha is worth at least 15 million. If one were to find a genuine buyer, it could even fetch 20 million. Shinjunyi was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can there be such a vast difference? That is imperial green, while this is spinach green. The disparity in hue translates to 100-fold difference in price." Yi Qing retracted his phone and gazed deeply at her. Moreover, the prices of these exquisite jadeite pieces increase annually by 30%, which essentially means that you've worn it for a year without losing any value while gaining a substantial profit. However, with mid-range and low-grade jadeite, breaking even would be a fortunate outcome. Currently, all jade merchants are fervently acquiring high-quality raw materials. Chun Lu responded cheerfully, and in the high-end market, the one thing in abundance is wealth. This has led to a scenario where high-end jadeite is scarce, resulting in continually escalating prices. Yi Qing understood the intention behind her words. In the entire Rueli gambling stone market, only Master dared to disregard the commands of the Jadeite Association while conducting business with Tianlu Jewelry. Therefore, she was the one most concerned about Master's safety. Noting his silence, Chun Lu asked with a smile, "Young man, do you have any further inquiries? May I take a look at the contract between Tianlu Jewelry and my master?" "Of course," Chun Lu replied readily, retrieving the contract from her bag and handing it to Yi Qing. As he perused the document, he sought to ascertain the specific types of high-end jadeite stipulated within the agreement. Although Shen Junyi was a lawyer, she possessed no knowledge of jadeite, and a mere misstep in the classification of its quality could lead to significant errors. Fortunately, there are only the glass type, the golden silk type, the green water type, a portion of the flower blue type, and the floating flower type, which offer considerable flexibility. As merchants from Chaozhou, we place the utmost importance on credibility in our business dealings. Chen Lu, noticing his slight nod, smiled warmly and remarked, "Moreover, Mr. Wen is indeed an expert. We cannot possibly gain an advantage." "Thank you." Yi Qing neatly folded the contract and returned it with both hands. "In truth, you need not concern yourself with the 200 million. Chen Lu replied with a charming smile. "How about this? You join Tianlu Jewelry with an annual salary in the tens of millions, merely assisting us in stone gambling without engaging in company operations. Should the gamble fail, it is on the company. If it succeeds, you will receive a 10% commission. Furthermore, I can arrange for the exemption of this 200 million debt as a token of sincerity for your joining Tianlu Jewelry. What do you think? 200 million? Just like that?" Shen Junyi exclaimed in shock. "And there's a high salary and commission. You are worth that much." Shen Lu laughed. Shen Junyi was left astonished. Unable to close her mouth, Chen Lu gazed at Yi Qing with a smile, awaiting his response. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. "I appreciate your kind offer, but it is not possible for me to work for Tianlu Jewelry." "I didn't expect someone to approach you first," Chen Lu replied confidently. "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to express any conditions. Our Tianlu Jewelry has a market value of 100 billion and can accommodate your needs." "No one has approached me." Yi Qing smiled back. "It is merely a personal preference. I do not enjoy being constrained." Chen Lu pondered for a moment. "What if we consider a different mode of collaboration? You could engage in stone gambling, and I would purchase at the highest market price." Shen Junyi had initially felt disheartened, but to her astonishment, Chen Lu proposed such an advantageous condition, exclaiming, "A clever ruse." Chen Lu chuckled and nodded in agreement. However, she did not anticipate that Yi Qing would once again decline. "I shall deliver high-quality jadeite worth 200 million or provide 600 million in compensation as stipulated in the contract." Before Chen Lu and Shen Junyi could voice their doubts, he continued, "Thank you for the delightful red wine. Our conversation has been most enjoyable, but I am rather fatigued today and require rest." He took Shen Junyi's hand, stood up, nodded towards Chen Lu, and turned to leave. Chen Lu hastily rose, her mind swirling with questions as she watched his retreating figure. Once he was out of sight, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Old Wang. Are you aware of someone named Yi Qing in Kyoto? Is he a young man in his 20s, quite handsome, and speaks very amiably?" "Yes, that's him." The other party replied, sounding puzzled. "How could he be at Ruili? I saw him at Chituzai this morning. Is he quite renowned?" Chen Lu inquired, astonished. "In the circles of Kyoto, he is affectionately referred to as Young Master. His surname is Yi, so it is quite natural for him to be called Little Yi as well." "Indeed. His surname is Yi, but Young Master signifies grandfather's master." "How imposing." Chen Lu scoffed dismissively. "Miss, you haven't offended him, have you?" Old Wang asked anxiously. "What's the matter? Is he formidable?" Chen Lu responded, taken aback. Old Wang explained earnestly, "He is indeed formidable. He began his entrepreneurial journey at the age of 18 and amassed several billion within 3 years. He is a legendary figure in Kyoto. Several billion isn't particularly much," Chen Lu remarked. Chen Lu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Old Wang, on the other end of the line, understanding the high-spirited and proud nature of the young woman, often hailed as a commercial prodigy within Guangzhou circles, emphasized, a young man in his 20s. Possessing assets worth hundreds of millions is already quite remarkable. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is his lineage. Back when the chairman sought to expand into Kyoto, he relied on numerous connections merely to secure a meeting with his fifth brother. Without his fifth brother's endorsement, Tianlu Jewelry would have no foothold in Kyoto. The Yi family of Kyoto is a distinguished and venerable clan. The patriarch resides in Nanshan, and although his father is not in Kyoto, he governs a region of significant influence. His eldest and second brothers are civil servants, while his third and fourth brothers enlisted in the military in their early years. Only the fifth master and this young master are involved in commercial circles. Such individuals are to be cultivated, not antagonized. Before Old Wang could finish his admonition, Chen Lu was already drenched in a cold sweat. She was not a naive novice but a seasoned commercial elite, fully aware that in China, mere wealth is insufficient for conducting business. Even the most inept scions of influential families can wreak havoc. All the more so this young master, renowned as a legend. 200 million in raw materials and 600 million in compensation may seem substantial, but he could cause you to lose even more in a matter of moments. I have not offended him. It is good that you have not offended him. Old Wang, stationed in Kyoto, and one of the veterans of Tianlu jewelry, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chun Lu's response. Recently, with the scarcity of high-quality goods, we have relied heavily on the medium-grade materials unearthed from his Shituzhai gambling stone workshop. Every day, there are materials. Indeed, several pieces are unearthed daily, making Shituzhai incredibly popular. Almost every jewelry company in Kyoto has procurement agents stationed in the shop. It is said that all the materials for window openings have passed through the hands of this young master. However, he possesses an unusual quirk. He does not gamble on window openings. Yet today he took the plunge and struck high ice sky blue. Chun Lu lamented that it was snatched away at a high price by someone from the Emerald Association. Chun Lu continued. Moreover, he is a disciple of Long Ruiwen. Upon hearing this, Wang Lao's regard for Yi Qing elevated by several notches, and he solemnly suggested, "Miss, it would be wise to report this to the chairman." The young masters of Kyoto pride themselves on camaraderie. Chapter 18. The bait set by Boss Chi. Chun Lu turned off her phone. Her brows furrowed in hesitation about whether to call home. In the dim light, Yi Qing and Shinjunyi walked side by side, far from the DeLong commercial building. Yet they chose not to retrieve the car. Yi Qing pondered every word Chun Lu had said, leaving no detail overlooked. His silence only heightened Shinjunyi's anxiety. Suddenly, she quickened her pace, turning to block Yi Qing's path. "I'm sorry." Yi Qing was taken aback. "Why apologize? I never expected that Chun Lu would turn out this way," Shinjunyi said, her face filled with shame. "I thought she was still the upright young girl from years ago. I had no idea she would attempt to control you through this debt." Yi Qing gazed into her eyes and sincerely replied, "You are the daughter of my master, thus my senior sister. There is no need for apologies. Furthermore, any jewelry company would go to great lengths to recruit a jade master. So why do you remain silent?" Yi Qing smiled and pondered. "I wonder if master was aware of the delay in the Yangon auction before the merchants of Guangzhou." "What does it matter?" Shinjunyi responded, slightly astonished. Whether he learned of it earlier or later, it remains a celestial game. Yi Qing contemplated. However, within this game, could there be layers of strategy worth examining? Yangon seeks to exploit global resources, while the Riley Emerald Association aims to take advantage of domestic jewelers. This scenario presents both risks and opportunities. If master desires to secure the most substantial gains in this contest of resource extraction, he must strategize in advance. Shinjunyi, skeptical, remarked, "He is confined to a hospital bed. How can you entertain such an absurd notion?" Yi Qing, with a light-hearted tone, reassured her, "Sister, do not fret. A jade worth 200 million is hardly a trivial matter. How can it not be significant? If the gamble fails, we would incur a loss of 600 million yuan. Moreover, even if we succeed, the Emerald Association would never permit you to sell to Chun Lu." Yi Qing elucidated. "The most unreasonable aspect of the contract between Master and Tianlu Jewelry stipulates that if the high-grade jade valued at 200 million is not delivered by the end of May, a tripling of the compensation is required." Yi Qing chuckled. "This indicates that Master has already calculated that the current value of the 200 million high-grade jade will, by May, be worth at least 600 million. Shinjunyi was left speechless. "It can be calculated this way, and that is merely the conservative estimate." Yi Qing asserted earnestly, "It could potentially soar to 5 times that value. Therefore, if I can secure high-quality jade worth 40 million in the shortest time possible, we can settle this account by the end of May." Shinjunyi's restless heart was instantly calmed. "Today, you wagered high-quality jadeite worth 9,500,000, and it is not difficult to stake another 40 million worth of jadeite. The real challenge lies in what reason you have for not selling to the Jadeite Association. A living person can drown in their own urine." Yi Qing smiled. "Reasons are plentiful. I simply wish to procure a complete set of jadeite jewelry for my family. I am getting married and need an entire ensemble for the bride." Shinjunyi was taken aback. "Such a reason is acceptable? In a lawful society, he wouldn't dare to force me. Besides, I am not easily bullied." Yi Qing replied with pride. "The greatest dilemma now is where to find suitable gambling stones. With several hundred stone gambling shops like Jiegao and DeLong, how could I fear not discovering a fine stone?" "You are mistaken. Today's gambling stone is not a matter of luck," Yi Qing stated seriously. "It is because Boss Chi is aware that the stone purchased by Wang Liang will surely yield an imperial crack. If this stone fails, the popularity of his shop will plummet. He requires a stone to salvage the situation, which is why he sold me this one for 100,000. Shinjunyi understood. "In other words, after we leave, his business will surely flourish. The greatest profit for a stone gambling establishment comes from selling raw stones, not from cutting them," Yi Qing remarked with a smile. "Furthermore, The only stone in the shop that has the potential to appreciate is that one. Even if the others can yield jadeite, they will only produce minor gains. This tactic is known as bait. Shin Junyi gazed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide. Is this how you also profit at the stone studio in Kyoto? Yi Qing shook his head and laughed. It is not just me. Even your father profits in this manner. You are all quite cunning. Shin Junyi sighed. Releasing this stone could lead to a substantial gain by tonight. He could earn millions with virtually no risk. Yi Qing smiled. Thus, stones do not deceive. It is the people who do. Since he dared to set the bait. Did other gemstone shops not do the same? Shin Junyi cheerfully exclaimed. Let us go to the hotel. Tomorrow we shall conquer all. She grasped Yi Qing's wrist and pulled him along. Filled with confidence, Shin Junyi seemed to believe that Yi Qing could treat the gem trading houses of Delong and Jiegao as a personal ATM. However, Yi Qing was not so naive. As the proprietor of a gemstone establishment, he was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. It is not merely the gemstone houses, but even the meticulously selected jadeite raw stones at the Yangon public auction are fraught with peril. 10 bets out of 10 often result in losses. Moreover, these gemstone shops, primarily targeting tourists, are almost exclusively composed of stones that are certain to fail. The essence of gemstone trading lies in 1/3 luck, 1/3 skill, and 1/3 financial capability. Luck embodies the chance to encounter stones worthy of the gamble. If among 10 stones, 3 can yield jade, the owner of the gemstone house would cut them himself, leaving no opportunity for others. Even the esteemed jade graders, hired at high salaries by major jewelry companies, achieve a success rate of less than 30%. Even when jade is successfully extracted, the returns are often disproportionate to the investments made. A poignant example is last year's Yangon public auction, where a premier piece of jadeite was deemed valuable by countless jade graders. As a result, the Kaosan Gambling Stone Consortium acquired it for 500 million RMB, only to reveal a jadeite of inferior quality worth less than 10 million. Chen Lu, lured by exorbitant offers, had keenly anticipated the speculative rise. Shin Junyi, pulling Yi Qing along, made her way directly to the Dahong Grand Hotel. Yi Qing's arm was stretched taut by her grip, his gaze wandering over her figure. The Chanel-fitted short dress accentuated her graceful curves most exquisitely. She stood tall, around 170 centimeters, with the right fullness in all the appropriate places and a slenderness where it mattered. As she walked briskly, her body swayed like willows in the breeze. Yi Qing teased lightly, Sister, are you this impatient? Shin Junyi, having long understood him, recognized that behind his courteous demeanor lay hidden schemes, while in his more frivolous moments, he harbored no ill intentions. Turning back with a charming smile, she said, Yi Qing, today I will accompany you to a hotel. This 100+ kilograms will be entrusted to you. Before Yi Qing could reach the hotel entrance, he sensed something amiss. Flanking the grand entrance stood 6 men clad in tattered suits, their lean figures scrutinizing anyone who dared to enter. Shin Junyi noticed them as well, but paid them no mind, continuing to hold Yi Qing's hand as they approached the entrance. A foreboding sensation stirred within Yi Qing. These individuals were clearly not locals, but rather old Burmese, thin and sinewy, seemingly on a quest for someone. Nevertheless, one must be audacious in the face of danger, and he felt no fear. Indeed, upon reaching the threshold, the 6 old Burmese formed a blockade, with their leader grinning as he inquired, Are you Mr. Yi Qing? Who are you? Shin Junyi furrowed her brows, her tone sharp as she demanded, It seems we are not acquainted. The leading figure among the old Burmese remained unperturbed and respectfully stated, We are the emissaries of the White Fox from Muse, entrusted with the task of inviting Mr. Yi. Yi Qing replied with a smile, I am unfamiliar with the White Fox and see no necessity to accompany you. We do not wish to create difficulties for Mr. Yi. We kindly ask that you refrain from making it hard for us as well. How audacious it is to attempt abduction in broad daylight. Let us not forget. This is the land of Hua. Shin Junyi, her fiery temperament ignited, declared without hesitation, Believe it or not, I shall report you. The old Burmese regarded her with impassive expressions, remaining motionless at the entrance. Shin Junyi, thoroughly incensed, grasped Yi Qing's arm, insisting, Let us enter. I refuse to believe they dare lay a hand on us. As she moved to force her way into the hotel, one of the old Burmese reached out to push her shoulder. Just as his dark hand brushed against her, Yi Qing swiftly stepped forward, placing a firm hand on his wrist and giving it a gentle shake, causing the lanky old Burmese to stagger back 2 paces. Witnessing this, the other 5 old Burmese quickly closed in. Yi Qing shielded Shin Junyi behind him, casting a cold glance at them. A well-behaved dog should know its place. Should you persist, do not blame me for being impolite. The old Burmese who had been repelled by Yi Qing's peculiar technique cursed under his breath and swung a punch toward Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing retaliated with a punch of his own, but his speed surpassed that of his opponent. The two fists met midair, followed by a sharp crack. The lanky old Burmese let out a pained cry, retreating 5 steps until he collided with the glass door behind him, finally stabilizing himself, though his right arm now hung limply at his side. This punch not only shattered his phalanx but also dislocated his arm due to the tremendous impact. Fortunately, the glass was thick enough to withstand the force without shattering. To strike first is to disturb a hornet's nest, and the other 5 old Myanmar men surged forward. Amidst Shin Junyi's astonished gaze, Yi Qing advanced, employing elbow strikes, knee thrusts, bone-crushing moves, and wrist locks, all techniques of close-quarters combat. His strikes were merciless and brutal, targeting the most vulnerable areas of the body. What was particularly terrifying was that his fists seemed to harbor a terrifying force. Each impact resonated with the sound of bones cracking, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. Yi Qing's eyes turned icy, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing through them as he aimed a punch towards the throat of the old Myanmar man whose left hand was reaching for his waist. "Stop!" a delicate voice called out. Yi Qing's fist halted firmly at the old man's throat. The gaunt Myanmar man was drenched in cold sweat, frozen in place. Fully aware that if that punch landed, his throat would be crushed, with no divine intervention possible. Yi Qing turned his gaze, and to his surprise, he beheld yet another stunning beauty, a woman around 24 or 25 years of age, approximately 1.60 meters tall, clad in a pristine white temin, standing at the hotel entrance. Her alluring eyes fixed on him. The temin is a traditional dress unique to Myanmar women, resembling a fabric tube tied at the neck to prevent slipping. However, while Myanmar women are typically slender and dark, this one was an exception. Shin Junyi, regaining her composure from the shock, had never imagined that the seemingly gentle Yi Qing could be so fierce in a fight. Yet, that was not the primary concern. She anxiously inquired, "Are you hurt?" "No." Yi Qing replied lightly with a smile and a shake of his head. Just as his words fell, a van suddenly burst forth from the left alley, speeding towards them, causing the onlookers to scatter in alarm. Shin Junyi was so frightened that her complexion turned pale, tightly leaning against Yi Qing, clutching his arm with a firm grip. Yi Qing remained motionless, coldly observing as one after another, figures clad in tattered suits disembarked from the van. The most astonishing aspect of the vehicle was that one could never ascertain how many individuals it concealed within. Shin Junyi silently counted. A total of 12 emerged, each wielding a pickaxe handle, exuding an aura of menace. From the piercing gazes of this group, Yi Qing discerned the essence of lethal intent, composed of assassins or soldiers who had survived countless life-and-death struggles. The group stood silently behind the exquisite woman in white, awaiting instructions. "Take them to the hospital," commanded the woman in white. The dozen individuals, without uttering a word, lifted the injured and departed. Only then did the woman turn her attention to Yi Qing. "Aren't you afraid, Mr. Yi?" she inquired. "Afraid of what?" Yi Qing replied with a smile. "We are from old Myanmar. If we harm someone, we simply retreat to Muse, and no one can do anything about it." The woman in white responded with a smiling demeanor, "And Mr. Yi, having injured so many of us, do you not fear retaliation? Whether injured or dead, no one will concern themselves with me." Yi Qing's smile deepened, his words becoming increasingly sinister. "I am aware that you hail from the capital, Mr. Yi. Your identity is certainly not ordinary." The woman in white slightly bowed. "Today, we were at fault first. Let us consider this matter settled. What do you seek from me?" Yi Qing asked in surprise. "I have not borrowed money from you." The woman in white chuckled. "Mr. Yi, it is one of your fellow townsmen who borrowed money from us. Borrowing is one matter. Repaying today or tomorrow is quite acceptable. However, he chose to flee and was apprehended by us at the airport." Yi Qing immediately deduced who it was and stated solemnly, "Just a fellow villager. Merely an acquaintance from 2 encounters on the plane and at the gemstone shop. And not only were we unfamiliar, but there was also a minor scandal." The white-skinned woman laughed and said, "We, the old Burmese, adhere strictly to business etiquette. Initially, we intended to take him to Mujie to sever his hand, but he claimed he could borrow money from Mr. Yi. Thus, we came to consult Mr. Yi. Since Mr. Yi is reluctant to settle his debts, I shall take my leave." Shin Junyi turned pale at her ruthless and bloody words, instinctively clutching Yi Qing tighter. Sensing her trepidation, Yi Qing smiled gently at her. "How did you find me?" "We have informants in every major hotel. We have never met before. Boss Chi's establishment is under surveillance. May I meet this fellow villager? Perhaps he has some last words that I could convey." The white-skinned beauty hesitated. "This is not in accordance with our rules. You old Burmese lend money to seek profit. Bringing him back to Mujie is also to avoid trouble here. But once a man is dead, the money is gone." "Mr. Yi understands us well," the white-skinned woman exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qing chuckled. I have heard that Baihu of Mujia is a person who strictly observes business principles. Baihu bowed slightly. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yi. However, since Mr. Yi does not intend to repay his debt, there is no need to concern yourself with this matter. Chapter 20. Baihu's request. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. How much does he owe? 3 million yuan. What has he done to owe you such a sum? Shen Junyi realized that Yi Qing had been touched by compassion, but upon hearing the staggering amount, she became anxious. He lost at the Jilung Stone gambling house in the Dalong night market, then rushed to the Mujia casino to gamble further. In a fit of desperation, he borrowed 3 million to recover his losses, only to lose it all again. Baihu glanced at her phone. It was past midnight, which meant the debt had surged to 3,300,000. High-interest loans are illegal in the country. Shen Junyi exclaimed furiously. Do you believe I will report you? Baihu was unfazed, smiling brightly. The casino is in Mujia, and he borrowed the money there. Feel free to report me. Shen Junyi was momentarily speechless. Mujia is under the control of the old Burmese, and domestic police have no jurisdiction there. I genuinely wish to help him, but I have already transferred 8 million of my winnings back home, leaving me with less than 1 million. Yi Qing frowned. Baihu pondered briefly. We are not seeking to cause harm. Pursuing wealth amicably is the true path. I have heard that Mr. Yi is quite skilled in stone gambling. If you agree to take on this debt, I can grant you a few extra days, as long as you do not leave Rueli. Shen Junyi immediately objected. Fuming, on what grounds? Yi Qing tightened his grip on her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Have you severed a hand yet? Baihu replied with a charming smile. Not yet, but according to the rules, it is inevitable. Can we avoid that? Baihu readily nodded. Certainly, 50,000. Where is he? At Dalong, in the Baihu bar. Are you truly going? Shen Junyi anxiously grasped Yi Qing's arm and quickly remarked. Such individuals are not to be trusted. She continued with reassurance. Rest assured, as long as you abide by the rules, we shall not bring you any harm. However, should you violate these rules, we will be compelled to act accordingly. Baihu chuckled softly. Mr. Yi certainly appears to be someone who understands and adheres to the rules. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Baihu gestured, and an old Toyota approached. Yi Qing, feeling uneasy about leaving Shen Junyi alone, pushed her into the car and climbed in himself, followed by Baihu. The three of them squeezed into the back seat. Yi Qing chuckled wryly. With the profits from running a gambling den and loan sharking, why not invest in a better vehicle? Baihu, unfazed by the cramped space, replied with a smile. The money is not ours. We merely manage it on behalf of others. Yi Qing's thoughts shifted. Yangon is indeed a place of opportunity. What does Mr. You wish to inquire about? Baihu asked with a playful smile. Having injured so many of us, if vengeance is to be sought, it would be us seeking Mr. Yi. I have no such intentions. After all, everyone experiences financial difficulties when it comes to gambling. Yi Qing responded with a grin. When the time comes, I will undoubtedly trouble Miss Baihu. At your service. Baihu turned, extracting a fragrant business card from her bosom, and presented it to Yi Qing with both hands. With just one call from Mr. Yi, the funds will be delivered immediately, whether in Dalong or Jiagao. There will be no delay in your gambling endeavors. Observing Baihu nestled against Yi Qing, Shen Junyi felt a twinge of jealousy and remarked, You certainly seize every opportunity to attract clients. Baihu offered an apologetic smile. It is merely this small space. She is also from Myanmar. Yi Qing explained with a smile. She merely studied domestically and became a lawyer after graduation. Hence her sharp tone. Please do not take offense. Baihu cast a surprised glance at Shen Junyi. I genuinely envy you. Here, without nationality or residency, one cannot attend school. It appears that Mr. Yi is indeed quite capable. Yi Qing chuckled without elaborating. The car sped along, and within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at Baihu Bar. The Toyota halted directly in the backyard, and before stepping out, they beheld Wang Liang ensnared within a dog cage. Curled up with his blood-stained clothes, wailing incessantly, evidently having received a severe beating. Upon seeing Yi Qing alight from the vehicle, Wang Liang's face lit up with a mixture of joy and desperation. Bro, lend me 330,000. I'll repay you as soon as I return to Kyoto. Yi Qing retorted irritably. If your family is wealthy, why did you run away? My wife keeps a tight watch. Upon hearing that I lost the 2 million I was bringing, she absolutely forbade me. Wang Liang lamented. My family is from a demolition zone. It's not that we lack money, but they simply do not want me to gamble. Very well, I shall purchase your life. Baihu remarked coolly, cut off his hand. Several individuals approached and forcibly extended Wang Liang's hand from the cage, brandishing a knife to strike at his arm. That's enough. I have purchased his hand as well. Yi Qing said helplessly. The knife halted at Wang Liang's wrist, yet did not descend. Baihu regarded Yi Qing earnestly. You truly have made the purchase. Tomorrow, I shall have my family transfer the funds. Yi Qing stated with gravity. I heard from Boss Chi that you possess great skill in gambling on stones. Why not indulge in that? Bai Hu expressed her surprise. As long as one bets on a rise in value, this sum can easily be repaid. Yi Qing gestured towards Wang Liang, stating with utmost gravity, gemstone gambling is fraught with peril. Bai Hu playfully scolded, are you daft? He's merely a plump lamb, destined for slaughter. But you possess exceptional skill. Even Boss Chi holds you in high regard. Were I adept at gemstone gambling, I would immerse myself in the gemstone market daily, earning a fortune. Do you have any comprehension of how meager my earnings are from loan sharking in a day? Should I encounter a master such as yourself? My subordinates would suffer beatings and I would incur medical expenses. Why not gamble if it yields such substantial profits? Yi Qing chuckled, had you not located me tonight, his hand would have been forfeit, and he would have been buried alive by tomorrow. It quite unnerved me. Bai Hu expressed surprise, you're indeed chivalrous. Procuring funds from your own coffers to alleviate his debt. I, Bai Hu, also adhere to principles. You have assumed his obligations, so the lad is free to go. However, Mr. Yi, should the funds not materialize from your household by tomorrow, I shall not only seek retribution from you, but also harass your paramour. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Yi Qing's gaze suddenly turned frigid. It is not intimidation, but rather a clear delineation of the rules. Bai Hu responded with a charming smile. Gemstone gambling is merely a means of amassing wealth for you. Why not engage in another wager? Should you prevail, you may take him. Should you lose, I shall claim his hand and your girlfriend. The man shall be sold into servitude as a minor, and the woman, well, you are aware of the desperation of minors for female companionship. Yi Qing scoffed with disdain. I acknowledge your resolve to act upon your words, but I assure you, I possess the means to ensure you never cross the border. I concede that your martial prowess is formidable. Bai Hu gazed at him intently. However, I am in dire need of funds and require someone to generate revenue for me. Without money, I am certain I will perish. In the pursuit of survival, I am willing to take risks. Mr. Yi, I implore you to agree. Chapter 21. You make the night even darker. The white fox stepped back 2 paces and bowed deeply. Yi Qing's voice was icy. You lured me here merely to enlist my assistance in gambling for stones. No, it is a joint endeavor. The profits will belong entirely to you, every last bit. The white fox replied, raising her head but bending her body even lower, exposing an expanse of pristine skin. Her tone earnest. I shall only take my rightful share. Shen Junyi observed Yi Qing, uncertain of the choice he would make. That evening, he had encountered 2 women. One, the affluent Chen Lu of Tianlu Jewelry, and the other, the Burmese beauty known as the White Fox. Chen Lu sought to exert control over Yi Qing through debt and high salaries, while the White Fox opted for collaboration. But could this woman be trusted? I wish to understand the reason for your financial distress, Yi Qing inquired, gazing at the White Fox's exquisite countenance. He possessed the skill to gamble on stones. However, as a newcomer in the realm of Delong, he faced challenges. The proprietor of the gambling establishment favored familiar faces, and a new visage would never be offered superior raw stones. Without such stones, high-quality jade could not be procured. He required a local insider to source high-grade materials. Moreover, should his true identity be revealed, the Jade Association would undoubtedly impose strict measures on the gambling establishments of Jiegao and Delong, prohibiting them from conducting business with him. If such a situation arose, he would be compelled to gamble in Myanmar, yet he lacked connections there as well. The White Fox, however, could serve as a potential ally. Very well, this is not a place for discussion. Please follow me, the White Fox said with a bright smile, turning to leave. Could he truly place his trust in her? Shen Junyi followed closely beside Yi Qing, softly inquiring. Stones do not deceive, but people do. Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. The only genuine aspect among humans is money. Bai Hu opened the door and invited the 2 inside, smiling charmingly. Indeed. As long as we can earn money, we shall regard Mr. Yi as our most esteemed guest. The girl's room was immaculate and vibrant. Bai Hu gestured for them to take a seat on a fabric sofa. Would you prefer tea or wine? Shen Junyi, not waiting for Yi Qing to respond, cheerfully interjected. No need for formality, let us get straight to the point. Bai Hu retrieved 2 cans of beverages from the refrigerator and settled beside Yi Qing. The reason for our financial shortfall is the impending rainy season, which also signifies the onset of war. We require substantial funds. Yi Qing paused, thoughtfully responding. You possess military connections. Bai Hu neither confirmed nor denied this, replying delicately, every territory necessitates a protective umbrella. Our operations in Mujia, involving gambling and usury, have remained unscathed due to the powerful forces backing us. However, every gain comes with a cost. Should we fail to present sufficient funds, we risk being replaced. This would be a dreadful calamity for us. To make matters worse, Our most trusted partner in Jiegao can no longer collaborate with us for certain reasons, severing a crucial revenue channel. Yiqing pondered, may I inquire who this partner is? Bai Hu glanced at Shen Junyi and replied, it is Mr. Wen from Longrui Stone Gambling House. Mr. Wen has also engaged in partnership with you. Shen Junyi was suddenly moved. It dawned upon her that Derlong and Jiegao had to contend with numerous gambling stone customers daily. Yet it was she who caught the attention of the White Fox regarding Yiqing. Indeed, the White Fox nodded affirmatively. Prior to each rainy season, Yangon would host a public auction, alleviating our burdens. However, this year, the Yangon public auction was postponed until October, and the war necessitated substantial investments. Consequently, the task assigned to us was a disheartening figure. Mr. Wen frequently traveled to Hua City to procure vast quantities of jade rough. Although he only purchased kilograms, which are permitted for export, the risks became uncontrollable should conflict arise there. Thus, someone was needed to assist him in transporting the raw stones, and Mr. Wen chose us. Our years of pleasant collaboration had yielded profits in the tens of millions annually, yet unexpectedly. Yiqing finally comprehended the origin of those broken stones in his shop. Despite the purchases being solely kilograms, they were interspersed with some fine stones. His master was cleverly using the kilograms as a ruse to smuggle high-quality raw stones. He skeptically inquired, so, the money Wang Liang lost was intentionally lent to him by you? No, this was entirely an accident, the White Fox earnestly replied. He mentioned Mr. Yi after being caught fleeing. We then visited the gambling stone shop in Jilong, obtained the surveillance footage, and recognized this sister. The White Fox cast a glance at Shen Junyi before continuing. This also revealed Mr. Ye's gambling stone prowess. Shen Junyi scoffed. What are you doubting? The Jade Association's suspicions mirror our own. The White Fox, with a smile, remarked, Sister, we are indeed in need of funds and sincerely wish to collaborate with Mr. Yi. Shen Junyi, taken aback, replied, Isn't your region a source of jadeite? Can't you simply cut the stones yourselves to earn money? Yiqing burst into laughter. The White Fox raised her delicate brows and smiled subtly, stating earnestly, Not every raw stone can yield jadeite, and not everyone can discern jade from stone. Hence, the existence of the profession of jade appraisers. Yiqing, with utmost seriousness, asserted, Gambling on stones carries risks. The White Fox, with a knowing glint in her eyes, replied, Yet, I believe Mr. Yi will certainly prevail. No one can guarantee a win. Even the Jade King cannot assure victory in every gamble. I can only minimize the risks involved. The White Fox's gaze shifted thoughtfully. Open the window, transfer the risk. Yiqing nodded in appreciation, recognizing the White Fox's acumen. However, there are two prerequisites. First, I must be able to locate quality jadeite raw stones. Second, throughout my gambling process, any decisions I make must not be questioned. You need only trust that I will deliver the greatest returns. If we adhere to these two conditions, we can proceed with our collaboration. The White Fox's heart soared with joy, her smile radiant. Then let us visit the Jilong Stone Gambling House to witness Mr. Ye's prowess firsthand. Yiqing chuckled and shook his head, saying, Boss Chi will no longer present good stones. I shall go. He wouldn't dare refuse. The White Fox explained with a beaming smile, his supply channels fall within our sphere of influence. Though we may not have a partnership, if he denies me, he can forget about acquiring goods. Shen Junyi was taken aback. The voice of the White Fox was melodious yet laced with a chilling ruthlessness. The Toyota was dilapidated, lacking even air conditioning, and sitting inside felt akin to being confined within a cage. The White Fox gazed out at the bustling traffic and remarked with a smile, Delong is a place that only reveals its allure in the depths of night. Provided you possess a discerning eye, you may uncover jade of immeasurable worth. Shen Junyi retorted sharply, but you make the night even darker. The White Fox detected the sarcasm in her words and responded with a charming smile. In truth, we are the most rule-abiding. Mr. Yi possesses an elegant appearance and speaks amiably, yet he is, in fact, a formidable individual. Should we disregard the rules? He would rather engage in a fight to the bitter and then collaborate with us. Chapter 22. The terrifying Mo Wanja. Shen Junyi exclaimed in astonishment. How did you discern that? In the altercation, 2 of my 6 subordinates were incapacitated, and 4 sustained severe injuries. The White Fox chuckled, raising her phone. It could be said that each strike was lethal. Yiqing sincerely replied, I apologize. I can cover the medical expenses. No need. After all, we were at fault initially. The White Fox smiled sweetly, then shifted the topic. Mr. Yi has served in the military. Yiqing inquired with a smile, what leads you to such speculation? The White Fox replied with a laugh. The doctor's description suggests that only special forces would master such a combat style, which aims for a single, decisive blow. Yiqing chuckled, but offered no response. The White Fox's bright eyes twinkled. and she suddenly asked with a playful smile, Mr. Yi and Sister Shin are not truly a couple, are they? You. Shinjunyi bit her teeth in anger, defiantly leaning her body into Yi Qing's embrace. You are mistaken. A woman's intuition is never wrong. The white fox, unperturbed, gazed at Shinjunyi with a cheerful smile. Sister Shun has revealed herself. Stop making a fuss. Yi Qing said helplessly. I am not making a fuss, the white fox replied earnestly. If Mr. Yi allows me to broaden my horizons tonight, I am willing to pay any price for the sake of collaboration. Shinjunyi, exasperated yet amused, retorted, how can you be so shameless? A capable man, once missed, may never be encountered again. The white fox remained composed. Thus, to win him over, one must offer an irresistible price, and women are the most considerate in that regard. Yi Qing stated solemnly, I do not appreciate being controlled. Do not entertain such thoughts, or you will pay a heavy price. The white fox tilted her charming face and asked with a smile, is that a warning? Perhaps, Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. The white fox beamed even more beautifully. I hope I have not misjudged you. As the group entered the stone gambling hall, Boss Qi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Liang before turning to Yi Qing and said with a smile, Brother, are you planning to corner Xingyong? Yi Qing smiled bashfully. It is for my fellow townsmen. Boss Qi sighed and remained silent. High-interest loans are akin to an invisible knife that can kill. Moreover, individuals like the white fox are as tenacious as parasites. Once entangled, escape is nearly impossible. The white fox shot him a cold glare. Enough with the chatter. Let us head to the second floor. She proceeded towards the staircase. Yi Qing lagged a few steps behind, and Boss Qi gently tugged at his sleeve. Brother, you should not assist Wang Liang, nor should you entangle yourself in trouble. As for our hometown connection, he does not wish for my demise here. And I certainly do not wish for him to be buried alive. Yi Qing sighed. You cannot afford to offend the white fox, nor can I. We are both unfortunate souls. Please, Boss Qi, do not sacrifice me. Brother, grant me a path to survival. If the white fox wishes to seize the stones from my safe, and you do not allow me to escape, I might as well leap from the building. Boss Qi appeared apprehensive of the white fox, his gaze filled with despair and helplessness. There is enough wealth for everyone to share. I am not a greedy man. Yi Qing whispered, to be candid, I operate a stone shop in Kyoto, and I have come this time to procure goods. What are your sales like? Boss Qi inquired, suddenly intrigued. Substantial. We sell several tons of material daily. Yi Qing replied with a smile. You can search online for Panjiayuan Stone Shop. No wonder your discernment is so refined. You are indeed a connoisseur of stones. Boss Qi promptly took out his phone to search, and upon seeing the results, he chuckled. While kilogram material may not hold significant value, turning waste into treasure is a lucrative endeavor. Several tons a day translates into impressive monthly sales. Today, I will open the safe, and you may choose at your leisure. Yi Qing nodded with a smile, recognizing the essence of business. You grant me concessions, and I enable your profit, a mutual benefit for all. Upon reaching the upper floor, the white fox sat silently on the sofa, offering no words, merely casting a cold glance at Boss Qi. Boss Qi opened the safe and carefully placed a piece of gambling stone on the table. The raw stone, though not particularly large, bore an irregular triangular shape. The white fox chuckled. Mr. Yi, the decision rests with you. Wang Liang laughed, the scars on his face appearing particularly sinister. That's for certain. My brother is exceptionally fortunate. Boss Qi can attest to that. Boss Qi shot him a disdainful glare. This brother not only possesses luck, but also a discerning eye. However, encountering you has proven to be quite the misfortune. Yi Qing smiled, but remained silent. Wang Liang, unfazed, remarked, if I had his luck, I would have struck it rich long ago. Yi Qing, take a look at this piece, Boss Qi's prize collection. Observe the windowing. The green is already visible. I dare say it surpasses that black wuxia stone you opened, a potential treasure worth millions. Yi Qing scoffed. Windowed stones are, in truth, far more perilous than raw bedding stones. Windowing serves to showcase the finest aspect of the stone, yet one might easily overlook numerous characteristics upon being captivated by its allure. In contrast, when betting on stones, one must not solely focus on their virtues, but also consider their flaws. Only through comprehensive analysis can one hope to emerge victorious. Furthermore, windowed stones are exorbitantly priced. Boss Qi offered this fine specimen out of respect for the white fox, yet it does not preclude him from fleecing unsuspecting customers. In the dim light, Yi Qing illuminated the stone to examine the surface closely. The color appeared grayish, with a somewhat weak granularity. The most alarming aspect was the evident cracks, which suggested it was likely a shallow layer of Mwanji gray skin. Shallow layers, colloquially referred to as old mines, are known to yield high-quality varieties. Yi Qing lifted the stone. Its weathering was uneven, and it had been treated with a brush. The purpose of brushing is to remove the natural formations, such as serpentine patterns, moss, and other features, developed over millions of years of weathering. Thus, the stone shell has become thinner, allowing for a clearer view of the jade within. However, this also creates an illusion, leading one to mistakenly believe that the outer shell is thin enough to immediately reveal the jade inside. The peril lies in the fact that one cannot rely on the inherent characteristics of the original stones, such as python, moss, and pine flower, to discern the quality and color of the jade within. One can only judge the worth of the stone based on the window it has opened and the cracks present on its surface. Seeing Yi Qing deep in thought, Wang Liang anxiously handed over a powerful flashlight, urging, "Take a look at the window. It truly is remarkable." Yi Qing remained silent, accepting the flashlight and illuminating the stone. The quality of the window was not exceptional. The crystals were coarse, indicative of a glutinous variety, yet the transparency was commendable, with a decent luster and considerable inclusions. Relying solely on these factors would not warrant a gamble. However, the window was skillfully cut, revealing a hint of color within, willow green, with a somewhat tender texture, capable of producing floating color pieces and bracelets. If crafted well, it could fetch around 200,000 for a single piece. If the material were of lesser quality, one could only bet on the color. As long as the internal hue transformed into a vibrant green, even a bean variety would hold significant value. Yet, without the python, moss, and pine flower indicators, Yi Qing was unable to ascertain whether the stone would change in quality or color from its external appearance. Moreover, this particular piece exhibited numerous cracks. Once penetrated, they could disrupt the quality and hue. If the outcome were favorable, it would be a cause for celebration. But if it turned out poorly, it would spell disaster. Chapter 23. Words of caution fall on deaf ears. Yi Qing inquired, "How much?" Boss Chi smiled and replied, 300,000, a fixed price. Yi Qing chuckled softly. "This is akin to sharpening the knife for the slaughter." Wang Liang, brimming with confidence, asserted, "My friend, with this piece revealing green, I guarantee a win. The gods find it difficult to discern a mere inch of jade." Yi Qing, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "I shall not gamble." "You may do so." Wang Liang immediately felt elated. "If you lend me 300,000 upon winning, I shall repay both you and the white fox, thus sparing you any further discomfort." Yi Qing scoffed, recognizing the typical gambler's mindset, seeing a glimmer of hope and forgetting the peril he had just narrowly escaped. He turned to Boss Chi, "Allowing this piece, I shall cover the cost, but he has already lost a considerable sum here, so you should lower the price a bit." Boss Chi cast a glance at the white fox, his face etched with concern. "Brother, this is a gambling stone workshop, not a charitable establishment. My intent is to dissuade him from further gambling." Yi Qing responded with a smile, "Consider it an act of kindness on your part. I shall take it as a red envelope. 250,000. I shall not haggle for a mere 2,005. Yi Qing chuckled. "Let us settle on 100,000. He owes the white fox 3,800,000. Upon his return to the capital, he shall repay me 4 million in total." Boss Chi, both amused and exasperated, recognized the certainty that Wang Liang would surely lose. Yet, he could not help but protest. This raw stone exhibits such promise. How could it possibly fail? The interest should not be my burden. My funds do not come easily. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. Even in aiding him, there must be a limit. "Brother, one cannot simply erase 150,000 in an instant." Boss Chi retorted, 200,000, and I shall consider it a charitable act. Yi Qing, with unwavering conviction, declared, "Only 100,000. I shall not part with even a single coin more. Come on, lend me a bit more." Wang Liang, seeing the situation turn dire, became anxious. "This piece of material, I am certain to win." Yi Qing rolled his eyes in response. If one could guarantee victory in stone gambling, Boss Chi would have already cut it himself. How could it possibly fall to you? Such ill fortune. Wang Liang's expression darkened as he lamented, "Every time we meet, you only utter words of misfortune." Boss Chi, frustrated by Wang Liang's ignorance, scolded, "This brother speaks the truth. There are no certainties in stone gambling. Wealth from a single cut relies on both discernment and luck. The phrase cutting through burlap describes you perfectly. Neither perceptive nor fortunate, merely a reckless gambler." Wang Liang's countenance grew even more dismal. The white fox approached with a cheerful demeanor and inquired, "This stone truly is not worth the gamble." Wang Liang, in a fluster, retorted, "How can it not be worth the risk? The color is strikingly vibrant. With such material, those who are swift prosper while the slow falter." The white fox, uninterested in his fervor, turned to Yi Qing and earnestly asked, "How do you determine that this rough stone is not a worthy gamble?" "This rough stone's surface bears cracks, which impede the flow of color. In other words, Just because one perceives vibrant color does not guarantee it can be extracted. Should it mutate or change color, this stone would collapse in value, Yi Qing explained. Wang Liang, flustered, interjected, "Why do you only focus on the drawbacks and ignore the positives? Look at how vibrant this color is. It doesn't have to be fully intact. Just half of it would be worth 5 million. Yi Qing, exasperated, cast him a glance and said, "It is futile to counsel a stubborn fool. If you choose to gamble, I shall contribute 100,000. Worthy Boss Qi, do me a favor." Wang Liang turned to Boss Qi, pleading, "After so many years of friendship, I find myself in a predicament today. Could you lend me a hand to help me turn my fortunes around?" Boss Qi, caught in a dilemma, replied, "You ought to heed this brother's advice." Wang Liang confidently asserted, "I am certain of winning with this material. Not only will I repay White Fox the principal and interest, but I will also recover the money lost in the casino." Yi Qing, silent, understood that Wang Liang's wager on this material was intended to demonstrate his prowess to White Fox. As for Wang Liang's debts and losses, he paid them no heed. To stir trouble in this place, and to seize the maximum advantage from the delayed public auction in Yangon, one must acquire more quality raw stones to yield superior jadeite. However, the Jade Association would undoubtedly prevent him from selling a significant quantity of high-quality jadeite to Qinlu. The trio of White Fox siblings dominated the market in Muyuk, and should the Jade Association command its affiliated merchants not to sell him raw stones, he could always venture to Myanmar for gambling. Boss Qi turned to Yi Qing, saying, 100,000 is no trifling sum. I must recoup my losses. If this material yields profit, let me handle the collection." Yi Qing readily nodded and promptly initiated the transfer. Observing the transaction's completion, Wang Liang chuckled confidently, proclaiming, "This material is a gamble. Cutting along this crack guarantees victory." He marked a line with his pen, and Yi Qing noted that the line corresponded perfectly with the beginning of a fissure. Boss Qi smiled and suggested, "Let us proceed downstairs, where my finest cutter awaits." Wang Liang cradled the material as he and Boss Qi descended, while Yi Qing chose not to follow. Although Wang Liang's ability to assess stones was somewhat lacking, his choice of cutting angle was commendable, as this incision marked the optimal position. Yet, the risks associated with this material were substantial. Cracks, mutations, and discoloration were all potential pitfalls, and he was merely beguiled by the apparent window of opportunity. Seasoned veterans open windows to deceive. The rarity of high-quality jadeite renders color an essential criterion for evaluating a piece. Opening the window allows one to behold the colors. However, once entranced by their allure, one may mistakenly believe the material to be flawless, neglecting the imperfections upon the stone. Experienced gamblers in the realm of stone betting must take into account cracks, texture, inclusions, and other factors. Yet, Wang Liang has become captivated by the hues, entirely disregarding the potential risks. Baihu inquired earnestly, "This piece truly cannot be gambled on." Yi Qing responded with a mischievous smile, "In our circle, there exists a saying, color is emptiness." Baihu nodded slightly in understanding. Upon hearing the sound of the cutting machine from below, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. In the world of stone gambling, no one can guarantee success with absolute certainty. Should Wang Liang emerge victorious, it would be akin to a slap in the face for Yi Qing, and whether he can earn Baihu's trust hinges upon this very cut. This endeavor is inherently perilous, yet Yi Qing feels compelled to proceed. His master has been deceived, and as a disciple, he must assist in reclaiming honor. Losses incurred in stone betting can only be recovered through further bets. Baihu possesses the connections, and Yi Qing has the prowess. Their combination naturally yields favorable outcomes. "Are you particularly discerning when it comes to women?" Baihu asked Yi Qing, while casting a sidelong glance at Shinjunyi. Yi Qing paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, "Does this relate to our collaboration?" Baihu, exasperated, stamped his foot and exclaimed, "Why can't you simply agree with me without being so cryptic?" Yi Qing replied earnestly, "Everyone has their vulnerabilities. The woman beside me is my vulnerability. If anyone dares to harm her, I would not hesitate to unearth their ancestors' graves. What do you take me for?" Baihu then donned a different expression, her eyes sparkling with flirtation as she gazed at him. Yi Qing smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it takes a certain audacity to disturb one's ancestors. Yet one must adhere to the rules. With the allure of a vixen and the heart of a wild wolf, one cannot be easily subdued by a mere river dragon." The White Fox inquired earnestly, "Do you prefer an elder sister like me, or one like myself?" "One like you," Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, "for you possess a ruthless nature, a veritable femme fatale by birth. In the realm of stone gambling, the virtuous are merely lambs to the slaughter, destined for great losses, in comparison to you. She is far too innocent." Chapter 24, The strong dragon does not cross the river. The white fox let out a delicate laugh. To praise someone as pure in the gambling circle is to insult their intelligence. Yi Qing replied earnestly, women may be naive, but partners must not afford such folly. With a playful bite of her cherry lips, the white fox challenged, am I merely a partner in your eyes, devoid of femininity? Only those with shared ideals can unite. And our collaboration is founded upon a solid yet ruthless financial basis, Yi Qing mused. I cannot ascertain when you might forsake loyalty for profit, thus I must remain vigilant. However, allow me to forewarn you. Do not entertain any ulterior motives towards me. You cannot afford the consequences. The white fox's laughter faded as she gazed into his profound eyes. Mr. Yi, you truly exude confidence. Yi Qing responded earnestly, in our circle, we have a saying, the strong dragon does not cross the river. Another adage states that those who approach are seldom benevolent, and the benevolent do not approach. The white fox paused momentarily, taken aback. Just then, the sound of the cutting machine ceased, yet the anticipated cheers from the gamblers were conspicuously absent. Yi Qing understood that the material had collapsed. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. Wang Liang, clutching the material, rushed up, his face a mask of distress. He placed the material on the table and implored, gentlemen, do you think this material can be salvaged? Yi Qing examined the material, offering a resigned smile. The cut exhibited color, yet lacked spiciness. The surrounding flesh displayed an off hue, appearing rather pale. The fine jade had transformed into a coarser variety, its transparency diminished. He tapped it gently with a flashlight, and several pieces of the flesh crumbled away. Gazing at Wang Liang's eager countenance, Yi Qing sighed, it cannot be saved. Wang Liang, in a state of agitation, protested, but why has it turned out this way? Look at the vibrant color at the window. It's utterly abnormal. Yi Qing scoffed disdainfully. I have warned you repeatedly. This material is riddled with cracks. These fissures can lead to mutations and discoloration of the flesh. Boss Qi nodded in agreement. The cracks obstruct the color's penetration, resulting in mutations and color changes. If it were merely coarse jade, it wouldn't be so bad. However, the cotton is excessively heavy. Wang Liang, it's time to cease. You've lost millions. While you may not be bankrupt, your vitality has undoubtedly suffered. Must you leap from a building to find closure? Wang Liang, filled with reluctant defiance, exclaimed, impossible. I refuse to believe that I cannot win. This is merely the first cut. I'll cut again. He seized the material and turned to descend the stairs. The most daunting aspect of a gambler's psyche is their refusal to concede or succumb to despair. Yet, everyone knew he was destined to lose. Shun Junyi reveled in triumph. Baihu was taken aback, while Boss Qi wore a bittersweet smile. The sound of the cutting machine roared to life, and then fell silent. Though no one descended, they all heard Wang Liang's furious curses. That bastard Qi boss, what kind of material did you recommend? This is nothing short of a scam. Boss Qi was instantly enraged. Unleashing a torrent of curses from upstairs. What nonsense are you spewing? Yi Qing warned you long ago that this material was not worth gambling on. Yet you insisted on taking the risk. If you cannot afford to lose, then do not gamble, you wretched gambler. Yi Qing closed his eyes, feeling not excitement, but sorrow. Although the stone gambling industry is fraught with risk, the gravest concern is the inability to bear the loss. Before long, Wang Liang stormed back upstairs, clutching the material and cursing profusely. The stone was riddled with cracks, its base a dull gray, and its color completely faded. In frustration, Wang Liang hurled the stone to the ground, exclaiming, this is utterly ridiculous. Why can't I win? Yi Qing replied coldly. Success in stone gambling relies not only on luck, but also on skill. Watching a few videos online does not make one a master. With so many stone gambling shops under Delong, why do the owners refrain from gambling? It is because they lack the courage. Wang Liang, flustered, retorted defensively. You are bold, and thus you have lost everything. Yi Qing scoffed, for a million, and if you can't repay me, I shall seize your home, leaving your family to sleep on the streets. Wang Liang collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of despair. I will gather the funds, but I need some time. Baihu glanced at Wang Liang, saying, Yi Qing, leave this matter to me. I will take him to Mujie City and bury him alive. Wang Liang trembled in fear, looking desperately at Yi Qing. Come on, man, let's not go there. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Were it not for him, I would not have met Baihu. It would be easy to eliminate him, but it would ruin a family. Baihu glared at him with her enchanting eyes, retorting sharply, you are being foolishly merciful. A gambler like him can never quit. Digging a pit and burying oneself, an end to all troubles. It is wise to leave a thread of hope for future encounters, for I must return to Kyoto. Yi Qing smiled as he approached the safe, gazing at its contents. Only one of the two safes had been opened. Boss Qi chuckled wryly. "My friend, spare me some capital for my coffin. The materials within this safe are indeed commendable, but I cannot recommend it to those who cannot afford to lose." Like Wang Liang, who, blinded by his losses, resorts to rambling. He is nothing but a rogue. Yet you are different, esteemed boss. Yi Qing nodded. One must be prepared to win and to lose. Rest assured, whether it be hundreds or millions, I do not place much value on it. That is reassuring. Boss Qi swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the white fox. His words were not solely directed at Yi Qing, but were also meant for the white fox. The world of gambling is fraught with peril. One must be prepared for the possibility of drowning. Should the white fox be unable to bear a loss and, in a fit of rage, sever his supply, it would spell disaster. The white fox glared fiercely at Boss Qi, having discerned the implication in his words. Yi Qing surveyed the materials within the safe, all of which had been opened. This was a ruse, purchasing the materials and then opening them at the most promising spots, seizing the jade upon sight and multiplying the price tenfold, 100-fold. Yet they never truly gamble. Sellers of stones are well aware that 9 out of 10 bets result in failure. Only those who sell open materials can ensure a profit. Yi Qing specialized in the business of opening and selling stones, more familiar with its intricacies than anyone else. He picked up a piece, weighing it in his hand. Approximately 5 kilograms, a small weight indicating a promising quality within. Jadeite is the densest of stones, possessing a molecular structure far more compact than that of ordinary rocks. Yet, this difference is minuscule, imperceptible to the untrained eye. The open window material is a vast pit, but there are many observable areas. Yi Qing did not examine the window, but rather scrutinized the skin, which was thin and yellow, exhibiting a strong gritty texture, indicative of the material from Damo, Kansas. Upon lifting a flashlight to illuminate it, a haze became apparent. Only then did Yi Qing inspect the opening. The flesh appeared waxy, with fine crystals and excellent translucence, reflecting a glassy sheen. To the naked eye, there were no cotton-like inclusions, yet the texture was tender and the fog layer was uniform. This was a piece suitable for exquisite carving. This material undoubtedly had the potential for a successful gamble, yet Boss Qi would certainly demand a steep price. Even a drastic cut would yield minimal profit. Yi Qing casually set the stone back down. Wang Liang felt a sense of urgency. The outcome of Yi Qing's gamble was pivotal to whether he would be buried alive by the white fox and Mujia. However, he dared not voice his concerns, creating an atmosphere so silent one could hear a pin drop, which intensified the tension in the air. Chapter 25. 9 out of 10 gambles fail. Yi Qing remained unhurried. With 200 million in his account, he could afford to lose, yet he was not inclined to do so. He sought a colossal stone capable of deceiving even the most skilled gamblers to avenge his master, a challenging endeavor. Although he remained unaware of who plotted against his master, possessing quality material was essential to setting a trap. To find such stones, one must venture to Wa City or the mines. Yet, even with fortune on his side in discovering such material, he would still need to transport it. The white fox and her backing possessed the capacity for such endeavors. From the moment he encountered the white fox, he began devising this scheme. Stones do not deceive, it is the people who do. Gambling on stones is merely a ruse perpetrated by individuals. You provide my master with an exorbitantly priced raw stone, leading him to financial ruin. I shall also prepare a piece for you to queue on the rooftop. Ever since I was on the airplane and was inundated by the peculiar blood mixed with an enigmatic liquid from the dragonstone's Paishio, my body has been undergoing continuous transformation, sharpening my vision and intensifying my tactile sensations. When it comes to betting on stones, not every piece requires prior handling. The optimal strategy is to first select the venue. Identifying materials from an established site offers a significant advantage. If one seeks to place a substantial bet, the most intriguing choice would be the Moon Na material, albeit with considerable risks involved. For those betting on color, the superior choice would be the materials from Mo1G. However, the game of stone betting relies heavily on luck. Encountering quality materials is essential. Yi Qing patiently scrutinized the materials, taking considerable time to examine several pieces, yet none met his satisfaction. Although the items within the safe bore considerable value, their potential for betting was minimal. The prices for windowed materials are inherently high, and their betting viability is limited, often yielding only a draw or a minor gain. Yi Qing remained unperturbed, slowly examining the offerings beside the safe. Yet, Boss Qi grew anxious. The longer the white fox lingered in the shop, the more unpredictable fortune became. Brother, would you like me to recommend something? Yi Qing recognized his urgency. The tiger may not prey on humans, yet his reputation was already tarnished. Reputable merchants prefer to avoid dealings with someone like the white fox. Though she remained silent, Her ghostly presence bore down upon him, amplifying his psychological strain. Particularly, should she suspect deceit, she would not hesitate to impose her rules, unflinchingly resorting to drastic measures. Yet, betting on stones inherently involves risk, and deception is a common thread. Much like Wang Liang, who, despite taking his own chances, would blame Boss Qi if he faltered. Boss Qi feared not Wang Liang, but rather the white fox. This woman adheres to rules yet lacks reason, becoming utterly unreasonable when she is obstinate, unable to endure the torment. Boss Qi directly retrieves a piece of old elephant skin from the cabinet. Although it is not large, its surface is exquisitely refined. With a look of reluctance, Boss Qi laments, "This is a first-layer piece from the old mine, which I secured from the public auction as a complete block. However, upon encountering such fine material, I could not resist the urge to open a window on it. You see this opening. You should comprehend its value." His words are laden with knowledge. He does not claim that this piece is guaranteed to win, nor does he mention a price. Instead, he informs Yi Qing that this material, acquired from a public auction, is indeed costly, and with this window opened, its value escalates further. He is convinced that this piece is bound to succeed, yet he refrains from wagering on it, offering it to you instead. However, you must not propose a price that is excessively low. Otherwise, I would rather offend the white fox than engage in this venture with you. Intrigued, Yi Qing notes that generally, old elephant skin materials are worth the risk. In the dim light, he refrains from illuminating it further, carefully inspecting the piece. The window cut into the shallow layer of the material is substantial, nearly encompassing one entire side. The exposed jade flesh is evidently of a glutinous variety, with fine crystals, excellent translucency, and a strong glass-like quality. There is a hint of cotton inclusions, albeit minimal, and a pale blue with orchid-like flecks, the variety leaning towards the older type, yet the base is gray. However, one cannot gamble on the color, as color discrepancies can result in a 100-fold difference in value. The only wager lies in the floating flecks. As long as there are floating flecks, the price can increase. Secondly, one must consider how much material this piece will yield. Yi Qing contemplates that with a gray base, floating flecks and optimal quality, devoid of cracks and disorderly inclusions, combined with exquisite craftsmanship, each piece could be valued around 100,000. The material is substantial, potentially yielding 7 or 8 pieces valued at $1 million. However, whether it can produce bangles remains uncertain. Yet, should 2 bangles emerge, they would surely be worth at least $2 million. Yi Qing's interest was piqued as he lifted the material for a closer examination. Boss Qi, anxious and eager to rid himself of the troublesome white fox, gritted his teeth and remarked, "I am already incurring a loss. This kind of material, with a few years of collection, could appreciate tenfold. Generally, I wouldn't part with it. Just look how splendid it appears." Yi Qing smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. He understood the intent behind Boss Qi's words. However, the material was for his eyes alone. One might trust Boss Qi's goodwill, yet his discernment must be questioned. The owner of the stone gambling shop is not a jade appraiser, but merely someone who has observed materials more frequently. Nonetheless, one must not solely focus on the advantages of the stone. The flaws are of paramount importance. Otherwise, if one is ensnared by the allure of its merits, the shortcomings could lead to severe repercussions. "I am a jade appraiser," Yi Qing stated calmly, causing Boss Qi to fall silent as he observed Yi Qing scrutinizing the material from above. Suddenly, Yi Qing discerned some minute cracks as fine as a strand of hair. Most would require light and a magnifying glass to detect them, but he was able to perceive the intricate web of fissures that continuously deepened within. With a sigh, Yi Qing set the material down. Clearly, Boss Qi had misjudged this piece. Those who gamble may find themselves in ruin. Seeing Yi Qing put the material down, Boss Qi was bewildered. "You won't gamble on this piece? Perhaps sell it to a fat sheep instead." Yi Qing shook his head, offering a wry smile. He did not claim it wasn't worth gambling. Instead, he suggested that Boss Qi use this material to ensnare the unsuspecting. Although her time spent with Yi Qing was brief, Shen Junyi had gained insight into his character, inwardly cursing him as a cunning merchant. "Thank you." Boss Qi understood the implication. The expert in jade remarked that betting on this material was ill-advised, as it was certain to fail, thus advising to set it aside. Wang Liang, suppressing his frustration, could no longer contain himself. "My friend, one must be bold when assessing materials." Yi Qing chuckled in response. "If you possess such courage, then you should take the plunge." Wang Liang, with a woeful expression, lamented, "But I am not favored by fortune, am I? Do you understand what luck truly is?" Yi Qing scoffed. "Luck is merely the heavens granting you the opportunity to encounter fine materials. However, the decision to gamble relies on experience and discernment. Therefore, should you fail in your gamble, Do not blame the heavens for your misfortune. It is your own lack of capability. Wang Liang fell silent, sighing heavily in the corner. Yi Qing remained unhurried. There was no need for haste. His gaze shifted to a small piece of gray shell within the safe, no larger than an adult's fist. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be around 3 kilograms, with a delicate texture, free from cracks or signs of tampering, presenting itself as a complete raw stone. A complete raw stone is one that has not been altered in any way since leaving the market. Chapter 26. The green python entwines. The color band tampering refers to the act of opening windows or scraping the surface. Opening a window involves creating a minuscule opening at the area most likely to reveal green, allowing the gambler to glimpse the interior of the raw stone. Skilled individuals can open windows to showcase the finest aspects of the stone. If they possess a seasoned eye, they can lead the gambler to overlook the flaws while highlighting the advantages of the raw stone. The most despicable act, however, is scraping the surface, wherein a metal brush is used to remove the naturally occurring patterns, such as python markings, mottling, and moss. The stone reveals no discernible flaws, yet its value surges exponentially, with risks increasing tenfold. This particular specimen is characterized by a cement-like exterior. Yi Qing felt a surge of joy, for such cemented stones are exclusively found in the Moksha Old Pit. The Moksha site is stratified into 3 layers. The uppermost layer predominantly comprises white sand and yellow sand skins. The second layer features gray skins, including elephantine and cement skins, while the third layer, comprised of black skins, lies at the bottom and is notoriously difficult to market. Although the materials from the second layer do not match the quality of the first, they are scarce, making their discovery a matter of fortune. This site is renowned for its water quality, with color being a secondary consideration, thus carrying substantial gambling risks. Experience has taught Yi Qing that any stone from the second layer exhibiting green or flecks of color will invariably lean towards green, and in the realm of jade, green is held in the highest esteem. Stones from below the second layer may exhibit sky blue, which is deemed inferior. However, this stone's exterior bears a colored python-like pattern, albeit not very distinct, which would likely escape the notice of the untrained eye. Yi Qing has already concluded that this must be a stone from above the second layer. While it may not reach the pinnacle, its foundation is undeniably green. Python is a term used by gambling stone experts, further categorized into numerous types. Simply put, it refers to jadeite rough that has undergone millions of years of natural weathering, leaving behind unabraded granules. Broadly, it is divided into 2 categories: white python, which is translucent, and green python, which is characterized by its color bands. Holding the stone, Yi Qing felt a thrill. Gambling on stones truly hinges on luck. Among a large vault of materials, this was the only one that caught his eye. Though modest in size, this stone holds potential for a wager on its water quality, with hopes of it yielding high-grade green python with vibrant color. Should the green intensify, its worth could exceed 10 million. I say, my friend, is this a piece of jadeite rough? It resembles cement. Do not gamble on it. Wang Liang watched anxiously, convinced that this stone could not possibly be jadeite rough. Silence. The white fox glared at him fiercely. Yi Qing focused intently on the stone, knowing that the cement skin material was difficult to assess, as light could not penetrate it. 10 years ago, Moksha's material was highly sought after, and now first-layer materials are nearly non-existent. Even second-layer cement skins are mostly held by collectors, rarely appearing on the market. Although challenging to evaluate, it is worth the risk. High-quality stones with rich color can fetch exorbitant prices. Yi Qing turned to Boss Qi and inquired, "How much for this piece?" Boss Qi gazed at the stone in his hand, astonished. "Brother, I cannot even comprehend this material. Why gamble on it?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing realized Boss Qi's limited understanding of the mine and chuckled. "Just a little gamble. It's small enough that even if it goes awry, the loss won't be substantial." His words only deepened Boss Qi's suspicion. He scrutinized the stone more carefully, placed it on the electronic scale, and said, 3 kilograms and 4 taels. We'll count it as 3 kilograms. Based on the raw stone price, that's 10,000 per kilogram. But brother, if you're gambling, you should pay 20,000. 60,000 is not unreasonable, right? Before Yi Qing could respond, Shun Junyi exclaimed, "The market price is 11,000 per kilogram. How has it doubled in your hands?" From your tone, it seems he has gained quite a deal. The white fox, equally indignant, stood up, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Boss Qi, caught between amusement and frustration. Boss Qi turned to Yi Qing. "Brother, please clarify." Yi Qing, aware that Shun Junyi and the white fox were unfamiliar with the rules of stone gambling, sighed and explained, "Fame brings its burdens. Once one is known, one must be prepared for exploitation." Boss Chi's markup of only double is quite reasonable. At least my brother understands the rules. Boss Chi gave a thumbs up. The White Fox, perplexed, asked, "You requested an additional 30,000, yet you still defend him?" Yi Qing responded with a wry smile. In a single establishment, one can only play the fool once. Had you not insisted on coming to Boss Chi, I would have undoubtedly sought another option. What caught my eye was that piece of ancient elephant skin. Boss Chi would price it tenfold before parting with it. However, this one has merely doubled, hence my remark on his magnanimity. The White Fox understood. Yi Qing had previously triumphed at Boss Chi's establishment, resulting in a significant gain. Thus, he reserved his stake there. The gamble he had chosen was priced 10 times the original by Boss Chi. When Yi Qing declined, Boss Chi proceeded to cut the stone himself, effectively allowing Yi Qing to observe the stone for free. Yi Qing turned to the White Fox with a smile. "Care for a wager?" The White Fox pouted her cherry lips, expressing disdain. "It's too small. Even if it appreciates, how much can one truly earn?" Yi Qing chuckled. "Very well. If you want bet, I shall wager myself." "Wait, I will bet." The White Fox bit her lip. 30,000, correct? Transfer it, as long as you can win. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. In stone gambling, there are no guarantees. The White Fox scoffed. "I care not for others. As long as you succeed, that suffices. After all, you owe me quite a sum. You will surely be cautious in your selection. I shall not bet on the stone, but I shall wager on you." Yi Qing frowned at her words. "All right, let's settle the payment." The two swiftly completed the transfer, and only then did Boss Chi approach. "Brother, enlighten me on the situation. I wish to broaden my horizons. How did this piece come to be?" Yi Qing responded with a question of his own. "I am uncertain." Master Chi furrowed his brows in contemplation. "This jade gambling stone shop was acquired by me 5 years ago. It is likely that the materials were left behind by the previous owner, as they have been carelessly discarded here for quite some time. That makes sense. This cement skin is indeed material from the first to the second layer of Mosisha." After Yi Qing concluded his words, he turned to descend the stairs with the material in hand, leaving Master Chi feeling quite disheartened. It was still that same master. Upon seeing Yi Qing's beaming smile, he presented him with a red envelope containing 100,000. Such a magnate is truly rare to find. Just as he reached out to take the material, Wang Liang stepped forward. "Step aside. I will cut this material." "Are you capable of doing so?" Yi Qing inquired with skepticism. "What do you mean by capable?" "I have been cutting materials in Tengchong for 2 years. It's just that I have yet to find a master to guide me. Thus my jade gambling skills are not as refined as yours." Wang Liang replied, gritting his teeth. "This material determines whether I will be buried alive. I cannot trust anyone else to cut it. I must do it myself." Yi Qing nodded. "Very well. I will trust you this once." Wang Liang immediately became animated. "How shall we cut it? It's a small piece. We cannot simply slice it open. We must first create a window and then illuminate it to observe its characteristics." Yi Qing generously shared his knowledge, having finally discovered Wang Liang's redeeming qualities. If his skills are adequate, he could work off his debts, for million is enough to keep him indebted for a lifetime. Yi Qing directly carved a window into the stone. Wang Liang set the material down and retrieved a power drill, expertly turning it on. Yi Qing nodded slightly. The art of jade gambling is crucial, but the technique of stone cutting is equally significant. A single careless cut on a fine piece could ruin it entirely. Standing by, he felt a surge of tension as the dragonstone-type Paisho exuded a chilling aura, calming his tumultuous spirit. Chapter 27. The hard-shelled stone is worth 60,000. The White Fox remained utterly unperturbed, playfully inquiring, "Pray tell, how does it command a price of 60,000? Yi Qing, with deliberate intent, replied, "Do you truly believe I am in need of your trifling 30,000? I merely wish to avoid squandering 60,000 recklessly. Gambling on stones carries inherent risks. Thus, allowing you to invest is merely a means of sharing that burden. I shall vanish come tomorrow." The White Fox asserted with utmost seriousness. Yi Qing cast a sidelong glance at her, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Her words, laced with a playful tone, held more charm than menace. "You are a person of great fortune. It is imperative to maintain composure. Yet the crux of the matter lies in my lack of understanding. You must recognize that I harbor an inexplicable fear of matters beyond my control." The White Fox exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. With a chuckle, Yi Qing responded, "Today, I shall elucidate the matter for you. Should you join me in future ventures, it is essential that you learn to remain silent." The White Fox understood the implications of his words. No matter how exceptional the material, it would be unwise to speak in the presence of the proprietor, for that would be impolite. This particular stone hailed from the esteemed Moshisha Old Pit, characterized by its colorful shell, presenting a chance to wager on high-quality output and vibrant hues. Should it exhibit brilliant colors, its value could potentially double, though the extent of this increase would depend on the richness of its coloration. Essentially, it is quite costly, is it not? The white fox inquired earnestly. Shinjunyi, fully aware of what high quality and vibrant colors signify, interjected coldly, do not disturb Yi Qing. Allow him to concentrate on the stones. With a grave demeanor, the white fox remarked, Sister, a man like Yi Qing is not one you can hold on to. You might as well relinquish him to me. Not a chance. Shinjunyi swiftly countered. Yi Qing allowed the two women to bicker while he remained fixed on Wang Liang. The window he opened was remarkably stable, yet the outer shell of the material appeared quite hard. After a prolonged effort with the electric drill, he had only managed to chip away a small portion of the exterior. Qi, the boss, had his eyes gleaming. A hard shell indicated that the interior held a superior quality of jadeite. This young man's discerning eye was truly exceptional. Yi Qing chose to ignore him completely. But the hardness of this material's shell was astonishing. He hesitated to predict what kind of jadeite lay within. What's wrong? Shinjunyi noticed his tense expression. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the stone, and whispered her inquiry. Old quality. What does old quality mean? Baihu interjected eagerly. The term old quality refers to a tightly packed crystal structure within, suggesting a cleaner base. Yi Qing explained softly. One of the most crucial factors in distinguishing the quality of jadeite is its age. Younger materials exhibit a more apparent crystal structure and contain more impurities. Thus, the older the material, the better and purer it is. I don't understand. Baihu exclaimed from the side. Take a flashlight and examine the piece Wang Liang has cut. It's of coarse bean variety, and when illuminated, you can see the crystals resembling beans within. Yi Qing casually responded to Baihu. Baihu also recognized Yi Qing's palpable tension. Several tens of thousands of yuan was merely a drop in the bucket for him. So his anxiety could only stem from the potential for a significant gain. She shot him a playful glance. I hold shares. So don't think you can chase me away. Isn't it true that the finer the crystals, the more valuable they are? Yi Qing nodded, realizing there was no time for further discussion as Wang Liang gradually ground away the shell. The reactions observed at the window would ultimately determine the quality of the material. If the window opens ideally, revealing a vibrant hue, this stone could be sold outright without any cutting. However, should the window prove unsatisfactory, further cutting is inevitable, accompanied by an increase in risk. Yet, this is the nature of stone gambling. It's a wager on exhilaration, a gamble not merely of wealth. Once someone begins to cut the stone, the crowd drawn in by curiosity swells, though silence prevails save for the jarring sound of the electric drill. Yi Qing, with unwavering focus, watches as the window gradually reveals itself, fearful of missing any detail. This marks his second venture into stone gambling, and he remains tense and exhilarated, his body instinctively taut, leaving him in discomfort, reluctant to relax. Wang Liang sets down the drill and submerges the stone into a water bucket, scrubbing vigorously. My friends, after opening so many stones, this one is the hardest. My wrist is nearly worn out. The impatient Baihu, filled with frustration, urges, stop the chatter. Bring it out quickly. Startled, Wang Liang retrieves the stone from the water, but upon glimpsing the window, his expression darkens ominously. Yi Qing, aware of Wang Liang's expertise in jade, senses the troubling shift in his demeanor. An unfavorable window has been revealed, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Quickly, he takes the stone from Wang Liang's hands, scrutinizing the window. Indeed, it falls short of expectations, not poor, but not meeting the hoped-for outcome. The window opened is modest, merely the size of a bottle cap, yet it reveals a discernible glassy sheen. However, this sheen arises from the drilling process, not from the jade itself. The quality of the base is not promising, remarks Boss Qi nearby. Yi Qing nodded slightly. The stone was indeed aged, the crystal refined, and the water content commendable. Yet it could only be classified as ice-glutinous jade. The color was dark and did not exhibit high-grade hues. Upon illuminating the stone, Boss Qi immediately chuckled, remarking, it has appreciated somewhat. Ice-glutinous jade with good water content and a glassy luster, albeit the oily cucumber skin green indicates that the color has not fully developed. There are no visible cracks, and it is suitable for crafting pendants and ornaments. It should command at least 300,000. Brother, make your move. Yi Qing shook his head, deep in thought. This shouldn't be the case. Moshi Sha's cement skin either reveals no color or displays high-grade hues. If the window fails to showcase color, then it should end there, yielding a modest profit. However, the oily cucumber skin green suggests the possibility of higher-grade colors. It cannot simply be cucumber skin green. Baihu grew anxious, exclaiming, Yi Qing, what do you think? Speak up. A slight increase. Selling now would indeed be worth 300,000. Yi Qing turned back with a smile. Is this truly valued at 300,000? Baihu could not comprehend. Merely a window the size of a beer cap had elevated the value of this stone from 60,000 to 300,000. Boss Chi interjected, Baihu, this is already quite commendable. Since it is ice glutinous, it belongs to the mid-range category. The cucumber skin green is based on oily green, which can vary significantly. I'm willing to offer 300,000 due to its ice glutinous nature. If you sell now, you'll earn 240,000. However, should you slice it open and it reveals cracks or a color shift, it could become worthless. Brother, sell it. You can select another one. Boss Chi spoke the truth. The risk in gambling on stones lies in the uncertainty of what changes may occur within. Yet, for him, the greatest risk was not the stone itself. But Baihu, this woman could handle wins but not losses. It was prudent to take the profit and call it a day. Should one continue to gamble, the unfortunate outcome may very well fall upon oneself. Yi Qing squinted and inquired with a smile. Even the gods find it challenging to discern a mere inch of jade. Baihu, should one seize the opportunity or persist in the gamble? Without a moment's hesitation, Baihu replied, that is for you to decide. If you wish to gamble, then gamble. Yi Qing jested, I intend to wager significantly, but should everything fall apart, and I lose 30,000, do not blame me. Chapter 28. The temptation of Baihu. Baihu smiled charmingly. 240,000. I can allocate 120,000. When the time comes, I shall include this sum for you. Unfazed, Yi Qing scoffed. If you dare to include it, I shan't invite you to play next time. Then I shall vanish for 3 days. Baihu laughed triumphantly. The interest can be quite dreadful. Do the math yourself. You are being unreasonable. Yi Qing chuckled, shaking his head. In the realm of gambling stones, one must be prepared to win as well as to lose. Do not act like a petty individual, seeking only to profit without risk. I am indeed like a petty individual, Baihu quipped, shaking her body. The white fabric of her attire swaying dramatically as she cast a disdainful glance at him. Boss Chi chuckled wryly, brother, do not engage in reason with a woman. Especially one as beautiful as this, they are even less inclined to logic. Moreover, few men possess the temperament for gambling. Indeed, Wang Liang chimed in. Let us proceed with another cut. Yi Qing smiled and accepted the situation. His current gamble was on this particular stone's potential for high color. Given its excellent foundation, should it reveal a vibrant hue, its value would soar exponentially. Furthermore, he had chosen the window's position himself. Gambling on stones and selling the openings to others are distinctly different matters. Opening a window to sell stones necessitates positioning it in the most advantageous location, while one must scrutinize the least promising stones for personal gambling. Thus, the stone in question failed to reveal its potential, only displaying a lackluster green hue. He pondered whether the white fox possessed gambling instincts, contemplating whether to include her in future endeavors. Wang Liang squatted to change the blade. The material was exceedingly tough, rendering ordinary blades inadequate, necessitating the finest blade for cutting. Securing the material, he closed the machine's lid and pressed the start button. As the cutting machine roared to life, the onlookers erupted in hushed excitement, chanting, rise, rise, rise. Their voices coalesced into a wave, drawing in more spectators, while those outside could only leap to peer inside. To thwart any opportunistic behavior, Yi Qing positioned the white fox and Shun Junyi in front of him, wrapping an arm around each of their slender waists. Shun Junyi remained unsuspecting, yet the white fox's muscles tensed immediately. Yi Qing chuckled to himself, realizing she was still inexperienced. The white fox turned to him, prompting Yi Qing to hastily declare, I am not taking advantage of you. I never said you were. The white fox shot back, adding softly, what I meant is, you are the first man bold enough to embrace me. I eagerly await your demonstration of skill. Once I deem you worthy, I shall allow you to assist me in removing the special charm. Yi Qing resolutely shook his head, that's best left aside. Sister Shun is not suited for you. This line of work requires a ruthless heart and a fierce hand, and one must seize opportunities swiftly. The white fox, her enchanting eyes sparkling, replied with a smile, moreover, becoming one of us would greatly benefit your acquisition of raw stones. Yi Qing recognized that her interest lay not in his physical form, but rather in his expertise in stone gambling. Sacrificing one's appearance entails relinquishing control over oneself, thereby reducing one to a mere tool for her financial gain. In stone gambling, emotions cannot be involved. It is too detrimental to one's finances, she remarked coolly. The white fox gritted her teeth in frustration. At that moment, the sound of the cutting machine abruptly ceased, redirecting their attention to the stone. Wang Liang lifted the lid, releasing a plume of vapor, the result of high-temperature steam generated by the swift cutting blades. He grasped the water hose, dousing the stone to dissipate the mist. After removing the stone, He noted that it had not been completely severed by the blade. He picked up a steel shard and turned to Yi Qing, inquiring, "Will you open it? Or shall I?" This was the custom of stone gambling. Only those fortunate enough could claim the right to open the stone. Wang Liang was acutely aware of his own unfortunate streak. Yi Qing, unfazed, smiled lightly. "You go ahead." Wang Liang, visibly apprehensive, clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Then with a fierce strike, the stone was unveiled, and the severed lid tumbled to the ground, rolling slightly. Boss Chi stepped on the lid, picked it up, and upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "High ice." Upon hearing those words, Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement. However, Boss Chi's demeanor was exceedingly grim, radiating disappointment, leaving Yi Qing momentarily bewildered. As he took the lid and examined it, he noted that the material was indeed of a mature quality, having reached the high ice level. Yet, to his dismay, 3 significant cracks extended directly into the jade flesh. A single crack can ruin everything. Regardless of how exquisite the jadeite may be, once a fracture appears, its fate is sealed. Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine, having previously observed that this stone's exterior bore no blemishes. However, upon being cut open, it unexpectedly revealed 3 fissures, resembling a trifurcation, extending deep into the material. Truly, it is said that even the divine cannot sever a precious jade. Boss Chi gazed at it with disappointment. The cement skin remains opaque. Yet, this is still satisfactory. I shall take it for 1 million. Wang Hu also approached, wearing a sorrowful countenance. It is utterly disgusting, a piece of exquisite material ruined. It even exhibits fluorescence within, with remarkable rigidity. After meticulous polishing, this piece could be sold as glass grade. Observe how the quality has transformed. The icy glutinous has become high ice, and the melon skin green has turned into pure green. Had it not been for these 3 fissures, it could easily fetch 10 million. Wang Liang lamented. "I told you I wouldn't open it, yet you insisted. Step aside. This is not a matter of luck." Yi Qing continued to examine the material under the light. The green hue was uniform, exuding a certain vitality. Although it could not rival imperial green, it was nonetheless of exceptional quality. Yet, as the fissures spread, the value would inevitably diminish. Boss Chi kindly suggested, "Brother, just sell it. This material can only be used for beads, and none can foresee how much can be extracted. The valuation of 1 million is attributed to its high ice and vibrant color. Even if you transfer it to me, there would be little profit. Is this a win or a loss in gambling?" Bai Hu listened to their simultaneous lamentations, yet Boss Chi offered 1 million, leaving him utterly perplexed. This material, with its high ice and pure green, though small, holds a value in the millions. So expensive. Shinjunyi was equally taken aback. Yet, the significant fissures have marred this piece. Boss Chi urged, "This material can no longer be gambled upon. By who? It is better to take the good and leave." Turning 60,000 into 1 million is not insignificant. What do you think? Bai Hu inquired, gazing at Yi Qing. Yi Qing replied with utmost seriousness. "If there are no cracks, it cannot be deemed jadeite. The raw stone has weathered in the wilderness for millions of years, and it is entirely normal for it to possess cracks. What we are wagering on now is the most exquisite and beautiful essence contained within. However, since you hold shares, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I require your input. Should we continue to gamble or secure our gains?" Bai Hu hesitated. 500,000 was a substantial amount for her, and she would need to invest 5 million to recoup the interest on that sum. Yet, the risk loomed large. If the gambler could not bear the loss and chose to leap from the rooftop, she would lose every penny. Such incidents were not uncommon. Otherwise, Mu Jie, Jie Gao, and DeLong would not witness fatalities daily. Bai Hu clenched her teeth resolutely. "Before we came here, you stated that all decisions regarding the bets were to be made by you. I am merely waiting for the funds. Please proceed with your judgment." This time, she refrained from using the threat of interest to coerce him and instead opted for trust, which greatly pleased Yi Qing. Chapter 29. A frightening cut and a surge in value. Yi Qing activated a powerful flashlight, illuminating the interior. The vibrant green hue was stunning, yet no crystals were visible, and its fineness approached that of glass. However, visibility was limited to a mere 10 millimeters. Beyond that lay uncertainty. If given the choice, I would undoubtedly continue to gamble. After scrutinizing it closely, Yi Qing resolved without hesitation, "As it stands, we are assured of 1 million. If we cut into it and find no cracks, it could very well be worth several million, though I cannot guarantee a win. Then what is there to hesitate about? 1 million is already in the bag." Bai Hu remarked with a charming smile. Yi Qing found it amusing. Having merely gambled for the second time, he was already adopting the mindset of a gambler, vowing not to relent until the material was revealed. "Consider this. If the large crack transforms into a smaller one, it would no longer be valued at 1 million. The white fox replied without hesitation. I have stated that if you wager on my ability to procure funds, the outcome rests in the hands of fate. You possess remarkable audacity. You are a born gambler. Yi Qing chuckled, saying, Wang Liang, the 3 cracks on the surface run horizontally, based on this trend. Unless the imperial crack or spider crack emerges, this stone could yield at least 3 plaques. Each high ice, full green plaque is worth 2 million. However, the crux of the matter is whether you have the courage to continue cutting without destroying the stone. Boss Chi was visibly shaken and exclaimed, Brother, are you serious? If this stone produces even 1 plaque, I shall concede your victory. In my opinion, it can only yield beads. That crack has undoubtedly penetrated deep. Do not be deceived by the 3 prominent cracks. There must be smaller ones within. If sold now, I could market it as window material. Another cut would render it clear material, thus devaluing it. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang became agitated. Can't you choose your words wisely? Is this not a curse upon us? We have already lost millions, and now you suggest we dare not cut this flawed stone? But the material that emerges from it. Do not even think about it. I will never sell it to you. Qi, confronted with his obstinance, nearly succumbed to fury, his expression dark and silent. Wang Liang turned away. How should we proceed with the cut? Yi Qing, possessing keen insight, had already envisioned the locations of the 3 plaques. He illuminated the stone with a flashlight from the side, shine the light not directly up and down, as the cracks will remain unseen. Only from the side can one discern the cracks clearly. Follow the central crack for the cut. Who knew the light could be directed in such a manner? Wang Liang and Boss Chi both observed the subtle cracks illuminated by the light. Though few in number, they could discern the direction of the fissures with clarity. Yi Qing smiled faintly, stating, This is a trick I have summarized, and I shall impart it to you today. Upon hearing this, Wang Liang immediately felt a surge of excitement. He secured the material once more and pressed the power button, the sound of the cutting machine resonating through the air. Boss Chi, feeling a twinge of apprehension, remarked, This piece of material has had its ups and downs. Goodness, my heart can hardly take it. Turning to Yi Qing, he inquired, Brother, how have you honed your keen eyesight? Yi Qing, with a calm demeanor, replied, It is the wisdom passed down by my master. After cutting 1,000 pieces of stone at each site, one truly develops the skill. Do not be so pretentious. I simply wish to see if your judgment holds true. Boss Chi retorted with gritted teeth. Both he and Wang Liang had cut their fair share of stones, yet they had never received the guidance of a master. Such knowledge, however, cannot be forced. Stone appraisal masters are notoriously selfish, preferring to take their expertise to the grave rather than risk teaching a disciple who may lead them to ruin. Furthermore, these masters are often quite wealthy, impervious to any monetary persuasion. To be accepted as a disciple of a stone appraisal master relies solely on fortuitous circumstances. The screech of the cutting machine was jarring, causing Bai Hu and Shun Junyi to feel tense, their eyes fixed intently on the machine. It started. After a full half hour, Wang Liang shouted, You may proceed. Yi Qing chuckled. With trembling hands, Wang Liang lifted the machine's cover, his lips cracked from the tension. The day's endeavor of cutting stones had been fraught with twists and turns, leaving everyone utterly exhausted and mentally drained. Wang Liang grabbed the hose to wash away the debris from the stone's surface, leaning so close to the blade that he suddenly shouted, It didn't take any in. Yi Qing hurriedly rushed over, illuminating the area to observe closely. The large crack extended all the way through, while the other 2 cracks deviated, stretching outward along the stone shell. The significant fissure was not alarming, as long as it did not spawn any minor cracks. They could create a plaque and carve out the egg surface. Yi Qing gazed excitedly at the material in his hands. High-grade jade, completely green, devoid of impurities or blemishes, with a rich, vibrant hue that was almost on par with imperial green. Gentlemen, we have finally triumphed. Wang Liang exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. I am truly impressed by your skill. Only 1 crack has been compromised, allowing us to split the material into 2 halves, sufficient to produce 6 plaques, each of which could fetch 2 million. Bai Hu approached, snatching the material away to scrutinize it intently, yet unable to discern anything. She returned the material to Yi Qing, her expression filled with skepticism. This is what constitutes a win. Yi Qing, observing her bewilderment, chuckled. What more do you desire? To unearth a glass-like imperial green valued at over 100 million? One must not be overly avaricious, otherwise calamity will surely follow. I fear no misfortune, Bai Hu replied, her smile radiant. She turned to Qi Boss and inquired playfully, Is this piece truly worth 12 million? Qi Boss's countenance darkened, regardless of who it was. Having 2 pieces of high-grade jade taken within a day would certainly dampen one's spirits. Baihu's words felt like a dagger to his already wounded heart. He spoke laboriously. 2 pieces of material, yielding 6 plaques. My brother, please yield to me, 12 million. We could also carve out 5 egg surfaces. Yi Qing gestured. Each egg surface could be valued at 50,000, right? Leave me some profit. Boss Chi was on the verge of tears, his face contorted with anguish as he pleaded. Brother, one cannot drive a hard bargain to the bitter end. If this piece were to be auctioned by the Jade Association and the merchants from Guangzhou, how much could it fetch? You are ruthless. Reluctantly, Boss Chi declared, 13 million. I can offer you 12 million, but you must cover the red envelope. Yi Qing, with a mischievous smile, replied, however, I wish to select a piece from the second safe. Instantly, he understood that his concession would not come without a catch. Boss Chi lamented, those are public auction materials, and they do not come cheap. If the price is lowered, I wouldn't even want them. With a hearty laugh, Yi Qing insisted, let us proceed with the transfer. Boss Chi silently rejoiced, thankful that it was already past 1 in the morning. And neither the Jade Association nor the merchants from Guangzhou had arrived. Otherwise, this material would have slipped through his fingers. The glass-type Imperial Green is unparalleled, and the high-ice full green reigns supreme. Fearing that Baihu might have regrets, he hastily pulled out his phone to initiate the transfer. Transfer 380,000 for my share. Yi Qing instructed, and soon the notification of the transaction arrived. Yi Qing clasped his hands in farewell, feeling genuinely exhausted from the day's events. As he entered his Toyota, Baihu cast him a curious glance and inquired, are we going to my place or to the Dehong Hotel? Let us head back to the hotel, Yi Qing replied, reclining languidly in his seat. In a playful manner, Baihu wrapped her arms around his, her ample form pressing against him as she coyly suggested, why not visit Baihu Bar? Don't you wish to see me shed my attire? You could strip down to nothing, yet he still wouldn't share his bed with you. Shin Junyi interjected with a sharp tone, her words laced with bitterness. Dearest sister, do not be so parsimonious. We Burmese women never object to sharing a man. The white fox taunted, look at him. He wishes he could devour me whole. Yi Qing mischievously added, I would never entertain such a thought. You are not only a nuisance, but also poisonous. To ingest you would be a near-fatal endeavor. Women are inherently venomous. The white fox smiled alluringly. Do not tell me that Sister Shan remains by your side out of affection. It is not as you imagine between us, Yi Qing solemnly stated. There is more respect than exploitation. Huh. The white fox laughed uproariously. So, men respect women to the extent of taking them to bed. It seems Sister Shun has not yet shared your bed. You have been investigating me. Shin Junyi exclaimed, agitated. Merely curious. The white fox glanced out of the car window. The Dehong Hotel was imminent. Her jade-like fingers, as delicate as spring onions, hooked Yi Qing's chin as she confidently asserted, you will implore me. Yi Qing's gaze intensified as the white fox exited the car, bowing slightly and smiling. I have already reserved your rooms. Rest well. Yi Qing, looking at the white fox, gravely asked, what did you mean by what you said earlier? When you beg me, I shall reveal it to you. The white fox giggled coquettishly. And I shall be candid. Yi Qing earnestly replied, do not act thus. Once we are intimate, we can no longer be friends. The white fox scornfully said, men and women can never be merely friends. They are either siblings or lovers. We are destined not to be siblings, so we can only be lovers. Yi Qing chuckled bitterly. It seems you won't gain anything from this. Those who adhere to rules never seek to profit from them. Even if you were to become mine, rules remain rules. I covet none of your wealth. However, should you dare to betray me, I would bury you, tears streaming down my face. Without waiting for Yi Qing's response, the white fox turned and departed in her vehicle. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Yi Qing discovered that the white fox had indeed booked 2 rooms, a luxurious suite costing 2,006 per night, and a standard room priced at 106. But the bill was to be settled by Yi Qing himself. He produced his card and handed it to the receptionist, shaking his head with a smile. This is the white fox. She never incurs a loss when it comes to money. Shin Junyi scoffed. Do you truly intend to become her lover? Yi Qing firmly shook his head. Such thoughts have never crossed my mind. Wang Liang, consumed by envy and resentment, remarked, my friend, you should consider this. In a place like Delongji, with the white fox's protection, you could strut about with confidence. Do you not know of the stone house in Panjiayuan? Wang Liang suddenly trembled. You are the young master of the Yi family. I truly deserve to be punished for daring to provoke you. Not bad, not too foolish. Yi Qing replied with a smile. In a moment, ask the front desk to find you a doctor to tend to your wounds. Tomorrow morning, you shall return home by plane. Can I accompany you, young master? I will cut stones. Wang Liang implored, his eyes wide with anticipation. Are you not afraid of losing your reputation as a gentleman from the capital? Yi Qing inquired playfully. Following you will only incite jealousy. Wang Liang pleaded in a subdued tone. Young master, grant me a meal. As long as you promise not to gamble on stones again, I may stay. Yi Qing replied earnestly. Wang Liang earnestly nodded. My family is a demolition household. We received 3 apartments worth 10 million. Over the past few years, I have dabbled in antiques, bracelets, birds, crickets, and even women, yet everything feels devoid of flavor. Gambling on stones is not merely about profit. It is the thrill that captivates. However, this time, the thrill escalated. Yi Qing smiled, noting that in Kyoto, there are countless individuals who, having recently acquired wealth, find themselves feeling hollow. In fact, this thrill has become their sole pursuit. Wang Liang nodded bitterly by following the young master to cut stones. I can also relish in this excitement. Yi Qing responded cheerfully. All right then, since you have agreed, you may stay. I happen to need a helper for stone cutting. Thank you, young master. Wang Liang bowed, looking up at Yi Qing with admiration as he accompanied Shen Junyi into the elevator. In the confined space, Shen Junyi leaned against Yi Qing, her eyes shimmering. You truly accepted this incorrigible gambler. I am a jade master. Not every stone warrants my personal attention. Yi Qing chuckled. Wang Liang possesses commendable skills in stone cutting. With just a little guidance, he can become an expert. Aren't you worried he might harbor ulterior motives? Shen Junyi inquired cautiously. If he dares to entertain such thoughts after knowing I am a young master in Kyoto, then he truly deserves his fate. Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. Yet, it is you who intrigues me. You find it strange? I find it even more perplexing. Shen Junyi insisted eagerly. Why not keep this piece of high-quality jadeite for yourself? With it, the pressure would be significantly alleviated. Because I have set my sights on Boss Chi's second safe. Yi Qing remarked with profound significance. He also promised me that I could choose a piece of stone. In the realm of stone gambling, nothing is certain. Sometimes, discovering a remarkable stone and cutting out a fine jadeite can be worth billions. Shen Junyi gritted her teeth and replied. Yet, it remains a gamble. There is no guarantee that one can extract jadeite worth billions from the raw stone. You truly do not comprehend this trade. Yi Qing chuckled softly, patting her back gently, and explained with care. Even celestial beings cannot extract high-grade jadeite from a kilogram of rough material. To gamble on an increase in value, one must find superior raw stones, with the best choice being public auction materials. However, genuine public auction materials are either cut on-site by stone gamblers or privately hoarded by these proprietors. Shen Junyi questioned, does public auction material necessarily yield high-grade jadeite? Yi Qing responded with a smile. In the mining area, only the finest raw stones are selected by the mine owners to participate in the public auction. At the auction, these materials are meticulously chosen by stone gamblers and jade appraisers, ensuring they can gamble on an increase before bidding high. Even so, the probability of extracting jadeite from public auction materials is merely 30%. Shen Junyi understood. Extracting high-value jadeite from a kilogram of rough material is merely a legend, concocted by stone shop owners to sell kilogram materials. Choosing the more expensive public auction materials is merely to enhance the odds of a profitable gamble. You get what you pay for. Indeed, Yi Qing affirmed with a nod. Encountering a fine raw stone is luck. But finding a wealthy stone gambler willing to pay a high price for that fine stone is also a stroke of fortune. Disbursing money is a declaration to Boss Chi that I am financially unencumbered, compelling him to reveal his hidden treasures. Furthermore, I have an alternative route through the White Fox. Should I be unable to procure satisfactory stones from Jiegao and DeLong, I shall venture to Hua City. Chapter 31. A rift destroys all. Upon learning of Yi Qing's intentions, Shen Junyi felt an overwhelming sense of relief and inquired with a smile. What do you wish to convey? Yi Qing gazed at her with curiosity, asking, why engage in a rivalry with the White Fox? Humph. Shen Junyi stamped her foot in frustration. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and she stepped out, promptly swiping her card to access the room. Upon witnessing the interior, she was taken aback. No wonder it costs 2,006 for a night. Unfortunately, the star rating is inadequate. There's no presidential suite. With a sidelong glance, Shen Junyi teased, what? Are you trying to flaunt your wealth? That was not my intent. However, while one can earn money, one must also learn to relish it. Yi Qing replied, opening his small suitcase to retrieve a set of casual attire. There are 2 rooms. You may choose one first while I take a shower. I've been cutting stones all day and am quite filthy. Give me a top. Shen Junyi exclaimed, snatching it from him. What are you doing? Yi Qing's eyes widened in surprise. My change of clothes is still at the villa. You brought me here to check into a hotel. And you expect me to be naked after bathing? Shen Junyi retorted, her alluring eyes narrowing in a challenging gaze, though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Very well. I concede this time. Yi Qing chuckled mischievously. Shen Junyi's complexion was flushed, and she cast a playful glance at him before swiftly darting into the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, Chanel's ensemble, along with a set of lingerie, was tossed out from the bathing area. Call the attendant and have these sent for dry cleaning, she instructed. Yi Qing held the small remnants of fabric, still retaining the distinct scent of femininity. He simultaneously removed his leisure wear, which he had changed out of on the plane, along with his athletic attire, donning a pair of trousers instead. He summoned the attendant to take away the garments contained in the bag for laundering. The prolonged bathing of the woman felt endless. The lavish suite was indeed opulent, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, yet only a single bathing area. Have you seen the material that master lost in a gamble? Yi Qing inquired loudly, his impatience palpable. After the loss, I captured a photograph and sent it to Chen Lu. Shen Junyi's voice echoed from within the bathroom. The photo is on my phone. The password is 3 6s. You may take a look for yourself. Yi Qing retrieved Shen Junyi's phone from the coffee table, entered the password, and accessed the photo album. The material had been sliced, revealing a collection of stone fragments. The quality of the stone approached that of glass, with visible inclusions and a striking clarity. The green hue was transparent. Albeit lacking the depth of imperial green, it was still a prime example of apple green. Regrettably, the stone was riddled with fissures, resembling a spider's web that marred the entirety of the piece. One crack ruins everything. Even with prior mental preparation, Yi Qing could not suppress a curse. He scrolled through the images, finding the second and third pieces similarly flawed. Not to mention bracelets. Even the plaques and cabochons were irretrievable. After flipping through 13 pages, he turned to the next, revealing a stunning beauty draped in sheer fabric. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing her perfectly rounded, snow-white shoulders. And her exquisite visage was breathtakingly beautiful. The gossamer veil could not conceal the enchanting curves of her form, and even the fine hairs on her skin were distinctly visible. Yi Qing was utterly mesmerized, oblivious to the opening of the bathroom door. Shen Junyi, barefoot, approached him softly, casting a fleeting glance at the phone screen, and exclaimed in shock, "Why are you scrolling through without permission? Don't you know that a girl's phone holds her secrets?" Yi Qing, caught off guard, could only respond with an awkward smile as she snatched the phone away, her face flushed with embarrassment. In a flash, Yi Qing grabbed his leisure pants and dashed into the bathroom. What a scoundrel! Shen Junyi muttered under her breath. Unable to resist opening the phone to find the photos Yi Qing had surreptitiously viewed, her emotions a tumultuous blend of shame and anger. Does this count as you seeing me exposed? Silence ensued from the bathroom, save for the hissing sound of the shower. Shen Junyi, battling her own fluttering heart, called out, "What did you see?" "Your figure is quite remarkable," Yi Qing replied casually. "You scoundrel! That is not what I asked," Shen Junyi retorted, flustered and irate. "What I inquired about was that piece of jade. The glass variety, apple green," Yi Qing commented while washing his hair. "Alas, it bears the most dreadful emperor's crack, totaling 13 pieces, all similarly flawed." But what?" Shen Junyi pressed eagerly. The original stone resembled a large sweet potato. Yi Qing tilted her head back, allowing the water to wash away the foam atop her head, and wiped her face. Furthermore, it was a full set. Her master had not polished the stone but had opted for a direct cut. However, a peculiar observation struck her. These materials seemed incomplete. Why not attempt to assemble these 13 pieces into the shape of a sweet potato? Yi Qing dried off her body, donned a pair of casual trousers, and, bare-chested, adorned with a dragon stone paisho pendant around her neck, stepped outside. Shen Junyi lowered her gaze, meticulously pondering the shapes of the 13 pieces. The photographs had been taken with the stones laid flat, rendering assembly nearly impossible. This is rather a tall order. She then raised her eyes to Yi Qing, her attention captured by the dragonstone paisho. This pendant's hue surpasses that of Chen Lu's. Yi Qing beamed. This is not merely a pendant. It is a handheld piece, something to toy with. I simply wear it for convenience. She paused. By the way, have you never encountered this before? Shen Junyi, flustered, shook her head. This is my first encounter today. How could I have seen your belongings? She continued, since you cherish it so, it must be quite costly. Not too bad, just a few times more expensive than Chen Lu's. Yi Qing was astonished. This was her master's personal item, and she had never laid eyes upon it. A few times? Over 1 million. Shen Junyi was taken aback, left speechless in awe. Indeed. Yi Qing chuckled as she toweled her hair. By market standards, it should be even pricier. Such items are rare treasures. If it were to be auctioned, who knows what price it might fetch? Glass type, imperial green. Shen Junyi ventured, recognizing that this was a high-end jade. Imperial green, indeed, but not glass type. It's dragon stone. Yi Qing corrected her with a smile. What kind is this? Shen Junyi hastily approached and deftly removed the dragon stone paisho from its display. Dressed only in a simple pullover, her movement revealed a hint of a rounded form, reminiscent of two full moons hidden among the clouds, causing Yi Qing's gaze to involuntarily drift downward. A trace of triumphant amusement graced Shinjunyi's lips as she teased. Should I lift it up for you to see more clearly? The picture is already quite clear, Yi Qing replied with a casual smile. You scoundrel. Shinjunyi's heel pressed firmly onto his foot. How dare you say that? Beauty is akin to exquisite jade, meant to be admired. Yi Qing grimaced in pain. Besides, you are still wearing a layer of sheer fabric. Look at those models and beauty pageant contestants. They confidently strut around in minimal attire. And if no one gazes at them, they would be quite displeased. With a disdainful huff, Shinjunyi turned away, kneeling on the sofa. You still haven't told me what kind it is. Chapter 32. The richest dog in the world, it is of the dragonstone variety. Yi Qing replied as he settled beside her. A rare type of jadeite, which is now completely extinct. Looking at the paixio in her hands, Shinjunyi felt a wave of frustration and was on the verge of tears. I toil through countless legal battles every year, earning a modest sum. And after years of saving, I managed to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in Kunming. I usually indulge in Chanel attire, carry a Chanel bag, and occasionally splurge on steak and red wine, thinking I had achieved a semblance of a cultured lifestyle. Yet, upon seeing you in Qinlu, I realized that even a dog leads a more privileged existence than I do. Yi Qing recognized that she was using the opportunity to berate herself and chuckled. Do not insult dogs. The most opportunistic dog in the world is Gunther IV, who possesses a staggering $2.5 billion in cash and numerous properties, including a lavish mansion in Miami once inhabited by Madonna, as well as a villa in the Bahamas. Each day, it awakens in a home valued in the tens of millions, attended to by a male butler and female maids, accompanied by a personal stylist and a custom-built swimming pool for leisure. It has a dedicated chef, whose daily fare consists of truffles and caviar, and a chauffeur for luxurious travel, going wherever it desires. At every meal or outing, it is surrounded by a different array of beautiful companions. Stung by his words, Shinjunyi burst into tears. Yi Qing understood the torment she had endured in recent days. Her father lay in a hospital, having sold off all his assets to pay debts. He still owed $200 million for high-end jade or $600 million in hefty compensation, a burden too great for even the strongest of women to bear. Weeping was the most effective release. Yi Qing tentatively wrapped her in his embrace, and Shinjunyi did not resist, clinging to his neck and sobbing on his shoulder. Her cries were heart-wrenching, echoing for a full half-hour before subsiding. Yi Qing remarked, in truth, you are quite wealthy as well. Shinjunyi lifted her tear-streaked face, utterly despondent, and replied, you mock me. How could I possibly be wealthy? Do you not realize that this dragonstone paixio was sent to me by my master? Yi Qing responded earnestly, and Shinjunyi exclaimed in astonishment. This was given to you by my father after he lost that exorbitantly priced raw stone in gambling? By the timeline, it should indeed be correct. With a chuckle, Yi Qing remarked, the presentation of this paixio signifies my readiness to venture forth independently. However, consider the inverse. He opted to bestow this jade paixio upon me rather than liquidate it to resolve his financial woes, implying that the legacy he has reserved for you surpasses the value of this exquisite jade artifact. Yi Qing lamented. Yet, fate would have it that my master succumbs to a stroke at this juncture. With tearful eyes, Shinjunyi vehemently refuted, impossible. He possesses no such wealth. Do not weep, lest we arouse suspicion, Yi Qing implored as he tenderly dabbed away her tears. Hearken to my analysis. Proceed. Shinjunyi acquiesced, embracing him tightly, as if seeking solace in his presence. Yi Qing furrowed his brow and elucidated. My master is meticulous in his deliberations, invariably safeguarding his interests. Even in gambling on this exorbitant raw stone, I find it implausible that he would hazard everything. Nonetheless, the allure of this raw stone is undeniable. Yi Qing asserted with gravity, bear in mind that my master operates a gambling den. To him, even the most enticing raw stone is but a commodity. Should the cost prove prohibitive, he would assuredly relinquish it for a substantial profit, at long last. Shinjunyi comprehended. Thus, upon our initial encounter, you suspected me of coveting his wealth. Indeed, Yi Qing affirmed resolutely. Hence, my initial impulse to dismiss you. But where is his wealth concealed? Shinjunyi questioned. If he possesses wealth, why would he sell the Longrui gambling stone workshop and the Jade Pavilion to the Jade Association? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. I am equally perplexed. Where could he possibly conceal his fortune? Shinjunyi also frowned in contemplation. I am not preoccupied with that, but rather pondering what my master truly intends to accomplish. Yi Qing's expression was one of frustration. This old fox may be in a coma, yet he has left behind a significant enigma. How can one decipher it? How could you think such a thing? Shinjunyi regarded him with curiosity. For a businessman, possessing keen instincts is essential for substantial profit. Yi Qing asserted confidently. The Jade Association aims to monopolize the entire high-end jade jewelry market. This presents a lucrative opportunity that my master would never overlook. Shen Junyi questioned skeptically. What more could he do? To understand my master's intentions, one must discern why the Jade Association is pursuing this course of action. Yi Qing remarked gravely. Temporarily monopolizing the market may yield immense profits, yet it is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Once the Yangon public market opens, jewelers nationwide will regard the Ruei-Li Jade Association as a common adversary, rendering the endeavor futile. A seasoned strategist would never engage in such folly. Could it be that the Jade Association harbors other ulterior motives? Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. My master must have anticipated this. Shen Junyi exclaimed in exasperation. What good is that assumption when he lies in a hospital bed? You are his daughter, hidden away in Kunming for years, while I am his disciple, residing in Kyoto. Yi Qing scoffed. Yet now we have all been summoned to Ruei-Li. The sole reason is that the old fox wishes to fish in troubled waters. The lack of manpower has compelled us to convene. Your conjecture is utterly ludicrous. Shen Junyi gazed at him in disappointment. That is rather fanciful. Then let us wait and see. Yi Qing replied with confidence, glancing at Shen Junyi. It is late. You should return to your room and rest. Shen Junyi's eyes darted. Avoiding his gaze and summoning her courage, she finally asked, Do you not wish to sleep with me? Enough of this nonsense. Yi Qing exclaimed, astonished by her words. Shen Junyi gritted her teeth and lifted her chin. I am serious, unless you believe I cannot compare to Bai Hu, having no feelings for me whatsoever. Do not compare yourself to Bai Hu. In my heart, you are 100 times more noble than she is. Yi Qing regarded her solemnly. Only noble? Yi Qing sighed. You are more beautiful than she is. However, I believe she is correct. At this, Shen Junyi revealed a captivating smile and, gathering her courage, declared, A woman encountering a man she fancies is akin to a jade appraiser encountering a rare stone. It is better to kill than to let it slip away. Yi Qing suddenly understood the immense pressure Bai Hu's words had placed upon her. Stop overthinking. To me, you are like an elder sister, but we share no blood relation. Shen Junyi replied earnestly, Do you truly not harbor any feelings for me? It is not that matter. Yi Qing hastily clarified, Even if I do have feelings for you, I must obtain my master's consent before we can define our relationship. In our line of work, the importance of tradition cannot be overstated. My master has treated me as his own child, and I regard him as a father. In such times, to receive your support feels akin to adding insult to injury. Chapter 33. One must weather many storms to witness the dawn. I will take charge of my own affairs, Shen Junyi declared, suppressing her embarrassment. However, I cannot dictate the terms of my marriage, Yi Qing replied evasively. Even if we share a deep connection, I cannot offer you marriage. Even if you are willing to be a mistress, it is imperative to gain my master's consent. Otherwise, I would be committing a grave betrayal against my lineage and would be cast out from my teachings. Shen Junyi was taken aback. You hold him in such high regard. Yi Qing sighed, despite my constant reproaches towards him for his lack of respect and his unrelenting scheming against me. The debt of gratitude for saving my life and imparting his wisdom weighs heavily upon me. I truly do not comprehend this master-disciple relationship you share, Shen Junyi said with a smile. Yet, the trust your father places in you and the respect you show him is evident to me. Come now, Yi Qing, my brother. Hold me as I sleep. Are you still teasing me? Yi Qing exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Did you not understand what I said? I am not joking. I have not had a restful night in ages. Whenever I close my eyes, I am haunted by nightmares. Shen Junyi, with a tone of sorrow, replied, Can you fathom such fear? You are my beautiful dream, and I genuinely dread waking up tomorrow, fearing the dream will vanish. As Yi Qing gazed into her tear-filled eyes, his own fears remained unspoken. With a soft sigh, he embraced her and carried her toward the bedroom. He drew back the silk quilt, covering her gently, extinguished the lights, and their breaths intertwined in the stillness of the night. The silence enveloped the room, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Is it uncomfortable? In the darkness, Shen Junyi's sparkling eyes were fixed upon him. Nonsense, I am not Lu Xiaohui, nor have I cultivated the composure to remain unperturbed in such a situation. Pouting her cherry lips, Shen Junyi declared, Since I dare to sleep beside you, I am not afraid of being bullied. Yi Qing sighed in despair. My conscience cannot bear it. I am a Myanmar girl, where polygamy is the norm. Shen Junyi whispered softly in his ear, As long as you treat us all equally, that is sufficient. Yi Qing retorted earnestly, Do you truly believe that a girl from a prominent family in the capital would share a man with other women? In an instant, tears streamed down Shen Junyi's face as she clung to Yi Qing tighter. She understood that she and Yi Qing belonged to entirely different worlds. Letting go would signify loss. The night was sleepless, and Chen Lu was also tossing and turning in restlessness. Upon returning to the Crown Hotel, she received a call from her mother, who solemnly warned her not to offend Yu Qing. She was urged to find every possible way to cultivate a relationship with him. Otherwise, Tianlu Jewelry would find itself ensnared by the Jade Association. Chen Lu was acutely aware that the Jade Association was orchestrating a grand scheme, utilizing the Yangon public auction to delay their opportunity, ensnaring all jewelry companies dealing in jade. It was a situation where she was merely the fish on the chopping block. However, to fully control the scion of a prominent family, what price must one pay? Chen Lu remained contemplative, caught in hesitation. A minor sacrifice would hardly sway Yi Qing, while a significant one was difficult to concede. The thought of the bottom line her mother had entrusted to her sent shivers down her spine. The 20% stake in Tianlu Jewelry was valued at 2 billion, an amount that many could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Is a novice in the jade gambling circle truly worth such a fortune? Chen Lu is acutely aware of her shortcomings. However, the avarice of women is a common affliction. She certainly does not wish to relinquish her shares valued at 2 billion. Moreover, Chen Lu has already concluded that Yi Qing's sudden departure is merely a ploy to feign disinterest. She meticulously recalls the details of their encounters. His humility interwoven with an arrogant disdain characteristic of a scion from a prestigious family. What prowess do you possess to compel me to bow down? In a sudden outburst of frustration, Chen Lu hurls her pillow to the ground. She pulls the silk quilt over her head, struggling to breathe as though she were drowning. Yet, this reflects the current plight of Tianlu Jewelry, where one is firmly grasped by the throat, existing in a state of persistent discomfort. But what can she do? After all, jade is a non-renewable resource. After centuries of extraction, particularly with the advent of large-scale machinery in recent times, the old mines have run dry. The jade produced from new mines is often inferior, lacking in quality, clarity, and color consistency, thus diminishing its value. However, it is not to say that high-grade jade does not emerge from new mines. It is simply exceedingly rare, requiring the expertise of seasoned jade gamblers to unearth such treasures from the raw stones. Is Yi Qing truly such a master? The mere thought of his youth fills Chen Lu with despair. At the Dehong Grand Hotel, in a lavish suite, the slumbering Shen Junyi is abruptly awakened by the ringing of a phone. I brought her into my life, and she slowly transformed for the worse. Once the money enters the pocket, it is nigh impossible to retrieve. A plethora of sweet words, worth but a pittance, suggests that it is only wealthy men who become corrupted. The charming demeanor before marriage swiftly gives way to a tempestuous disposition post-nuptials, leaving one utterly exasperated. Shen Junyi felt an urge to laugh but restrained herself, swiftly shutting her fluttering eyelids. Yi Qing cautiously rose, freeing himself from her embrace before picking up the phone. "Fifth brother, what is the matter?" "Little Six, where are you?" came a nonchalant voice from the other end. "Where else could I be?" "At Shida's place. I opened the window too late yesterday and ended up sleeping here," Yi Qing replied irritably. Shen Junyi inwardly cursed. This fellow was a master of fabrication, speaking without a moment's hesitation. "Is that so? I'll come find you shortly. I have something to discuss. If you have something to say, just say it over the phone. I'm not like you, idling away my days, chasing after celebrities, young models, and university students." Yi Qing grumbled. "If it weren't for me speaking up for you, grandfather would have barged into the club with his cane and broken your legs long ago. Who knows whose legs might end up broken this time?" Came a mischievous chuckle from the phone. "Little Six, you had quite the time at the Delong night market yesterday." "Didn't you? How did you know I was at Delong?" Yi Qing's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. "Of course, Liu told me." The voice replied smugly. "Impossible. Liu would never betray me," Yi Qing asserted confidently. "Now, tell me, who informed you? Is there a need to interrogate your elder brother? Apologize to me." The tone on the other end suddenly turned stern. "Let us stick to the topic. If not, I'm hanging up." Yi Qing's tone became rather cheeky. "You brat. You will eventually fall for that little girl, Liu." The voice on the phone took on a playful tone. "Little Six, I must tell you. A man must endure numerous trials to truly appreciate success. Otherwise, with the cunning of that young lady, you may never experience the allure of other women." Chapter 34. The exceptional widow. Yi Qing hastily covered the phone's mouthpiece, casting a wary glance at Shen Junyi, who was nestled comfortably in bed, deep in slumber. Only then did he respond with indignation. "Do not tarnish the girl's reputation. She is the manager of Chateau's High, and our relationship is as innocent as spring onions mixed with tofu, pure and unblemished. Your thoughts may differ from hers." Came a mocking laugh from the other end of the line. "Liu has visited Nanshan far more frequently than the two of us combined. Grandma has inquired several times whether Liu is in a relationship with you." "What did you say?" Yi Qing's anxiety began to rise. "I certainly affirmed it. That girl Lu Yu comes from a good family, is attractive, and possesses a sweet tongue. Every time we meet, she calls me fifth brother as if she were my sister-in-law. How could I bear to disrupt such a promising pairing? Enough. With you, the fifth, around. If you remain unmarried, I shall not marry either. I'm hanging up. I'm tired. Wait, there is indeed something of importance. Yi Qing lowered his voice, expressing disdain. Then let us get to the point. No more frivolous chatter. It's quite simple. Since you've gone to DeLong, procure a selection of high-value stones. I will host a private gathering at the club solely for stone gambling. I assure you, it will yield a fortune. You're considering venturing into this business too? Yi Qing replied helplessly. One moment you're wealthy, the next you're impoverished. Have you not heard that saying? I do not engage in the activity myself. Rather, I collaborate with you to sell gambling stones. Here, I have no concerns about sales, only a scarcity of stones. The jadeite that is unearthed is readily purchased at high prices, posing no risk whatsoever. However, the inferior stones in your shop are quite another matter. Which is why I urged you to procure some quality ones. Who is buying jadeite? Yi Qing inquired with surprise. A widow engaged in the jewelry business. Fifth brother chuckled. This morning, she called me. Upon hearing it was a promising venture, I thought to invite her to Kyoto when you return. And you shall witness what true excellence entails. From where is she? She hails from the Jiang region and is said to run a substantial company. Ha ha ha. Fifth brother, you have been outmaneuvered. Who dares to outwit me? It is precisely that exceptional widow you mentioned. Yi Qing remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Her daughter is in DeLong, seeking to entice me with a substantial sum to assist her in gambling for stones. I never imagined you, Yi Laowu, would also be used as a pawn. Did you agree? Naturally, I would never acquiesce. Yi Qing replied, as if it were self-evident. How does her daughter look? Yi Laowu inquired with a mischievous grin. Fifth brother, what is the crux of your statement? Yi Qing frowned and reproached him. Yi Laowu, with a playful smirk, suggested, if her mother is exceptional, her daughter must be no less so. Why not entertain her a bit while also earning some money? Yi Laowu, I warn you, do not use our brotherhood as leverage to pursue widows. Yi Qing exclaimed, suddenly agitated. The situation here is quite intricate and perilous. Thus, I have sent Lulu over. Why did you send Lulu? Besides, I have no intention of collaborating with Chen Lu. That girl has an overpowering need for control. In the past, Lulu certainly protected you, but that is not the crux of the matter. The choice of cooperation lies with you. I, Yi Laowu, wish to make a profit and see no reason to squander time on a widow. Yi Laowu spoke candidly. The club is filled with stars of varying stature. Beautiful models, both young and old, feminine allure cannot ensnare me. What truly matters is that the influential figures and wealthy merchants within the establishment also seek to indulge in the thrill of gambling on stones. Do you think that fine raw stones are as common as cabbages in the field, easily acquired with wealth? I am still troubled about where to find them. Yi Qing retorted with irritation. Who doesn't know that the young master of the Yi family is a master in the art of stone gambling? Yi Laowu chuckled heartily. Thus, it is a delightful decision. Upon your return, I will arrange for 2 young models to help you shed your shameful virginity, transforming you into a true gentleman of the capital. Enough of this childishness. Do you not realize that you have become the laughingstock of the circle? Several young ladies have inquired if you have a preference for men. Doo-doo. Yi Qing glanced at his phone, on the verge of tears, especially when he saw Shen Junyi giggling under the covers, which only deepened his sense of despair. Shen Junyi, barely containing her laughter, raised her charming face and teasingly asked, Virgin, young Master Yi, is this about you? Even after honing his resilience while bargaining at the Panjiayuan market, Yi Qing's face flushed crimson, silently cursing the indiscreet Yi Laowu. Upon his return, he would ensure proper retribution for this embarrassment. Awkwardly asserting, the young master simply upholds his principles, refusing to wallow in their moral decay. Shen Junyi chuckled softly, akin to a flower blooming, radiating an irresistible beauty. With a hint of irritation, she remarked, I am aware that you, young master, disdain those superficial charms. Moreover, I genuinely admire your ability to remain unperturbed in my presence. Last night, you held me close yet refrained from any advances. Her tone carried an endless lament, stirring a profound response within Yi Qing's heart. Please do not refer to me as young master like others do. I cannot bear such a title. Yi Qing responded with a playful smile. I prefer to call you brother. It sounds far more harmonious. At least you possess a sense of conscience. Shen Junyi, encircling his waist with one arm, wore an enigmatic smile and hesitated. You can't possibly have an affection for men, can you? Nonsense. I endured great hardship last night. Yi Qing retorted. Watching the once cold and alluring attorney transform into a seductive vixen, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I held no defenses against you. It was you who chose to withdraw. Shin Junyi shot him a disdainful glance, tossed aside the covers, and stood up, swaying her slender waist as she headed to the bathroom. Yi Qing made a call to the dry cleaning service, instructing them to deliver his clothes along with a tip. Just as he was about to change, he discovered a sticky layer of grime clinging to his skin, as if during his slumber, the dragonstone Paishio had been at work, transforming his body. A mix of suspicion and curiosity enveloped him, leaving him puzzled about the origin of this peculiar substance. Could it be a celestial treasure? Upon Shinjunyi's return from the bathroom, she unabashedly lifted her pullover, revealing her exquisite form, prompting Yi Qing to dart into the bathroom in haste. Shinjunyi laughed and chided, "You coward." Holding the two small pieces of cloth in his hand, he couldn't help but blush, as they seemed to be something he had carelessly tossed to Yi Qing. Yi Qing, having tidied himself up, accompanied Shinjunyi to the hall. Wang Liang had been waiting for quite some time, and the three hastily consumed their breakfast. Yi Qing handed Wang Liang 10,000 yuan, instructing him to go to Mongshu Airport to pick up Lu Lo. While he and Shinjunyi took a taxi to the hospital, his master still lay in the intensive care unit. Yi Qing handed the carnations to the nurse, discreetly slipping her a generous red envelope. He remained dazed by the glass wall, gazing at his master, who lay motionless on the hospital bed, tears silently streaming down his face. "Do not be too sorrowful. Everything will eventually be all right," Shinjunyi murmured, her voice choked with emotion. "I will take you to see Dr. Lu." Yi Qing nodded, following Shinjunyi to the specialist's consultation room. She knocked on the door, and a voice from within invited them to enter. Yi Qing stepped in first, only to be greeted by a young woman. Chapter 35. The ethereal female Dr. Lu Fong, clad in the distinctive white coat of medical personnel, with rosy cheeks and lips as vibrant as roses. Her deep and clear eyes sparkled with intelligence. Her flowing hair gleamed with a dark sheen, cascading down to her delicate waist. Her elegant demeanor exuded an ethereal quality, both pristine and striking. Yi Qing momentarily thought he had entered the wrong place, hesitating to retreat. Shinjunyi playfully nudged him, saying, "This is Dr. Wen's attending physician. Do not be fooled by her youth. She holds the position of chief physician. Forgive my lack of discernment. I thought I had encountered a fairy." Yi Qing chuckled, extending his hand. "I am Yi Qing, a junior of Mr. Wen, hailing from Kyoto." Lu Fong. Lu Fong shook his hand, cast him a sidelong glance, and chuckled. "Such occurrences are quite frequent for me. Many presume my youth renders me unfit to serve as the attending physician." The two took their seats on a nearby sofa. Yi Qing glanced at the coffee table, which displayed an exquisite set of purple clay teapots, and cheerfully extracted 2 tea cakes from his handbag. "I arrived in haste and brought no gifts. I intended these for Mr. Wen to savor, but seeing Dr. Lu's demeanor, it appears you too appreciate fine tea, so I thought to offer them as a gesture of goodwill." Lu Fong shot a glance at the tea cakes, a century-old banjiang, each cake valued at 20,000. "Mr. Yi, you are leading me into temptation. To cultivate friendship over tea is but a small token of my regard." Yi Qing replied with sincerity. "I wonder how Mr. Wen's condition stands." "Acute cerebral hemorrhage, fortunately. He was brought in promptly." Lu Fong responded. "We just conducted an examination. The hematoma has begun to be absorbed, yet when he will awaken remains uncertain." Yi Qing pondered for a moment. "My inquiry may be somewhat presumptuous. I beg Dr. Lu's pardon." "Speak freely," Lu Fong encouraged. "Given Mr. Wen's circumstances, is it feasible to transfer him to another hospital?" However, the smile on Lu Fong's face abruptly froze. "What? Do you hold our hospital in low regard?" "I truly meant no offense." Yi Qing quickly reassured him. "I have several physician friends in Kyoto at the Military General Hospital. If possible, I would like to transfer Mr. Wen there, as their medical facilities are superior." Lu Fong replied in a measured tone. "Mr. Yi, your intentions are commendable, yet under Mr. Wen's current condition, I must strongly advise against a transfer. Even during a flight, even over thousands of miles, should any incident occur that exacerbates the condition." Yi Qing contemplated seriously. "May I inquire, Dr. Lu, are there any insurmountable issues regarding Mr. Wen's condition?" Lu Fong shot him a glare. "Are you looking down on me?" Yi Qing hastily clarified, speaking earnestly. "I am utterly ignorant of medical science, yet I have a multitude of acquaintances. If there are any challenging problems, I could summon them. Though, of course, Dr. Lu's expertise remains paramount. I have pursued a continuous academic journey through medical school in Kyoto, from bachelor to doctoral studies." Lu Fong revealed a peculiar smile, taunting. "You possess some knowledge of the medical circles in Kyoto, yet you seem oblivious to whom Mr. Yi could possibly invite." "What about the esteemed Elder Huang Jingming?" Yi Qing replied without hesitation. "You know Elder Huang?" Lu Fong was taken aback. He was a royal physician, a towering figure in the medical realm, and a friend made over tea. Yi Qing smiled with confidence. Inviting him to resolutely should not pose a challenge. Lu Fang no longer dared to underestimate Yi Qing, casually offering a century-old banzhong. The ability to summon Elder Huang signified that his influence in Kyoto was formidable. She remarked, Mr. Wen and my father are good friends. If it benefits Mr. Wen's condition, I would not hesitate. Moreover, the opportunity to learn from Elder Huang, even merely to observe, would be advantageous for me. However, following the expert consultation, Mr. Wen's condition has already begun to improve, rendering it unnecessary to disturb Elder Huang. Lu Fang's refusal only caused Yi Qing to hesitate. Your father is. It seems Mr. Yi is still not at ease with me. Lu Fang self-deprecatingly smiled. My father is Lu Guohua. Instantly, Yi Qing felt a sense of relief, responding with a smile. So it is Director Lu. I truly beg your pardon. Lu Fang, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, You know my father? 3 years ago, I was an apprentice at Longrue Stone Gambling House, and I had the fortune of meeting Director Lu on several occasions, Yi Qing explained. Lu Fang scrutinized Yi Qing for a long while before finally saying, You are the little disciple of Mr. Wen. Indeed, Yi Qing affirmed with a nod. At that time, I faced difficulties, and it was my master who rescued me, bringing me here to seek Director Lu's assistance in bandaging my wounds. Thus, I hold a profound memory of Director Lu. Lu Fang cast a glance at the 2 cakes of aged pu'er tea on the coffee table, remarking, It seems Mr. Yi has come prepared. This aged tea is not a gift for me, is it? Yi Qing felt a bit awkward and hesitated. Well, never mind. I shall not hold it against you. With a radiant smile, Lu Fang replied, The tea set in this room originally belonged to my father. He often comes here to enjoy tea. She playfully shot him a glance, adding, Besides, I owe you a favor during my doctoral studies. When I struggled to find a mentor, it was Mr. Wen who asked your elder brother for assistance, and I've never had the opportunity to repay that kindness. Yi Qing chuckled wryly. What a small world it is. Shen Junyi was utterly astonished, never expecting such connections could be made. Lu Fang rose, extending her hand with a smile. We are, after all, family friends. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Lu Fang. Yi Qing stood up with a smile, taking her delicate little hand in his. Yi Qing, I shall not say much more. Should you have the opportunity to visit Kyoto, I will take care of your accommodations and sustenance. Lu Fang responded with a playful smile. When I come looking for you in the future, you must not refuse. How could I? Yi Qing released her hand. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Especially when one is a celestial being. The urbanite truly knows how to flatter. Lu Fang chuckled, and the two resumed their seats. Given our long-standing friendship, I will speak candidly. With timely medical attention, Mr. Wen's condition is not grave. His bodily functions are all quite robust, and recovery is merely a matter of time. There is really no need to trouble Elder Huang. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. With your assurance, I feel at ease. May I inquire when Dr. Lu is available? I would like to invite you and Director Lu to dinner. Lu Fang teased. You still call me Dr. Lu. What about sister? That would suit your age better. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Calling you miss sounds a bit odd. Do not forget, I have spent 8 years in Kyoto. I am well aware of the nuances in your urban vernacular. Lu Fang suppressed her laughter, giving him a playful glare. Then let us stick with sister. That way, I gain the upper hand. As for inviting Director Lu to dinner, I cannot decide that, but you may certainly invite me. Chapter 36. Merchants and Profit. I intend to remain in Rili for a while to assist my master with some matters. If you find some free time, do call me. Yi Qing retrieved a business card from his handbag. Lu Fang cast a glance at the card, which bore only the name Yi Qing and a string of phone numbers. She chuckled and remarked, Is this the legendary personal business card? Yi Qing, with a bashful smile, replied, I hope I haven't embarrassed you, sister. Rest assured, I will call you when I have the time. There is no need for you to visit often. I am the attending physician, and the nurses are very diligent. Lu Fang smiled and retorted, Unless you are worried about me. Yi Qing rose to take her leave, and Lu Fang accompanied them to the door. Watching as the two departed, Shen Junyi, linking her arm with his, scrutinized his profile and inquired, It seems a lot transpired in really 3 years ago. Yi Qing affirmed, Indeed, much occurred. I will share it with you when the opportunity arises. Just then, he noticed Chen Lu approaching briskly, carrying a fruit basket. Shen Junyi, harboring no fondness for Chen Lu, muttered, A cat weeping for a mouse. Businessmen are driven by profit. Yi Qing chuckled softly, As long as you understand that. Chen Lu arrived and quietly asked, How is Mr. Wen's condition? Yi Qing expressed gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. The doctor says he is progressing positively. He accepted the fruit basket and handed it to a nurse, then turned to Chen Lu with a playful inquiry. Miss Chen, why the sudden urgency? With a smile, Chen Lu linked her arm with Shen Junyi's and asked, Will the young gentleman grant me another opportunity to speak? just as Yi Qing was about to decline. His phone rang. Apologizing with a smile, he stepped aside to answer the call. To his surprise, it was Wang Bo on the line. Mr. Yi, do you have a moment? What is it? Mr. Zhao Delong, the vice president of the Jadeite Guild, is organizing a grand stone gambling event. I wonder if Mr. You might be interested, Wang Bo said courteously. Yi Qing pondered for a moment. He understood that Wang Bo's intentions were not merely to invite him for drinks. Yet he could not discern where he had inadvertently revealed his hand. However, declining would only arouse further suspicion. When is it? In the afternoon, Wang Bo replied with a smile. If Mr. Yi is available, I shall present you with an invitation. Where will it be held? At Lido Bar. I shall await your arrival there. Very well. Meanwhile, Chen Lu whispered to Shen Junyi. That young man, dressed casually and effortlessly, contrasts sharply with your formal attire, which suggests a rather stern demeanor. Perhaps a change of clothes would better complement him. Shen Junyi had grown wary of Chen Lu's intentions. Yet she recognized the truth in her friend's observation, just as Yi Qing glanced in their direction. Chen Lu, aware that he might be urging her to leave, quickly added, My senior and I are off to shop for clothes. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go. We will call you later. Yi Qing understood that Shen Junyi's belongings were still at the villa. He turned his gaze toward her, and upon seeing her subtle nod, he casually handed her a card. No need, Shen Junyi quickly replied. I have my own money. Why must we be so formal? My senior and I have been roommates for 4 years. We are like sisters. I can certainly afford a few pieces of clothing, Chen Lu said with a charming smile. Thank you for your kind offer. But purchasing clothes for my woman and having others pay for them would certainly tarnish a gentleman's reputation in Kyoto. Yi Qing smiled as she handed the card to Shen Junyi, saying, This is a supplementary card. Feel free to spend it. Chen Lu wore a face of disappointment, while Shen Junyi beamed with joy, leading the way amidst the gazes of the two women. Upon arriving at the Lido Bar, Wang Bo leaned against a striking red Ferrari, his expression one of smug satisfaction. To the average young person, he was an idol, young, with a net worth of $500 million, a limited edition luxury car, and surrounded by beautiful women. How could he not evoke envy? Yet, Wang Bo was acutely aware that all he possessed was thanks to his brother-in-law, Zhao Delong. The previous day, Zhao Delong had watched Yi Qing's video on rock gambling and suddenly became intrigued by her. From Wang Bo's perspective, he could not swallow the humiliation of being overshadowed. Today, he seized the opportunity to deliver an invitation, intending to show Yi Qing what true wealth entailed, not merely having made millions from 2 pieces of jade. Thus, the meeting spot was deliberately chosen to be the opulent Lido Bar. As Yi Qing approached, a handsome young man swiftly greeted her. Mr. Yi, welcome, he exclaimed. Mr. Wang has presented me with an opportunity to earn money, so I naturally accepted the invitation. Yi Qing glanced at Zhao Biao, inquiring, and this gentleman is? Zhao Biao, son of the vice president of the Jade Association. Wang Bo quickly introduced. Zhao Biao nodded coldly, seemingly uninterested in Yi Qing. However, she remained unfazed. Following Wang Bo into the bar, the two opted for the main hall rather than a private room, not out of frugality, but rather preference. The allure of more beautiful women in the hall was undeniable. Zhao Biao relished this atmosphere, and upon entering, he began to seek out potential conquests. Many white-collar beauties enjoy frequenting bars. Spending a night with such women is undoubtedly preferable to hiring a lady from a nightclub, where one is charged by the hour. In contrast, sharing an evening with these elegant professionals costs nothing at all. Zhao Biao found a table and settled in, snapping his fingers for the server to bring 3 beers. The hall was quite crowded, yet despite the calm atmosphere, Yi Qing felt a tinge of discomfort while waiting for Wang Bo to produce the invitation. Zhao Biao, however, was rather ostentatious, engaging in loud conversation from his seat. A seemingly pure young woman approached, her voice sweet as she said, Isn't this young Master Zhao? Have you forgotten about me? It's been ages since you came to see me. Such a lack of conscience. Yi Qing cast a glance, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The bar girls, dressed innocently, could have done with a touch less makeup. Zhao Biao, on the other hand, was elated. He glanced at Yi Qing and casually pulled out several hundred yuan from his wallet, slipping it into the woman's embrace, then playfully patted her ample backside, saying, I'm busy today, let's catch up next time. Realizing there was no opportunity today, the woman tossed him a flirtatious glance and swayed her hips away. Zhao Biao boasted, Rueli is a splendid place. There are plenty of beautiful women. As long as you have money, it's as easy as changing clothes. There's always someone new. Yi Qing chose not to engage, feeling as if he was lowering his own status. Mr. Yi is an esteemed jade appraiser. Zhao Biao inquired cautiously. No, I'm just here to try my luck at Delong. Yi Qing replied with a faint smile, taking a sip of his beer when just then, Chen Lu sent him a message. prompting him to share his location. Every year, countless gamblers, harboring dreams of sudden wealth, flocked to DeLong. Yet, few possessed the fortuitous luck of Mr. Yi. Zhao Biao, having lost interest in Yi Qing, remarked coldly. Chapter 37. The Toad Aspiring to Eat the Swan. Wang Bo presented an invitation. This grand gambling stone banquet is a golden opportunity for Mr. Yi to amass great fortune. Thank you. His tone was haughty, as though he were bestowing a favor. Yi Qing, disinclined to engage in his banter, accepted the invitation and was about to concoct an excuse to leave when Chen Lu and Shen Junyi entered the bar. Shen Junyi, clad in a black spaghetti strap top and a blue high-waisted bodycon skirt, accentuated her graceful figure, her long, slender legs gleaming in their whiteness, shedding any semblance of seriousness and gaining a touch of charm. In contrast, Chen Lu donned a pristine white tank top paired with loose white trousers, exuding an ethereal quality. Zhao Biao, initially intent on probing Yi Qing's background, suddenly shifted his focus upon spotting the two celestial beauties. Both women, exquisite in their own right, eclipsed every other female in the bar when they walked side by side. As for Zhao Biao, he could hardly contain his gaze on the pair. Shen Junyi flashed a radiant smile towards Yi Qing. Do you find them beautiful? Yi Qing nodded with a smile. Zhao Biao's expression shifted slightly. Yet adorned in his tailored suit, replete with designer labels, he appeared far more like a successful gentleman compared to Yi Qing's casual attire. He gracefully rose to greet Chen Lu with a smile. Miss Chun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Chen Lu, however, harbored no affection for him, coolly stating, you would do well to keep your distance, otherwise, I shall not be courteous. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. You, with your lofty ambitions, aspire to catch a swan, yet remain oblivious to the fact that the swan soars above while you crawl below. Yi Qing stifled a smile. Zhao Biao, on the other hand, wore a grim expression, retorting with malice. Do not forget that this is DeLong, believe it or not. I could ensure that you would struggle to procure even a piece of high-end jade. See, you are indeed like a toad, and your arrogance only grows. Chen Lu replied frostily, turning to Yi Qing with a radiant smile. The matter is settled. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall treat you to a drink. He initially intended to decline, but was deterred by Zhao Biao's menacing demeanor. My apologies, Director Wang. I have matters to attend to. We shall keep in touch. Wang Bo's countenance darkened. He despised witnessing Yi Qing being courted by Chen Lu. This young man possessed extraordinary fortune. In 2 attempts, he had procured high-quality jade. Should he ascend to become a master of stone gambling under Tianlu jewelry? Observing Yi Qing depart amidst the company of 2 lovely ladies, Zhao Biao turned to Wang Bo and declared, if he dares to pursue a woman I have set my sights on, I shall call Ma Wu to break his legs. Wang Bo responded in astonishment. Isn't that a bit excessive? We have yet to uncover the details of Yi Qing's background. Despite amassing millions through gambling, he appeared to neglect acquiring a fine wardrobe, his attire barely worth 1,000. Such a man clearly seemed like a penniless dreamer, here at DeLong to test his luck. If he was not made to face some hardship, how could he be expected to obediently follow? Zhao Biao ominously remarked. To ensure a dog obeys, one must first administer a beating before tossing it a meaty bone. Chen Lu, having not taken Yi Qing with her in the car, exited the Lido bar and turned into an alley. Yi Qing, glancing around in astonishment, inquired, where are you taking us? Chen Lu retorted, what do those 2 want with you? Yi Qing, disinclined to keep secrets, replied, the vice president of the Emerald Guild has invited some experts to engage in stone gambling, and they are here to deliver the invitation to me. Chen Lu's expression instantly turned frosty. I could have guessed there was nothing good about it. While it may not bode well for you, it presents an opportunity for me. Chen Lu shook her head, her demeanor still icy. Zhao DeLong is a narrow-minded individual, and his son has inherited that same disposition. Wang Bo is solely driven by profit. He would go so far as to offer his own sister to Zhao DeLong as a mistress for the sake of a council position. I advise you to steer clear of him. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. Even if he is narrow-minded, it bears no consequence to me. Can he truly expel me from DeLong? Chen Lu let out a cold laugh. Is that so? How about a wager? I bet that Zhao Biao, in an effort to make you obedient, will undoubtedly seek someone to teach you a lesson. If I win, you must grant me a favor. If I lose, I shall grant you a favor. Do you dare to take the bet? Yi Qing was taken aback. This girl was indeed becoming somewhat unscrupulous, proposing such terms. He glanced at Chen Lu's exquisite face. Feeling a stir within, should he win, what condition would he impose? He pressed on, I will agree to any condition. Chen Lu snorted softly, for the lewd expression on his face had already betrayed his intentions. If the senior sister does not mind, I shall accept the wager and abide by the outcome. Shen Junyi looked at the 2 with amusement and provocatively remarked, I couldn't care less. Chen Lu glanced at her in surprise, then turned her head to laugh, pointing towards the mouth of the alley. Just look, you've lost. Yi Qing was taken aback, following the direction of her finger to see a group of a dozen ruffians swaggering towards them. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the entrance of thugs in a film. You did this on purpose. Yi Qing suddenly realized. Every skilled gambler who came to Ruele was coveted by the Jadeite Guild, and being seen with her senior had undoubtedly drawn their attention. Chen Lu replied earnestly. I merely stoked the flames to reveal their vile nature sooner. But you've put me in a predicament, Yi Qing lamented. How am I supposed to gamble at DeLong now? That high-end jadeite worth 200 million is off the table. I just wanted to convey that in Ruele, it's only you and I who are on the same side. The reckless woman was utterly unreasonable. Yi Qing sighed ruefully and shook his head. Keep a safe distance with Xin Junyi. Yet, Chen Lu remained unmoved, turning to face the approaching figures. 6 or 7 small-time thugs rushed towards them, their eyes widening at the sight of the 2 stunning women. One of them whistled, damn. You get what you pay for. Tell that Zhao Biao kid to up the ante. Chen Lu smirked with satisfaction. Now you can admit defeat. Is it worth putting yourself in danger just to collaborate with me? Chen Lu remained silent, seemingly in a stubborn standoff with him. The foremost rogue hastened towards Chen Lu and said coquettishly, pretty girl, follow me, and I guarantee you'll have fun every day. Suddenly, Yi Qing moved, delivering a close-quarters strike, and with the sound of cracking bones. The man was sent flying. The others, seeing this, cried out and quickened their pace. Yi Qing stood his ground, looking at the 2 women. You two, run. I'll take care of this. Before his words had faded, he punched the face of the foremost brute, flattening his nose, then soared into the air with a spinning kick, striking another's neck. Chapter 38. The Beauties Wing Chun. Chen Lu, a Chaoshan jewelry merchant and a friend of Yi Qing. Yi Qing intended to delay these men as much as possible, allowing Chen Lu and Xin Junyi to escape as far as they could. Therefore, his attacks were ruthless from the start. One of them shouted, damn it, grab that chick. I'm going to have some fun. Another chuckled, Ma Wu, no need to rush. She's coming back on her own. Yi Qing quickly turned to see Chen Lu sending Xin Junyi into the depths of the alley, then hurrying back. He anxiously called out, what are you doing back here, silly girl? Chen Lu's steps were light, her face radiant with a smile, as she said sweetly, you care about me. Yi Qing cast a cold glance at her. Suit yourself, but don't expect me to save you if you fall into their hands. As he spoke, 4 or 5 thugs surrounded Chen Lu, leaving her no chance to escape. He gritted his teeth, deciding to hold back no longer, even if it meant taking a life. He would simply return to the capital. He struck down 2 individuals in quick succession. One was left with a severed arm, the other with a shattered leg. And the ground echoed with their anguished cries. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a voice rang out, Ma Wu, in a fit of rage, shouted, when faced with tough opponents, strike them down mercilessly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing felt a surge of urgency. While men might engage in brawls that could lead to fatalities, a girl ensnared by thugs could face a far grimmer fate. Chen Lu was indeed courting disaster, just as he prepared to turn back and rescue her. A series of pained exclamations reached his ears. Turning around, he was taken aback to witness Chen Lu flitting through the throng like a white butterfly. In mere moments, several petty ruffians were either nursing broken arms or shattered legs, her strikes more ferocious than his own. Ma Wu, stunned into silence, cursed his misfortune and diverted his course towards Chen Lu. A seasoned fighter, he instinctively sought the weakest link. Capturing Chen Lu would compel even the strongest of men to surrender. Yi Qing was equally astonished to discover that Chen Lu was a master of Wing Chun. This martial art, characterized by its simplicity and emphasis on swiftly subduing opponents, was popular in Guangzhou and bore similarities to the military close-quarter combat he had trained in. No wonder she dared to venture alone into DeLong. In a swift maneuver, Chen Lu countered, twisting Ma Wu's arm with precision. A powerful kick struck his right leg, and with a twist of her body, she leveraged her core strength to toss him aside. Ma Wu let out a cry of despair as he crashed against the wall, sliding down it, rendered immobile. A true expert. Yi Qing chuckled, clasping his fists in salute. The deadly techniques of military close-quarter combat, indeed a match. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Lu's eyes as she returned his gesture with respect. Turning towards Ma Wu, she demanded, who sent you here? Tell the truth, and I won't call the police. Ma Wu clenched his teeth, remaining silent. A cold smile crept onto Chen Lu's lips as she pressed the sharp heel of her high heel into his palm, piercing it like a nail. The sight sent a shiver down Yi Qing's spine. Despite the excruciating pain that made Ma Wu tremble all over, he still refused to utter a sound. Chen Lu chuckled, lifted her foot to remove the heel, and then walked towards the second man. The man stared at her blood-stained heel and her sweetly smiling face. which now seemed as terrifying as a demon. Terrified, he screamed, "It was Zhao Biao who sent us." Chun Lu gracefully turned to Yi Qing and teased with a playful smile. "Little brother, you lost, didn't you?" Yi Qing coughed dryly. "Warrior maiden, impressive skills. Oh, you look like an angel. But inside, I'm a devil, right?" Chun Lu playfully asked. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. Chun Lu walked over, placed her hand on Yi Qing's shoulder, and took off her high heels, coquettishly saying, "I wanted to give you a chance to play the hero. But I know if even a single hair on Sister Shun's head is harmed today, you'd never speak to me again." Yi Qing chuckled dryly, tacitly agreeing with her words. He took the high heels, pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood off the heel, then knelt down to put the shoes back on her feet. "Little brother, you're more like a gentleman now." Chun Lu giggled softly. "It makes me want to offer myself to you." "You better forget it. You're not even in line." Yi Qing retorted with a glare. Chun Lu's eyes reddened instantly. "Little brother, your words are so hurtful. Young ladies, never place yourselves in perilous situations." Yi Qing scoffed, asserting that while men may fight recklessly, should a girl fall into their clutches, her suffering would surpass even death itself. "Is this gentleman expressing concern for me?" Chun Lu feigned a pitiful demeanor. "Concern for you?" Yi Qing lifted his gaze, casting a disdainful glance her way. "Even the most delicate of cats is a carnivore. You are no different from them. They wield their fists, while you wield your wealth." Chun Lu's expression shifted to one of solemnity, her beautiful eyes locked onto him unwaveringly. "But have I truly erred? For you, there is no mistake. Enlisting a master of stone gambling into your ranks would greatly benefit the company." Yi Qing stood, glancing at Shen Junyi, who was approaching from a distance. "Yet, you must bear in mind, the young master of Kyoto is a man you shall never control." Chun Lu was momentarily taken aback. Whether upon their first meeting or receiving her mother's call, one thought consumed her mind: she would stop at nothing, even sacrificing her own allure, to gain mastery over Yi Qing. Yet, she had never considered that there exist men in this world unmoved by wealth or beauty. He despises being controlled and yearns for freedom, and his formidable lineage instills in her a fear of employing unscrupulous tactics. Cats are predators, hunting solely to satiate their hunger. However, wolves emerge from Kyoto not merely to hunt, but to seize everything within their sight as prey. But they will not overlook you. Chun Lu argued with conviction. "Our collaboration is the optimal choice. I have no intention of sparing them either." Yi Qing smiled and said, "However, my dear lady, do not speak to me of emotions. They are a waste of money. If you wish to collaborate, then demonstrate your sincerity." Chun Lu bit her cherry lips, pondering for a long while before responding. "How am I to know whether, upon learning the truth, you might not take advantage of the situation?" Yi Qing nonchalantly replied, "Extracting jade from stone relies on fortune. Which is precisely why the term gambling on stones exists. If you seek to partner with me, it can only be a gamble. The question remains, are you willing to take that risk?" Chun Lu fell into silence, comprehending Yi Qing's implication that there exists a chance of victory in taking risks, while abstaining guarantees no opportunity whatsoever. Yet, thoughts of the potential consequences left her in a state of indecision. At that moment, Shen Junyi rushed over, glancing at the group of thugs sprawled on the ground. "Call the police. I can press charges against them and ensure they serve a long sentence." Yi Qing turned to her with a shake of his head and a smile. "What benefit is there in imprisoning them if the true culprits remain at large?" Shen Junyi, unwilling to accept this, retorted, "Are we simply to let it go? That is out of the question. They dare to engage in underhanded dealings with me. I shall exact a pound of flesh in return." Chapter 39. The struggle of beasts. The three emerged from the alley and entered Chun Lu's Rolls Royce. The interior was spacious like a small parlor, adorned extravagantly, featuring a 21-inch LCD television and even a small refrigerator. Chun Lu gestured for the driver to start the car. Yi Qing and Shen Junyi settled into the back seat, while Chun Lu turned her chair to face them. With a press of a button, a coffee table rose from the floor. Chun Lu retrieved 2 cans of beverages from the refrigerator and smiled. "We have red wine here, but I suggest we stick to soft drinks after some vigorous activity." Yi Qing accepted the bottled drink, took a sip, and found it somewhat sweet, yet rather unpalatable. "Where to?" Chun Lu inquired with a smile. "Back to the Dahong Hotel. Wang Liang has gone to fetch Lu," replied Yi Qing. Glancing at the time, it was already 12 o'clock, and it was about time. Chun Lu, still smiling, asked, "Who is Lu?" "He is my 5th brother's bodyguard." Yi Qing shot her a disgruntled glare. "This is all your mother's doing." Chun Lu, bewildered, widened her beautiful eyes and retorted, "What does my mother have to do with this?" Yi Qing was taken aback. "Are you truly unaware?" Chun Lu expressed her astonishment. "Speak clearly. What should I know?" "Your mother intends to use a straightforward approach while secretly maneuvering to entice my 5th brother into gambling on stones." Observing her expression, Yi Qing discerned no signs of deceit. Yet, I never imagined that the gentlemen of the capital could be so easily manipulated by her. Can you speak more courteously? Chen Lu's expression darkened instantly. This is already quite courteous. Had it not been for today's events, I would have ensured she lost everything. Yi Qing remarked coldly, the merchants of Guangzhou are notoriously shrewd. And it is well known. While you delve into the intricacies of commerce, we immerse ourselves in the artistry of the three kingdoms. When it comes to cunning and tactics, we are the true masters. Chen Lu clenched her teeth. Do not forget, you still owe me a favor. Even if I agree to collaborate with you, I could easily take a slice of your flesh. Yi Qing scoffed disdainfully. You'd be left weeping without a grave to mourn at. Chen Lu regarded him earnestly. The exemption of 200 million in high-quality jade, plus 10% equity in Tianlu jewelry, and should the gamble on stones appreciate, I will grant you 20%. Yi Qing furrowed his brow and said, Did I not inform you that I would not join Tianlu jewelry? Chen Lu was nearly brought to tears by frustration and, in a playful yet defiant tone, replied, Why must you be so unyielding? Bullying a mere girl? Does it bring you joy? Yi Qing regarded her with earnestness, stating, I have mingled in this circle since my youth, encountering all manner of women. As long as I am interested, beauties can be found from Panjiayuan to Qianmen. If you wish to cultivate a relationship with me, let it be devoid of business discussions. Once our bond reaches a sweet and harmonious stage, I shall assist you unconditionally. However, in matters of business, do not assume the role of a woman. The division of interests must be made clear, for that is the essence of collaboration. Chen Lu's delicate brows knitted as she fell into contemplative silence. Yet, Shen Junyi suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Lu and grasped Yi Qing's wrist. Amused, Yi Qing patted the back of her hand, saying, Do not pity her. She is merely a catwoman. Feigning vulnerability and appearing docile are her forte. Yet when she catches a mouse, not a morsel of bone will remain. Then you are the wolf from Kyoto, seeing everyone as prey. Chen Lu retorted, rolling her eyes at him. I can be forthright, but you must promise me one thing. What is it? Do not kick me when I am down. Chen Lu bit her cherry lip, gazing at him with an expression of feigned helplessness. Men from Kyoto are known for their loyalty. As long as you are open and honest, I will not take advantage of your vulnerabilities. Yi Qing recognized that she felt her limits had been breached. Chen Lu left her previous position and sat beside Yi Qing, wrapping her arms around his, earnestly asking, Are you truly serious? Will you keep your word? Chen Lu nodded and pressed a button beside her, raising a partition to separate the driver's cabin from the small lounge. She then organized her thoughts and spoke earnestly. The purpose of the Jade Association's relentless pursuit to acquire high-quality jadeite is to capitalize on the scarcity we will experience in May, when we can sell it at a premium. With a melancholic sigh, Chen Lu lamented, We do not mind them making a quick profit, but we are concerned that they may seize the opportunity to monopolize our capital. When the public auction in Yangon arrives, they will be able to purchase a substantial amount of jadeite rough and continue hoarding it for profit. They seek to control the supply of high-grade raw materials. Yi Qing gasped in astonishment at the magnitude of the Jade Association strategy. The geographic advantage of Rayleigh provides them with multiple channels to acquire raw stones, whereas we, the merchants from Guangdong, lack such conditions. If the Jade Association were to cut off the supply from the Yangon auction, our own auctions would be rendered ineffective, leaving Rayleigh as the sole public auction in the country. With the raw materials under their control, they would possess the power to dictate prices, reducing us to mere pawns in their game. This scenario poses a catastrophic threat to us, the jewelers of Guangdong. Chen Lu sighed again. Young man, will you assist me? Shen Junyi, taken aback, inquired, Since you are already aware of their scheme, why do you continue to purchase their high-quality jadeite? The funds for participating in the Yangon auction are pooled together by all the merchants from Guangdong. Chen Lu explained earnestly, the Rayleigh Stone Gambling Group, the Kyoto Stone Gambling Group, and the Shanghai Stone Gambling Group operate in the same manner. The gambling stone groups in Kyoto and Shanghai, upon acquiring the rough stones, invariably cut them open on site. Typically, these jadeite gems are procured through a live bidding process, ultimately falling into the hands of jewelers. However, the performance of jadeite public auctions over the past 2 years has been disheartening, with a significant shortage of high-quality jadeite. Once the Ruili Jade Association begins to release substantial quantities, jewelers, fully aware that this is a perilous gamble, will nonetheless stockpile these treasures, tying up considerable capital. This predicament leaves us, at the Yangon auction, unable to compete with the Jade Association due to a lack of funds, thus spiraling into a vicious cycle. The pursuit of profit by merchants is a natural inclination, an immutable truth. Yi Qing's eyes darted as he pondered how his master intended to carve out a share of this lavish feast. From another perspective, what could the Jade Association be so apprehensive about regarding his master? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Chen Lu, anxiously clutching his arm, shook it fervently. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Yi Qing felt flustered by her insistence, especially with her warmth enveloping his arm, stirring an unsettling yet enticing sensation within him. What do you mean by sorting it out? Chen Lu inquired, surprised. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with mischief. If my master's exorbitantly priced rough stone collapse was indeed orchestrated by the Jade Association, then what are they truly afraid of? The Jade Association fears that Wen Lao might intervene and disrupt their plans. Chen Lu responded without hesitation. If, in May, the Jade Association does not release its stock of high-quality jadeite, and a sudden influx of such gems appears on the market, jewelers will inevitably turn away from purchasing the high-quality jadeite offered by the Jade Association. A considerable quantity of high-quality jadeite lies stagnant within the Jadeite Guild, as they lack sufficient funds to participate in the jadeite raw stone auctions in Yangon. Chapter 40. A veil of intrigue. Yi Qing nodded slightly, contemplating the intricate dynamics at play. While humans strategize against tigers, the tigers themselves are also calculating the movements of humans. The Riley Jadeite Guild employs overt schemes to outmaneuver the old Cantonese jewelers, yet these jewelers possess their own clandestine tactics for retaliation. However, what position does my master hold? And why has he chosen to engage in this fierce competition? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, pondering. Given my master's limited financial resources, inciting chaos seems beyond his capabilities. A fortune of several billion does not equate to possessing that much liquid cash. Placing 3 to 5 billion in the Yangon auction is merely a drop in the ocean. It is essential to recognize that the annual transaction volume of the Yangon auction reaches tens of billions, often in euros, translating to hundreds of billions in Chinese yuan. Are you suggesting that the Riley Jadeite Guild fears my master might disrupt the market, hence their preemptive strike? Chen Lu was equally taken aback by Yi Qing's reasoning. Realizing the magnitude of high-quality jadeite required to topple such a colossal auction, Yi Qing then turned to Shen Junyi, solemnly inquiring, "From where were the photographs of those dozen raw stones taken?" Shen Junyi, bewildered by the question, replied, "From the vault in the villa. How many raw stones remain?" "None. Just that one which has been cut, totaling 13 pieces." Shen Junyi exclaimed in astonishment, "Do you suspect that he is hiding more jadeite raw stones?" Yi Qing felt a sense of helplessness. Each time he seemed on the verge of uncovering the truth, it eluded him, leading him to lament. This old fox is leading his disciple to ruin. The two women had never witnessed Yi Qing in such a state, a mix of amusement and sympathy filling their hearts. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Dahong Grand Hotel. Upon alighting, Yi Qing spotted Wang Liang and Lulu. Lulu eagerly rushed to greet Yi Qing, while Shen Junyi and Chen Lu watched with curiosity, only to be met with disillusionment upon their first glance. A rather ordinary young man, not particularly robust and somewhat slender, stood beside the tall Wang Liang, making it easy for one to overlook him. However, to their astonishment, Yi Qing quickly closed the distance and enveloped him in a warm embrace. When they finally released each other, Yi Qing's handbag, which had been firmly in her grasp, had seamlessly transferred into Lu Li's hands. This unexpected exchange left Shen Junyi astounded. Yi Qing was known for her meticulous nature, and her handbag contained not only her mobile phone, but also bank cards. This transfer essentially meant entrusting her entire fortune to Lu. Observing closely, Shen Junyi felt disappointed, as she could not discern any extraordinary qualities in this not-so-tall young man. With a smile, Yi Qing introduced Lu to the two women. Lu regarded them with a deep gaze, nodding in acknowledgement but remaining silent. Yi Qing cheerfully suggested, "Let us book a private room to welcome you." Lulu shook his head, replying, "That's not important. I need a vehicle. We're heading to gamble on stones this afternoon, and it should wrap up around 4 or 5 o'clock. Then we can go car shopping." Yi Qing responded with a smile. "First, let us secure the room, and then we shall dine." Yi Qing's apparent esteem for Lu caught Chen Lu's attention, as she arranged for a luxurious suite at the rate of 2,600 per day, conveniently located next to Yi Qing's room. Wang Liang also achieved his wish, moving from a standard room to a luxurious suite. In an opulent private room, a table laden with exquisite delicacies awaited. Yi Qing ordered a bottle of wine, yet Lu abstained entirely. Instead, Shen Junyi and Chen Lu sipped lightly, leaving the remainder for Yi Qing and Wang Liang. "What are your plans for the afternoon's stone gambling?" Chen Lu inquired with a playful smile, taking a sip of her drink. Yi Qing glanced at her. Perhaps the wine had added a rosy hue to her cheeks, her eyes shimmering like waves. "I suspect Zhao Delong wishes to unveil the stones without shouldering the risks, thus releasing high-quality raw stones to transfer the gamble onto the stone players. Should a player uncover a valuable jadeite, he can acquire it at a premium. Besides, as the host, it would be awkward for any jeweler present to bid against him. Your task is to elevate the bidding, turning 1 million into 10 million. Chen Lu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, while I may not acquire the jadeite, I can certainly vex him. Lu had been quietly listening, and despite his sobriety, he was unreserved with his chopsticks, swiftly clearing the plates before him. After a hearty meal, the clock had passed 1, and the group exited the Daihong Grand Hotel. Chen Lu's driver brought the Rolls-Royce around. Lu headed straight for the driver's seat and calmly declared, "Get out." The driver looked at Chen Lu in astonishment. She turned to glance at Yi Qing, who smiled and encouraged, "Let Lu drive." The driver hesitated, reluctant to relinquish the wheel, voicing his concerns. "Have you ever driven such a fine car? Be careful not to damage it. I usually drive a Hongqi." With a nonchalant remark, Lu reassured him, prompting the knowledgeable driver to comply and exit the vehicle. "You have half a day off. Return to pick me up in the evening," Chen Lu instructed briefly before opening the car door. Yi Qing and Shun Junyi slipped inside, followed by Chen Lu, while Wang Liang occupied the front passenger seat. Lu cast a glance at Wang Liang and said, "From now on, you shall be responsible for opening the door." Wang Liang grumbled discontentedly, "Come on. I haven't said a word. I am the driver, and everything in this car is under my command." Lula replied coolly, "Sixth brother won't mind. If you wish to stay by his side, you must learn some manners, or else I shall promptly send you back to Kyoto." Wang Liang glared. "You know what I do, and you dare speak to me like that." Wang Liang resided in the Chaoyang district, Sanlitan, an unemployed drifter. He had an elderly mother, a wife, and 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. His son was in the 3rd grade at Chaoyang Primary School, while his daughter attended the kindergarten in Sanlitan. As a resettlement household, he had received 3 properties valued at 37 million, along with 10 million in compensation for relocation. Over the past 3 years, he had squandered nearly all of it, leaving a mere 137,004 in the bank. Lulu, focused on driving, remarked, word by word, "Shall I continue? I can even tell you what your wife had for breakfast, and whom she met today." Wang Liang turned pale. Shen Junyi and Chen Lu were taken aback, astonished that he had even investigated the entire family. Chen Lu, feeling indignant, retorted, "Do you know who I am?" Lu responded indifferently, "Before leaving Kyoto, I had already conducted a thorough investigation on you." Chen Lu, exasperated, exclaimed, "This is illegal. You are infringing upon my right to privacy. You can sue me." Lulu did not cast a glance in her direction, as if this beautiful girl held no significance in his eyes. "Is this how you train your bodyguards?" Chen Lu turned her head and questioned Yi Qing. "He is not a bodyguard. He is my brother," Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, even if you were to report this, no organization would take your case." Chen Lu fell silent, finally grasping the terrifying power of the Yi family in the capital. The car sped smoothly, akin to a vessel gliding over a placid sea. Chen Lu was acutely aware that her chauffeur's driving skills could never attain such finesse, even when the vehicle came to a halt. None of the passengers felt a hint of disturbance. Dragon Pool Villa stood before them, its entrance already filled with luxury cars. Regaining her composure, Chen Lu smiled charmingly, remarking, "This vice president of the Emerald Guild is worth billions. He is certainly no ordinary individual." Chapter 41. The toad only dreams of beautiful things. Yi Qing took pleasure in her misfortune, saying, "I heard that Zhao Biao has taken an interest in you." Chen Lu shot him a glance, retorting, "That toad only dreams of beautiful things." Yi Qing suddenly realized, so he desires both wealth and companionship. Indeed, Chen Lu lightly bit her cherry lips and exited the car first. Wang Bo greeted them at the entrance, his expression a mix of complexity upon seeing Yi Qing accompanied by Chen Lu, yet he respectfully ushered them inside. The villa was both opulent and expansive. A grand hall at the rear served as the auction venue, with 4 cutting machines positioned in the front row. In the center of the hall, several glass cabinets and rows of wooden racks displayed the jade that had been revealed. Yi Qing observed that most were icy and glutinous in texture, with a few pieces being of the rare ice variety, all holding considerable value. On a wooden rack lay over 20 pieces of jade rough, showcasing a variety of sources. Although modest in size, each piece was a treasured original from private collections. Against the wall were more rough stones, varying in size and color, with the smallest being no larger than a fist and the largest resembling a table, potentially weighing 1 or 2 tons. Wang Bo, accompanied by Yi Qing and his entourage, approached an elderly gentleman with gray hair in his 50s. The old man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of sophistication. Yi Qing clasped his fist respectfully, introducing himself. "I am Yi Qing from Kyoto. Honored to meet you, esteemed elder." Zhao Delong promptly grasped his hands, laughing heartily. "Ah, the younger generation is formidable. We, the older folks, often lament the generational gap in the stone gambling circle." Having watched your jade gambling videos, I am delighted to discover that a skilled practitioner has emerged in our midst. Truly a cause for celebration. Your praise is unwarranted. I merely possess a touch more fortune than others, Yi Qing replied with a modest smile. Zhao Dalong nodded in amusement, then turned his gaze towards Chen Lu. Miss Chen, I am a close friend of the chairman. Yet, upon arriving at Ruele, you have chosen to evade me. Do you hold me, an elder, in disdain? It is not that I have avoided you. Rather, the chairman has been exceedingly busy. Chen Lu's voice, though cool, conveyed a respectful demeanor. Today's visit is merely a fortuitous coincidence. I must express my sympathy for your company's plight. Zhao Dalong sighed. I wish to offer my assistance. Yet an unnamed benefactor will surely face opposition from our members. As you know, decisions in the Jade Association are not solely mine to make. Chen Lu smiled with an air of confidence. There is no need for your concern, Chairman. A minor challenge is but a matter we shall resolve ourselves. Zhao Dalong cast a glance at Zhao Biao, who was animatedly discussing among a group of beautiful women. This young man can be considered a rising star in the industry. It would be beneficial for you to engage with him more. It presents an opportunity for your esteemed company. Thank you, Chairman, but I am already in a relationship. Chen Lu said with a bright smile as she linked her arm with Yi Qing's. This formidable youth is indeed the one praised by the chairman. Yi Qing, caught off guard, quickly grasped Zhao Dalong's intentions. He sought to exploit the situation to pressure Chen Lu into submission. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pretended not to comprehend Zhao Dalong's words. The chairman has good intentions. I shall express gratitude on behalf of Chen Lu. However, she and I are already bound together in a love that transcends time, so there is no need for your concern, Chairman. Zhao Dalong's smile abruptly stiffened on his face, and he chuckled awkwardly. Then I congratulate both of you. Since you are here, do enjoy yourselves. These gambling stones are my treasured collection over the years. I've brought them out for everyone to have a little fun. Yi Qing agreed with a smile, watching Zhao Dalong stride toward the center of the hall. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, it was firmly pressed back by Chen Lu against her delicate waist. Her gaze pleading, young man, please help me out completely. I truly do not wish to deal with that foolish Xiao Biao. Turning to Shen Junyi, she whispered, I am merely borrowing this young man for a moment. Please do not be upset, senior. Shen Junyi shot Yi Qing a playful glare before diverting her attention elsewhere. Lulu, who had remained silent until now, approached Yi Qing and remarked quietly, this man has blood on his hands. Chen Lu and Shen Junyi felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. In a subdued tone, Yi Qing chuckled, remarking that in the rough stone trade, bloodshed was inevitable. Zhao Dalong strode to the center of the hall, and upon observing the near-complete arrival of the attendees, he announced in a resounding voice, esteemed colleagues, the hour is upon us. And with a quorum present, let us commence. These are my most cherished rough stones from the old mines. Peruse them at your leisure, and once decided, state your price. However, as per custom, any jadeite extracted from these stones shall be exclusively acquired by our jadeite guild. Chen Lu gritted her teeth in vexation, muttering, this is clearly directed at me. She then inquired, have you deliberated? What course of action do you intend to take? At that moment, Boss Qi approached, casting a dubious glance at Yi Qing. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Before Yi Qing could offer an explanation, Chen Lu had already pressed her shapely figure against him, playfully retorting, why, Boss Qi, do you concern yourself with such matters? Even my sister Shun has no objections. Boss Qi offered a wry smile. It seems, brother, that not only is your luck with stone gambling exceptional, but your amorous fortunes are equally enviable. However, engaging in such behavior today is akin to provoking Chairman Zhao, as it is widely known within the circle that Chairman Zhao is ardently pursuing a union with Tianlu Jewelry. The rumors have been circulating. Pending only the consent of the chairman of Tianlu, Yi Qing, with a sardonic grin, pinched Chen Lu's slender waist. Why was I not informed of such matters? Chen Lu merely rolled her eyes at him in response, remaining silent. Yi Qing then inquired with a smile, how did this Chairman Zhao amass his fortune? Boss Qi confided in a hushed tone, it is exceedingly rare for one to prosper in the stone gambling trade. However, Chairman Zhao, like ourselves, profits from selling stones rather than cutting them, thereby shifting the risk onto the stone gamblers. Yi Qing nodded in understanding. A shrewd individual indeed. Indeed. Boss Qi felt a lingering apprehension. The current president is aging, and he is the most likely candidate to succeed the position. Brother, it is not that I betray you, but rather that I dare not offend him. The piece that was unearthed last night, he purchased it. Boss Qi lamented. Indeed, 15 million. I could not refuse. Why are you all so afraid of him? Shen Junyi frowned. Isn't he just the vice president of a jade association? The Ruele Jade Association, also known as the Gem and Jade Association, is a semi-official organization. Yi Qing replied with a smile, Sister Gao, All the gambling stone shops and jade accessory stores in DeLong are members of this organization. Most importantly, the Jade Association possesses the authority to import raw stones. Participants in the Yangon public auction, whether gem merchants or private individuals, must rely on the Jade Association for customs declaration and tax payment when bringing raw stones or jade back to the country. Furthermore, the association has the power to issue appraisal certificates for jade accessories. Without a certificate from the Jade Association, one cannot prove that the item is genuine jade, and tourists will refrain from making purchases. Shen Junyi gasped in astonishment. Their power is that extensive. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. With power comes responsibility. The Jade Association is obligated to regulate the market. However, this obligation, when misinterpreted, can create a monopolistic situation. Thus, in Gao DeLong, if the Jade Association wishes to suppress an individual, it only takes a single word to accomplish it. Chapter 42. The Cunning Calculation of Fate. Boss Chi, with a wry smile and a nod, remarked, "You are a perceptive individual, my brother. Thus, I need not elaborate further. The raw stone I promised you can no longer be sold." Is Boss Chi having second thoughts? Yi Qing retorted with a cold smirk. That is not in accordance with the rules. Indeed, it is not, but circumstances compel me, Boss Chi replied with resignation. However, I am still keen on pursuing the kilogram materials business. My uncle has established a raw stone factory in Tingchong, and I am expecting a call from him today to arrange a visit. Yi Qing chuckled, and only then did Boss Chi feel reassured to take his leave. Chun Lu observed his retreating figure and murmured, "It seems that this Boss Chi is reluctant to be manipulated." Yi Qing, with a mischievous grin, responded, "A fool indeed would forego profit. Moreover, merchants prioritize gain over loyalty, often forgetting their principles in the face of opportunity." Chun Lu playfully shot him a glare. "Are you referring to me? While he merely forgets his principles for profit, you are the one who meticulously calculates everything," Yi Qing teased, releasing her slender waist as he approached the wooden rack. Chun Lu paused, remembering that the phrase cunning calculation is often followed by, "but it ultimately costs you your life," referencing Wang Shifeng from Dream of the Red Chamber. Although Wang Shifeng was a woman, she was the true ruler of the Jia household, possessing both cunning and political acumen. Yet her scheming ultimately led to her demise. Was this young man speaking thoughtlessly, or was there a deeper implication? At the wooden rack, most people, including Zhao Delong, had gathered around to observe an oval stone the size of a basketball. Yi Qing fixed his gaze, captivated by the emerald tendrils swirling around the heart of the rough stone, resembling a verdant serpent embracing the outer layer. The sand markings hinted at the quality of the jade, while the green striations indicated the presence of color. The abundance of green suggested the stone held a significant deposit of the precious hue. Zhao Delong proclaimed, "I acquired this rough stone at a premium from the public auction." The emerald serpent coiled around the exterior signifies the potential for high-quality jade. "What are your impressions?" The onlookers hesitated, aware of the stone's considerable value. One inquired, "Chairman Zhao, what's the price?" Zhao Delong chuckled, "I purchased it for 80,000 euros a decade ago. Factoring in a tenfold increase, the starting price is 8 million RMB. Whoever bids the highest shall possess it." Yi Qing curled his lip in disdain, while Wang Liang's eyes gleamed with excitement. "The price is steep, but the emerald serpent on the stone is too alluring. Perhaps I should acquire it." Zhao Biao scoffed. 1 million is likely his entire fortune." Yi Qing chuckled softly, remaining silent. The allure of rough stone trading lies in the gamble. Regardless of scientific instruments employed, one cannot ascertain whether the interior holds jade or mere stone. Consequently, the trade is both perilous and exhilarating. Success brings immense wealth overnight, while failure leads to utter ruin. This potent combination of risk and the prospect of sudden riches has ensured the enduring popularity of this practice. Should the jade within this rough stone prove as vibrant and verdant as the serpent-like markings on its exterior, it would undoubtedly be a treasure of the highest caliber, worth well over 10 million. However, even the most skilled appraiser cannot predict with certainty what lies beneath the surface. It is entirely possible that a single cut could reveal nothing but a plain white stone. Thus, in response to Zhao Biao's provocation, Yi Qing feigned indifference, glancing at it a few times before losing interest entirely. This raw stone, from its surface, revealed no discernible characteristics. The blemishes, cracks, sand, moss, and frosted patterns on the exterior had all disappeared, leaving only a color-stripped shell, clearly having been scrubbed and aged over many years, allowing dust to obscure all finer details. The risks associated with this specimen were exceedingly high. Although Zhao Delong's asking price was exorbitant, many onlookers were eager to participate. Boss Chi glanced at Yi Qing, noting his slight shake of the head, and chuckled. Then I shall make the first offer. 8 million. As Yiqing pulled Chen Lu and Shinjunyi away, Chen Lu, sharp-eyed, noticed their subtle gestures and whispered, if you don't think it's promising, why would Boss Qi still place a bid? The raw stone would certainly not be acquired for 8 million. Boss Qi was merely doing a favor and would not engage in the bidding war himself. Indeed, no sooner had Yiqing's words left his lips than the bidding commenced. 8,100,000. 8,300,000. 9,800,000. 10 million. Standing on the outskirts of the crowd, they certainly would not call out any bids. However, listening to the stone gamblers treating money as mere paper, bidding recklessly, filled them with an exhilarating thrill. This was the allure of stone gambling, a temptation too great to resist. In the final round of bidding, the price for this raw stone soared to an astronomical 13 million, ultimately secured by a middle-aged man. With his objective accomplished, Boss Qi stepped back, standing beside Yiqing, and remarked, there truly are many wealthy individuals. Shinjunyi has begun to comprehend some of the jargon, and the implication of Boss Qi's words is that there are indeed many fools around. As the transaction was completed, a middle-aged man cradled a stone and stepped aside. Yiqing observed that while the man had been rather composed during the bidding process, he now trembled slightly while holding the stone valued at 13 million. After placing it on an empty rack, he turned to glance back. Boss Qi cast a sidelong look at him and said, brother, enlighten me on the situation. Yiqing replied softly, I couldn't decipher the market, and it was a coated stone. Boss Qi nodded. Understanding that Yiqing's message was clear, the risks were far too great to warrant a gamble. The sound of the cutting machine filled the air as the owner began to unveil the stone, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Boss Qi, with a sly grin, murmured, brother, why not take a chance? Even if you don't walk away with jade, you might still make some profit. Of course, one must partake in such ventures, but only if the stones are appealing. Yiqing's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Delong, who had completed several transactions in that brief interval. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd of spectators. It's risen, it's risen. Get ready for the fireworks. Chen Lu, filled with curiosity, suggested, let us go take a look. Yiqing shook his head with a wry smile. You, a jade merchant, should know that a rise doesn't equate to a profit. Who said I am unaware? I am merely intrigued. Chen Lu beamed at Boss Qi. Why doesn't Boss Qi take a gamble? These are rare public auction materials. Boss Qi chuckled. Those who sell stones do not gamble on them. That is how one ensures a profit without loss. Furthermore, public auction materials are often a gamble with high stakes, fraught with risk. Shinjunyi exclaimed in surprise. Aren't public auction materials supposed to be quite good? How can it be said that 9 out of 10 gambles fail? Yiqing responded with a smile. Public auction materials merely possess favorable external appearances, increasing the likelihood of yielding jadeite. However, no one can guarantee that jadeite will definitely be extracted. Boss Qi affirmed with certainty. Precisely, that is the principle. Unless one possesses the discerning eye of this young brother, it's best to refrain from gambling on stones. Abruptly, the clamor of the stone-cutting machine ceased, and a chorus of disappointed wails arose. It had failed, utterly failed. The middle-aged proprietor's face resembled that of a corpse, his expression lost and bewildered as he exited the villa's entrance. Chen Lu lamented with a wry smile. 13 million has vanished without a trace. Those who had successfully bid continued to dissect their stones, and Yiqing also commenced his selection process. Although he was the proprietor of Stone Pavilion, this was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a plethora of public auction materials. Moreover, whether these public auction materials contained jadeite remained entirely unpredictable. Yiqing surveyed the first stone. The granules on its outer shell were compact, but the pine flower patterns were too sparse, and it exhibited unsightly moss. The window revealed a bean variety, and the stone was too small, not worth the gamble. Seasoned stone gamblers place great emphasis on luck, which refers to encountering favorable rough stones. However, the decision to gamble or not rests upon one's own experience and judgment. There were numerous rough stones here, so luck was already present. However, not every piece of public auction material can yield high ice, high-colored jadeite. For stones with unfavorable appearances, Yiqing cast a sweeping glance, his unique vision allowing him to perceive the outer shell of the rough stones with exceptional clarity. Assessing the external characteristics, such as the presence of serpentine patterns, pine flower markings, moss, fissures on the stony rind, and the compactness of the grit, the dragonstone Pichio pendant, nestled against his chest, steadily emanated a cooling sensation, preserving his composure. His mind functioned like a supercomputer, swiftly dissecting the likelihood of each uncut jade stone, yielding a profitable outcome. If one is to engage in this pursuit, one should do so boldly. Yiqing gravitated towards the substantial raw materials. Conversely, Boss Chi wore an expression of helplessness, remarking that moderate gambling is a harmless pastime, whereas excessive gambling is detrimental. Zhao Delong was clearly preying on naive customers. Had his brother not discerned this? Or had his cunning, ruthless nature vanished too? Wang Liang was visibly elated, while Lu Lu maintained a serene countenance, silently trailing behind the group. Yi Qing circled the wooden rack before veering towards the uncut stones amassed on either side of the hall. Chen Lu and Shen Junyi remained in his wake. Chen Lu, observing his abandonment of the stones on the rack, inquired with astonishment, "None of these are worth gambling on?" "Not optimistic." Yi Qing dejectedly shook his head, explaining that although they were all public auction materials, the serpentine patterns, pine flower markings, and moss were unremarkable, and there were numerous cracks and fissures, rendering it unnecessary to take the risk. Following the perimeter of the hall, examining the stones piled together, Chen Lu was even more astounded. "You intend to discover superior materials among these stones? These are all from new mines. Generally speaking, new mines yield jade with tender textures and color variations. But this does not preclude the possibility of yielding high-quality jadeite." Yi Qing gestured towards the pile of neglected stones, elucidating that these stones shared a common trait. They were all from Thunderbolt fields. "These stones are so unsightly." Shen Junyi's discerning eye for materials was unique, prioritizing aesthetics. However, not only did Shen Junyi find this pile of materials repulsive, but even Chen Lu furrowed her brow in disapproval. "These stones lie piled together, reminiscent of a harrowing disaster site." Yi Qing stifled a chuckle. The Thunderstruck site is one of the 8 major locations, and the entire mountain yields such materials. The Thunderstruck fissures above serve as the identity card for these stones. The raw stones here protrude above the ground, giving their surfaces the appearance of having been scorched by fire. The surfaces are fragmented and unappealing, and typically, these stones are riddled with cracks, making them unappealing to ordinary stone gamblers. Indeed, the risk is formidable. Even if one were to gamble for high-quality jade, one must first wager on the cracks. Boss Chi laughed from behind. Moreover, the materials from the Thunderstruck site are tender, dry, with insufficient hardness, and the fissures are unsightly. Yet, there lies an advantage. Once jade is produced, it is guaranteed to possess vibrant colors and rich luster, with deep green hues that remain unchanged. "What do you think?" Chen Lu noticed Yi Qing's silence as he gazed at the stones and presumed he was intrigued. Yi Qing frowned and replied, "I have the least experience with the raw stones from the Thunderstruck site. Betting on such stones necessitates profound expertise. As the outcome relies entirely on fate, I truly cannot gauge it accurately. Are your standards perhaps too lofty?" Chen Lu glanced back at the jade rough materials on the wooden rack, frowning as he remarked, "Of these several pieces of public auction materials, you find none worthy." Yi Qing smiled and clarified, "It is not that I deem them unworthy, but acquiring these public auction materials requires bidding at an auction, which will undoubtedly escalate to astronomical prices. Even if high-quality jade is ultimately extracted, one should not expect to profit. It would merely serve to enhance Zhao Delong's reputation while also shouldering the risk." Only then did Chen Lu comprehend why Yi Qing had forsaken the public auction materials. Boss Chi gave him a thumbs up, but said little else. Seeing through yet remaining silent is a customary rule within the realm of stone gambling. Yi Qing examined several rough stones in succession, yet none resonated with him. The materials from the Thunderstrike site are notoriously unreliable. It appears as though every stone in this area has been struck by lightning, as not a single piece is devoid of cracks or fissures on its surface. However, in the world of stone gambling, one prefers to wager on significant fractures rather than minor fissures. A fissure is indeed a type of crack, albeit smaller and finer. Yet, fissures can be more treacherous, for if they extend into the stone, one may find themselves bereft of a bracelet, and even the prospect of a pendant becomes elusive, leaving only the possibility of beads or egg surfaces. Should the color be uneven, the value diminishes considerably. The paramount criterion for assessing the worth of jadeite is the bracelet, followed by the pendant. Beads and egg surfaces are only considered in the final analysis. Of course, this does not apply to high-quality, fully green jadeite, where even the egg surfaces and beads extracted from high-quality, icy green jade command astronomical prices. After inspecting numerous rough stones without finding a satisfactory piece, Yi Qing was about to turn away when, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a fully wagered rough material. It was sizable, its surface marred by menacing cracks. However, within those fissures, a faint outline of a serpentine pattern was discernible. A serpent concealed within a fissure. Yi Qing hastened toward it, crouching in front of the stone to scrutinize it closely. Amidst a dauntingly large crack lay a serpent twisted like a knotted rope. If not for his exceptional eyesight, he would have never discerned the serpent hidden within the fissure. What is a serpent indeed? Shen Junyi, hesitant to disturb Yi Qing's examination, turned to inquire with Boss Qi. To determine whether a piece of jadeite possesses sufficient quality and clarity, one must first observe the serpent. Boss Qi was perplexed by the stone before him, and with nothing better to do, he offered to enlighten the novice Shen Junyi. He explained that a raw stone, having undergone tectonic movements within the Earth's layers, is subjected to constant friction from surrounding soil and gravel. Consequently, the loose outer shell is worn away. However, certain gravel may grow on the exterior of the jade, which can also be interpreted as an extension of the jade itself. This harder, band-like gravel is referred to by seasoned gamblers as python. Shen Junyi nodded in a manner that suggested a partial understanding. Boss Qi, with widened eyes, examined the stone for an extended period but discerned nothing but the intimidating cracks. Yi Qing remained intently focused on his observations. He noted that this stone possessed a python band, twisted like a rope, a characteristic known as python tightness. Typically, such a feature signifies high-quality jade, although the presence of some loose moss flour was also evident. Yet, this peculiar trait was obscured by the unique black and red hues characteristic of thunderstruck stones. Where there is moss flour, there is color, but its distribution was uneven. What type of jade could this indicate? For the first time in his life, Yi Qing encountered such an extraordinary raw material, leaving him puzzled yet in awe of nature's wonders. While Boss Qi failed to appreciate nature's marvels, he was instead haunted by the apprehensions of a stone gambler. He solemnly cautioned, "Brother, please do not tell me you are interested in this stone. You are an expert, and I shall not elaborate further." A large crack in the raw stone is an absolute taboo in the gambling world. Despite Boss Qi's earnest warning, Yi Qing remained undeterred, feeling that this stone held the promise of a delightful surprise. "Let me take another look," he exclaimed, as he shone a light on the stone, initially shrouded in darkness. He angled the illumination and discovered a hint of moss. Indeed, there was color. Yi Qing gasped in astonishment. Typically, mossy areas might harbor exceptional treasures. Yet moss can also tarnish beauty. Once it infiltrates, even the finest jade appears marred, akin to a layer of unsightly residue, repugnant to the senses. Yi Qing continued to illuminate the stone, meticulously examining the skin for moss, for in gambling on moss, one must first wager on the quality of the material. Those with python-like patterns are unlikely to disappoint. Chapter 44. The worthless gamble of 10 million moss manifests as varied blemishes on the raw stone, predominantly in patchy or banded forms, with hues ranging from black to deep green and gray. These are nature's unique imprints upon the stone. The presence of moss is closely linked to green hues, yet areas with moss do not invariably guarantee green, nor does the existence of green imply the presence of moss. Furthermore, a distinction exists between live and dead moss. Live moss penetrates deeply into the stone, while dead moss only withers at the surface layer. The moss on this thunderstone was gray and alive, clearly having burrowed inward. Yi Qing's greatest fear was that a jade of exceptional quality would be riddled with unsightly blemishes. However, within the fissures lay the python markings, adorned with pine flowers and live moss. This particular skin was unlike anything Yi Qing had ever encountered, leaving him utterly perplexed as to what kind of jade resided within. As Yi Qing contemplated the stone, torn between gambling and surrendering, Zhao Biao approached briskly, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he raised his voice. "I must say, your eye for stones is rather peculiar. This specimen was purchased at a hefty price 5 years ago by my father and me in Yangon." Chen Lu, shedding her demure demeanor, retorted sharply, "Your eye is indeed unique. You've brought home a worthless piece that has remained unsold for all these years." Zhao Biao's expression darkened instantly, turning ashen, revealing just how ghastly he appeared. This piece of material was secretly bid on by him, unbeknownst to Zhao Delong. After purchasing it, he nearly had his leg broken. For years, it has remained here, not only without anyone daring to gamble on it, but also with no one even casting a glance. Shen Junyi gently crouched down and said, "If you lack confidence, do not gamble, seek other materials. Perhaps the next piece will be a treasure." Yet her words resonated like a distant bell, awakening Yi Qing. Encountering quality material relies on sheer luck. Since it has caught his eye, it signifies that fortune has arrived. Whether one wins the gamble hinges on the accuracy of one's judgment. However, to forfeit also means to miss an opportunity. Who can say if heaven will grant another chance? "How much?" Yi Qing inquired decisively. 6 years ago, I spent 160,000 euros, not to mention a tenfold increase. A baseline of 10 million yuan should be reasonable. Zhao Biao chuckled ominously. As for whether it can fetch an astronomical price, that remains uncertain. Observing Zhao Biao negotiating with Yi Qing, nearby onlookers gathered. "I will bid 10 million. If someone competes, I shall concede. Yi Qing smirked mischievously, noticing several individuals in the crowd with shifty eyes, clearly hesitant. He was adept at this game and could easily discern the situation. Zhao Biao had already recruited several shills, but upon seeing this stone, they too were intimidated. Initially, they intended to cheer on the bidding, elevating the raw stone to an exorbitant price before relinquishing it to this young man. Yet, if the price escalated and this young man withdrew, it would fall into their hands. The rules of stone gambling dictate that once the seller offers a price and the buyer counters, provided both parties agree, the transaction is deemed complete. Moreover, this was an auction, and Zhao Biao had already set the reserve price. Once Yu Qing entered the bidding, if he didn't raise the price, the stone would be his. They dared not hope that Zhao Biao would refuse the money. Spending over 10 million on a stone that had been struck by lightning could buy 2 Ferraris. No one was foolish enough to do that. Seeing no one bidding, Zhao Biao's face darkened further, as if he had lost his parents. Brother, think it over again. Seeing that Zhao Biao hadn't called the deal closed yet, there was still room for negotiation. Boss Qi, worried, advised. Although the material is large, weighing a full 100 kilograms, the cracks are terrifying. It's not worth 10 million. Not even 1 million. Upon hearing this, Zhao Biao called out without hesitation, deal. Brother, what boldness. Boss Qi gave a thumbs up, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He had risked offending Zhao Biao by reminding him several times, but Yu Qing wouldn't listen, which was the extent of his kindness. Zhao Biao walked over. His face cold. Transfer or cash? Not enough money. I'll find partners. Yi Qing, with a mischievous smile, took the phone from Lu Lu and directly dialed Baihu's number. What's up? Came Baihu's soft, charming voice. I've taken a liking to a stone. Are you in? Yi Qing chuckled. How much? Baihu was immediately interested. 5 million. Half the shares. Yi Qing laughed. Send the location. I'll bring the money over. Baihu was straightforward, not even asking what kind of stone it was, and hung up the phone directly. Yi Qing sent the location to Baihu, and Chen Lu walked up to him. I have money. I can lend it to you. Don't partner with Baihu. Yi Qing, while sharing his location, chuckled. Since coming to Riley, the white fox has caused me no small amount of trouble. I plan to turn the tables on her. Zhao Biao scoffed. You dare to deceive the white fox? Are you courting death? Lu Lu, book the tickets. After this game, we shall return to Kyoto. Zhao Biao paused in surprise, then sneered. I fear you may not even board the plane before the white fox captures you. Boss Qi, rolling his eyes, was aware that Yu Qing had at least 10 million in his account and had no need to partner with the white fox. This lad was either intent on deceiving the white fox or aiming to trick Zhao Biao. Realizing he had no place in this situation, he quietly withdrew from the crowd, though he clenched his teeth and remained. Shen Junyi remained composed, knowing that Yi Qing possessed over 200 million in his bank account and was far from being financially constrained. His intention to gamble stones with the white fox surely harbored ulterior motives. Chen Lu, with a worried expression, implored, I will give you 500,000. No need to repay it. Please, do not provoke the white fox. In Kyoto, it was customary for a man to retaliate with equal force. Revenge was never postponed. Noticing Zhao Biao's glee as he fixated on him, Yi Qing wrapped his arm around Chen Lu's slender waist, pressing her alluring figure against him. Zhao Biao's expression turned ashen as he observed Chen Lu not only not resisting, but appearing to relish the closeness. He was on the verge of madness. Zhao Delong was wealthy, with a fortune of merely over 3 billion, which paled in comparison to Chen Lu, a petite fortune of 100 billion. Moreover, this petite heiress was a stunning beauty. Marrying her would be akin to achieving the pinnacle of life. He had already conspired with his father to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to compel Chen Lu into marriage with him. However, gazing upon this woman nestled in Yi Qing's embrace, radiating tenderness, he felt as if he were standing atop the verdant expanse of the Hulumber grassland, shimmering with emerald light. Let us see how you meet your demise. Zhao Biao exclaimed, confident that Yi Qing would not retract his commitment. He proceeded to unleash a venomous curse. According to the customs of the white fox, fleeing will result in severed hands, imprisonment in a water dungeon, and if the money is not procured within 2 days, you shall be buried alive. Even the police in Mujia cannot save you. The more vicious Zhao Biao's words became, the more composed Yu Qing felt. After all, the Emerald Guild was a formidable force. Should Zhao Biao abandon his fear of the white fox, the entire scheme would unravel. Revealing his identity as the Prince of Kyoto prematurely would be unwise. To seize the most succulent morsel in this celestial game, one must adopt the guise of a pig while preying upon the tiger. If I were to be captured by the white fox, would you accompany me? Yi Qing inquired softly, gazing at Chen Lu's delicate visage. Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback. The situation Yi Qing described left her unable to assess or dare to judge. Yi Qing chuckled lightly and refrained from pressing further, yet loosened his hold around Chun Lu's slender waist just a tad. It was still that old, battered Toyota. Still that set of white special agents. The white fox, with her exquisite and curvaceous form, gracefully entered the scene, trailed by 8 gaunt, dark-skinned old Burmese men, one of whom carried a tattered suitcase. Upon sighting the white fox, fear flickered across the faces of the onlookers. This enchanting Burmese beauty was akin to a bloodthirsty specter. Zhao Delong approached with a jovial demeanor. "White fox, what a rare visitor. Welcome, welcome." The white fox cast a playful glance at him. "Welcome my money, indeed. But if you intend to deceive me, you had better tread carefully." Zhao Delong's countenance darkened. "We are all part of this circle. The rules of stone gambling should be understood. Rest assured, if I lose, I will only seek accountability from Yi Qing, not you." Baihu cast a cold glance at Zhao Delong, then approached Yi Qing, casting a suspicious look at Chun Lu. "You change women more swiftly than one changes clothes." Chun Lu's delicate face flushed with anger, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Nonchalantly, she replied, "Before marriage, men are merely prey to all women." Baihu disregarded her retort, playfully rolling her eyes at Yi Qing, and seductively remarked, "Sister has given you an opportunity. It is you who failed to cherish it. The most challenging to bear is the favor of a beauty." Yi Qing chuckled. "To me, money is the most tangible. I have already selected the stone. I will transfer the funds, and this transaction will be complete." Baihu glanced at the elder from Myanmar behind her. "Open the box, and let Vice President Zhao count the money." "There's no need to count. I trust Baihu," Zhao Delong said with a grin. "Indeed, I, Baihu, have always adhered to the rules in business," she replied, shooting him a glance before turning to Yi Qing. "That rough stone. Is this one? How utterly hideous." Baihu instantly expressed her disdain, her exquisite face crinkling into a frown. "You spent 10 million on such a trinket? Don't be ridiculous. I will transfer the funds." Yi Qing laughed heartily, giving Baihu's curvaceous figure a playful slap, startling everyone in the hall. "Your audacity has grown. For years, I've been the one to strike, and no one has dared to retaliate against me." The white fox's delicate face suddenly flushed, and she shot him a fierce glare. "Considering your invitation for me to invest, I shall spare you this time. However, if you lose your gamble with this ugly stone, we shall settle the accounts properly." A woman consumed by the allure of wealth. Yi Qing could only manage a wry smile and shook his head, instructing Lu to proceed with the transfer. "Sister, I am not hypocritical. I simply adore money." The white fox chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. A wave of sweat broke out among the onlookers. To think that one could hope to profit from this wretched stone, 5 million would surely go down the drain. Yet, this young man possessed audacity, daring not only to flirt with the white fox, but also to scheme alongside her. It was a wonder he had not yet learned the meaning of peril. Though all present were legitimate businessmen, those who dabbled in stones were not lacking in wealth, frequently engaging with the white fox and well aware of the rules of high-interest lending. "Let us break the stone." Zhao Delong cast a reassuring glance at his son. Yi Qing nodded in response. Observing the situation, Boss Qi rejoined the crowd. "I will assist Wang Liang in the extraction." "Thank you." Yi Qing expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "What is there to say? Your presence at Delong is primarily to support my business. Assisting you with the stone extraction is a given." Boss Qi replied with a smile as he and Wang Liang hefted the thunderstruck stone towards the cutting machine. After setting down the material, Boss Qi circled the thunderstone, inquiring, "How shall we proceed?" Chen Lu harbored little faith in this stone. While its weight was sufficient, the cracks were exceedingly alarming. Nevertheless, she did not abandon her scrutiny, intent on discovering whether Yi Qing would possess the discernment. Moreover, she understood that her earlier hesitation had allowed Yi Qing to take the lead, creating a rift between them. Biting her cherry lips, she felt anxious, her beautiful eyes glancing furtively at Yi Qing. Wang Liang also harbored little optimism towards this unsightly stone, although Yi Qing remained indifferent. The elder sister, representing the dark side, suggested prudently, "Let us polish the stone. It's a safer approach." Yi Qing had already discerned the distribution of jade within the raw stone, realizing that only beneath the serpent's skin could jade be extracted. Yet he remained uncertain whether the moss had infiltrated it. Wang Liang implied that once the green was revealed, it could be swiftly traded. Yi Qing scrutinized the stone closely. This fissure had compromised most of the raw material, and it would be wise to commence from here, polishing along this area, allowing the green to emerge on one side before making further calculations. Boss Qi nodded in agreement, having no objections. Moreover, since Yi Qing and the white fox were the buyers, and with the white fox remaining silent, the decision-making authority rested entirely with Yi Qing. They proceeded together to polish the stone, creating a sound that captivated everyone present. As the crowd beheld this thunderstruck stone, they were met with astonishment and exhilaration, rendered speechless. Fists clenched in silent anticipation. Yi Qing and the White Fox stood at the forefront, with Shun Junyi and Chun Lu behind them, each displaying signs of tension. Cold sweat trickling down their brows. Yi Qing cast a sly glance at the White Fox and whispered, "If the stone collapses, I shall assist you in evading the consequences. After all, debts must be repaid." The White Fox shot him a playful glare, retorting, "I'll simply sell you to the mines. You'll never return." How utterly pragmatic. Yi Qing cursed under his breath, acknowledging the harsh reality of the situation. The White Fox, unfazed, remarked, "You are aware of my predicament. If I fail to profit, my fate would be far worse than selling you to the mines." Yi Qing grinned mischievously, teasing, "Before your misfortune strikes, you might as well consider me a bargain. This is certainly worth considering." The White Fox, with a smile that was both playful and teasing, remarked, "You possess striking features and a robust physique. Once I grow weary of you, I shall prepare a box of Wei Gu for you, seeking out 10 affluent women. Such earnings come swifter than selling you off to toil in the mines." "You are quite ruthless," Yi Qing exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in admiration. "You seem rather anxious." The White Fox, with a twinkle in her eye, cast a meaningful glance his way and remarked, "Otherwise, you wouldn't jest with me so. I am indeed a bit tense." Yi Qing readily admitted, gazing at the stone before him. "This is a thunderstruck stone. It is my first time gambling on such raw jade. I have no inkling of what kind of emerald might emerge, or whether it holds a value of 10 million. I have no certainty. This is a warning to me. Should I lose, do not seek me out for retribution." The White Fox, perceptive as she was, shot him a flirtatious glare. "What mischief are you concealing?" "Haha. Soon." Boss Chi peered through the window, only to be met with a bucket of disappointment. He was immediately taken aback. "No green. This has collapsed. 10 million down the drain." Zhao Biao, relishing in his misfortune, looked at Yi Qing with a mocking tone. "One cut leads to poverty, another to wealth. A slice through burlap. Gambling with stones requires one to be prepared for death." Yi Qing stepped closer, casting a few glances as the cut revealed a stark white void. Chapter 46, Golden Silk Variety. "It's a water bubble." Boss Chi shook his head repeatedly, observing the cut's surface. This stone collapsed immediately, a sign of ill omen. The onlookers quickly lost their enthusiasm, glancing at the cold-faced White Fox as they prepared to depart. The White Fox squatted beside Yi Qing, hugging her knees. "What exactly is a water bubble?" Shui Mozi, often regarded as a companion stone to jadeite, lacks the requisite hardness to be classified as such. As Yi Qing caressed the exposed Shui Mozi, she pondered for a while before rising and pulling Baihu back a few steps, instructing, "Clean over here." Observing Yi Qing's calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic, Boss Chi was secretly astonished but refrained from further inquiries, turning to the side to continue his polishing work. "Will jadeite emerge?" Chen Lu inquired anxiously. "That depends on fate," Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. Chen Lu nodded and continued to observe Boss Chi's work. The abrasive sound resonated once more. Baihu glanced at Chen Lu and whispered to Yi Qing, "This woman is merely playing around. But if we're to partner up in this stone gambling venture, we must adhere to the rules. Willing to gamble, willing to accept the loss. However, this woman appears both amiable and avaricious. She may devour you whole." Yi Qing nodded slightly, smiling as she asked, "Are you not feeling nervous?" "What should I be nervous about? I know nothing at all," Baihu retorted, unable to suppress a curse. "Even if jadeite is cut, its value is determined by you. I trust you and await the counting of money." Yi Qing chuckled softly. "Do not laugh. If we lose this time, I will accept it, but I assure you, not a single one of those 10 wealthy, dark-skinned women will be spared. I shall personally feed you Viagra." Baihu replied fiercely, "You have changed." Yi Qing smiled faintly, casting a glance at Shen Junyi. "No longer will I be threatened by a woman. You are harder than that ugly stone. I have no desire to provoke your backlash." The White Fox cast a charming glance at him before shifting her gaze to Lu Lu, who stood behind him. He seemed to be examining a whetstone, yet his ears were perceptibly attuned to every sound around him, exuding an aura of chilling intensity, as if he had taken lives before. What keen eyesight! Suddenly, the sound of the whetstone ceased. The figure who had taken a few steps turned and inquired, "Why has it stopped?" The onlookers, engrossed in the spectacle, were taken aback when the whetstone halted, and one impulsively splashed a basin of water, revealing a hint of green. It turned green. A sharp-eyed observer exclaimed, "What a marvel! This stone can actually yield green." Boss Chi scrutinized it carefully and remarked, "Brother, it has indeed turned green. The hue is a dark, subdued shade, a rare spinach green, with a directional arrangement, likely indicating a golden thread variety. However, The window for polishing is too small. Shall we continue or sell it? The white fox grew anxious, grasping Yi Qing's wrist tightly. What does spinach green mean? Yi Qing noticed her delicate hand was clammy, and with a peculiar smile, explained. Spinach green is a specialized term in the realm of jadeite, denoting a semi-transparent green shade tinged with blue, reminiscent of spinach leaves, lacking in vibrant brightness. The white fox sighed in relief, her expression one of unburdened joy. Yet Zhao Delong, Zhao Biao, and Wang Bo stood there dumbfounded. None of them had anticipated that this unsightly stone, which everyone deemed worthless, would yield a golden thread variety of spinach green, an occurrence more absurd than witnessing a pig climb a tree. The golden thread spinach green is considered mid-range in the realm of high-quality jadeite, second only to high ice. If there are no cracks or crevices, and the presence of a bracelet or tag enhances the value of the gold-threaded jade, the worth will indeed multiply. Yi Qing silently calculated in her mind, gritting her teeth, and declared, rubbing does not count as an increase. Let us continue to rub and expand the window. Boss Qi, a cunning fox in his own right, understood Yi Qing's intent. By expanding the window, they could discern the jade within more clearly. Whether it was ripe for resale for a modest profit or if a decisive cut would yield exquisite jade. Boss Qi activated the jade grinding machine once more, and the shrill sound of grinding resumed. The value surged again, a remarkable increase. Was it truly gold-threaded jade or merely spinach green? Given its considerable size, how much could it be worth? A bystander chimed in. This stone, struck by lightning in the thunderstorm, is riddled with cracks, yet valued at 10 million. Who would dare to be so audacious without some assurance? A true master indeed. As the window widened further, the jade within began to reveal itself, and gasps of admiration filled the air, while the smile of the white fox grew ever more enchanting. A man in a suit interjected. Wait, stop rubbing. I'll offer 15 million for this stone, and I'll take on the remaining risk. What kind of eyes do you have? This stone weighs over 100 kilograms. Even if it's not solid, it surely has a base weight of 50 kilograms. You think you can claim 50 kilograms of gold-threaded spinach green for 15 million? What a fanciful dream. I'll offer 20 million. Sell it to me. In such moments, money transformed into mere paper. Even the white fox cursed. This is absurd. The speed at which one can earn is astonishing. If I were skilled at gambling with stones, I wouldn't be resorting to high-interest loans. Yet Yi Qing cast aside all distractions, crouching beside Boss Qi to scrutinize the window with utmost focus. The jadeite of the golden thread variety is characterized by a green band, oriented and arranged in a manner that allows the verdant hues to float within the semi-transparent jade. It may present itself in stripes, bands, sheets, or delicate wisps, all distributed amidst lighter shades of jade, enhancing its vibrancy. In essence, this piece of jade must possess significant fissures, devoid of minor cracks. Otherwise, even the highest quality in terms of texture and color would render it worthless. As the crowd fervently escalated the bidding, the white fox cast a cold glance and commanded, silence until Yi Qing reaches a decision. Instantaneously, the exuberant throng fell silent. Yi Qing scrutinized the piece meticulously, illuminating it as he murmured, the thread is coherent. There are fissures, but no cracks. The colors are becoming increasingly vivid, trending towards a vibrant apple green. Now, we must wager whether it will undergo a transformation within. Boss Qi stared at him in astonishment. You can see inside. Utilize the light. Follow the green. Yi Qing handed the powerful flashlight to Boss Qi. Boss Qi positioned the flashlight at the window, and Yi Qing chuckled. Do not observe it in that manner. Illuminate only half of it, for the light will extend along the green band. Upon adjusting the flashlight, Boss Qi peered inside and instantly comprehended, shaking his head in admiration. My brother, you truly excel in this field. It's evident that luck is not your sole ally. Are you selling it? The suited man inquired hastily upon noticing the two rising. Sell what? Let us continue cutting. Boss Qi waved his hand grandiosely, as if the stone were his own, then turned to Yi Qing. How shall we proceed? Now, we shall cut along the fissure. Yi Qing, with confidence, pointed to the crack on the stone, instructing, Wang Liang, cut directly through this fissure, splitting it in two. We shall discuss the remainder afterward. Chapter 47. The duality of ice and fire. Boss Qi nodded affirmatively. The fissure indeed harbored the potential for a mutation. The purpose of this incision was to sever any unwarranted transformation directly. Wang Liang pressed the stone-cutting machine. With a sharp whir, the machine sprang to life, effortlessly cleaving the raw stone in two. Alas, such is fate, collapsed. Just moments ago, it was worth 20 million. Now, it holds no value whatsoever. Had I known this would transpire, I should have sold it earlier. This is indeed a knife that leads to paradise or one that plunges into hell. The onlookers sighed collectively, their hearts heavy with sorrow. 20 million had vanished in an instant. The heavens do not jest lightly. Bai Hu, Shen Junyi. And Chen Lu felt their hearts race. Chen Lu cast a nervous glance at Bai Hu, fearing that this woman might not be able to bear the loss and would turn against them. Bai Hu's enchanting gaze fell upon Yi Qing, observing his calm demeanor. And a hint of a smile graced her lips. While she may not comprehend the stones or jade, she certainly understood human nature. What would come next? Wang Liang lit a cigarette, taking a deep, deliberate drag. He relished the thrill, yet this time the excitement was overwhelming. His hands began to tremble, and he could only smoke to alleviate his mounting anxiety. Yi Qing, however, remained unfazed. Upon noticing the serpentine crack within, he had already anticipated this outcome. The fissure decisively interrupted the jade's inner extension, ensuring that one half was golden silk jade, while the other was a frothy water type. One half representing fire, the other, the sea, truly a manifestation of the duality of water and fire. Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement as his experience and keen perception were validated. He kicked aside a half-raw stone, covered in froth. Now, let us continue cutting along these two lines, following the trajectory of the jade. And there should be no significant issues. He glanced at Wang Liang, whose hands trembled as he took a deep drag from his cigarette, and sneered. Don't be so pathetic. I can handle both winning and losing, but whether it yields profit or loss hinges on your cut. All right, Wang Liang replied, clutching the cigarette butt, and steadied the raw stone once more. You, my friend, are blessed with auspicious fortune. Perhaps you should take the lead. As my luck seems to falter. Yi Qing shook his head, playfully scolding. I am no deity. Gambling on stones has never been about luck. Enough chatter, let us cut. Boss Qi stood nearby, holding a basin of water. With gritted teeth, Wang Liang forcefully pressed down on the stone-cutting machine's handle. Miraculously, green emerged once more. As Boss Qi observed the fragments revealing green, he splashed water onto them. Wang Liang raised his knife, and the debris was washed away, revealing a small patch of green at the cut, no larger than a fingernail, yet it was enough to ignite immense joy in Boss Qi. He recalled Yi Qing's words, I never gamble on luck. How had he discerned such insights? It grew again, significantly. As Wang Liang pressed the handle of the stone-cutting machine once more, green fragments continued to appear. The side also revealed green, showcasing the spinach green of golden silk jade, remaining unchanged in variety or hue, doubling its value. In that moment, the air was filled with exuberant voices. Shen Junyi and Chen Lu felt as though they were on a roller coaster, having just been hurled into the depths of despair, only to be catapulted back into the heights of elation. With green emerging on both sides, the only task left was to gently polish the skin encasing the jade. This endeavor demanded considerable physical exertion, and both Proprietor Qi and Wang Liang enthusiastically commenced work from either side. Such a substantial piece of spinach green jadeite of the filigree variety was truly a rare spectacle. Yi Qing retreated a few paces, his casual attire thoroughly saturated with perspiration. Not from fatigue, but from genuine apprehension. Why the anxiety when you were already privy to the outcome? White Fox playfully embraced Yi Qing, exclaiming with self-satisfaction, observe me. I remain unperturbed. Yi Qing chuckled wryly. Of course, you're unconcerned, as you assume I'll provide the funds regardless of the result. White Fox cast a coquettish glance at him, retorting good-naturedly, don't depict me as so unscrupulous. I comprehend the conventions of stone gambling. I accept defeat if it occurs. Had you articulated that earlier, my apprehension would have been allayed. Yi Qing jested, turning to whisper a few words to Lu Lu. It required a full hour for Proprietor Qi and Wang Liang to divest the 50-kilogram jadeite of its outer rind. Lu Lu cradled the jadeite in his arms. Zhao Dalong, Zhao Biao, and Wang Bo gazed covetously at the invaluable stone. 50 million, Zhao Dalong announced, stepping forward. Yi Qing. It was predetermined that any extracted jadeite would be sold to the Jadeite Guild. Nonsense. White Fox retorted with an icy, domineering tone. No such stipulation exists in stone gambling. I shall sell to the highest bidder. 50 million is already a substantial offer. Zhao Dalong scanned the onlookers, noting that none dared to counter. Chen Lu, recalling Yi Qing's instructions before departure, raised her hand and declared, I offer 100 million. Chen Lu, are you truly intending to antagonize the Jadeite Guild? Zhao Dalong, caught off guard by this unexpected contender, glared menacingly at Chen Lu. White Fox has stated that she will sell to the highest bidder. Chen Lu scoffed disdainfully. If you cannot afford this sum, I shall not hold back. 110 million. Zhao Dalong felt a pang of anguish, gritting his teeth as he shouted. 150 million. Chen Lu replied with a cold smirk. At this price, you would still be at a loss. Zhao Dalong roared defiantly. I can afford the loss. Observing the twisted expression on his face, Chen Lu's voice erupted from his throat, releasing the pent-up resentment that had long been brewing within him. Zhao Delong stamped his foot in frustration. 160 million. Chen Lu, out of spite, retorted. 190 million. We, the people of Guangdong, may lack in many things, but we are not short of wealth. 200 million. Zhao Delong ground his teeth in fury. Should Chen Lu walk away with this piece of gold thread jade, his prestige and reputation within the Jade Association would be utterly ruined. Deal. Yi Qing interjected before Chen Lu could raise his bid again, smiling. White Fox. Vice President Zhao has made it clear that any jade released must be sold to the Jade Association. White Fox, lacking knowledge of jade, yet driven by greed, shot Yi Qing a glance. The price is still too low. Zhao Delong, incensed, spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering slightly before being steadied by the quick-witted Wang Bo. President, I'm fine. Zhao Delong leaned against Wang Bo, his eyes filled with rage, glaring intently at White Fox. Yi Qing urged, look, Vice President Zhao is already spitting blood. Have some compassion for the elderly and sell it. With bright, disdainful fox eyes, White Fox retorted, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. I only want the money. Obey me and sell it, or you will make it difficult for yourself. Yi Qing humbly responded, next time we gamble on stones, I will ensure you have a share. White Fox, appearing reluctant, questioned, why do you pity him? With the demise of Zhao Delong, the Jade Association still boasts over 3,000 members, so there is no cause for concern regarding the election of a vice president. However, as this marks your first request of me, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. This statement bears considerable weight, laden with insult. Zhao Delong gritted his teeth, staunchly suppressing the urge to bleed. Let us proceed with the appraisal. Out of the corner of Yi Qing's eye, he caught sight of Lu Lu, who was cradling the jade. Lu Lu nodded, one hand holding the jade while the other formed a fist, striking down upon the spinach-green jade with force. The crowd's attention was captivated by the bloodied Zhao Delong, leaving no one to notice Lu Li's assault upon the jade. Moreover, even if they had, it would have mattered little. Jade is a remarkably resilient gemstone. One punch, or even a kick, would leave it unscathed. Chapter 48. The bully's reign. Lu Lu gently placed the spinach-green jade upon the ground, standing guard beside it. Wang Bo, equipped with a magnifying glass, scrutinized it for a considerable time. Indeed, it is spinach-green jade. Yi Qing remarked with a smile, since the appraisal is complete, let us first sign a contract. As the sum involved is substantial, and Vice President Zhao must provide an account to the Jade Association. Zhao Delong nodded in agreement, prompting Wang Bo to retrieve the contract. Shun Junyi reviewed it thoroughly. The contract was in duplicate, and the terms were satisfactory, leading her to nod at Yi Qing. Zhao Delong was the first to sign, while Bai Hu expressed disdain, scoffing, what is the purpose of this? This jade was procured by Vice President Zhao on behalf of the Jade Association. Yi Qing replied with significant intent, a formal contract will serve to demonstrate Vice President Zhao's selflessness. In response to his cryptic remark, Bai Hu shot him a glare and promptly inscribed her name upon the contract. Yi Qing followed suit, signing his name as well. Zhao Delong arranged for a transfer, while Zhao Biao approached the jadeite and bent down to embrace it. Initially, he believed that, given Lu Li's slender physique, his strength would be insufficient to lift the jadeite. Yet, he thought that with his own height and strength, it should pose no challenge. However, upon attempting to lift it, he was astounded to discover that the weight of the jadeite far exceeded his expectations. Gritting his teeth, he managed to hoist it up, only to realize that the peeled jadeite was excessively oily and slippery. With a resounding crash, his companions were left in shock. The entire block of golden silk spinach-green jadeite, worth 200 million, crashed heavily onto the marble floor, creating a deep dent and leaving the jade riddled with numerous cracks, a sight too tragic to behold. Young Master Zhao, what have you done? Yi Qing stammered. Dumbfounded, Zhao Biao, on the verge of tears, looked at the trembling Zhao Delong and exclaimed, Father, you wretched scoundrel, if you don't pay for this calamity, I shall not rest until I make you suffer. Zhao Delong felt darkness enveloping him, nearly fainting. Initially, Yi Qing had cautioned him to regard this piece as one intended for acquisition by the Jadeite Association, as Chen Lu's bidding had driven up the price, leaving him unscathed. But now, this jadeite lay shattered on the ground, a complete ruin. The crowd instinctively retreated, fearful of incurring misfortune. Bai Hu, initially taken aback, turned to glance at Yi Qing before breaking into a charming smile. Vice President Zhao, we have already signed the contract, and the jadeite has been verified. Although I share your sorrow over this mishap, you wouldn't consider reneging on the payment, would you? Bai Hu. Zhao Delong's lips bled, his fingers trembling as he pointed at her. Shen Junyi remarked with a smile, I can certainly take him to court for defaulting. Such trouble The white fox waved her hand dismissively and remarked nonchalantly, such a colossal lawsuit could take at least a year or a year and a half to resolve. This. Shinjuni hesitated, fully aware that the white fox's assertion held truth. Even if they won the case, should the opposing party refuse to pay, one would only be left with the option of applying for court enforcement. However, given Zhao Delong's connections in Rueli, he could effortlessly defuse the situation, leaving any financial compensation a distant prospect. Listen to the white fox, Yi Qing said with a smile, wrapping his slender arm around her waist and whispering in her ear. Dealing with bullies is not your forte. Shinjuni playfully shot him a glare. The white fox sneered, you may refuse to pay, but remember, the rules of the white fox are unbreakable. 200 million incurs an interest of 20 million per day. After 7 days, the interest converts to principal. If you owe for a year and a half, your assets should suffice. Furthermore, do not attend the Yangon auction. I assure you, once you go, you shall not return. With a splutter, Zhao Delong expelled a mouthful of blood, his voice rising in urgency. Transfer the funds. Ding ding. The simultaneous notifications from the bank sounded for both the white fox and Yi Qing. Yi Qing slightly bowed. Vice President Zhao, may you find peace in your sorrow. I take my leave. Once Yi Qing finished speaking, the white fox and Shun Junyi flanked him, turning to depart. Shun Lu followed behind with a somber expression. Yi Qing, who had initially masqueraded as her fiancé, could not possibly forget such nuances, yet now he was intertwined with Shun Junyi, creating an undeniable rift between them. The day's events had unfolded with dramatic twists and turns, leaving Wang Liang and Boss Qi in a daze, while Lu Lu called out to the two, finally catching up with them. The white fox, with a charming smile, invited, come ride in my car. It cannot accommodate so many people. Only the two of you can sit. They are not permitted. With a cold laugh, the white fox added, they shall return as they came. Yi Qing turned back to give a brief instruction, while Lu Lu followed closely in his Rolls-Royce behind the aging Toyota. It was still that dilapidated old vehicle, where Yi Qing sat in the middle, flanked by the white fox and Shinjunyi on either side. The smile on the white fox's face was shrouded in mystery. What is happening today? Yi Qing, aware that the white fox had sensed something amiss, replied with a grin. You are receiving payment, so why concern yourself with the details? 5 million swiftly transforms into 1 billion. This transaction is exceedingly profitable. The expression on the white fox's face shifted, glaring at him menacingly. But you are merely displaying a demonstration of power. Do not underestimate yourself. You are not a monkey, but rather a cunning fox. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly. I admit I am taking advantage of you. Yet I could easily outmaneuver them on my own. If this bothers you, I shall refrain from involving you next time. Next time you plan to utilize me, kindly inform me in advance, lest you provoke my wrath. Upon hearing that they could continue their partnership in gambling on jade, the white fox's anger swiftly transformed into a delightful smile as she playfully inquired, pray tell, how did the jade come to shatter? Yi Qing smiled in silence. The white fox instructed the driver, return to Mujia. Very well. Yi Qing understood that while rogues may be daunting, it is the female rogues that are truly fearsome. Lu Lu practices the inch punch. Do you comprehend? Not at all. The white fox replied bluntly. In the confined space, with a force capable of moving mountains, this refers to the ancient martial art of inch fist, a technique practiced by only a select few in the country. Mastery of this art allows one to pulverize iron into powder with a single blow. Although Lu Lu has not reached such a pinnacle, he can certainly reduce stone to dust. Furthermore, the jade in question is riddled with numerous tiny fissures. Striking it would undoubtedly exacerbate these cracks. Should the jade fall, it would be rendered utterly worthless. Shinjunyi and the white fox were left in stunned silence. The white fox, trembling with trepidation, remarked, this was all part of your plan. To which Yi Qing responded with a smile. Well, if I hadn't done it this way, I would have had to resort to other measures. Shinjunyi whispered, it was at the Lido bar, where Zhao Biao hired someone to attack you, that Zhao Delong incurred a loss of 2 billion. Yi Qing did not deny it, replying nonchalantly, in the capital, young masters do not let grievances linger overnight. Even I find myself somewhat intimidated by you. The Honda lacked air conditioning, rendering the interior stifling, yet the white fox could not help but shiver, exclaiming, this method is too insidious, too ruthless, and utterly unfathomable. Yi Qing smiled sheepishly. I lack the ruthless heart and decisive hand. Had my fifth brother intervened, he would undoubtedly send him to the rooftop to wait in line. The white fox glared at him fiercely. You are merely trying to intimidate me. Yi Qing replied earnestly. Our collaboration is genuine, and I shall provide you with substantial business opportunities. Chapter 49. Discussing emotions costs money. Aside from gambling on stones, what other ventures do you have? Upon hearing of potential profits, The white fox's previously frosty countenance instantly transformed into a radiant smile, reminiscent of the spring equinox. I have opened a stone gallery in Kyoto, a place for stone gambling, and I have always sourced my materials from Mr. One. However, he is now gravely ill and hospitalized. And the Longrue stone gambling house has been acquired at a high price by the Jade Association, leaving me without a supply. Yet, Sister DeLong's stones are prohibitively expensive, so I intend to procure raw stones from watching. You must assist us with our channels. The bright eyes of the white fox sparkled with excitement. Indeed. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. I require a substantial quantity of raw stones, with shipping costs aligned with Mr. Wen's rates, but I only trust you. The white fox, understanding Yi Qing's concerns, replied earnestly, You should know that we adhere to the rules. That may be true for you, but I harbor no trust for them. Yi Qing retorted, gazing at her. In our nation, there is a saying that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Moreover, your territory is fraught with danger. I am unafraid of harsh environments, but the human heart is inscrutable. Once someone is tempted by wealth, personal safety becomes precarious. Therefore, I need you to persuade them to cooperate with decorum. If not, let us part amicably. Do not feign cooperation while harboring ulterior motives, as that would lead to a clash where only one party survives. The white fox exclaimed anxiously, You are concerned about the forces behind us. Yi Qing nodded resolutely, stating, I have no friends in Rueli. Though you may be avaricious, your greed is above board. Thus I believe collaborating with you is a wise decision. The white fox nodded in understanding, responding seriously, I comprehend, and I will report this promptly. Yi Qing smiled. I await your good news. The white fox embraced his shoulder, lamenting, If only you were one of us, your ability to generate wealth is nothing short of astonishing. We run a casino, and it takes us a year to earn 100 million, yet you accomplish that in merely an hour. Yi Qing chuckled softly, replying, This time, I capitalized on the discord between the Riley Jade Guild and the Old Guang jewelry merchants, which allowed me to auction off this jade at an astronomical price. Such opportunities will be hard to come by in the future. The white fox nodded knowingly, recognizing the uniqueness of the situation. You must remember my words. Keep your distance from Chen Lu. This woman lacks integrity. How do you know? Yi Qing inquired, somewhat taken aback. She once approached us, hoping to leverage our channels to procure raw stones from W. The white fox replied with a faint smile, but I declined her request. Shen Junyi looked at her in astonishment. Why? Wouldn't you want to profit? What we seek is a long-term partnership that yields continuous earnings. She merely intends to exploit us to breach the Jade Guild's blockade and navigate through her difficulties. Once the Yangon auction commences, she will take flight, leaving us at odds with the Jade Guild. The white fox scoffed. She treats others like fools, playing her games. Yi Qing nodded gently, taking this to heart. Recognizing that it wasn't just her. Even her exquisite widow mother shared the same disposition. Come with me to the White Fox Bar. The white fox said cheerfully. Today's earnings warrant a reward. Did you not see my girlfriend sitting beside us? Yi Qing shot her an exasperated glance. Don't mind him, Sister Shan. A man of his caliber cannot be tethered by a single woman. The white fox observed Shen Junyi's gaze grow cold and chuckled. If you wish to remain by his side, you must learn to accept the presence of other women. Could you be any more shameless? Shen Junyi, defeated by the white fox, huffed and turned to gaze out the car window. It is precisely because you are also a Myanmar girl that I share this with you. The white fox replied with a beaming smile. Do not be deceived by his repeated rejections. It is merely a reflection of his lack of trust in me. He is also aware that I will not easily surrender myself to him. To win my affection, one must pay the price. She cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qing, adding, Yet this man only seeks pleasure and wishes to depart without any commitment. Shen Junyi's face flushed with embarrassment. Such matters could be discussed so openly. Yi Qing chuckled. That is because you desire not only wealth but companionship. The white fox asserted, Trust must be mutual. When I fully place my trust in you, I will not let you go easily. Let us set aside emotions and focus solely on financial transactions. All I require is a swift resolution. Yi Qing, running a hand over his forehead in exasperation, could not deny that the white fox possessed greater cunning than Chen Lu. Engaging in such dealings in this place was a pursuit of profit. Romantic entanglements could indeed lead to financial ruin. Upon arriving at the Delong shopping center, Yi Qing called out for the driver to stop. The white fox shot him a disapproving glance before turning back to Shen Junyi, earnestly advising, Keep a close watch on him. Be wary of Chen Lu, for that woman is more avaricious than both of us combined. Yi Qing opened the car door and stepped out, retrieving his phone to call Lu Lu, instructing him to head to the Dahong Grand Hotel while he would join him shortly. Shen Junyi walked beside him, heading towards the underground parking garage, inquiring as she walked. Is what the white fox said true? Some of it is genuine, while some is not. Yiqing put away his phone and glanced at her with a smile. In the realm of Rueli, the interests of the White Fox and the Jadeite Guild are aligned. Shinjunyi expressed her surprise. How so? Qianlu represents not only Tianlu jewelry, but also the entire Jadeite merchant community of Chaozhou, Yiqing explained. He opened the car door, and Shinjunyi settled into the passenger seat as the Bentley glided silently out of the underground parking lot. The goal of the Old Guang merchants is to dismantle Rueli's monopoly on raw stones and continue to hold public auctions in places like Jiang. However, this is not favorable for her. The connection between Muyuk and Jiegao is merely a bridge, making it easy for visitors to cross over. Those who come here for stone gambling and tourism will inevitably flock to Muyuk. The rise of e-commerce has already plunged the local tourism, stone gambling, and Jadeite retail industries into turmoil. If the Old Guang merchants continue to hold public auctions, the number of visitors here will dwindle, adversely affecting the White Fox's business. In this regard, her interests are aligned with the Jadeite Guild. Therefore, while she may assist me in undermining Zhao Delong, she will not collaborate with Chen Lu against the Jadeite Guild. She is indeed a clever woman. Shinjunyi admired sincerely. Indeed. Otherwise, how could a girl from Myanmar dare to venture into Jiegao and thrive while lending money at high interest rates? You have feelings for her? Shinjunyi suddenly inquired. She is decisive and straightforward in her actions. Such a woman makes the best partner. Yiqing replied, casting her a glance. The word like carries too much weight. Do not utter it lightly. You are evading my question. Shinjunyi gazed at him earnestly. No one knows what the future holds. Yiqing's demeanor grew solemn as well. Admiration can transform into deeper feelings as one gains understanding. Shinjunyi felt a lump in her throat, nearly on the verge of tears, turning her gaze to the window as she choked out. I have no right to ask this question. Yiqing emphasized his words. The White Fox understands that a man must play the field while traversing the world, which is why she speaks of money rather than feelings. Emotions are a luxury. Chapter 50. The intricacies of the elite circle. Wiping away her tears, Shinjunyi looked at him with longing. What if I simply like you? Yiqing hesitated for a moment. First, you must discern whether your feelings stem from the burden of your master's illness and the ensuing debt crisis, making me seem like your support, or if you genuinely harbor affection. And what about you? Shinjunyi asked through her tears. Even if we are not together, I remain your destined support. There is no need for us to become lovers. Yiqing chose his words carefully. I cannot deny that your beauty captivates me. Yet to act upon it would be to exploit a vulnerable situation. Your caution regarding emotions pleases me, Shinjunyi said, her tears giving way to a smile. As delicate as a pear blossom in the rain. There is no transaction between us. I invited you to Rueli because of my father's sudden illness. I wanted you to see him one last time. As for his debts, I am prepared to shoulder them entirely. Yet, I did not anticipate that you would willingly take on this responsibility, which both surprised and impressed me. My fondness for you began at that moment. Yiqing remained oblivious to the fact that a woman's love often stems from mere affection. Moreover, the harsh realities of life had already shattered Shinjunyi's dreams of romance. Upon encountering a warm-hearted man, her frozen heart began to thaw, leading her to capitulation. Yet, this revelation must await her master's awakening. What are you evading? Shinjunyi inquired, her phoenix eyes wide with curiosity. I am not evading. Rather, I am allowing you a bit more time to truly understand me. Yiqing replied earnestly. I am not one to abandon someone after igniting a relationship, nor are you a woman who can be satisfied with mere monetary gestures. Thus, our feelings must be approached with caution, similar to your dynamic with Luyu. Shinjunyi probed further. Our familiarity has created a barrier. A delicate veil neither of us wishes to rupture. Yiqing lamented with a bittersweet smile. Furthermore, we are both quite young. The prospect of marriage inevitably leads to parenthood. And the image of two young children attempting to care for another infant is simply daunting. Haha, Shinjunyi chuckled, envisioning the comical scenario of two young children ineptly tending to a wailing infant. However, she could not deny that Yiqing was indeed quite young, merely 22, which seemed exceedingly juvenile in this era where marrying at 30 is the norm. How old is Luyu? Shinjunyi asked, her mood brightening as she smiled inquisitively. She is 2 months younger than I am. Yiqing responded with a wry smile. You two are truly too young. Shinjunyi remarked with a smirk. I thought you would say that a man should first establish his career before starting a family. That would be a mere platitude. Yiqing cast her a sidelong glance, exclaiming with a hint of irritation, some individuals can be deceived, but there are those who absolutely cannot be fooled. Luyu is certainly one of them. Shinjunyi regarded him with a serious expression. Do you think she is unaware? Yiqing let out a dismissive snort. At the stone studio in Kyoto, I merely serve as a figurehead. It is Luyu who manages the operations. when Yi Lao Wu wished to establish a gambling stone event at the Royal Business Club. She was his first consultation. With that girl's keen intelligence, Yi Lao Wu would need to present genuine material and ensure information sharing. Otherwise, Lu Yu would never divulge anything to him. Shen Junyi felt a wave of dismay, realizing that her intentions had been exposed before they could even come to fruition. With concern, she inquired, "Will she come to Rueli to confront me? Now you're scared." Yi Qing chuckled lightly, observing her anxious demeanor. Lu Yu is unlike other women. She possesses a bold and charismatic spirit. Besides, our relationship remains at the level of mere friendship. We have yet to engage in any intimate actions. Women tend to be rather possessive when it comes to matters of the heart. Shen Junyi's face was clouded with worry. Yi Qing, reveling in her distress, remarked, "It's not too late to withdraw now." Shen Junyi's expression darkened, tears spilling from her eyes as she lamented, "Do you truly despise me this much?" Yi Qing gazed at her helplessly. Her tear-streaked face was heart-wrenching. "Rest assured, Lu Yu will not hold you accountable. She will only make things difficult for me." "Really?" Shen Junyi found it hard to believe. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, Shen Junyi grasped the reality. Despite her youth, Lu Yu was very much a part of that world. She is acutely aware that a man's wealth often corrupts him. It is an uncontrollable truth. Striving to assert dominance only breeds resentment and drives men away. Therefore, for her, it is better to be accommodating than confrontational, as long as she is the one to hold the marriage certificate. The social scene is indeed chaotic. Having come to this realization, Shen Junyi's spirits lifted, and she wiped away her tears, retorting, "That statement is erroneous." Yi Qing regarded her earnestly. Individuals in this circle have all received higher education, and, with the influence of the older generation, they have become astute figures. Look at the gossip online. Who among them is a genuine heir? My father is named Li Gang, and those who utter such remarks are merely insignificant characters. The scions of powerful families, the privileged of the capital, are incapable of resolving their own issues and still resort to leveraging their father's reputation in times of trouble. "And what of your fifth brother?" Shen Junyi inquired, astonished. "He operates a jade gambling house, but has never engaged in gambling himself." "The same principle applies to the club he runs," Yi Qing chuckled. "Do not be misled by the multitude of starlets and models at the club. They are merely there for the affluent. He himself never partakes, finding it distasteful." "You are degrading women," Shen Junyi exclaimed, indignant. "Not at all," Yi Qing replied with a smile, shaking his head. Fifth Brothers Royal Business Club serves as a venue for a select group of elites to conduct business discussions. The stars and models strive to infiltrate this circle because these individuals control the channels and wealth. To achieve fame, one must indeed make sacrifices. This society is unyieldingly pragmatic. And no one will spend money on you without reason. Your words have shattered my worldview. Shen Junyi huffed. "I'm off. I need to go pick up Lu Lu and Wang Liang and buy a car." In a state of bliss, Shen Junyi pondered aloud, "With this Bentley, do we truly need to purchase another vehicle? While it may suffice for occasional use, it is hardly practical for daily reliance." Yi Qing reflected for a moment. "Were it not for my reluctance to share a seat with Chen Lu, this car would languish in the parking lot of DeLong Shopping Mall. Moreover, my future endeavors require frequent travel, and I may need to transport stones or jade. Thus, the Bentley would fall short." "Are you genuinely planning to go to Tingchong?" Shen Junyi exclaimed in astonishment. One must never place all their eggs in one basket. It is essential to learn to navigate with both legs, Yi Qing stated earnestly. "The White Fox is merely one avenue I have chosen, while Bosch Chi represents another. By advancing both channels simultaneously, I need not worry about them plotting against me." "You are concerned about the White Fox," Shen Junyi remarked, perplexed. "Did you not claim she was your best business partner? Once given the opportunity, she too could prey upon the unsuspecting." Yi Qing chuckled. "It is prudent for me to prepare in advance. Your thoughts are all rather cunning." Shen Junyi expressed her genuine admiration. Conducting business is a different matter than engaging in litigation. In court, one must seize evidence and relentlessly pursue it, whereas in business, the principle of sacrifice must always be at the forefront. Hesitation in letting go when necessary is unacceptable. "What type of vehicle are you considering purchasing?" Shen Junyi inquired with a smile. "An off-road vehicle, perhaps. I happen to know someone who works at the car dealership," she replied cheerfully. "Weren't you always in Kunming? How is it that you have connections here as well?" Yi Qing asked in surprise. "Who doesn't he have a few classmates?" Shen Junyi cast a playful glance at him. "Although we seldom meet, we have always maintained our connections." Upon arriving at the Dehong Grand Hotel, they picked up Lu Lu and Wang Liang, as the Bentley quietly merged into the flow of traffic under the dejected gaze of Chen Lu. The two occupied the back seat, and Shen Junyi glanced at Yi Qing, gravely stating, "Your action seems somewhat petty." Yi Qing replied earnestly, "Marx once stated that a businessman, with a mere 50% profit, dares to take risks. If the profit reaches 100%, they would dare to trample upon the laws of mankind. With a profit of 300%, they would commit any crime, even risking execution. Therefore, do not underestimate this woman. She is terrifying when driven to madness. In truth, Chen Lu has been employing various tactics to draw fifth brother and sixth brother into the camp of old Guang. The usually silent Lu Lu unexpectedly spoke up. Shen Junyi looked at Lu Lu in astonishment, realizing he had a clear understanding of the situation, and sighed. I merely find her pitiable. Although she wields control over a company valued at billions, she has become a slave to wealth, seeking to enslave others as well. Yi Qing smiled slightly. Precisely for this reason, I have decided to leave her in limbo for a while. To make her understand that not everyone can be vanquished by money. You will still collaborate with her in the future. Shen Junyi exclaimed in shock. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Yi Qing embraced her fragrant shoulder, speaking solemnly. In the event that Master S' downfall is connected to the Stone and Jade Guild, I will need to ally with her. It is we who have implicated you. Shen Junyi looked at him with guilt. Why speak such foolishness? We are, after all, family. Yi Qing solemnly gazed into her eyes. The term master is not to be uttered lightly. Refrain from such words in the future. Understood. Shen Junyi nodded earnestly, her smile radiant. What kind of car do you intend to purchase? Wang Liang finally turned back, chuckling. A car is akin to a man's secret mistress. One must not take such decisions lightly. It is imperative to choose a quality vehicle that befits one's status, one that ensures longevity and minimizes the time needed for acclimatization, even averting the troubles associated with inferior models. That Hummer we just saw is quite impressive, priced over $1 million, but not excessively so. The Hummer is too imposing. It is ill-suited for Yi Qing, Shen Junyi remarked with gravity. Besides, with Lu Lu present, the young master need not drive. Wang Liang chuckled, glancing at Lu Lu. What car do you suggest? How about a Land Rover? Lu Lu replied, smoothly parking the Bentley at the entrance of the Land Rover dealership, then turning to Yi Qing. This vehicle is spacious and secure. Sounds good to me. Yi Qing readily agreed. The four disembarked at the Land Rover showroom, where an attendant greeted them warmly. Upon entering, Shen Junyi immediately took a liking to one particular model. What about this one? Yi Qing examined it. Its luxurious design bore a hint of business elegance. Shen Junyi remarked, this car is reasonably priced, only a little over 700,000. Indeed, that is quite affordable. Yi Qing chuckled. Shen Junyi had her eye on a Jaguar Land Rover Evoque, yet Lu Li's aspirations seemed directed toward an imported model. This gentleman possesses discerning taste. The beautiful saleswoman, clad in a striking red uniform, upon recognizing Yi Qing as a potential buyer, intensified her recommendations and softened her tone. The Range Rover Evoque embodies Land Rover's avant-garde design language, featuring a meticulous integration of the tear-shaped headlights and flowing turn signals with the grille and bumper. The new model is equipped with sleek, hidden door handles that harmoniously blend with the elevated waistline, enhancing the fluidity of its silhouette. Its powerful 20-inch diamond-cut wheels exude a robust elegance. The engine boasts a 1.8-liter turbocharged gasoline engine, delivering an impressive output of 170 horsepower. Despite the saleswoman's fervent pitch, Shen Junyi remained unmoved. Indeed, your expertise is commendable. However, it fails to secure us the best offer. Please summon your manager Wang. You know our manager Wang. The beautiful saleswoman gazed at Shen Junyi, who merely nodded slightly, prompting her to bow and respond, understood, please hold on. Upon realizing it was her junior, Junyi, the saleswoman thought, how could she not have called before coming to my territory? After all these years apart, she finally deigns to visit. A stunning woman in a tailored black suit approached swiftly, arms outstretched, enveloping Shen Junyi in an enthusiastic embrace. Witnessing the collision of four prominent figures, Yi Qing felt a flush of embarrassment. With a mischievous grin, Shen Junyi teased, Sister Wang Li, your figure has never looked better. Is it the influence of a certain brother-in-law? Bah, where would such a brother-in-law come from? I am proudly single by my own merit. Feigning umbrage. Wang Li playfully shoved her away, her gaze subtly sweeping over Yi Qing and his companions before retorting. It is our Junyi who is becoming increasingly comely. I wonder which young man will pluck this flower of yours. As she spoke, Wang Li gracefully turned, her smile radiant as she regarded the trio. We have genuinely come to purchase a vehicle. Shen Junyi chimed in with a smile. Wang Li finally adopted a serious demeanor, remarking, as a solicitor, a sedan should suffice. Why dabble in off-road vehicles? Shen Junyi, still smiling, gestured towards Yi Qing, stating, he is the actual purchaser. Wang Li was taken aback, as she had not discerned that Yi Qing and his party could afford a Land Rover Evoque, the fully equipped version of which approaches $1 million. Those who acquire such vehicles are invariably clad in bespoke suits, the progeny of affluent families. Shen Junyi was cognizant of Wang Li's professional proclivities, yet she chose not to disclose them, desiring instead to shield Yi Qing from the attention of women, particularly those such as Wang Li, who were perpetually in pursuit of eligible bachelors. However, Wang Li's perspicacity far exceeded that of Shen Junyi. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that Yi Qing's casual attire, while not emblazoned with designer labels, was meticulously crafted and impeccably tailored, the unmistakable work of a master artisan. Moreover, Yi Qing exuded an aura of distinction that could not be feigned by the newly rich. She promptly exclaimed, "This must be Junyi's beau. This little minx is so parsimonious. She refuses to introduce us, lest I abscond with her paramour. Accustomed as you are to the magnates of DeLong, you scarcely need poach my boyfriend." Shen Junyi jested, half in earnest. Wang Li scoffed disdainfully. They are nothing but a bunch of reckless gamblers. Today they might possess wealth in the millions. Yet tomorrow they could leap from a rooftop. I have no desire to become a widow before I have even begun to save her life. Before I forget. May I inquire about your esteemed name, sir? Chapter 52. Customized exclusive Range Rover SV Coupe. Forgive me. My surname is Yi Qing. Yi Qing replied with a smile, taking her outstretched hand in his grasp. Wang Li, with a beaming smile, glanced at Shen Junyi. You have good taste, brother-in-law. He is quite courteous and possesses the aura of a gentleman from a prominent family. Yi Qing released her hand, offering a bashful smile. Sister Wang, you flatter me. Are you satisfied with this feeler? Wang Li asked, her cheerful demeanor revealing her intent to confirm they were indeed purchasing a vehicle. Yi Qing turned to Lu Lo, who shook his head. The horsepower is a bit lacking. Oh, Wang Li exclaimed in surprise. This car has considerable power for city driving. We need to tackle mountain roads and off-road terrains. Yi Qing explained with a grin. Do you have an imported Land Rover Range Rover available? Indeed. Wang Li's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Shen Junyi, eager to subtly probe into Yi Qing's financial background. However, it is a nationally limited edition, with only 999 units supplied domestically. The customized exclusive version will be utilized as a display vehicle to attract clients, and it tends to be rather pricey. Sister Wang, are you teasing me for my youth? Yi Qing chuckled. Is it possible to take a look? Wang Li stared at Yi Qing in astonishment, exclaiming, You truly wish to see it? Please don't take offense. I was merely jesting. She was well aware that Shen Junyi, as a lawyer in Kunming, earned an annual income of 1 to 2 million, yet after purchasing a home, her savings were nearly exhausted. Yi Qing appeared to be in her 20s, an age where affording such a custom vehicle seemed implausible. However, possessing a keen intellect, she understood that Shen Junyi's concern was rooted in the belief that the car was a gift from her. With a light-hearted smile, she reassured, It is not Sister Junyi who purchased it for me. I acquired it myself, and truly, there is no malice intended. It serves a purpose. Wang Li, still somewhat skeptical, led a group towards a luxurious Range Rover. This particular model, known as the Range Rover SV Coupe, featured an elegant silver trim that adorned the front, distinguishing it from the 5-door variant. The engine hood and the rear bore the Range Rover emblem, meticulously crafted by artisans in Birmingham, epitomizing opulence. The side profile showcased a sleek silver single-vent design, complemented by frameless doors with electronic suction functionality. Inside, the decor was dominated by wood grain accents, harmoniously paired with a dual-tone white and beige color scheme. The windows were framed with glass, and the sound system was produced by the renowned British brand, Bowers Wilkins. Additionally, the seats boasted over 10 adjustable positions and included a massage feature. The rotary gear selector was encircled by 4 buttons illuminated with LED light, working in conjunction with the 4-wheel drive system that offered more than 4 driving modes. The vehicle was powered by a 5.0-liter V8 supercharged petrol engine, delivering a staggering maximum output of 400 kilowatts, achieving a top speed of 265 kilometers per hour, with an acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just about 5 seconds. Upon hearing Wang Li's description, even Shen Junyi found the extravagance somewhat overwhelming. Gazing at Yi Qing in disbelief, You cannot possibly intend to use this car to haul stones, can you? Regardless of how splendid a vehicle may be, its primary purpose is to transport people, and beyond luxury, safety is paramount. Yi Qing chuckled softly and turned to Lu Lu, who had just descended from the vehicle. What do you think? A solid front bumper is added at the front, while a rogue hook is affixed to the rear. If one intends to carry stones, it would be prudent to install a safe within the trunk. The latest model of a streaming dashcam is to be installed in the driver's cabin. Lu Li's speech is quite terse, leaving Wang Li perplexed about who actually purchased the vehicle. While such modifications are permissible, they do detract from the vehicle's elegance. Upon hearing the mention of stones, One expresses astonishment. What kind of stones are worthy of being placed in a safe? Yiqing shyly smiles and admits, I apologize. Sister Wang Li, I am indeed the gambler you speak of. Wang Li immediately turns awkward, responding with an uneasy chuckle. My apologies, Mr. Yi. I was merely jesting. No worries, Yiqing reassures her. In our line of work, it is often a matter of heaven and hell. Yiqing chuckles lightly, unfazed, and adds, however. Sister Wang Li's concern for Jun Yi is sincere. Wang Li glances at Shen Jun Yi and, with a grim determination, states, I must speak candidly. I have been with DeLong for many years and have witnessed countless individuals enter with dreams of overnight wealth. Yet, only a fortunate few leave with riches, while the majority depart with nothing. Mr. Yi, since you understand the risks of this industry, why? In truth, I am merely a porter of nature. Specializing in the sale of stones, Yiqing responds with a chuckle. Gambling on stones is merely a trivial pastime. Wang Li's expression brightens slightly. A little gamble can be delightful. I have been overly cautious. Address me as Yiqing, rather than Mr. Yi, he says with a smile. I am truly pleased that Jun Yi has such a good friend. All right, I shall not be overly courteous then. Are you certain about this vehicle? Wang Li still found it hard to believe. Yiqing nodded. Money is not an issue, but I require it urgently, as I must head to Tinchong tomorrow to procure raw stones. Wang Li pondered for a moment. Modifications will take time, but I can enlist a few more technicians to work overtime. As for the cost, this Range Rover Vogue you desire is publicly priced at $3.8 million. But there will be a premium for immediate delivery. Since you are the boyfriend of my junior, I can waive this fee. However, I cannot cover the costs for the modifications, nor the 10% purchase tax, license, insurance, and other expenses. Seeing Yiqing nod, Wang Li inquired with a smile. I wonder if it will be financed or full payment. Yiqing replied, casting a glance at Lulu. Lulu promptly retrieved a bank card from his handbag. So, Yiqing had brought his steward along. Upon hearing of the full payment, Wang Li elevated Yiqing's client status in her mind. A steward and a bodyguard. It appeared Shen Junyi had indeed captured a golden son-in-law. This is my brother, who assists with some miscellaneous matters. Yiqing humbly smiled. This car will be driven by him, so he is more invested in it. Wang Li chuckled, recognizing that financial resources facilitate matters. The display vehicle was swiftly ushered into the workshop for modifications. Lulu signed a multitude of contracts and made a payment of $5.3 million, which included a waiver of $300,000 from Wang Li's premium charge. He and Wang Liang proceeded directly to the workshop to oversee the modifications, which would require at least 6 to 7 hours to complete. Yiqing had no intention of lingering here, especially under the scrutinizing gaze of Wang Li, which made him feel as uncomfortable as a brother-in-law under the watchful eye of his sister-in-law. Observing Yiqing's restlessness, Shen Junyi, feeling a bit embarrassed to take her leave, smiled as she grasped his hand and turned to Wang Li, saying, We will return to DeLong the day after tomorrow. Let's invite Sister Wang out for dinner then. We have some minor matters to attend to today, so we shall take our leave for now. Wang Li shot her a playful glare. Am I not simply admiring my brother-in-law, and you wish to leave? Such an ungrateful girl. Are you truly afraid I might steal him away? Chapter 53. The heroine of Kyoto. Shen Junyi giggled softly. That depends on your skills. Hand in hand with Yiqing, they made their way to the door and entered a luxurious Bentley. So, this was the car he drove. Wang Li gazed at the $1 million Bentley with a mix of envy and resentment. Out of the corner of her eye, Shen Junyi glanced at Yiqing, who was focused on driving, and teased, Isn't Wang Li beautiful? Do not ask such frivolous questions. Yiqing shot her a sidelong glance. First, let us go to the villa and collect your luggage. Don't change the subject. Just now, Wang Li's look seemed as if she might devour you. Shen Junyi chuckled. I've never seen her behave like that before. There are so many beautiful women in the world. Am I to bring them all home? Yiqing retorted with annoyance, just as his phone began to ring. The peculiar lyrics of Before Marriage, a little angel, after marriage, a great aunt, caused Shen Junyi to dissolve into laughter. Breathless as she gasped, Could you not change your ringtone? Isn't this a true reflection of your kind? Yiqing replied, casting a guilty glance at his phone and gesturing for silence. As the screen illuminated, a breathtaking beauty emerged. Her face, resembling pure white jade, was shaped like an oval, adorned with elegantly arched willow leaf brows. The corners of her eyes and brows concealed a delicate charm, while her nose stood gracefully, and her lips curved like a crescent moon. She wore a fitted vest that accentuated her slender waist, paired with high-waisted trousers adorned with blue floral patterns, cascading down like inverted daffodils at her feet. Like a gallant young hero from ancient times, she exuded an aura of nobility. With her right hand grasping the reins, a majestic chestnut horse grazed beside her, and in the distance, The undulating green hills were faintly visible. The scene was a poetic tableau, exquisitely beautiful. Shin Junyi stole a glance, her heart filled with awe. This woman seemed too ethereal to belong to this world. Lonely shadows on the cold river, old comrades of the martial world. Have you fared well in our 2-day separation? Yi Qing remarked earnestly. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other on your phone, are you courting the police or inviting misfortune? Liu quipped, her lips curling in a semblance of a smile. Do you not wish me well? I only desire the best for sixth brother. Liu sighed mournfully. Alas, the wolf has lost its restraint upon leaving Kyoto. If only we could catch a fish, I would accept that. But if it were a dead rat bringing back a host of bacteria, I would not hesitate to transfer your stone studio to my name and bid you farewell. Humph. Does the young master of Kyoto truly lack discernment in his hunger? Yi Qing cast a furtive glance at the silent Shin Junyi beside her. I know sixth brother upholds his integrity, but first, pass the phone to the woman beside you. Liu Yu wore a frosty expression, speaking in a sardonic tone. Who is this? Such beauty yet so misguided, spending the night with sixth brother. Are you seeking a hotel or indulging in some clandestine affair? Shouldn't you be adjusting to the time difference? It's daytime here. The darkness is merely a prelude to impending rain. Yi Qing steeled himself and handed his phone to Shin Junyi. I am 3,800 kilometers away. Have you forgotten that the sun and moon do not share the same sky? Liu Yu let out a laugh. Come clean. Who is that? Why are they with you? Shin Junyi lifted the phone to capture his face, unable to glance at it herself, exuding a timid demeanor akin to a mouse fearing a cat. Shin Junyi, my master's daughter. Liu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Your cunning and acerbic master could actually sire such a beautiful daughter. Mind your manners. You shouldn't berate a father in front of his daughter. Liu Yu retorted dismissively. I merely speak the truth. How is your master's health? He suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, but the doctor assured me that it is not serious. Yi Qing replied, all the while driving and glancing at his phone screen. Focus on the road, don't steal glances at me. If I catch you looking guilty, it's quite repulsive. Liu Yu wrinkled her nose, letting out a soft huff before changing the subject. Shall I invite Grandpa Huang for a visit? No need. Yi Qing responded earnestly. The doctor said timely medical attention was provided, and the absorption of the hematoma is proceeding well. Recovery is merely a matter of time. Then I shall rest easy. Liu Yu replied with a playful smile. Fifth brother asked me to inquire about the arrangements you made. I knew you were at the royal palace. You dared to cause a stir in Kyoto while I was away. Who do you think you are, trying to control me? Liu Yu scoffed. If you want me to obey, fine. Come back with 999 roses, a ring, and propose to me in front of everyone. Yi Qing was taken aback. Aren't you being a bit hasty? Liu Yu stamped her foot in frustration. If I don't hurry, my stronghold will be taken over, and what will I be? I'm supposed to be a chivalrous woman of the capital. Don't you have any faith in me? Yi Qing curled his lip in disdain. Besides, I came to Rueli to work, not to womanize. Getting involved in relationships in a place like this is a costly affair. Liu Yu burst into laughter. Still worried about that tempting widow seducing fifth brother? Relax. Even if fifth brother were to agree, she wouldn't succeed. Those who come to the Royal Palace Business Club are all wealthy and have an eye for investment. The trend of high-end jadeite prices doubling year after year is becoming increasingly clear. Moreover, those who gamble on stones here seek excitement, not a get-rich-quick scheme. She is sorely mistaken if she views this circle with a merchant's eye. Think about what price she would have to pay to buy the jadeite rough they've gambled on from these affluent individuals. Hearing this, Yi Qing gave her an approving glance. No wonder you're a Tsinghua graduate. You're so shrewd. Of course. Liu proudly clasped her hands behind her back and smiled. Moreover, today fifth brother brought a group of wealthy individuals to our shop seeking thrills, but there were few windowed stones left in the warehouse. Everyone had a great time, but they lamented not finding any high-quality jadeite. Tomorrow, I'll go to Tingchong to see if I can forge a path. Yi Qing smiled and remarked. It won't affect the shop's sales. Today's revenue is 24 million, with a gross profit of 20 million. Separating the stone workshop from the high-end gambling stone venues is indeed quite lucrative. Liu Yu replied joyfully. The astonishing figures not only shocked Yi Qing but also caused Shin Junyi to shudder. With a capital of 4 million and a profit of 20 million in just one day's earnings, it was more exhilarating than robbing a bank. If the grade of the raw stones were to be elevated by just one level, hosting an event once a month would yield staggering sales. Liu Yu said with a radiant smile. In fact, profiting from these big spenders is far more efficient than dealing with the tourists at Panjiayuan. All right, I agree with this plan. Yi Qing nodded decisively. No problem, I'm hanging up now. You dare. Liu Yu revealed her left hand, showcasing an intricately designed silver bracelet that resembled an ancient artifact, elegantly adorning her wrist like jade. Yi Qing was taken aback. Why are you wearing Grandma's bracelet? After work today, I went to Nanshan with fifth brother. Grandma asked me if sixth brother proposed to me. I told her that he did. 15 years ago in Xiangshan while the two grandfathers were present, and I accepted then. But now, sixth brother has turned his back on that promise. Grandma was furious and declared that she would take matters into her own hands. If you return and dare to break your promise, she'll have your legs broken. And she entrusted me with this heirloom of the Yi family. Chapter 54. The uncertain path of wealth. Lu Yu's smile was as radiant as spring flowers, captivating and enchanting. Ah, you are employing a cunning strategy, Yi Qing said with a face full of resignation. I'm hanging up. Sister Shin, do not heed his words. Turn the camera towards yourself and allow me to behold what sort of enchantress has captured the heart of sixth brother. Lu Yu exclaimed loudly. Shin Junyi found herself with no means to evade, biting her lip as she flipped her phone, a look of awkwardness crossing her face. Lu Yu, I am Shin Junyi. Lu Yu scrutinized her closely, noting her ethereal beauty, and nodded with a smile. Not bad. Sixth brother's taste is still commendable. Sister Shun, you are already the other woman. Do be wary of the potential fourth and fifth, lest sixth brother return with a fortified entourage, and you find yourself neglected, weeping with no grave to visit. Shinjuni's face flushed crimson, stammering. Lu Yu, I assure you, my relationship with Yi Qing is pure, but an explanation is merely a fade. Sharing a room implies a bond that is difficult to deem innocent. Lu Yu huffed with authority. I acknowledge your role as the other woman. Yet you must fulfill your obligations. Those vixens and enchantresses can be cast aside, but not just anyone can enter the Yi family gate. Enough said. We shall end this conversation here. The screen flickered, and Lu Yu's image vanished, leaving Shun Junyi in a daze as she turned her face toward Yi Qing, her heart still trembling. What does Lu Yu mean by this? Acknowledging me as the other woman. Such is the nature of the ladies from Kyoto. Their insight is sharp, and their actions often defy expectations. Yi Qing sighed heavily. She has granted you a title, and thus you have become her informant. Rest assured, she will not make things difficult for you. However, I am left to ponder the uncertainties of our financial future. What uncertainties regarding our future? Shin Junyi inquired with concern. I am referring to money. Yi Qing gritted his teeth. This is taking the old lady's decree to seize control of my stone studio. Shin Junyi then understood, letting out a soft laugh. Indeed, just like the ringtone on your phone, docile before marriage, a fierce matriarch after. Yi Qing suddenly paused. That's not the point. What is the point? Shin Junyi felt a sudden tension from his unexpected remark. Yi Qing, on high alert, inquired. Who helped Lu Yu retrieve her phone while her left hand is behind her back and her right hand leads the horse? At the Royal Business Club, Yi Huan, the fifth son of the Yi family, looked despondently at the chestnut horse, nibbling on the meticulously cared-for grass of the golf course. The setting sun cast a golden glow on the approaching beauty, resembling a celestial being. Yet, her delicate visage was marred by fury. Fifth brother, I have followed your instructions and spoken my mind. If you do not provide me with an explanation now, I shall send you to the hospital. Lu Yu clenched her right fist with her left hand, the joints cracking audibly. Yi Huan understood well that, despite her seemingly fragile appearance, she was a master fighter. He forced a smile. Lu Yu, do not repay kindness with enmity. If I hadn't stolen Grandma's bracelet, you two would never have pierced through this veil of misunderstanding. I have broken through it, but it has also led to sixth brother finding a mistress. Lu Yu, filled with indignation, retorted. I have yet to step through the doors of your Yi family and have already endured such injustice. As she spoke, her silver teeth clicked together, and tears began to stream down her face. Yi Huan secretly rejoiced that the girl had maintained her composure and refrained from acting rashly. With a sigh, he inquired. Lu Yu, do you understand how you and Xiao Lu have come to this juncture? Why? Lu Yu too found herself in a state of confusion. I am 6 years your senior, and remember vividly. When my mother gave birth to Xiao Lu, her health was frail. After his birth, he nestled in Aunt's arms, vying for nourishment with you. You both grew up together, attending kindergarten, primary school, middle school, and high school. Ultimately, Xiao Lu faltered in his exams, while you triumphed and gained admission to Tsinghua University, marking a period of separation. You are so intimately acquainted that you even know how many moles each other possesses. Although you have matured into a stunning beauty, exquisite in form, it is unfortunate that Xiao Lu has lost his curiosity about you, thus erasing any semblance of romantic inclination between you. Indeed, you speak of such lewdness as a butterfly perched upon a maiden's shoulder. Lu Yu's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yi Huan regarded her with disdain. As a university graduate, do you not comprehend that a boy's fascination with a girl often begins with curiosity about her physique? Enough of this prattle, continue. Lu Yu was acutely aware that discussing such matters with a libertine like Yi Huan was ill-advised. Xiao Lu has always excelled academically. And you both promised to meet at Tsinghua Garden. But do you know why he faltered in the college entrance examinations? What has he been up to during these 4 years apart? Lu Yu replied, bewildered. Did he not merely establish a stone workshop? Just a solitary stone workshop. A mysterious smile graced Yi Huan's face. Fifth brother, feeling a bit itchy, are we? Still trying to keep me in suspense. Lu Yu had become captivated by his analysis, curious about what Yi Qing had been up to in the years she had been away from him. Yi Huan turned around, surveying the exquisite estate sprawling over 50,000 square meters, drawing a grand circle with his hand. This is what I accomplished at the age of 15. Establishing a realm worth billions alongside me. Lu Yu gasped in astonishment. What? Sixth brother was with you. I pride myself on my intelligence. Yet I still fall a tad short compared to Xiao Lu. Yi Huan furrowed his brow. Lost in reverie, this tale begins during my first year of high school when he stumbled upon a hidden gem at Panjiayuan, purchasing a handwritten manuscript of Dream of the Red Chamber in fountain pen. We roamed Panjiayuan together, and at a humble stall selling calligraphy and paintings, he discovered a manuscript written in fountain pen. We all laughed at him, thinking that even if one were to forge Chao Shuichen's manuscript, it would require an official brush and ink. A fountain pen copy was evidently a forgery. Yet, Xiao Lu scrutinized it for a moment and spent 100 yuan to acquire it, keeping it a secret from everyone else. This eventually led to the establishment of this grand business club. A triumphant smile appeared on Yi Huan's face. This place was originally a vacation resort developed by a certain prince, who spent a staggering 1 billion yuan and dedicated 5 years to its creation. However, upon its opening, due to mismanagement, it suffered consecutive losses, prompting the decision to transfer ownership. I wonder how this news reached Xiao Lu, who then persuaded me to seize this opportunity. You are aware that my beginnings lie in the resale of permits, and it would be remarkable to scrape together 10 billion through sheer effort. This lucrative opportunity is beyond my grasp. However, Xiao Lu insisted that I invite this princely figure to dinner, negotiating the price down to 75 billion. We agreed that I would initially provide a 10 billion guarantee, with the remainder to be paid within a year, including both principal and interest. Furthermore, it was stipulated that should I fail to pay the final amount by the due date, the estate would be reclaimed by the prince without contest. Yet, there was a preliminary condition. The prince must first transfer the ownership rights to my name. Chapter 55. The Royal Palace Club. What transpired next? Lu Yu was utterly captivated. With the ownership secured, Xiao Lu urged me to promptly request a bank asset evaluation, aiming to secure a loan of 60 billion. He gleefully produced a handwritten copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. It was then that I realized this was not the classic novel at all, but rather a secret compendium of Jia Mansion delicacies crafted by a Qing dynasty imperial chef, inspired by the text of Dream of the Red Chamber. Yi Huan's face also bore an expression of admiration. I enlisted several esteemed chefs, and after a month of meticulous study, we finally brought these legendary dishes to fruition. Upon their introduction, they sparked an immediate sensation throughout the capital, becoming so sought after that reservations became a rarity. Each day, we had thousands of patrons waiting for a table turnover, and within a mere 6 months, I had amassed a profit of 5 billion. Lu Yu, astonished, pressed for further details. What happened next? In due course, Xiao Lu deemed the restaurant's profitability too sluggish and proposed transforming the venue into a high-end club. A smile graced Yi Huan's face as he continued. We developed 5 tiers of membership cards: the Supreme Card, Crystal Card, Gold Card, Silver Card, and Bronze Card. Xiao Lu and I distributed the Supreme and Crystal cards to influential figures in key sectors, granting them complimentary access to all amenities within the establishment. The annual fee for a Bronze Card is set at 1 million, while the Silver Card demands an annual fee of 10 million, and the Gold Card, 50 million, all deducted from expenditures. This equates to collecting funds prior to the sale of goods. However, these cards come with restrictions, permitting access only to designated areas. Thus, merchants dining here, eager to draw closer to these magnates in pursuit of lucrative opportunities, find themselves compelled to upgrade their cards. Lu Yu displayed a smile of admiration. What a clever ruse, my 2 brothers. Indeed, within merely 6 months, I have sold cards worth 10 billion. By year end, after transferring the final payment to the Crown Prince, I shall possess an additional 10 billion in liquid assets. I utilized this sum to settle a portion of the bank loan and interest, and subsequently restructured the loan amount against the club as collateral. This year, the loan has been fully repaid, and this Royal Palace Club now entirely belongs to our Yi family, with the land's value having doubled. The stone chamber was similarly acquired by 6th brother using this strategy. Indeed, Yi Huan nodded affirmatively. Lu Yu, upon hearing this, grew irritated. But what relevance does all this have to me? You are indeed cut from the same cloth as sixth brother, finishing a meal only to dismantle the pot. Yi Huan chuckled, gesturing toward the wealthy businessmen and celebrity models playing golf. Have you grasped the situation? Shameless. Yet none among them abandon their spouses or seek divorce. Yi Huan stifled a laugh, because they understand that these stars, models, and beauties are merely like slippers in a bathhouse, worn temporarily and never taken home. However, those solemn gentlemen, with their unwavering gazes, once ensnared, are prone to forsaking their families. Lu Yu let out a cold snort. Yi Huan hurriedly explained. You graduated from university and found the salaries offered by other companies unsatisfactory. Soon after, Xiao Lu approached you with an enticing annual salary of 1 million and a 20% profit share from Shituzhai, inviting you to join him. However, his willingness to spend on you and his concern do not imply that he perceives you as a woman. Rather, he regards you as a partner in shared prosperity. In the Yi family, you are also treated as Xiao Qi. How could there possibly be any passionate sparks between you? Lu Yu, feeling wronged, replied. But you can't expect me to help him find a mistress. Don't you understand? It's quite simple. Yi Huan sighed. Xiao Lu's greatest dream is to roam the world with his sword. His spirit is as wild as that of a wolf. He seeks a home among the four seas, hunting and conquering. That is the essence of a wolf, and you cannot tame him. If you wish to have this wolf heed your commands, the only way is to allow him to roam freely, and once he has had his fill of adventure, he will return of his own accord. However, the problem you face is that the prey he encounters is not easily dismissed celebrity models. Rather, it is an innocent woman with whom he shares a profound bond. Once he becomes enchanted, he will drift further away and be reluctant to return. The pressing matter at hand is to create a small circle for him. Within this circle, although there may be several women, you are the most beautiful, the kindest, and the one who understands him best. You are the most significant person in his life. Moreover, Xiao Lu is incredibly filial. Wearing your grandmother's silver bracelet signifies her approval of you as her granddaughter-in-law. How could Xiao Lu dare to stray? If he does, it would be to my detriment. Lu Yu's voice fell to a low murmur, tears welling in her eyes. If you do not wish to end this relationship, you must accept this harsh reality. Yi Huan forced a smile and remarked, moreover, you are well aware that this is how things operate within our circle. The young prince has hardly any women around him. Outside, the colorful flags wave, while at home, the red banner remains unwavering. Xiao Qi, this requires considerable wisdom. Such convoluted reasoning. Although Lu Yu held his words in disdain, she could not help but acquiesce, mounting her horse and galloping away. Hey, return the bracelet to me. I need to return it tonight. If Grandma discovers that I have pilfered it, my legs will surely face Grandpa's wrath. Lu Yu waved her hand nonchalantly. The bracelet stays with me. You shall explain to Grandma yourself. Should I find the outcome unsatisfactory, fifth brother, it will not be merely your legs that suffer, but your entire frame. Yi Huan felt tears welling up in his eyes. At that moment, he recognized his own folly, foolishly entangled with a woman. And not just any woman, but a fierce tigress cloaked in human guise, riding up the hillside, with the setting sun in his sights. Lu Yu could not help but shed tears. Sixth brother, I am truly not the magnanimous woman you believe me to be. My heart shatters for the love I bear you. Yi Qing drove to the villa to retrieve Shen Junyi's belongings, returning to the hotel. Shen Junyi first headed to the bathing chamber, while Yi Qing sat on the sofa, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Time seemed to slip away, until Shen Junyi emerged, clad in a white tank top and snug white shorts, drying her hair with a towel. She cast a glance at Yi Qing. Ever since you received Lu Yu's call, you have been in low spirits. What weighs on your mind? Yi Qing met her gaze and hesitated. I am pondering the depth of pain in a young girl's heart when she makes such a decision. Shen Junyi responded with alertness. After all my efforts to achieve this, you aren't contemplating pushing me away again, are you? What are you thinking? Yi Qing offered a bitter smile, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and said with self-deprecation, in truth, I have always regarded Lu Yu as a brother. Despite her several subtle hints, I dismissed them with the excuse that we were too familiar for me to act on them. However, today I have come to realize that her feelings for me have reached a point where she can endure heartbreak, and for that, I feel a deep sense of guilt. Shen Junyi's gaze shifted. As a woman, I understand the extent of her pain. Yet, it has come time for her to make a decision. If this barrier remains unbroken, you and she will always be merely brothers. Thus, she resolved to declare her love for you in this harsh manner, and it is evident that she has succeeded. Indeed, she has succeeded. Yi Qing was taken aback. Is that so? Shen Junyi tossed aside her towel, embracing his neck and playfully said, at the very least, you now comprehend the weight she holds in your heart. Reflect on it. Regardless of how I expressed my affection, you always evaded it and never seriously contemplated a future with me. It is my fault. Yi Qing responded with remorse. It is not your fault. Rather, it is your goodness that shines through. Shen Junyi smiled radiantly, akin to a blooming flower. Only now have I come to understand the kind of person you truly are. Chapter 56. The rice has been cooked, good or bad. Yi Qing turned and asked with a smile. Shen Junyi leaned her body against him. Do not blame me for being too pragmatic. It is society that has compelled me. After experiencing the affair with my father, I have come to truly comprehend that the only reliable figure in this world is a man who will never abandon you. Yi Qing chuckled in astonishment. Yet, in the eyes of the white fox, the most dependable thing is money. That is because she is acutely aware that without money, life would be untenable. Shen Junyi chuckled as she nudged him playfully. Go wash up first. After spending the entire afternoon cutting stones, you're absolutely filthy. Yi Qing rose from his seat, his gaze involuntarily dropping, and with a mischievous grin, he remarked, Sister Junyi, next time, don't wear white shorts after your shower. Before Shen Junyi could respond, he dashed into the bathroom. Shen Junyi lowered her head slightly to glance at her white shorts, which clung tightly to her form, the delicate contours faintly visible beneath the thin fabric, causing her cheeks to flush. Sharp-eyed, but alas, too timid. Little do you know, I wear this for your viewing pleasure. She slipped into a white mini-skirt and picked up her phone to order food, specifically requesting a bottle of red wine. This evening, she had no intention of letting Yi Qing venture out again. With Lu Yu's approval, Yi Qing had also unraveled his inner turmoil. There was no need to let things linger indefinitely. When Yi Qing emerged from the bathroom, he was greeted by the sight of 2 servings of steak salad on the coffee table, a bottle of Bordeaux uncorked, and a half-filled wine glass perched elegantly. Shen Junyi reclined on the sofa in an incredibly languid manner, her curves undulating enticingly, one hand holding the wine glass, gently swirling the ruby liquid. Sister Junyi, what is this? Yi Qing hesitated. Dear brother, I am merely fulfilling my duty to ensure your self-discipline. Lu Yu, our little Buddha, wouldn't deny us this small indulgence, would she? Shen Junyi's gaze flowed like water. I am quite disciplined, Yi Qing asserted first, but you are engaging in self-deception. Sister, you are already the other woman. What is there to fear in being a thief? Shen Junyi cast a disdainful glance at him, with an elder sister around. It would be best for 5th Miss to resign directly. Otherwise, I shall inform Lu Yu that when you miss her, it is with 5th Miss you are. How base of you. Yi Qing sighed in resignation. Shen Junyi, fully unrestrained, stood up from the sofa and leaped onto Yi Qing, lamenting. Sister, marrying you means I shall not be the bride on our wedding night. If I do not seize the opportunity now, I shall regret it for life. Lu Lu and Wang Liang had been supervising at the Land Rover dealership until midnight before returning in a Range Rover. They refrained from disturbing the pair and went straight to their rooms to rest. The following morning, Yi Qing stepped out with the vigor of a spring breeze, while Shen Junyi walked with a hint of awkwardness, but fortunately, her disguise was so adept that no one noticed. The 4 enjoyed breakfast and promptly set out on their journey. The spacious back seat of the 7-seater Land Rover allowed Shen Junyi to recline comfortably and catch up on her sleep. The vehicle sped towards the highway entrance, and Lu Lu, ever vigilant, glanced in the rearview mirror. There's a car tailing us. Yi Qing also spotted it through the small window of the media screen. It was Wang Bo in his red Ferrari. He took out his phone and directly called Boss Chi, instructing him to head to Tingchong and send their location upon arrival. 6th brother, should we shake them off? Lu Lu inquired coldly. Yi Qing chuckled lightly. I was initially inclined to spare them, thinking mercy begets mercy, but it seems there are those who fear nothing. In that case, let us take them to gamble on stones. Whether they strike it rich or find themselves in dire straits will depend on the luck of those 2 boys. Yi Qing then dialed Bai Hu, informing her to meet at the highway entrance. Lu Lu brought the car to a halt, and as Yi Qing awaited the door to open, he strode over and rapped on the Ferrari parked behind the Range Rover. Wang Bo contemplated turning the vehicle around to avoid confronting this formidable adversary, but alas, Zhao Delong had issued a stern order. Yi Qing must not be allowed to sell the high-end jadeite to Chen Lu. Departing was not a viable option. It would be wiser to exchange pleasantries and ascertain Yi Qing's intentions before formulating a plan. Zhao Biao and Yi Qing, with eyes red-rimmed from frustration, faced a staggering loss of 200 million, only to be left with a collection of shattered jadeite. The bitterness in their hearts was insufferable. Wang Bo exited the vehicle, steadied himself, and with a cheerful demeanor extended his hands. Mr. Yi, what a coincidence to encounter you here at the highway entrance. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Yi Qing chuckled inwardly, returning the handshake. He glanced at the figure standing aside and inquired with genuine concern, how is Vice President Zhao's health? Is he doing well? Zhao Biao's countenance darkened immediately, and he let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Yi Qing, with a playful grin, elaborated upon my arrival at DeLong. I had a few dealings with Xianjin and Bai Hu due to a lack of contributions. I found this Burmese girl to be charming and easy to converse with. Yet I was unprepared for her audacity and dominance. Within mere moments, she had provoked Vice President Zhao to the brink of fury. However, to be candid, it was truly admirable how Vice President Zhao displayed such restraint towards a Burmese girl, showcasing remarkable composure and grace. Zhao Biao trembled with rage, his fists clenched, ready to erupt, when suddenly an old Toyota sped towards them and screeched to a halt beside the Ferrari. Bai Hu, with a beaming smile, leaped out and declared, "I have brought 20 million. Is that sufficient?" The Burmese girl may lack in other areas, but she certainly possesses an abundance of cash. Yi Qing quipped earnestly. The white fox disregarded his teasing, turning to glance at Zhao Biao. Wang Bo exclaimed, "What are these two doing here?" Unable to provoke the white fox, Wang Bo hastily clarified, "It's merely a coincidence." Yi Qing chuckled, "Indeed, I was waiting for you at the highway exit, but unexpectedly encountered Director Wang and young Master Zhao." The white fox understood the implication and shot him a glance. "Get in the car. We are leaving. Do not pay any attention to them. Let us ride in mine," Yi Qing suggested with a smile, pointing to the Range Rover. "That vehicle of yours might fall apart on the way to Tingchong. You bought a car." The white fox exclaimed in astonishment, circling around the Range Rover with envy. "How much did it cost?" 5,800,000. Quite reasonable. Yi Qing replied with a grin. The white fox clicked his tongue in admiration. "That is indeed not expensive. You made $1 billion yesterday. Spending 580,000 on a car is nothing." Yi Qing cast a glance at Zhao Biao, whose expression was ashen, and added, "I must thank Vice President Zhao for his generosity." Wang Bo finally seized the opportunity to speak. "Mr. Yi is heading to Tingchong. It's challenging to find good raw materials, so we're hoping for a stroke of luck." Yi Qing squinted with a smile and inquired, "I wonder where Director Wang and young Master Zhao are headed?" Wang Bo's expression became complex as he glanced at the Range Rover, its tinted windows concealing its occupants. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Young Master Zhao and I are also going to Tingchong to discuss some minor business matter." "What kind of business?" "It wouldn't be." Yi Qing's voice trailed off, growing increasingly low. Chapter 57. Urgently baiting the hook, while patiently fishing, Wang Bo was taken aback for a moment, then looked around cautiously and lowered his voice. "Mr. Yi, we are legitimate businessmen. We do not engage in illegal activities." "Illegal activities, are they?" Yi Qing nearly felt the urge to strike him in the face. Observing his demeanor, it was evident he was involved in illicit dealings. Tingchong serves as the largest wholesale market for raw stones, and surely Director Wang and young Master Zhao would not conceal their gambling endeavors from Vice President Zhao. Gambling on stones. Zhao Biao was momentarily taken aback. His family engaged in the procurement of raw stones, yet he adhered closely to Zhao Delong's counsel, selling stones, not gambling on them, because he understood the adage that even deities find it challenging to discern the value of jade. Bai Hu, standing quietly by, wore a knowing smile. This lad harbored mischievous intentions, deliberately steering Zhao Biao towards the perilous path of gambling. For the most effective means to lead someone to ruin is to entice them into wagering, be it money or stones. Moreover, the allure of gambling on stones is undeniably addictive. Once one witnesses the fervor of stone cutting and the euphoria of those who strike it rich, it is inevitable for anyone to be swept away by the intoxicating prospect of sudden wealth. However, the chances of a successful gamble are exceedingly slim. Yi Qing understood that individuals like Zhao Biao, with fortunes in the billions, have likely grown weary of conventional amusements. What captivates them is the tantalizing rush of risk. Once he witnesses the thrill of a profitable gamble, he may very well lose his rationality. Furthermore, having caused Zhao Delong significant financial distress, Zhao Biao would be eager to demonstrate his prowess in another realm. While Yi Qing had previously exercised restraint, being followed had compelled him to resolve firmly. Yet, much like fishing, it requires a gradual approach. Yi Qing smiled and remarked, "When I first arrived at DeLong, I had merely a few $100,000 in hand, insufficient even to purchase a decent vehicle. However, after several consecutive lucrative gambles, I earned a staggering 120 million in merely 2 days. This time, I shall venture to Tingchong to test my fortune. Perhaps my assets shall be doubled." Zhao Biao's countenance shifted, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Mr. Yi, your prowess in stone gambling is truly admirable." "All mere happenstance," Yi Qing demurred. "The essence of stone gambling lies in participation. Without venturing, victory remains elusive. When we arrive in Tingchong, shall we try our fortunes together?" Yi Qing was subtly casting his lure, Yet he refrained from explicitly suggesting they gamble, instead inviting them to try their luck. The power of example is immense. Zhao Biao's interest was piqued. With time to spare, observing would be worthwhile, and perhaps a small wager on a stone that caught his eye would be permissible. As Zhao Biao deliberated, Yi Qing turned to Bai Hu, instructing, "Bring the funds down." Bai Hu smiled, gesturing for a gaunt, dark-skinned Burmese man to retrieve 2 suitcases from the Toyota. He jested, "Each suitcase contains 10 million. If you fail to transform them into 100 million upon our return, I shall hold you accountable." Yi Qing nudged the space near the Land Rover's trunk with his foot, causing it to slowly open, revealing the safe within. "I have brought 50 million. This time, I intend to wager a fortune of over 100 million. Bai Hu softly scoffed, signaling her Burmese subordinate to load the suitcases into the vehicle. The two were in cahoots, both harboring the notion of swindling Zhao Biao once more. Employing the tactic of feigned disinterest, Yi Qing chivalrously stood by the electric door, shielding Bai Hu's head as he assisted her into the car. He then entered himself, yet opened the window, leaning out to say, "See you in Tingchong." Lu pressed the accelerator, and the Land Rover surged onto the highway. Yi Qing pressed a button, raising a partition to separate the driver's cabin from the rear compartment, upon which a liquid crystal television was mounted. "How utterly opulent!" White Fox exclaimed, seated beside Shinjunyi, her voice laced with envy. "If only I could possess such a vehicle someday." Yi Qing responded with a cheerful grin, "You've amassed a fortune of 100 million. Why not simply purchase one? You accrue currency, whereas I accumulate survival." White Fox retorted playfully, casting a coquettish glance his way. "Dare I squander it with such abandon?" She paused, then added, "Now, perhaps you could enlighten me as to your true identity." Yi Qing was taken aback. He turned to find White Fox observing him with an enigmatic smile. He responded warily, "What identity are you referring to? If you prefer not to disclose it, I shall refrain from inquiring," White Fox replied, waving her hand dismissively, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Eventually, you will find yourself in need of my assistance." Yi Qing's mind raced. His arrival in Rueli during his master's grave illness was bound to arouse suspicion among certain individuals. Yet he couldn't ascertain whether his true identity had been compromised. He was uncertain from what source White Fox had gleaned her suspicions. Moreover, her words were laden with implication, suggesting a degree of knowledge. "My true identity is merely that of Junyi's boyfriend." White Fox playfully slapped Shinjunyi's posterior. Shinjunyi involuntarily yelped. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she glared at White Fox. "What are you doing?" "Judging by appearances, last night was quite stimulating, even frenzied." White Fox sneered. "If you are truly in a romantic relationship, how is it possible that your inaugural encounter involved renting a room at a hotel? What kind of reasoning is that?" Shin Junyi retorted, her face now crimson with shame. White Fox responded with disdain, "The logic is quite simple. Prior to his arrival, you were still a maiden. The following day, you were transformed into a woman. Your willingness to surrender yourself to him suggests a bond far more profound than mere boyfriend and girlfriend." Yi Qing exclaimed abruptly, "You've known Junyi for quite some time." The White Fox scoffed. "Do you not find it curious that she holds no power or influence in Rueli, assisting old man when with his affairs? Yet the Jadeite Guild not only refrains from taking advantage of her vulnerability, but also pays a hefty price to acquire the Dragon Rue Stone gambling house and the Jadeite Pavilion? It seems you are secretly protecting her." Yi Qing suddenly comprehended. All the illogical elements finally fell into place. Given Master S' disposition, how could he allow his daughter to be ensnared in such peril? He must have made preparations to ensure Shinjunyi's safety before his arrival. It was precisely because the White Fox, a figure known for her ruthlessness, was backing her that the Jadeite Guild was compelled to pay exorbitantly for the Dragon Rue gambling house and the Jadeite Pavilion. Furthermore, the White Fox's use of Wang Liang's matter to coerce him was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was driven by some ulterior motive. Yet, she remained unaware that he was a disciple of Old Man One. Moreover, Master would not divulge the identity of the sixth son of the Yi family to others. In an instant, Yi Qing unraveled the entire situation, smiling as he said, "Sister White Fox, you truly do not recognize me." This inquiry left the White Fox in shock. "Should I know you?" she retorted, only to quickly realize, "Indeed, I ought to know you. I have never discussed our affairs with you. Yet you are aware of our military background, which is why you repeatedly warn me. But I cannot recall who you are." It was difficult for her to connect the child from 3 years ago, cutting stones at the Dragon Rue gambling house, with the person before her now. Yi Qing looked at the White Fox, who was left speechless and in disbelief, chuckling, surprised. "Are we?" Chapter 58, Taking Medicine. "You are truly him." The White Fox exclaimed in astonishment. That child, perpetually begrimed, diligently toiling, and frequently berated by Old One. I had assumed Old One had dismissed him due to his perceived ineptitude. Indeed, it was I, Yi Qing responded with a smile. In those days, you and the wily tiger would deliver shipments monthly, and as such, I committed you to memory. Shen Junyi, her gaze fixed upon the white fox, uttered in disbelief. It was truly you who was surreptitiously safeguarding me. Subsequent to the unfortunate incident with the stone, Old One dispatched a missive, imploring me to protect his daughter, who was en route to manage his affairs. The white fox chuckled softly. Shortly thereafter, news surfaced regarding the acquisition of both the Dragonrue gambling stone establishment and the Emerald Pavilion by the Emerald Guild. Transporting gambling stones for Old One constituted our most significant source of revenue, and considering Old One was ailing rather than deceased, I initially intended to thwart the transaction. However, my elder brother intervened, advising me that the matter was more intricate than it appeared and that it was best to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Consequently, I arranged for you to be shadowed continuously until Yi Qing's arrival. Nevertheless, I harbored suspicions regarding his motives, which prompted me to resort to coercion and intimidation. It was not until I witnessed your current demeanor that I became certain. The white fox cast a meaningful smile upon Shen Junyi, causing her fair countenance to flush crimson, and she demurely concealed her face. What precisely is transpiring here? Shen Junyi inquired in astonishment. You all suspect that my father's misjudgment regarding that stone was a deliberate setup. Within the circles, such a scheme is referred to as a celestial trap, Yi Qing remarked, furrowing his brow. Furthermore, my master was an adept practitioner of this very craft. How could he have unwittingly ingested the drug? The white fox, biting her cherry-red lips, remarked, Brother, your conjecture aligns with his, and he has consented to collaborate with you. He set off for Yangon this morning to investigate who secured that prized stone back in the day. Tracing the buyer from a decade ago will be no easy task. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Indeed, if it were any other stone, it would be quite difficult to ascertain. However, every prized stone from the public auction is meticulously documented. With a little more time and effort, we shall uncover the truth. Yi Qing sighed. My master has left behind far too many enigmas. Do not despair. There will come a day when all secrets are revealed. Yi Qing nodded in silence. The white fox shifted the topic. This trip to Tingchong is merely for stone gambling. Not so. Before Yi Qing could finish, he noticed the white fox's expression darken. She shook her head and smiled. I plan to open another store in the capital, focusing on high-end raw stones, while Stone Studios specializes in mid to low-end raw materials. My journey to Tingchong is incidental. Primarily, I aim to procure mid to low-end raw stones, a channel that will not affect your revenue. Opening a store is no simple matter. The white fox's expression softened as she hesitated. We cannot afford to wait. Yi Qing understood that without clear communication, this cunning fox might turn against him. The location has already been secured, and the client base is established, awaiting the finest raw stones for auction. Auction? The white fox exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qing smiled and elaborated. The procurement of premium raw stones will primarily occur in Yangon, Hua City, and the Old Street Market. The transportation of the raw stones will be entrusted to you, as they are not sold by the kilogram. You may set the price, and I shall not haggle. The expression on the white fox's face suddenly darkened, and she spoke gravely. You intend to venture to the old market? Be aware that it is the capital of the Hua State, and also the most perilous region. Yet, it is the closest to here. Yi Qing replied earnestly. What? Is there a problem? The white fox responded hesitantly. Traveling to the old market requires careful consideration. Noticing her troubled demeanor and faltering words, Yi Qing understood that there was something amiss. However, he refrained from pressing further, smiling as he nodded. You should don this special attire to Tingchong. The white fox replied indifferently. My visa is only valid for Rayleigh. Going to Tingchong is inherently risky. At worst, I shall be deported. Shen Junyi had developed a fondness for the white fox and inquired with concern. I have brought several sets of change of clothes. Your figure is quite similar to mine. If you don't mind, you may wear mine. The white fox nodded in agreement, grinning at Yi Qing. What, do you wish to see me change? Yi Qing promptly turned away, while the white fox mockingly chided. Why are you so obedient? I'm not afraid of you seeing. Shen Junyi chuckled softly, finding the remark oddly familiar. Inside the vehicle, the white fox rustled as she changed, playfully calling out, You can turn around now. Yi Qing turned back, and his eyes widened in surprise at the sight. A delicate camisole that did little to conceal her voluptuous curves, paired with snug denim shorts that accentuated her shapely figure. Her legs were fair and slender, the skin taut, a beauty that seemed ageless. Beep. The green light in the back compartment illuminated, and Yi Qing pressed the button as the partition slowly descended. What is the matter? Are we exiting the highway? Where to? Lu inquired. Yi Qing glanced at his phone. Boss Ji had already sent the location. Qing Shui. Lulu activated the navigation system, and they descended from the highway, the vehicle bouncing along the uneven road. Through the small window of the streaming media, Yiqing observed the Ferrari trailing closely behind. Cautiously maneuvering around the numerous potholes, that car will require extensive repairs upon return. Wang Liang chuckled a few times, expressing his concern for the two young men, fearing they might be overly protective of their vehicle once they return. Yiqing shook his head with a smile. Their suspicion that Chen Lu was in the car would prevent them from leaving. Half an hour later, they entered Qingshui Township. Although a river flowed through the area, the water was far from clear, littered with various debris. Yiqing checked some information and found that Qingshui Township was not the largest raw stone procurement market in Tinchong. Rather, it was somewhat small, leaving him puzzled as to why Boss Qi would recommend such a place. Upon arriving at the entrance, Boss Qi and a robust man were already waiting. Noticing the absence of Chen Lu as the group disembarked, Boss Qi let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Brothers, do not blame my preferential treatment. This is my brother-in-law, Wang Hong." Boss Qi's words were not misplaced. In business, if one lacks a sense of familial connection, one might as well be a solitary wanderer. Yiqing laughed heartily. Moreover, conducting business with relatives is far more reassuring. Wang Hong had not anticipated a significant transaction, but upon seeing the Range Rover, he realized that this individual was not short on funds. More importantly, their temperaments aligned well. He greeted everyone with a smile, shaking hands before inviting them inside. Wang Hong's material yard was expansive, bordered by walls over 10 feet high. Upon entering the main gate, they encountered a spacious courtyard, with a two-story building on the left, partitioned into several offices. In the center of the hall, several desks and computers were arranged, and a few young women, dressed casually rather than in formal corporate attire, were busy settling accounts with the patrons of the stone gambling. To the right lay a parking lot, where a few elongated container trucks were parked alongside a dozen luxury cars. Yiqing's Range Rover, while respectable, could only be considered mid-tier in comparison. Passing through the factory, one could see a dozen stone-cutting machines and around 30 workers, with piles of jade rough scattered all around. Yet, what puzzled everyone was the absence of customers. Only workers were present. A mysterious smile played on Boss Qi's lips as he opened a door, gesturing for Yiqing to enter. Stepping outside, Yiqing was taken aback. Before him stretched a vast plaza, spanning several thousand square meters. Aside from a central roadway, both sides were densely populated with jade raw stones, resembling small mountains. In Chapter 59, titled On the Piled Sale of Raw Stones, many individuals were selecting rough materials, though not with the meticulousness that Yiqing employed in his stone gambling. Rather, they were choosing in heaps. "How about that, brother? Quite generous, wouldn't you say?" Boss Qi chuckled, noticing Yiqing's astonished expression. Yiqing responded with a smile. "It appears that you have a stake in this place as well. I co-own it with my brother-in-law." Boss Qi replied candidly. "Most of the raw stones in my shop are selected from here. Only the fine pieces on the second floor were procured through competitive bidding at public auctions." Wang Hong approached as well, saying, "Boss Yi, I heard from my brother-in-law that your business in Kyoto is thriving. Even so, it cannot compare to the scale of what you have here." Yiqing replied with a self-deprecating smile. Despite owning a jade atelier named Stone Sanctum, his master had always been the sole supplier of raw stones. The notion of unrefined jade accumulating into a small mountain had never crossed his mind. Wang Hong, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and said, "You flatter me, Mr. Yi. In Tengchong, my business is quite modest, hardly worth mentioning." He spoke truthfully, as numerous factories in Tengchong dwarfed his own. Truly significant clients wouldn't frequent such a small establishment. His clientele consisted primarily of small-time merchants. The essence of jade gambling lies in the gamble itself. Fortunes could be made overnight, but most would lose their entire investment. These small merchants had scraped together their wealth through sheer frugality, so they were understandably hesitant to risk their livelihoods on a gamble. Moreover, it was widely known that 99 of the raw stones purchased here would not yield any jade. However, the advantage lay in the low cost. After transporting the stones back, they could be sold to tourists at a markup, generating profit. After all, Yunnan province was filled with naive tourists and few experts, so dreams of striking it rich were nothing more than wishful thinking. Therefore, Wang Hong placed great importance on Yiqing, who drove a Land Rover Range Rover, was accompanied by a beautiful woman and bodyguards, and had been praised by Boss Qi. He held high hopes for him. Yiqing, a shrewd individual, understood immediately that Wang Hong was assessing his potential sales volume. If the sales were indeed substantial, he would spare no effort to secure this major client, and the asking price for the raw stones would be slightly lower. Yiqing glanced at the mountainous pile of raw stones and realized that Wang Hong's operation was too small to acquire stones from major mines. He could only obtain raw stones from new mines and small mines located in peripheral areas, which wouldn't command high prices. However, this was of little concern to Yi Qing. In recent years, to assess his discernment, Master frequently intermingled rough stones from major quarries with inferior materials from minor ones, tasking him with selecting and appraising them. This honed his ability to discover treasures even within the most unpromising materials. Furthermore, the Dragonstone Peishio had endowed him with unparalleled vision, enabling him to discern the characteristics of the stone's outer layer, its veins, fissures, cracks, pine flowers, and moss, with a mere glance. He could readily determine whether jade existed within and its approximate quality. Moreover, as these stones were intended for sale rather than personal speculation, their aesthetic appeal was paramount. After all, no vendor would guarantee jade within every rough stone. Success or failure in cutting depended entirely on chance. The essence of stone gambling lay in this very uncertainty. No one could predict what a single cut would reveal, sudden wealth or utter ruin, relying solely on one's own judgment. It was this high-stakes gamble that drove people to madness and obsession. If he could ensure that several rough stones yielded jade daily at Stone Studio, regardless of the size of the gain, it would incite the tourists seeking treasures in Panjiayuan to purchase stones fervently. The profit lay not in selling jade but in selling the stones themselves, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 per kilogram, yielding tenfold or hundredfold profits. In Lu Yu's words, the only difference between this and robbery was that robbery was illegal, while selling stones was not. Yi Qing scrutinized the stones selected by the small business owners. Their grayish-white color indicated they were merely bricks intended to deceive tourists, destined to fail. Wang Hong, noticing his distraction, chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Mr. Yi, familiarity breeds confidence. Whether or not we strike a deal is secondary. The main thing is to make friends. Having more friends means having more opportunities, doesn't it?" Yi Qing finally came to his senses and smiled. "Boss Wang, you are being too modest. Since Boss Qi and I refer to each other as brothers, you may call me brother, and I shall address you as elder brother. I have made a firm friend in you. However, I shall not be considering these bricks. Once transported to the capital, they will fetch a meager price. And I might even incur losses on the shipping fees. Is there something of better quality?" "Indeed." Wang Hong quickly nodded. "I have some raw stones transported from the old market, which are of superior quality, featuring some with green hues. I have stored them in the workshop. You might want to take a look. You may find something to your liking." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing understood. It was akin to operating a gambling stone shop, where fine pieces are hidden for sale at a premium. These bricks were merely prepared for small merchants, while the real treasures lay within the workshop. At that moment, Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, driving a rather dilapidated Ferrari, burst into the scene. Upon seeing them, Boss Qi whispered a few words to Wang Hong, then apologized to Yi Qing and stepped aside. Wang Hong furrowed his brow, summoned a worker, and instructed him to bring Wang Bo and Zhao Biao in, while he led Yi Qing and the others into the workshop. The workshop was spacious but poorly lit. Bai Hu grimaced in distaste but forced himself to endure, walking alongside Shen Junyi in Yi Qing's wake. Yi Qing refrained from turning on the lights and casually examined the stones. His heart felt enlightened. These stones were not from an old mine, but they were of decent quality, situated between 3 to 4 layers. He frowned and remarked, "Brother Wang, today I will certainly support your business. But these materials are indeed lacking. Please, explain how you intend to sell them." Observing his entourage, Wang Hong was somewhat perplexed. Upon entering the factory, Shen Junyi and Bai Hu displayed immediate disdain, betraying their lack of expertise in stones. Lulu and Wang Liang remained reticent, offering no input. It seemed none among them were appraisal masters. Even if Yi Qing possessed gambling stone prowess, could he possibly scrutinize such a vast quantity of stones single-handedly? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Hong chuckled, "Brother, since you're offering me a lucrative deal, I must reciprocate. We're all straightforward individuals. While these raw stones may not rival the superior materials from the old mining areas, they were acquired by the truckload, each weighing 5 tons after being scaled. The unloading forms a pile, each pile priced at 100,000, roughly 20,000 per ton. At this price, I'm barely profiting." Yi Qing caressed the Dragonstone Peishio pendant on his chest, yearning to return to Rueli and subject his master, currently in intensive care, to a severe reprimand. The same stones he sold for 50,000 per ton were being offered here for only 20,000. Even with the 3,800 kilometers to Kyoto, the transportation cost wouldn't amount to an additional 30,000 per ton. It would be foolish to pass up such a bargain. Moreover, Boss Qi, seeking to evade Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, was unable to offer Wang Hong advice. Yi Qing feigned reluctance. "It's a bit steep, but acceptable. I suppose enduring a slight loss is inconsequential. However, brother, how about this? I'll personally select the stones, and I'll only pay for those I choose. Shinjunyi subtly pursed her lips, a hint of amusement playing at the corners, aware that the young man was about to feign ignorance to his advantage. The white fox furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "These are nothing but worthless stones, not worth 20,000 per ton. Yi Qing, let us leave, with such a vast area. I refuse to believe we cannot find better stones. Do not be rash. This business opportunity was introduced by Boss Qi. Even if it does not meet our standards, we must select a few to repay him a favor." Yi Qing quickly reassured the white fox. Wang Hong felt a surge of urgency, but also sensed the dilemma. "Brother, the rules are as such. If you want it, you must take a block. You may choose freely from the raw materials in the factory. However, if you select a piece from a block, you must pay according to that block." Yi Qing chuckled, realizing there had been a misunderstanding. He waved his hand and said, "Brother, you are mistaken. I genuinely want it, and not just one block. I will take all that catches my eye. You can calculate the cost based on the blocks I select, and any that I do not want, you can continue to sell." A thought struck Wang Hong, a significant client. Having worked in this industry for many years, he had never encountered someone so discerning with raw stones. Even if one were a master of stone gambling, one would need to examine closely under light. It was hard to believe one could select stones containing jade with just a cursory glance. He laughed heartily. "Ah, my brother, I misunderstood. Feel free to choose. This entire warehouse is at your disposal." Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, do you have any paint or brushes?" Naturally, such supplies were abundant in a raw stone factory, and Wang Hong promptly sent for them. Yi Qing, holding a bucket of paint and gripping a long-handled brush, smiled and said, "Brother, shortly, please gather a few workers to set aside the stones I circle and the ones I mark with writing. As for you, calculate the quantities yourself. It's your first business deal, so be sure not to make any mistakes." Wang Hong chuckled. "My brother, you are quite magnanimous. Let us proceed as such." Yi Qing, carrying a bucket of paint, walked directly down the specially designated 7-foot passage. Baihu, feeling apprehensive, followed closely behind and whispered, "Have you lost your mind?" Yi Qing turned to glance at the entrance, where Wang Hong stood engaged in light-hearted conversation with Shinjunyi, before replying softly, "My master spent 2 years training me to select raw stones from worthless debris. Besides, these stones are not entirely subpar. There are certainly valuable finds among them." Baihu exclaimed in surprise, "Can they yield high-quality jade?" Yi Qing shot her a sidelong glance and sighed, "You are overestimating things. These stones are merely to be transported back to the capital for others to gamble on. They hold little intrinsic value. I shall inquire with Boss Wang about any quality materials. Merchants of this sort often have hidden treasures." As Yi Qing walked, he remained vigilant, marking potential green stones with a stroke, encircling those he deemed promising. For every stone he marked, Baihu directed the workers to remove one, sorting through the heaps. Some yielded 2 or 3 viable pieces, while others produced but a single one. After 2 full hours, Yi Qing had selected 600 or 700 raw stones, which left his head throbbing and his vision swimming. He leaned on Baihu's shoulder and rested upon a stone, fatigued. The workers, equally exhausted, assisted him in turning the piles of stones to facilitate his selections. Several raw stone merchants observed him with keen interest. It was a sight unseen throughout history. For unless one possessed X-ray vision, one would struggle to discern value amidst such heaps. Yet Yi Qing's demeanor resembled that of a wealthy heir, seemingly squandering his fortune for amusement. Once the workers had removed the rough stones he had marked with circles, Yi Qing ceased his selection. The storage room contained tens of thousands of rough stones, yet only a handful caught his eye. As Wang Hong calculated the volume, he observed the stones Yi Qing had chosen, python, songhua, and moss. All exhibited promising qualities, leading him to realize he had been outwitted by this young man. However, selecting a few hundred stones with decent skins from the vast array was indeed a daunting task for him. He was a seller of stones, not a gambler. And the most effective way to gauge the price of stones was by discerning the market location and the likelihood of jadeite emergence. The rest relied on fortune. Moreover, Yi Qing's choices did not disadvantage him, as the remaining stones still amounted to 21,000 per cubic. Baihu, draping an arm around his shoulder, inquired skeptically, "Will all these stones yield jadeite?" Yi Qing found this amusing. She had finally ceased her pursuit of high-quality jadeite. Yet, for a master of stone gambling, the stones from old markets often resulted in 9 failures out of 10, and the new markets were even less promising. One might gamble on 100 stones without spotting a trace of green. Nevertheless, he believed that the stones he had selected from the marked batch had a 20% chance of yielding green. The stones he had circled, however, boasted a probability exceeding 50% for jadeite emergence. High-quality jade was not out of reach, but such thoughts were certainly not to be divulged to Bai Hu. Having selected only a limited number of stones nearly overwhelmed his mind. No wonder his master had deceived him with inferior products. The task of stone selection was indeed exhausting. I can only tell you, perhaps there is. The 146 marked stones amounted to 33 cubic, while the 632 selected from the marked batch totaled 231 cubic. Wang Hong stood at the door, asking, "Brother, are you still selecting?" "Thank you, Brother Wang. That will be all for today." Yi Qing, with a cheerful demeanor, supported the shoulder of the white fox as they made their way outside. Casting a glance at Lu Lu, who was supervising the workers, he called out, "Withdraw 10,000 yuan and distribute it among these brothers. They have worked tirelessly moving stones today." Wang Hong approached with a smile, giving Yi Qing a thumbs up. "Brother, I'm not disparaging you, but you are quite cunning. No wonder your brother-in-law has repeatedly cautioned us to be vigilant." Yi Qing chuckled. "Brother, I visit once a month. As long as your goods are of high quality, I shall not seek elsewhere." "That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. The next time I have goods, I will be the first to notify you, allowing you to take precedence." Wang Hong exclaimed with delight. "In total, there are 264 cubic meters. Let us not dawdle on other matters. Lu Lu, please proceed with the transfer." Yi Qing called out. Lu Lu approached, requested the account details, and promptly transferred 5,280,000 yuan. Observing the smooth transaction, Wang Hong was further convinced of Yi Qing's status as a major buyer. Yi Qing continued, "Brother, find a reliable transportation company to package and ship the raw stones directly to Kyoto. The freight can be negotiated. A higher cost is acceptable, as my stone shop in Kyoto is currently out of stock." Wang Hong nodded in agreement and inquired, "How much can your stone shop sell in a day?" "The stone shop is located in Panjiayuan, attracting a substantial customer flow. We can sell several tons of raw stones daily." Yi Qing replied vaguely. Wang Hong was taken aback. Even his brother-in-law's gambling stone shop in Dalong could only sell a few hundred jin at most each day. He was astonished at the volume of sales from Yi Qing's shop. "It's settled then. Please provide me with your mobile number." After Zhao Biao and Wang Bo had observed Yi Qing for such a prolonged duration, he appeared to them as nothing more than a simpleton, having expended over 5 million on mere stones. Although it is acknowledged that jadeite may be discovered within stones, even the most sagacious cannot ascertain the contents of uncut jade. How could he possess such certainty that these stones, upon being cleaved, would reveal jadeite instead of mere rock? Wang Hong summoned several vehicles, negotiated prices directly with Lu Lu, and directed the workers in loading the raw stones. Ensuring the vehicle doors were securely locked, he then invited Yi Qing and his companions into a small vault. With a smile, he inquired, "Brother, would you care to engage in a wager? My brother-in-law has repeatedly asserted that you are an expert among experts. Allow your elder brother to witness your prowess." The patrons selecting raw stones within the vault were immediately galvanized, recognizing that the crux of the matter was at hand. Merely selecting stones was for resale, but engaging in stone gambling was the pursuit of exhilaration. Yi Qing glanced askance at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, observing their eager anticipation. He realized that the moment to discipline these two youths had arrived. Initially, upon pursuing Yi Qing and his party to this location and ascertaining that Xin Lu was not among them, they had experienced a sense of relief. According to Wang Bo's intentions, he would resolutely abstain from stone gambling, focusing solely on acquiring any jadeite that Yi Qing might unearth, thereby fulfilling his mission. However, Zhao Biao's curiosity had been piqued by Yi Qing, and he desired to witness how Yi Qing would extract priceless jadeite from raw stones. The assembly entered the strong room. Yi Qing cast his gaze around, realizing that this could no longer be regarded as a mere storeroom, but rather a veritable treasury. The walls were constructed of concrete, measuring a full 2 feet in thickness. Within the 100 square meter space, a small window had been installed near the ceiling, precluding the entry of any adult. Furthermore, a security grill had been affixed to it. The raw stones were not displayed openly, but rather secured within a series of large safes. It was already noon, with the sun beating down on the concrete rooftop, creating a sweltering heat. Accompanying Wang Hong into the treasure trove were not only Yi Qing and others, but also a dozen or so rough stone buyers. The treasure trove, spanning a total of 100 square meters, felt even more oppressive with the sudden influx of people, each drenched in sweat. Moreover, everyone was acutely aware that the stones within the safe were largely beyond their financial reach. Yet, despite the hunger and heat, not a single person chose to leave. This is the allure of stone gambling, a force that drives people to madness and obsession. Wang Hong did not hasten to open the safe. Instead, he first had the workers bring in bottles of mineral water. Yi Qing gulped down the water in one go and passed the bottle to Shun Junyi before inquiring, "Brother, do you have any good materials?" Wang Hong chuckled in response, "Good materials? Of course, there are. While I may not possess the wealth of my brother, I am certainly a frequent visitor at the Yangon auction, returning each time with some fine finds. You, my brother, should understand that these rough stones cannot simply be sold by the block." Yi Qing laughed heartily, pulling over the white fox. "Brother, have you noticed? This beautiful lady is a significant buyer, having loaded 2 million in cash directly into my car, filling 2 large suitcases. So, if there are good materials, feel free to make your move." The white fox, gritting her teeth, stepped sharply on his foot and retorted angrily, "Whose side are you on?" Wang Hong, perceptive as ever, realized Yi Qing was signaling that money was not an issue. No matter how expensive the material, if it caught her eye, she could afford it. "My dear lady, you have misjudged my brother. He is merely employing a tactic to provoke me into presenting some fine rough stones." "Really?" The white fox scrutinized him with suspicion. "Sister Amin, brother Wang Hong is a businessman, and it is well known that good raw stones possess the potential for appreciation. However, a businessman is akin to a loan shark. Money lent out is tangible, while that which remains unused is merely a stack of paper." Yi Qing winced in pain, grasping the wrist of the white fox and lifting one foot to sway. "You are rather ruthless, aren't you? You won't crush me." The white fox shot him an exasperated glance, the metaphor in their exchange evident to all, who erupted in laughter. Yet, Wang Hong did not join in. Instead, his expression shifted. "Brother." Yi Qing chuckled. "Brother cares for his kin, and I am grateful. Although Sister Amin engages in usury, I do not borrow her money. We merely partner in stone gambling. Furthermore, yesterday at Vice President Zhao's residence in Ruili, we jointly won a piece of material, each netting 100 million. As a result, she became enamored with the venture and insisted on accompanying me to Tingchong today. Fear not, brother, she is well versed in the rules of stone gambling." A group of small merchants stood agape. Earning 200 million from a single stone was indeed a testament to their financial prowess. Only then did Wang Hong's concerns dissipate, as he approached the safe with a hearty laugh. The white fox stood beside Yi Qing, whispering, "His character surpasses that of Boss Qi." Yi Qing nodded. "He is someone worth befriending." Wang Hong opened the safe, a common practice within the stone gambling realm. No good raw stone comes cheap. Prices can reach into the millions or even tens of millions. Given his extensive experience, he must have stored some quality goods, which was precisely what Yi Qing eagerly anticipated. Yi Qing observed the insurance cabinet had been opened, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao. Enticing someone into a trap is indeed an art, requiring patience. It is essential to allow the individual to gradually step into the snare of their own accord. Thus, he hoped that Wang Hong would present the finest specimens, for victory was imperative. Only by allowing Zhao Biao and Wang Bo to witness his triumph would Zhao Biao be convinced that it was mere fortune at play rather than skill. After all, everyone harbors the belief that they possess a stroke of good luck. Wang Hong swiftly opened all the insurance cabinets, embodying Yi Qing's assertion that a businessman understands the essence of money. Its value lies in circulation. Otherwise, it is akin to a mere stone. Although quality raw stones appreciate exponentially each year, such rapid growth renders them unattainable for the average merchant. While many are wealthy, these affluent individuals are also astute. Those lacking knowledge of stones would never invest a substantial sum in a mere rock. Thus, for a skilled gambler in the realm of stone betting, encountering a quality specimen is a stroke of luck, yet even the most capable must rely on fortune to secure prime raw stones without financial constraints. A musty odor emanated from the cabinet, suggesting it had not been aired out for quite some time. Yi Qing nodded slightly. It was evident that this batch of raw stones had been hoarded for an extended period, otherwise, such a scent would not linger. Moreover, his earlier mention of winning a staggering sum of 100 million had certainly piqued Wang Hong's interest. Otherwise, merely opening a cabinet would have sufficed as a gesture of goodwill. "Brother, today I am being remarkably generous. All the cabinets are open for your selection," Wang Hong proclaimed, gesturing invitingly beside the insurance cabinet. Yi Qing surveyed the raw stones, which varied in size from approximately 80 to 180 kilograms, down to those weighing around 1 to 2 kilograms, totaling 4 to 5 dozen pieces, some with open windows and others entirely speculative. Yi Qing picked up a small piece of window material and glanced at it. The window was quite satisfactory, composed entirely of exquisite raw stones. However, it was too diminutive, offering little in terms of risk and reward. Even if a high-quality piece were to emerge for a small pendant, the prospect of substantial profit was bleak. An original stone merchant chuckled awkwardly and said, "Boss Yi, fate has brought us together as friends. Might we select a piece for our collection?" As seasoned gamblers familiar with the rules, they knew that this safe was specifically opened for Yi Qing by Wang Hong, and without Yi Qing's consent, they could not make a selection. Yi Qing chuckled softly. With so many raw stones, I cannot afford to buy any. Feel free to choose. And once you have made your selection, negotiate the price with Brother Wang. Boss Yi is magnanimous. A group of small merchants immediately brightened up, swarming around the cabinet to inspect the stones. Even Wang Bo and Zhao Biao were eager to join in. Why don't you choose first? Shen Junyi whispered beside him. While the white fox shot a glare in response, Yi Qing smiled and pointed out, they are all eyeing small pieces. And they do not intend to crack them open here. Their plan is to keep them for collection. Brother Wang is offering us this opportunity to release his stock. The two women understood and chuckled, nodding in agreement. The white fox sighed. These merchants are all quite shrewd. Wang Hong presented a piece weighing around 20 kilograms, placing it before Yi Qing. This one is quite good. Brother, see if it resonates with you. Yi Qing crouched down to examine it closely. The skin was very smooth. Not artificially polished, but rather a typical water stone. The original stone had been retrieved from the water, smoothed and cleaned by the river's relentless currents over countless years, leaving its surface devoid of any roughness. Moreover, the color of the shell is a vibrant yellow, reminiscent of salted duck eggs, exuding an oily sheen, yet lacking a waxy surface. Yi Qing gently touched it. The surface neither crumbled nor shed sand, and then glanced up at Wang Hong. This is top-tier material from southern Qi. Brother, your eyesight is commendable. Wang Hong gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, one cannot dare to smuggle such raw stones. If caught, the consequences are dire. This particular stone was procured 3 years ago by my brother-in-law and me from a public auction. My curiosity was piqued, yet I feared the loss and refrained from cutting it myself, thus allowing my brother to experiment while I observed what lay within. Yi Qing nodded, his approval of Wang Hong deepening. Although Myanmar is the birthplace of jadeite, it possesses only a narrow strip of land, merely 100 kilometers long, where raw stones can be found. After years of mining, quality stones have become increasingly rare, and authorities in Yangon have tightened control, shutting down several old mining sites and intensifying crackdowns on smugglers. This has resulted in a scarcity of quality stones in the market, as collectors secure them in safes, awaiting price increases. Southern Qi is also a modest mining site, yet it produces exceptional raw stones, either withholding shipments or yielding high-quality material, with the possibility of uncovering glass-like varieties. Shen Junyi and Baihu squatted beside Yi Qing, examining closely. Wang Hong crouched across from them, illuminating the stone with a flashlight. Brother, look, it's quite transparent, with a brilliant yellow luster. I haven't misled you, have I? Shen Junyi inquired with curiosity. Then why don't you gamble on it yourself? Wang Hong's face reflected bitterness. 7 years ago, my brother-in-law and I engaged in a high-stakes gamble at the Yangon public auction, acquiring a stone valued at 60 million yuan. Opening the window reveals a high-quality apple green jade. However, upon cutting it, one discovers a disappointing dog's excrement hue. Water is abundant everywhere, and the banded section retains its icy glutinous variety and the apple green hue. Yet the remainder is entirely a dismal mess. Even when excavating bangles, one can unearth 20 pieces, with each bangle worth 2 to 300,000, but their maximum value caps at 6 to 7 million. In a fit of frustration, I brought it back and placed it in my office as a coffee table. Each day, as I gaze upon it, I remind myself to abstain from gambling, for it serves as a lesson. Since then, I have been sourcing materials while my brother-in-law runs a jade gambling shop in DeLong, resolutely avoiding any form of gambling. The two women listening stifled their laughter, yet they understood profoundly that gambling with jade cannot rely on luck. 60 million can vanish in an afternoon. Reduced to merely a coffee table, this loss is bearable. Those who cannot endure such a fate might resort to drastic measures. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, acknowledging that Nanchi is one of the most significant jade markets among smaller venues, located in the southern region of Damacan, to the left of Lake Injuo. Most raw jade from Myanmar originates from Lake Injuo and the Uru River. The first layer of the Nanchi market consists of yellow sandskin. The second layer features yellow-red sandskin, and the third layer is composed of black sandskin. The yellow sandskin is categorized as half-mountain, half-water jade, while the black sandskin is characterized by its thin shell and typically exhibits a misty appearance, producing the finest green and yellow-green varieties, which are highly valued. The formation of banded green jade is attributed to a high iron content, imparting a bluish-green tint. Nanchi generally yields blue water jade, including sea sky blue and sea water blue, with the quality of the jade being quite mature. Additionally, Nanchi jade can be classified into older skin types and younger skin types, making the banded Nanchi jade particularly favorable for gambling, as long as the color manifests. The quality and water content are assured. However, the Nanchi market is situated downstream of the Daoji River, and the gravel has been transported over long distances. resulting in smaller stones, which often exhibit a high iron content, thus frequently forming yellow-green varieties. The moment this stone emerges, it becomes a coveted treasure, frequently selling out, which has led to the phenomenon of the exorbitant prices of Nanki materials. Wang Hong presented this raw stone with the intent of fetching a high price. Yi Qing, observing the material, casually inquired, "Brother Wang, how many years has this piece been in your collection?" 4 or 5 years, Wang Hong replied. Aware of the implication behind the question, it is rare to find such a sizable piece from Nanki. Yi Qing examined the mold spots on the surface, casually brushed them away to reveal a layer of moss, and with a gentle scrape of his nail, he dislodged a small fragment. The moss's root system was firmly attached to the surface of the raw stone. If it were a recent growth, the moss would not adhere so tenaciously. Wang Hong chuckled, observing Yi Qing's actions. Indeed, brother, your discernment is not merely reliant on fortune. What do you mean? Shen Junyi asked, lifting her gaze in surprise. Moss that has been present for 1 or 2 years can be easily wiped away, while that which has existed for 3 or 4 years requires a nail to dislodge. Wang Hong expressed admiration. You are employing this method to ascertain whether this stone aligns with my description. Yi Qing smiled. This stone is not inexpensive, so I must be cautious. I hope you do not take offense, Brother Wang. Wang Hong responded with a smile. It is indeed fortunate for a fine piece to encounter a connoisseur. How could I possibly take offense? He rose and retrieved 3 smaller pieces, stating, "These were excavated alongside it. They should belong to the same vein." What does same vein mean? Shen Junyi inquired with curiosity. Wang Hong explained with a grin. It means these smaller pieces were extracted from the same location as this large one, so their quality and color should be quite similar, hence the term. Brother Wang, name your price. Yi Qing remarked, glancing at the smaller pieces. Their color mirrored that of the larger stone, and the skin was tight and delicate. He tested the transparency with a light. Wang Hong pondered for a moment. There were 3 small pieces, each weighing approximately 5 kilograms. Acquired at the price of 30,000 euros per piece, while the larger piece weighed over 20 kilograms, fiercely contested at auction, ultimately costing a staggering 700,000 euros. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Although he had elaborated somewhat, given the current market conditions, the value had surged by more than threefold. Furthermore, the 20-kilogram piece possessed ample potential for bracelet production. Even if it did not yield the coveted sea blue, it could still produce a blue water hue. Should it attain the esteemed high ice variety, a single bracelet could fetch 1 million. With such a substantial piece, 200 bracelets could be crafted. And if it remained free of cracks, it could yield 30 to 40 exquisite bracelets, significantly increasing its worth. Yi Qing adjusted his flashlight to inspect the surface of the larger piece, noting a barely discernible trace of sand python entwined within. He had surmised that the quality of the jade carried a considerable gamble. Shifting his gaze to the 3 smaller pieces, he observed similar python traces. Yet the presence of mottled flowers and moss was conspicuously absent. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated that this collection of stones had been subjected to the relentless flow of river water, continuously tumbling and gradually eroding the mottled flowers and moss. While the sand python, being of jade quality and notably hard, remained intact. It was likely that Wang Hong and Boss Chi had also recognized the presence of the sand python, prompting their high-stakes bidding. This further indicated that these 4 raw stones were the finest in his vault, with the finest naturally commanding the highest price. Yi Qing directed his flashlight again, this time seeking the mist. Generally, raw stone skins exhibit a layer of mist beneath their surface, though mist can often be deceptive. While the presence of mist suggests potential excellence, it is nuanced. The mist layer signifies a transitional state between the raw stone skin and jade, comprising a semi-oxidized and semi-weathered form of jadeite. However, it cannot be classified as jade itself, bearing little value. It is merely a transitional zone between jade and skin, representing a process of semi-weathering and semi-jadification that leads to the formation of jade. Moreover, fog can be categorized into white, yellow, red, gray, and black mist, among others. Chapter 63. The Conditions of the White Fox. The White Fox is one of the 3 heroes of Mu Jie, a disciple of the esteemed Master Luo Zhu, and an officer under General Wu Rue of Shan State. Among these, the finest is the white mist. If it appears faint, it indicates minimal impurities in the flesh, suggesting a pristine foundation and good water quality. If it is exceptional, manifesting as green, it must be a remarkably pure emerald green. And when paired with the right type of water, its value can be astonishingly high. In fact, this piece alone could settle Chen Lu's debts. However, the stones presented all exhibited yellow mist. Generally, the presence of yellow or red mist layers significantly increases the likelihood of high-quality emeralds. Yi Qing examined each stone once more. The yellow mist was dense, making it a worthy gamble. He inspected the raw stones thoroughly and found no cracks. His heart felt reassured. Wang Hong glanced at him. The southern chi stones tend to have large cracks. If there are no small fissures, the cards are fine, but the bracelets are uncertain. Brother, do not be greedy. Let us first gamble on a smaller piece, and if fortune smiles upon us, we can then pursue larger ones. Yi Qing chuckled and shook his head. It is rare to encounter good materials. When one appears, it should be seized. Brother Wang, be gentle with the knife. Do not pierce too deep. Wang Hong laughed heartily. Brother, you jest. As for this large piece, I won't claim it will triple in value. Nor will I say it will increase tenfold. 6 times, perhaps. Yi Qing raised his thumb in admiration. Brother Wang, you are generous. Wang Hong glanced at the 3 smaller pieces with reluctance. Initially, I intended to wait until your fortune soared and keep one for myself to enjoy. However, since you have spoken, I shall not hold back. Let us agree on 2 million for one piece. Shen Junyi calculated quietly that this 20-kilogram raw material was purchased for 700,000 euros years ago. According to the current exchange rate of 8.8, it amounts to 616,000. After 4 years of appreciation, its value has soared 6-fold, totaling 36,960,000, resulting in a profit exceeding 30 million. Astonished, she remarked, selling stones indeed yields exorbitant profits. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing and Wang Hong both laughed. Yi Qing gazed at her and said, "This is certainly a favor from Brother Wang. Otherwise, it would never have been presented. It was indeed a favor. But had I not known of my brother's substantial financial resources, I would not have brought it forth." Wang Hong chuckled. If one cannot afford it, merely being reminded of it is a kind of torment. It's decided. By who? With her enchanting eyes sparkling, inquired with a smile. Yi Qing nodded affirmatively and turned to Lu Lu, saying, "In a moment, Brother Wang will assist these gentlemen with the payment. Keep a close watch, and ensure no one steps on a toe while Bai Hu and I go to fetch the money." Lu Lu remained silent, giving a slight nod. Yi Qing grasped Bai Hu's wrist and turned towards the Land Rover Range Rover. Furrowing her brows, Bai Hu expressed her surprise. Why not let Lu Lu and Wang Liang go to get the money? Why pull me out? She then looked at him suspiciously. What are you up to this time? I have a favor to ask. Yi Qing stepped into a secluded area and turned to face her. Bai Hu eyed him warily. I know you are quite excited, but it is broad daylight. Yi Qing wore a distressed expression and retorted, "Could you perhaps maintain a semblance of purity?" Bai Hu giggled playfully. "Aside from this, I truly cannot think of anything else you might desire from me. The master still owes Chun Lu 200 million for high-quality jade, and Chun Lu seeks to bind me with this favor." Yi Qing swiftly stated, "If we can acquire high-quality jade, let Brother Wang assess its value and transfer it directly to me. Are you certain you can obtain high-quality jade?" Yi Qing nodded confidently. This type of South Chi material, with its skin intact and yellow mist beneath, only requires good quality and water to be classified as high-grade. Moreover, South Chi materials are thin-skinned with ample interior. Estimating for bracelets, we could yield 20 pairs. If the color is rich and correct, each piece could be valued at 1 million. And we might produce a batch of labels. Let's not underestimate 50 pieces, each around 500,000. Initially, I estimate this material's worth to be around 60 million. The White Fox was instantly intrigued, her eyes darting. You're concerned that Wang Bo and Zhao Biao might inflate the price astronomically. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. Yet, this does not align with my interests. The White Fox gazed at him with a charming smile, softly stating, "You know we are in dire need of money, so naturally, the higher the price, the better." Yi Qing had anticipated her response. "Sister Amin, one should not be overly greedy. There are plenty of opportunities to earn." The White Fox huffed lightly. "Don't assume that my acknowledgement of you allows for further encroachment. This is not a matter of mere hundreds or thousands. It could be tens of millions. You're suggesting we destroy our own pot after a meal." Yi Qing retorted coldly. "What? Do you intend to threaten me?" The White Fox regarded him with a playful smile, retorting, "Do you truly think I fear you? Or do you believe that my acknowledgement grants you the audacity to seize my fortune? I have not conceded that you are mine." Yi Qing snorted dismissively. The White Fox observed his imminent change of demeanor and chuckled. "If you truly uncover high-quality jadeite, it would not be impossible for you to have it. But first, you must agree to 2 conditions." "What conditions?" The White Fox regarded him intently before turning her gaze towards the horizon, her eyes seemingly capable of traversing mountains and rivers. She spoke softly. "Sister acknowledges you, but the financial matters must be clearly defined. This is the foundation of our collaboration. This is the first condition." Yi Qing instinctively wished to argue. "That is not fair." The White Fox pivoted gracefully, her enchanting smile illuminating her features. The first condition is that you must not conspire with Wang Hong to deceive me. The price must be just. Yi Qing replied earnestly, I conduct myself with integrity. The second condition can be deferred for now. We shall discuss it later. The white fox waved her hand nonchalantly and began to walk away. Go fetch the money. Wait. It unsettles me to leave it unresolved. Yi Qing hurriedly followed. It is better to clarify things first. If you keep whining, I might reconsider. Without glancing back, the white fox tossed her long hair and lamented, This is no trifling sum. It pains my heart. Yet, it leaves me feeling uneasy. Yi Qing wore an expression of helplessness. The white fox scoffed, Do you know what I detest most about you? What? Your desire to control everything. Yet some matters lie beyond your grasp. The white fox spun lightly. For instance, women. Why not just say it outright? The white fox deftly kicked the rear of the car, causing the trunk to pop open, and with a playful tone, remarked, What? Am I truly expected to carry the money myself? The two of them each grasped a suitcase as they returned to the storage room. Wang Hong had already settled accounts with the group of small merchants, dealing with items valued at hundreds of thousands. As Yi Qing had anticipated, they had no intention of cutting the stones here. Rather, they intended to take them back for their own collection. The white fox glanced at Wang Hong and remarked with a smile, Boss Wang, the price for the large stone is 36,960,000, alongside 3 smaller stones totaling 6 million, which brings the grand total to 42,960,000. Are you trying to take advantage of the fact that I didn't bring enough money? Yi Qing waved his hand grandly, declaring, I'll cover the remaining amount. Wang Hong, aware that the white fox had only brought 20 million in cash, chuckled, My brother is quite generous. However, since the beautiful lady has spoken, let us consider that 296,000 as a mere trifle. The white fox, pleased with the concession, smiled and nodded in delight. Yi Qing quickly expressed his gratitude, and the three swiftly concluded their transaction. Chapter 64. The surge of high ice type Huangyang Green. Wang Hong inquired with a grin, Brother, to be honest, these 4 stones have tormented me for many years. I've always wanted to see what treasures lie within. Yet, I've grown fearful of betting on stones. Torn between the desire to cut and the dread of disappointment, a truly agonizing predicament. Brother, I implore you, let us cut them here. It would bring me a stroke of luck. Yi Qing, eager to entice Zhao Biao, agreed with a smile. The group, carrying the stones, proceeded directly to the cutting machine in the large workshop. A throng of small merchants, famished and sweltering, endured their discomfort, trailing behind the procession. Wang Hong asked with a grin, Shall we cut the large stone first or the smaller ones? The large one, Yi Qing replied, glancing at Wang Liang who was prepared. Let us open a window and see the quality. Wang Liang, suppressing his excitement, secured the large stone in the cutting machine, picked up the electric drill to inspect the drill bit, and promptly replaced it with a diamond grinding head. Only then did he lift his gaze to glance at Yi Qing, his expression stern, his body taut as if he were a soldier poised to leap into action at a command. Even the small merchants flanking him stood silently, their anticipation palpable. Commence! Yi Qing's command resonated. The sound of the electric drill buzzed to life, and Wang Hong, equally grave, involuntarily uttered, It has begun. A throng of onlookers, including Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, instinctively clenched their fists. The stakes of 40 million loomed large, and regardless of whether the stone belonged to any of them, tension and excitement permeated the air. Wang Liang pressed the drill against the stone, causing water and mud to splatter against the protective barrier, droplets flying forth. The closest, Bai Hu and Xin Junyi, found their trousers besmirched with the splatter. Yet neither woman took a step back. After all, this gamble was indeed monumental. The diamond drill bit whirred rapidly, gnawing at the outer shell with a jarring sound, its progress slow. The material was exceptionally hard, presenting a challenge in opening the window. However, Yi Qing felt assured. Hardness indicated age, and the foundation was solid. Now, it was merely a matter of discerning the color. Wang Liang was adept at opening windows. He understood that with such aged material, a gentle approach was paramount to avoid damaging the jade within and incurring unnecessary losses. Thus, he adjusted his technique, methodically rotating to carve away the deeper layers of the outer shell, while the exterior remained intact. Although the opening did not expand outward, it had significantly widened within. A true expert, Wang Hong, possessing a discerning eye, recognized the skill in the technique and understood that the operator was seasoned. Yi Qing, his chin in hand, felt the weight of anxiety, for the materials from Nanchi were predominantly solid. The hardness signifies maturity, with the shell showing no significant cracks, indicating a low probability of mutation. The purpose of opening a window is to observe the color. Experts in stone gambling first assess the type before considering the color. The type can be discerned from the mine's entrance and the shell's appearance. A mature type signifies high value. However, a slight difference in color can result in a 100-fold difference in price, as color significantly enhances the value of high-quality jadeite. Yi Qing's breaths were heavy. His muscles tense with nervousness. Not only him, but everyone present was the same. Bai Hu and Shen Junyi, their small fists clenched tightly, their sharp nails digging into their palms unnoticed. Stone gambling seems to possess a peculiar magic, captivating those who indulge in it. Wang Liang quickly stopped, wiping the window with his hand, but it remained dirty. Wang Hong swiftly picked up a hose to rinse, cleaning the stone debris from the window. Oh my heavens! The color has appeared. Brother, look quickly. It's high color, high color. After just a glance, Wang Hong exclaimed excitedly. He was thrilled, and Yi Qing also became excited. Quickly walking over, not minding the dirt on the ground, squatting down to look. The window Wang Liang opened was small, only the size of a thumb's nail. But the drill had penetrated deeply, opening a large and deep cavity. Yi Qing looked at the window, his heart racing with excitement. Sunny green. A color second only to imperial green and true sunny green, very rich and even, with a vivid emerald hue, slightly yellow and transparent. Like the leaves of a boxwood tree in early spring. Wang Hong took out a strong flashlight, shining it about a centimeter away from the window. Yi Qing watched as the light extended inward, very clear and transparent. High ice type yellow sunny green. Most importantly, the light bent and reflected within the jadeite. But no cracks were seen. Brother, congratulations, a big win. Wang Hong harbored admiration rather than jealousy. The rise was attributed to others' courage and fortune. The material had been in his possession for 4 years, yet he lacked the audacity to unveil it. Yi Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the quality of the material. Although the window was small, the light streaming through imbued it with a lively, pleasing hue. Yi Qing glanced at the white fox, whose exquisite visage was taut. Her small hands clenched into fists pressed firmly against her side, while her slender legs, clad in denim, trembled slightly. Shen Junyi was similarly affected. Beads of sweat forming on her brow, her beautiful eyes anxiously fixed on Yi Qing, fearful of any unfavorable news. With a cheerful demeanor, Yi Qing announced, "The bet has risen. High ice, high color, yellow-green material." The white fox immediately relaxed, responding, "That's about what I expected. However, it's too early to declare. We can only say it has appreciated." Yi Qing chuckled. "To determine if it's full material, without mutations or discoloration, we must make a cut. Indeed, mere appreciation doesn't count. Only a successful cut can be deemed a true rise." Wang Hong cast a glance at the white fox, clearly perplexed by the significance of yellow-green. This beauty was remarkably bold, daring to partner with Yi Qing in the gamble of stone. The white fox swallowed hard, her voice strained. "Then let us make the cut." Yi Qing examined the material carefully, instructing, "Cut from the middle, but do not damage the bracelet's position. You are betting on full material." Wang Hong was somewhat taken aback. Such a cut was only warranted for full material. Yet, if it were indeed full, removing the outer layer would reveal at least several kilograms of high ice yellow-green, which would signify a substantial rise. There had to be some hope, after all. Yi Qing smiled gently. Wang Liang secured the material, and as the crowd stepped back, he directly pressed the handle of the stone-cutting machine. Standing beside him, Wang Hong said with envy, "Brother, you are incredibly audacious." Yi Qing nodded slightly, preoccupied with the cutting blade as it painstakingly sliced into the stone, producing a verdant slurry. Relief washed over him, for there was no mutation or discoloration. The onlookers, seasoned veterans all, were equally stirred, recognizing the telltale signs of a successful cut. A hush fell over the crowd, their breaths growing heavy, their gazes fixed with unwavering concentration. The cavernous workshop was filled only with the strident whine of the cutting machine. Though veterans of the jade gamble, the thrill of anticipation never waned. The dream of instant wealth was a universal desire, and even witnessing such fortune could bring a touch of luck. Every nerve was on edge as they awaited the outcome. Abruptly, the cutting machine fell silent. Wang Liang opened the cover, releasing a cloud of rising steam. Wang Hong grabbed a hose and rinsed the stone, revealing a clean cut. Yi Qing inserted a metal shim into the opening and gently pried, splitting the stone in two. The halves fell to either side of the machine, their cut faces upturned. The cut was flawless, revealing a vibrant expanse of green. Yi Qing exhaled in relief. His gamble had paid off. Wang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's solid," he exclaimed. "A solid, high ice-type imperial green. A rise of tens of millions. Light the firecrackers," he roared with excitement. Workers, who were waiting, ignited the firecrackers, and a string of explosions erupted. Chapter 65. An 80 million yuan cut. Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The stone was exquisite, possessing an almost delectable quality. Its texture was smooth and free of impurities, with green permeating every crystal. It was evenly distributed, rich, and, most importantly, without cracks. This is the first time that Yi Qing has gambled on such a flawless piece. The white fox approached, her expression serious as she inquired, "Tell me, how is this jadeite?" Yi Qing chuckled heartily. "It is of exceptional quality, fully intact, without cracks or blemishes, and it is entirely green." A wave of joy surged within the white fox, and she swiftly turned to Wang Hong, exclaiming, "Tell me, how much is it worth?" Yi Qing's smile instantly froze on his face. This woman was notoriously skeptical when it came to matters of money. Wang Hong glanced at Yi Qing and replied with a light chuckle, "It's undoubtedly worth 23 to 24 for a bracelet. With the high ice color, it could sell for $1 million each. If we extract the core for the bracelet, it's at least 600,000, with a base price of 70 million. 80 million. I will take it," Wang Bo called out. The surrounding small merchants remained silent, unable to raise their bids, merely gazing on with envy. The white fox looked at Yi Qing, her bright eyes sparkling as she smiled. 80 million. Yi Qing bitterly nodded. Only then did the white fox turn to Wang Bo, decisively stating, "I won't sell. I intend to take this material back to craft jewelry." The white fox exuded confidence, and Wang Bo dared not contest her. Zhao Biao mustered his courage and exclaimed, "But this is a hefty piece weighing 15 kilograms. How many pieces of jewelry do you intend to make?" The white fox raised an eyebrow. "A woman can never have too much jewelry. I change sets daily for fun. Do you have any say in that?" Zhao Biao was left speechless, while Wang Bo approached with a wry smile. "Brother, you still have 3 pieces. That should suffice for the white fox and Miss Shin to create their jewelry. I will take this large piece." Yi Qing smiled. 80 million is already $1 million above market price. I truly wish to sell it. However, you are also aware that this stone is a joint gamble between me and the white fox. If I were to sell it, there would be no chance of reporting the gambling stone to Sister DeLong Director Wang. I truly find myself powerless in this situation. Wang Bo wore an expression of helplessness and despair. He dared not confront the white fox and thus sought out Yi Qing instead. Yet, he recognized the truth in Yi Qing's words. While the white fox held no significant power in Tengchong, upon returning to Sister Gao Delong, she could create trouble for anyone without consequence. She would not adhere to reason or engage in legal discussions. If she so desired, she could make your life miserable. And even the police would be unable to intervene. So, should we proceed to cut these 3 stones? Wang Bo could only shift his focus. The white fox, with her graceful posture, suddenly emanated a commanding presence and exclaimed boldly, "Cut. What nonsense." Yu Qing shot her a glare. "It's already noon. Are you not hungry? Are the others not hungry either?" "I am hungry, but I can endure it. Let us cut." The white fox scoffed disdainfully. "I may not comprehend stones or jade, but I understand people. You, with your myriad schemes, are always attempting to deceive me. With Wang Bo here, it's the perfect opportunity to raise the price before selling it to you." Sister Amin, Shen Junyi clung to her arm, pleading, "I'm truly hungry." The white fox smiled as she pressed her lips together. "From the moment I laid eyes on your man, I knew he was a greedy one. I can't cut without feeling uneasy. If you are hungry, have Boss Wang order takeout for you. Can we eat first before cutting?" Yi Qing bared his teeth in a grin. The white fox turned, smiling. "You are hungry too?" "Indeed." Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. "Then you all should go eat together." The white fox, her eyes sparkling with mischief, teased, "Boss Wang has skilled workers here for cutting stones. Let them do the cutting. If the price rises, I'll reward you handsomely. Then forget it." Yi Qing conceded defeat instantly. "These 3 stones can only be polished, not cut." He selected one stone, declaring, "I shall take this one. The rest is for Wang Liang. I will assist in polishing the stones." Wang Hong could no longer restrain himself and volunteered. The sound of 3 polishing machines resonated through the air, while a group of small merchants, their stomachs growling, hesitated to depart. Yi Qing polished with utmost caution, grinding away bit by bit. The stone he chose had a skin that was even tougher than the 2 stones Wang Liang and Wang Hong were working on. It was as if 2 sheets of diamond blades were being rubbed against each other, producing a piercing noise. Others failed to notice, but Wang Hong and Wang Liang exchanged a glance in unison. Wang Hong was the first to reveal a window, rinsing it with water and peering closely. "Brother, it's a glutinous variety of bean green. Shall we continue polishing?" "Let it be polished." Yi Qing did not lift his head, remaining focused on the stone in his hands. "Is it of significant value?" Baihu glanced at Wang Bo, reluctant to engage, observed the cold glint in her beautiful eyes and gritted his teeth, stating, "The glutinous bean green holds little value. Even if it were a full piece, it would scarcely exceed $1 million. Baihu bit her lip in silence, moving next to Wang Liang, waiting for him to unveil the window. Wang Bo, however, pulled Zhao Biao back into the crowd, whispering, "It seems Bai Hu won't let go today." Zhao Biao responded through clenched teeth, "Tell Fatty Ma to bring people and forcefully collect it." Wang Bo hesitated, "But Bai Hu? Tung Chong is Fatty Ma's territory. Bai Hu cannot exert her influence there. Furthermore, it is well known that Ma Fatty harbors a grudge against Yi Qing, particularly since Ma Wu had his legs broken by Yi Qing and is currently hospitalized." Zhao Biao remarked, "Moreover, consider the fact that Bai Hu has an insatiable love for wealth. If one were to lavish her with money, there is bound to be a price she cannot resist. At most, we shall provide Ma Fatty with a sum as a commission." Wang Bo nodded in agreement, discreetly stepping outside to make a phone call. At last, Wang Liang revealed the window. Bai Hu, noticing he had ceased polishing the stone, leaned in closely to inquire, "So, what is its worth?" Wang Liang exclaimed joyfully, "It may not be classified as high ice, but it is indeed of the ice variety, exhibiting a few grades of color variation, with a melon-skin green hue." Bai Hu frowned, retorting, "I am asking how much it is worth. I shall let the young master appraise it shortly. I cannot determine its value." Wang Liang, perplexed by the peculiar exchange, discerned that Bai Hu was opposing Yi Qing. Nearby, a small businessman chuckled, "Its value certainly pales in comparison to high ice Huanyang green. The quality is a grade lower, and the color variation spans several grades. Moreover, the stone is not substantial, lacking a bracelet shape. It can only be sold as a raw piece. Were it of full quality and color, it might fetch 7 to 8 pieces, valued at 3 to 5 million, which is indeed a considerable increase." Bai Hu expressed her astonishment. The difference between high ice and ice variety is merely a single character. Yet the price disparity is so vast. The small businessman sighed helplessly, "My dear, you truly do not grasp the concept. High ice is the closest to glass-type jade. As long as the adhesive properties and rigidity are sufficient, and the polishing technique is exceptional, it can be sold as glass type. However, ice variety cannot be mistaken. An expert can identify it at a glance." Bai Hu promptly lost interest, waving her hand. "Wang Liang, please continue polishing." Hastily approaching Yi Qing, she squatted beside Shen Junyi. Observing him still polishing the stone, and frowned, "They have already polished a window. Why haven't you managed to do the same? Is your technique lacking?" Yi Qing removed the polishing machine, casting her an irritated glare. "If you don't understand, keep quiet and stand back. Be careful, or you might get hit." The white fox wrapped her arms around Shen Junyi's slim waist, giggling, "Your man is so stingy. Did I not just earn him an additional 10 million? And yet, he threatens to shoot me. Go ahead and give it a try." Shen Junyi's delicate face flushed crimson as she shot a glare at her, questioning, "How did you earn that? Wasn't it supposed to be split between the two of you?" Chapter 66. A series of explosive gains. "Yi Qing intended to keep the jade to repay your father," the white fox remarked with a smile. Shen Junyi suddenly understood. Glaring fiercely at her, her nose tinged with emotion as she turned to look at Yi Qing. Engrossed in polishing the stone, Yi Qing remained oblivious. While the two women whispered amongst the cacophony, "This man is quite impressive, but unfortunately, he is rather difficult to deal with, impervious to both softness and toughness, and quite stingy." Shen Junyi smacked her arm away, glaring furiously, "Do not speak of Yi Qing in that manner." The white fox scoffed dismissively, "Indeed. Today you walk as if unsteady, which proves this lad is valiant, having made you submit at the first encounter. Stop spouting nonsense." Shen Junyi, unable to endure her taunts, blushed fiercely, her eyes shimmering like water as they gazed upon Yi Qing. The white fox was about to continue her jesting when she noticed Yi Qing had ceased polishing and was now scrutinizing the stone under the light with meticulous attention. Despite his usual caution in the realm of stone gambling, he had never exhibited such meticulousness before. Anxiously, he inquired, "What do you see? Can you understand it?" Yi Qing shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, "If I understood, would I need to ask you?" The white fox regarded him with disdain, urging, "Cut the nonsense and speak plainly. Sister Amin, I can no longer endure this hunger. Let us forego the polishing. I shall offer you 10 million directly. What do you say?" Yi Qing donned a bright smile, earnestly adding, "Besides, I would be distressed if you were to starve." Just as the white fox was about to acquiesce, she reconsidered and glared at him fiercely. "Consider the consequences should you deceive me." Shen Junyi quickly wrapped her arms around her, saying, "Yi Qing is only looking out for your best interests. Furthermore, this stone has merely revealed a small window. Nothing substantial can be discerned. 10 million is quite generous." The white fox cast a scornful glance at her, stating, "Only a fool like you would fall for his tricks. He doesn't even trust anyone else to polish the stone and offers 10 million for just a glimpse. He is more cunning than a monkey. He would not engage in such folly unless the stakes were high." Shen Junyi looked at Yi Qing with a face full of doubt. The white fox smiled sweetly, declaring, "If you want to do it, I shall find someone else. Yi Qing, overwhelmed by frustration, lowered his head and began to polish the stone. The white fox grinned triumphantly, her beautiful eyes fixated on the window that was widening. Shen Junyi, having grasped the situation, sighed, "You two are nothing but cunning foxes." Suddenly, the small merchant, who had been intently watching Yi Qing polish the stone, gasped as he beheld the jade emerging from the window, resembling a spring of clear water, and exclaimed with excitement, "It's indeed the vibrant green of onion hearts." A throng of people immediately gathered around. Glassy jadeite of this caliber, especially with its vibrant, onion green hue, has been absent from the Yangon Gem Emporium for several years. White Fox rose and inquired of the small merchant, who was exclaiming in disbelief, "Is it valuable?" "Indeed," the merchant replied, his voice tinged with envy and resentment. "Even though it lacks the dimensions for bracelets, it's perfect for crafting pendants or cabochons. If the material is dense and the color saturated, it's worth rivals that of the high-ice yellow-green jadeite." He continued, lamenting the prospect that the man had seemingly stumbled upon a stroke of immense fortune, with each of the 4 rough stones yielding positive results, 2 of them spectacularly so. Wang Liang and Wang Hong, clutching their polished stones, also approached. One was a glutinous, pea-green jadeite, and the other an icy, melon rind green. While not a significant windfall, they still represented a modest gain. The other merchants, momentarily disregarding these lesser finds, fixed their gazes, brimming with avarice, on the increasingly expansive window that Yi Qing was creating. The 4-kilogram stone, roughly the size of 2 fists, gradually revealed its true nature, despite its age and hardness. The entire jadeite was exquisitely translucent, its texture delicate, pure, and flawless. Even without illumination, a subtle luminescence was visible. Upon closer inspection with a light, Yi Qing noted the characteristic fly wings effect, confirming its age, and its exceptional clarity. Most importantly, the green was reminiscent of the heart of a tender scallion, captivating the gaze. If the previously revealed high-ice yellow-green jadeite was a captivating beauty, this was a world-class beauty. "This is impossible." Even Wang Hong was taken aback. He hastily entrusted his jadeite to Shen Junyi, clutching his chest and crouching down, his face a picture of dejection. Wang Liang, embracing his jadeite, exclaimed, "Let's celebrate. A substantial gain. 70 million. Wang Bo shouted, "Get out." The white fox turned her head and exclaimed in anger, "The glass-type emerald with onion heart green. I desire it as well." Upon hearing Wang Bo's bid, Zhao Biao felt a wave of despair wash over him, intensifying his urge to plunge into the tumultuous world of stone gambling. Boss Chi arrived shortly thereafter, his complexion ashen, his expression shifting unpredictably as he lamented, "Brother, your hand is remarkable. When it comes to stones, you grasp jade, and when it comes to women, you possess the finest." Yi Qing wore a face of resignation. He had no intention of polishing this stone, fully aware of the inevitable outcome. The material was not substantial, yet it could yield 7 or 8 impressive pieces. The crux lay in the glass-type emerald with onion heart green. If the craftsmanship were exquisite, devoid of flaws, with a translucent quality and saturated color, each piece could command a price in the millions. While its worth might not rival that of the high-ice yellow yang green, it held the potential to be cherished as a family heirloom, making it all the more enticing and likely to evoke envy in others. Zhao Biao's mind turned to mush, and he stood dazed for quite some time, his eyes wide as saucers. He was no stranger to wealth. With a family fortune of several billion accumulated over 30 years of his father's shrewd dealings. Yet, this young man had amassed a staggering 150 million in just a day, a pace of earning that surpassed even robbery. The sound of firecrackers erupted continuously for a full half-hour before finally subsiding. "Look, this is your man, a jade worth 70 million. And he thinks to dismiss me with a mere 10 million, the white fox scoffed, casting a scornful glance at Shen Junyi. Shen Junyi, more cautious than her, recognized that the value of the jade unveiled today was monumental, having already stirred the greed of others. "What is the fuss? You two can argue when you return." "Brother," Boss Chi squeezed in, "I need not mention the high-ice yellow yang green and this glass-type emerald with onion heart green. I couldn't afford them even if I sold everything I own. However, let this piece of icy watermelon green and glutinous bean green be left for me and Wang Hong. I shall offer 10 million. Wang Hong gazed at him eagerly. Yi Qing calculated the value. The glutinous bean green was reasonable, but this icy watermelon green could potentially double in value in a month or 2. Boss Chi had only offered 3 million more. Yi Qing smiled and nodded. "All right. Since my brother has spoken, as a good friend, I shall acquiesce and transfer it to you." Upon hearing this, Boss Chi laughed, fearing that the white fox might intervene, and immediately took out his phone to transfer the funds. Yi Qing embraced the glass-type scallion green, exchanged a knowing glance with Lulu, and turned to exit the factory. Suddenly, he noticed a golden van speeding in, screeching to a halt in the parking lot. The first to emerge was a tall, portly man, his belly protruding prominently. A figure of indulgence in his 40s. His face was pale and devoid of facial hair, glistening as if he were the fabled chief steward of the imperial court. Following him, a dozen individuals disembarked, all sporting red hair and green-dyed strands, exuding an air of menace, clearly not of virtuous intent. They approached the factory behind the hefty man. "Ma Fatty, what brings him here?" Wang Hong exclaimed in surprise. "Who is he?" Yi Qing discerned the unfriendly demeanor and handed the glass jade in his possession to the White Fox. Chapter 67. The Cunning Tiger and Greedy Wolf, the White Fox of the White Fox. He is the department manager of the Ma's Travel Company. Wang Hong turned to provide a reminder, stepping forward to greet him. "Manager Ma, your esteemed presence graces my humble factory. Do not be so courteous." Ma Fatty shot him a sidelong glance. "I heard you have produced high-quality jade. I specifically came to witness it. Given the ruckus being made, it must certainly be authentic." The merchant hailing from Kyoto had carved out the jade, yet he had no intention of selling it. Wang Hong, perceiving the man's disdain for him, adopted a more assertive tone. The refusal to sell stemmed from their poverty, as they could not meet the price. Ma Fatty scoffed, asserting that he had ample funds and would procure it by any means necessary. Wang Hong felt a sense of helplessness as he followed towards the workshop. Yi Qing cast a sidelong glance at him. Ma Fatty's demeanor was arrogant, his chest exposed, and around his neck hung a gold chain as thick as a finger. On his left wrist, he wore a bracelet of jade beads, each of vibrant green. In light of his ostentatious appearance, Yi Qing had no desire to engage in conversation with him. He was the very embodiment of a nouveau riche. Ma's Travel Company was originally the Ma Gang. Boss Chi whispered to him, "Ma Fatty has risen through nefarious means. It is rumored he has blood on his hands. Brother, if he wishes to purchase jade, even if you must decline, do so with a touch of courtesy." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, undisturbed by the warning. A subordinate of Ma Fatty rushed into the office, dragging in a chair before entering the workshop. Accompanied by Wang Hong, Ma Fatty entered, taking a seat while his dozen or so subordinates stood like stumps behind him. A hush fell over the small merchants, who gazed at him with trepidation. Everyone understood that Ma Fatty's presence was surely for the two exquisite pieces of jade freshly carved. Regardless of his local dominance, their financial capabilities paled in comparison, and the purpose of cutting jade was ultimately to sell it at a premium. Ma Fatty settled into his chair, surveying the assembly before his gaze fixed upon the White Fox cradling a piece of glass-like emerald jade. The White Fox is a vision of beauty, enchanting and captivating, yet when compared to the jade in her hands, it seems to pale in comparison. Intinchong. While the practice of stone gambling may be absent, the appreciation for jade is undoubtedly refined. Upon a mere glance, Fat Ma found himself entranced. Wang Bo called to inform him that the stone in question was high ice Huangong green, though a treasure, it did not reach the pinnacle of excellence. In contrast, the glass-type green jade held by the White Fox is a rarity of extraordinary quality. In recent years, as the old Myanmar mine owners have intensified their investments in machinery, mining operations have become increasingly frenzied. The prime raw jade mining areas have been depleted, making exceptional jade a rare find. Thus, even 20 years ago, high-ice jade, once regarded as a secondary grade, has now ascended to primary status, with prices soaring. The glass-type jade, however, remains elusive and highly coveted. The piece of glass-type jade in the White Fox's possession, while not an imperial green, boasts an exquisite shade of spring green, ranking among the top tier in color. With a uniform and vibrant hue, truly a gem of the highest order. Although its size is insufficient for crafting a bracelet, its label, cabochon, and superior craftsmanship could easily command a valuation of 100 million, provided she invites a few of her affluent clientele. In any business venture, the trifecta of timing, location, and interpersonal connections is paramount. Even for the same piece of jade, the worth assigned by individuals of varying status can differ drastically. Given the networks of Wang Hong and Boss Chi, this jade could be appraised at 70 million, which is precisely why Yi Qing urged Wang Hong to assess its value. However, if it were taken to the business club in the Kyoto Royal Palace, where affluent celebrities might behold it, selling it for 150 million could indeed be within reach. Fat Ma cast a glance at the White Fox, chuckling softly, and inquired, "Beautiful lady, what price do you intend to set for this jade?" The White Fox disdainfully curled her lips, remaining silent. Fat Ma spoke up, and the merchants accompanying Wang Hong fell silent, turning to bid farewell to him. Yi Qing was taken aback, squinting at Fat Ma. This person seemed peculiar and likely to pose a problem. After a moment of waiting, seeing that the white fox still did not speak. Fat Ma assumed she was intimidated by his imposing presence. With a shy grin, he said, "Beautiful lady, do not be afraid. I assure you, I mean no harm. I merely wish to purchase this jadeite. Please state your price, and I promise you will be satisfied." The white fox rolled her strikingly contrasting eyes and smiled alluringly. "This piece of jadeite has already been bid at 200 million. Fat Ma paused, then burst into laughter. 200 million? What a joke. The combined wealth of these people does not even amount to that. I shall offer you 50 million for it. The high ice yellow yang green is also yours, right? I will also give you 50 million for that. In total, 100 million. Beautiful lady, please provide your account details. I will transfer the funds." Standing beside them, Zhao Biao was taken aback, thinking to himself that Fat Ma was quite audacious, treating 100 million as if it were nothing. And he wondered how much of that would end up in his pocket. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing understood that Fat Ma, relying on his local influence, intended to engage in coercive buying. The white fox chuckled, realizing that Fat Ma was blind to the reality of his situation, attempting to rob someone who was not to be trifled with. Had this been Mu Jia, she could easily subdue him and confine him to a water dungeon, making him stew in his own folly. Casting a sidelong glance at the smiling and silent Yi Qing, she tucked the jadeite into her embrace and chuckled, "Just now, Wang Bo offered 200 million for this piece, which you have not even considered, yet you think to acquire both for merely 100 million? Do you truly believe that just because I am a woman, you can take advantage of me? Not a chance. This gem is not for sale to you, no matter who comes along." Ha ha. Ma Fatsi couldn't contain his laughter, and it took him quite some time to regain his composure. "Let me introduce myself. I am Ma Fatsi. You may inquire around, and you will find that my words hold weight here. What I say is law. Hee hee. You have already forfeited an opportunity worth 100 million. So, would you prefer a check or cash for 10 million? The white fox scoffed disdainfully. "I am the white fox. You ought to ask Mu Jia about me. It has always been I who bullies others. No one dares to bully me." The cunning tiger, the greedy wolf, and the white fox. Ma Fatsi's complexion instantly changed. "You possess some knowledge, I see," the white fox remarked coldly. Ma Fatsi shot a fierce glare at Wang Bo in the crowd. That scoundrel had only mentioned that a merchant from Kyoto was calling, failing to mention the presence of Mu Jia and the white fox. The cunning tiger, the greedy wolf, and the white fox were notorious in Mu Jia, having committed numerous heinous acts. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Fatsi said, "White fox, I shall extend you a courtesy, but I demand those 2 jade pieces as well, at a price of 120 million. Not for sale." The white fox replied succinctly. Ma Fatsi's eyes narrowed, seemingly ignoring her refusal, and declared, 70 million. The white fox's gaze turned icy as she glanced at Yi Qing, who appeared relaxed, which eased her mind. "Ma Fatsi, don't overstep your bounds. I have declared that I will not sell at any price. 50 million. Ma Fatsi's expression grew increasingly frigid, and the malevolence radiating from his narrowed eyes intensified. The white fox's face, akin to frost, bore a disdainful smile as she was about to speak, only to be seized by Yi Qing, who calmly interjected, "Even if you were to offer 500 million, it would not be for sale." Chapter 68. The powerful dragon suppresses the local serpent. Fatima was momentarily taken aback. Casting his gaze upon Yi Qing with a chilling tone, "You are the merchant from the capital." Yi Qing, unfazed, responded with a smile, "Indeed." Wang Bo and Zhao Biao sensed the tension, exchanging glances and discreetly stepping back to avoid the impending bloodshed. Fatima sneered, "Do not think that just because you have the white fox as your backing, I will be intimidated. This is Tengchong, not Mu Jia. The mountains are high, the waters deep, and the roads long. When you return to Mu Jia, she may be the white fox, but here, she is not. I have traveled far and wide, encountering numerous wolves, tigers, and leopards." Yi Qing, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Not wanting to stir trouble does not equate to fear. A mere caravan like yours hardly commands my respect." Fatima retorted, "Such bravado. However, I do not wish for bloodshed today. Bring me 100,000, and I shall grant you passage home. Be wise and take the money to leave. Do not provoke me into action." One of his subordinates retrieved 100,000 from a bag and tossed it at Yi Qing's feet. Fatima gestured towards the money. "You have but one chance. Quickly take the money and vanish." Wang Liang sensed the impending danger. Although Yi Qing held a distinguished status, it was in the capital. Here in Tengchong, Fatima was the local authority, and with his numbers, a confrontation would surely lead to their disadvantage. As he sought a suitable weapon, he glanced at Lulu, only to find a scornful smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Wang Hong cast a glance at Boss Qi and stepped forward, declaring, "Fatma, this is my territory. With so many people around, I am not afraid of you. Brother Wang, Do not involve yourself in this matter. Yi Qing hastily interjected, grasping his arm. Let me handle it. Wang Hong grimaced, pondering to himself, how can you handle this? Fat Ma is clearly intent on coercive dealings. Even if you are a dragon crossing the river, you cannot overpower the local snake. Shinjunyi, clutching a piece of jade, trembled slightly at the corners of her lips and exclaimed sternly, is there no law under the heavens? To engage in coercive buying in broad daylight? We must leave immediately, or I shall call the police. Fat Ma chuckled derisively. If calling the police were effective, what need would there be for our trading group to accuse us of coercion? You must find someone to corroborate your claims. Without evidence, the police will not intervene. Yi Qing quickly grasped the situation. As the local authority, Fat Ma had ensured that his connections were well established, leading to a culture of impunity that fostered his arrogance. Lula hastily approached, handing the jade to Yi Qing. Sixth brother, allow me. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. This time, I will handle it myself. A dozen ruffians are not worth my concern. The confrontation escalated, with both parties prepared to engage. Fat Ma's gaze fixed intently upon Yi Qing, his expression shifting momentarily before he suddenly laughed and waved his hand. Put the money away. If the deal cannot be made, let us part amicably. Yi Qing had anticipated a violent clash today, but to his surprise, Fat Ma retreated at the last moment. He had expected Fat Ma to be unable to swallow his pride, to at least put up a fight. Yet, what began with such fervor dissipated like mist, vanishing without a trace. Behind the corpulent man, a burly figure retrieved the cash and carefully stowed it away. Before a dozen individuals made their way back to the parking area where the golden van awaited, departing with an air of nonchalance. At first glance, Yi Qing found it hard to believe that the hefty man would relinquish his hold so easily. Only Wang Liang and Xin Junyi breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that a potential danger had finally dissipated. Yi Qing glanced back at Wang Hong and remarked with a smile, Brother Wang, please prepare the selected raw stones for shipment. I apologize for the trouble today. Allow me to leave you with 200,000 to share among the brothers at the factory as a token of good fortune. Money is but a trivial matter. Wang Hong, in a state of urgency, replied, but the hefty man. Brother, do not worry. This minor issue, we can handle ourselves. Yi Qing said gratefully. Moreover, you still need to conduct business here. Offending the local strongman would only complicate matters further. Can we truly manage? Wang Hong asked incredulously, pulling out his phone. I will call a friend from the criminal police to escort you onto the highway. Your vehicle is superior, and the hefty man's van cannot keep pace. Indeed, brother, Boss Chi chimed in. Wang Hong has good connections here and can be of assistance. Although you are a formidable figure, it is wise to exercise caution. Rest assured, Brother Chi and Brother Wang, this minor turbulence is well within my capacity to endure. Yi Qing responded with a smile. Boss Chi gritted his teeth and declared, I will follow closely behind your vehicle, should the hefty man persist. I will not hesitate to call the police. Yes, let us proceed thus. Wang Hong urged. Brother, please do not decline. This predicament is entirely my and my brother-in-law's oversight. If you refuse again, it would seem you do not regard us as brothers. Turning to Boss Chi, I said, Brother-in-law, I have already informed a friend in the police about the situation. If anything seems amiss, just call him, and he will arrive swiftly. Yi Qing, unable to decline, nodded in agreement. However, I must insist that both of you remain incognito. The horse gang wields considerable influence in both Ruili and Tengchong. Offending them would be detrimental to your business. As a businessman, I must be cautious and avoid unnecessary trouble. Boss Chi grasped his wrist firmly. Yet today, I have also come to realize that you are a brother worth risking one's life for. Yi Qing laughed heartily. That is precisely why I chose to associate with you. Brother Chi, upon arriving in Ruili. Well, no need for further words. Lu, transfer 200,000 to Brother Wang, and distribute red envelopes to the brothers in the venue. I entrust the goods to Brother Wang. Rest assured about the goods. If there's any shortfall, I will refund the entire amount. Wang Hong assured with a pat on his chest. Yi Qing smiled as he saw Lulu complete the transfer and bid farewell. Wang Liang and Xin Junyi placed 2 jade pieces into the safe of the Range Rover, awaiting the arrival of the group. Lulu glanced at Wang Liang. How's your driving skill? Not bad. I've reversed on Chang'an Avenue. Wang Liang replied with a chuckle. You drive. Lulu handed him the car keys and took his seat in the passenger side. Yi Qing and the others got into the car in succession, while Boss Chi followed closely behind in his Audi, by whose expression was tense. Fatima left too abruptly. He must have ulterior motives. We are in Tingchong, and I cannot mobilize people in time. Yi Qing smiled slightly. Sister Amin, you underestimate me. Lulu and I have faced significant challenges in Kyoto as well. Lulu turned back and said, Sixth brother, there is a bag of golf clubs in the trunk. purchased from DeLong at 11,000 each. I bought a total of 4, made of pure steel with excellent toughness. You all are so extravagant, even in a fight, Baihu remarked, pouting her cherry lips with envy. We, the old Mian, use only pickaxe handles. Yi Qing retrieved a bag of golf clubs from behind the seat, glanced at them, and nodded affirmatively. Not bad, quite handy. Lu chuckled. Everything was procured according to Sixth Brother's preferences. The two maintained a calm demeanor, treating the situation nonchalantly. And Shen Junyi also regained her composure. Baihu, indifferent, had witnessed numerous life and death scenarios and was unperturbed by this one. Worrying would be futile. One could only take it step by step, facing foes as they came and obstacles as they appeared. Chapter 69, A Tiger in Front. Wolves behind. If one were to reach a critical moment of life and death, they could not blame themselves for being ruthless. At worst, they could flee back to Muyuk and never return. Baihu looked at Yi Qing, eager to join. Give me a club as well. I am skilled in combat. Wang Liang, driving the car, called out, Little master, I'm in too. Listen to me. Lu replied calmly. Wang Liang, just focus on driving. This vehicle has substantial horsepower and robust power. Engage the differential lock to ensure every wheel receives ample power. The front bumper is solidly affixed to the frame. If a car obstructs the way, as long as it's not a tank, just crash through. All right. Wang Liang laughed heartily. If a fight breaks out, Sixth Brother and I will handle it. Lu glanced at Baihu. You should stay in the car to protect Sister Junyi. Baihu retorted firmly. No way. I want to be with you all. Having tasted the precipice of mortality, one comprehends the essence of sacrifice. Lu declared with gravity. Junyi hasn't trained. She's our Achilles heel. He glanced at Yi Qing, and upon receiving a subtle nod, retrieved an item from his person, extending it with the query, familiar with this? The moment it materialized, White Fox was taken aback. How did you come to possess a firearm? While firearms are commonplace in Myanmar, their presence in the homeland constitutes a grave offense. Lu evaded the inquiry, continuing, the vehicle's windows are fortified with explosion-resistant, thickened glass, requiring a robust individual wielding a pickaxe several minutes to breach. However, should anyone attempt to shatter the glass, discharge the weapon. White Fox fixed a gaze of astonishment upon Yi Qing. Yi Qing clasped her hand, reassuring, fear not. Even should you take a life, I assure you of your safety. Should Boss Chi indeed alert the authorities upon their arrival, deposit the firearm within the vehicle's door compartment. Lu instructed. This isn't to conceal it from their view, but rather to circumvent complications. Should an investigation ensue, Sixth Brother would be summoned back to the capital. Entrust the matter of the constabulary to me, Shen Junyi interjected with composure. As an attorney, I am versed in such matters. Sister Min lacks identification. Should the officers inquire, state your name as Wang Li, and that your handbag was misplaced at the highway service area. Should they persist, direct them to me and offer no further discourse. Lu offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Wang Liang, however, could not contain himself. Pray tell, how did you manage to circumvent security checkpoints with a firearm in tow? Lula glared at him, and Wang Liang promptly fell silent, refraining from further inquiry. White Fox regarded Yi Qing with a peculiar expression, perceiving him increasingly as an enigma, and harboring a growing sense of trepidation. Yi Qing glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing Boss Chi's Audi trailing closely, approximately 300 meters behind the Land Rover. They had now entered a mountainous forest area, devoid of any signs of civilization. Visibility stretched no further than 200 meters, with nothing but trees surrounding them. Yi Qing mused that if Fat Ma intended to strike, this would likely be the location. His thoughts were echoed by Wang Liang and Lu. With Wang Liang engaging the differential lock and activating the four-wheel drive, the engine roared, yet the vehicle's speed diminished. Lu noted, they've scattered nails on the road. Wang Liang, with keen eyes, suddenly spotted the glint of steel nails on the path ahead. 200 meters in front, a stone bridge bore witness to Fat Ma's Jinbei. Its tires fortified against punctures, capable of returning to Riley even when bristling with nails. Lu, unfazed, fixated on the Jinbei, nonchalantly declared, let's ram that Jinbei straight into the clear water river. The rest is up to me and Sixth Brother. Understood. Wang Liang, a seasoned urbanite, felt a surge of excitement rather than fear at such a prospect. Upon hearing Li's emotionless utterance, Shen Junyi sensed a chilling aura of impending violence. You truly don't need me to intervene. Baihu reaffirmed, even without a firearm, I excel in hand-to-hand combat. Yi Qing turned back with a smile. More adept than I. Baihu fell silent. Yi Qing's survival in a fight was a slim chance, often leaving him severely injured, as evidenced by his own subordinates. Just ensure Sister Junyi's safety, Yi Qing said earnestly. Lu has already devised a plan. Even I must heed his expertise. He's the professional. Sixth brother, prepare. The Land Rover swiftly surged past the area littered with nails. With a resounding crash, the vehicle collided forcefully with the front of the Jinbei. Wang Liang accelerated. The Range Rover emitted a beastly roar, relentlessly pushing against the crumpled face of the Jinbei. Lu Lu and Yi Qing simultaneously flung open their car doors and leaped out. A group of ruffians stood in stunned silence, witnessing the Jinbei being rammed by the Range Rover. Wang Liang executed a sudden brake, followed by an immediate reverse, crashing into the side of the Jinbei once more. The impact sent the Jinbei rolling into the river, where it slowly sank beneath the surface. Even the White Fox had to concede that the young man's driving skills were commendable. Moreover, the Range Rover was undeniably formidable, despite the violent collision. Its occupants merely leaned forward slightly, gripping the handrails to mitigate the force of the impact. The group of ruffians, brandishing baseball bats, attempted to pursue the Range Rover. But Wang Liang pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged away. Realizing they could not catch up, the ruffians turned their attention toward Lu Lu and Yi Qing. Lu Lu swung his golf club, producing a whooshing sound as he disdainfully remarked, "With such a small number, they dare to rob us. They have reinforcements behind us." Yi Qing chuckled. Lu Lu glanced back, and indeed, from the thicket several meters away, more than a dozen ruffians emerged, wielding baseball bats. Further in the distance, Boss Chi's Audi had come to a stop, though it did not turn to flee. Lu Lu quickly surveyed the scene, counting 16 in front and 14 behind, totaling 30 individuals. Yet, the corpulent Ma was nowhere to be seen. "Sixth brother, I'll outpace you from the front." Lu Lu laughed. "That's a rather unsavory thought. I have no such inclinations." Yi Qing chuckled, gripping her golf club as she dashed toward the rear. "Eliminate this fellow, and seize the belongings swiftly." The burly leader cast a glance at Yi Qing, his voice dripping with menace. 3 brawny ruffians brandished their baseball bats and charged towards Yi Qing. Observing the advancing trio, Yi Qing let out a cold snort, his foot barely touching the ground as he lunged forward. Truly fearless, the foremost thug grinned widely, swinging his bat in a wide arc, aiming to strike Yi Qing's head. Having just turned the vehicle around, Shen Junyi, seated in the passenger seat, turned pale at the sight. The force behind that bat was immense. A direct hit would surely render someone unconscious. She cried out, "Yi Qing, what is there to fear? Your man is far more ferocious." Bai Hu, however, exhibited no concern. Just as her words faded, in the split second before the 3 bats descended upon Yi Qing, the ruffians were momentarily blinded by a flash. A slender golf club swept across their abdomens. The trio flew backward like kites with severed strings, crashing harshly onto the pavement. Unconscious. A martial artist? The leading thug's expression shifted dramatically at this sight, and he quickly commanded, "All together." Chapter 70. The 3 subordinates surged forward. Yet none could match Yi Qing's prowess. Although the leading thug fought more viciously than his underlings, he was still no match for Yi Qing in a one-on-one confrontation. However, a fierce tiger cannot contend against a pack of wolves. Who said robbery must be a duel? Die. 2 thugs sprinted forward, leaping into the air, their baseball bats poised to strike down fiercely. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" As Yi Qing's figure diminished, he swiftly turned, evading the baseball bat swinging above him. The golf club, with a swift motion, struck the calves of the 2 thugs, producing a series of sharp, cracking sounds. Though the golf club appeared slender, it was forged from solid steel, rendering it quite heavy. Upon impact, while their skin remained intact, their bones shattered. The 2 ruffians collapsed to the ground, clutching their legs in agony. "Yi Qing, be careful." The Land Rover Range Rover reappeared on the stone bridge, its streaming media camera fixed on the chaotic battlefield. Shen Junyi's gaze remained steadfastly on Yi Qing, and upon noticing someone lurking behind him, she cried out in terror. Simultaneously, Yi Qing sensed a gust of wind approaching the back of his head. It was the burly leader, seizing the opportunity to ambush him while his subordinates were occupied. "Die!" The brute bellowed, his face contorted with rage. The initial plan had seemed flawless. Once the spike strip halted the Land Rover, they would seize the jade worth billions. Yet, poverty constrains the imagination, for the Range Rover was equipped with bulletproof tires, charging forward without hesitation. The young man who leapt from the vehicle was terrifying and ruthless. Sensing the imminent threat of the baseball bat from behind, Yi Qing pivoted on his foot, executing a mid-air kick that connected with the brute's head, rendering him unconscious. Like a tiger among sheep, Yi Qing wielded the golf club with finesse, striking both upwards and downwards, causing further devastation to those whose bones had already been broken. With celerity, Lu Lu darted into the throng of petty thugs, a specter of motion. A swift kick with his left foot, followed by a pirouette, and the golf club connected with the apparent ringleader's elbow with brutal force, a sickening crack echoing as the arm twisted grotesquely. A cacophony of anguish erupted from Wang, who has his arm contorted in an unnatural, agonizing manner. Unrelenting, Lulu, seeing the petrified expressions of the assembled ruffians, continued his assault, shattering the joints of his right hand and legs with successive swings. Wang, who writhed on the ground, desperately evading the relentless club. Attack! Save the boss! One of the thugs finally managed to shout, jolting the others from their stupor. A chorus of cries followed as the mob surged forward. Lulu, however, hoisted Wang Hu aloft and hurled him into the path of the oncoming assailants. The thugs, unable to halt their momentum, inadvertently struck their leader with their baseball bats before recoiling in disbelief. Inside the car, the trio watched in stunned silence. It was now apparent why the youth consumed such vast quantities of food. His seemingly frail frame belied a terrifying strength. Wielding a man weighing over 100 pounds, he spun him around like a baton, creating an impenetrable barrier. Using Wang Hu as a shield, Lulu weaved through the mob. His left hand, wielding the golf club, became a blur of motion, striking with precision at the joints of his adversaries. In mere moments, over a dozen men were writhing on the ground, their shattered joints causing them to howl in agony. Bai Hu watched with trepidation, remarking, "I now realize that Yi Qing is comparatively merciful. He targets bones, not joints. These men, even with immediate medical attention, are likely crippled for life." Before the petty thugs could retreat, Lulu forcefully slammed Wang Hu onto the ground. Placing a foot on his chest, he grinned. Anyone unafraid of being crippled is welcome to try. Wang Hu wished for oblivion, not merely from humiliation, but from the realization that this ruthless youth had incapacitated him. The remaining few thugs were eager, yet none dared to advance. Their comrade, struck earlier, was still writhing and wailing on the ground. Heaven knows how this youth could be so merciless. "Boy, either you kill me today, or you die here. As long as no one dies, I will never let you off." Wang Hu roared, his voice hoarse. This was merely an attempt to salvage some dignity. He, Tiger of the Ma Gang, a formidable fighter, had never been pinned down like this. "Looks like it still doesn't hurt." Lulu sneered, repeatedly swinging the club, smashing it heavily onto Wang Hu's body. Cracking sounds echoed incessantly, and heaven knows how many bones Wang Hu had broken. Even the thugs, who were holding baseball bats but dared not approach, felt the pain. Besides screams, Wang Hu didn't know how else to vent his emotions. This youth was too cruel, having struck every bone in his body, not even sparing his fingers. Was he even human? Seize those two women. Wang Hu screamed, spitting blood. Awakened by Wang Hu's roar, the thugs rushed towards the Land Rover, yelling. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Li's lips as he glanced at Yi Qing, who had finished his fight and was leisurely walking over with a golf club. With each swing of the golf club in his hand, anguished cries echoed through the air. It was a brutal affair targeting bones and joints. With a final, stunning stroke from Lulu, one of the ruffians was sent sprawling 3 meters away, causing the entire gang to collapse in defeat. They gazed at Lulu in terror, gasping for breath, their ill-fated charge having ended in utter annihilation. Was this lad possessed by the spirit of Bruce Lee, or perhaps the reincarnation of a vengeful deity? The skirmish concluded flawlessly in under half an hour. Yet the heavens conspired against them as the distant wail of sirens pierced the air. Soon enough, 2 police cars sped towards their location. Yi Qing had intended to leave without a trace of bloodshed, yet the arrival of the police was swifter than anticipated. "Don't move. Raise your hands." A piercing screech of brakes was followed by a commanding shout. Yi Qing and Lula turned to face the police vehicles, where a woman clad in uniform approached. Gun drawn, flanked by a squad of officers. Her long hair, styled in a ponytail, cascaded from beneath her cap, swaying with each stride. Her porcelain-like face, adorned with delicate features, bore brows that arched gracefully above eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. A perfectly sculpted nose complemented her tightly pressed, heart-shaped lips. The fitted uniform could not conceal her alluring curves, as her hands gripped the firearm, eyes trained warily on the duo. "You two, drop your weapons," the beautiful officer demanded. Her expression a blend of vigilance and authority, the gun aimed directly at Yi Qing, suggesting that failure to comply could lead to dire consequences. Just as Lulu opened his mouth to speak, he witnessed Yi Qing casually discard the golf club, leaving him no choice but to follow suit and relinquish his own weapon. The rapid approach of the detective, witnessing the gangsters sprawled across the ground, prompted him to hastily draw his weapon, aiming it at the 2 individuals. For the first time, Lulu felt the tension of being threatened by a firearm, his lips twitching in response. Yi Qing, with a smile and a shake of his head, addressed the officer. "We are the victims here." Chapter 71. The charming police flower Shui Xiaoyu, Yi Qing's recognized sister, interjected, "Enough with the chatter. The victims are all lying on the ground." The beautiful policewoman retorted sharply. Are you implying that we too assaulted 30 gangsters? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, perplexed by her reasoning. The attractive policewoman mirrored his confusion. The scene was unmistakably clear. An overwhelming number had attacked a scant few. Yet, the combat prowess of these two was astonishingly formidable. Produce your identification and work credentials. The policewoman commanded coldly. Our IDs are in the car. Yi Qing raised his hands, gesturing towards the distant Land Rover. Shen Junyi and Wang Liang, along with Bai Hu, had already opened the car doors and were hastening toward them. 300 meters away, Boss Chi also exited his vehicle, sprinting in their direction. I am an attorney from Kunming Yonghe Law Firm, and my name is Shen Junyi. Shen Junyi approached the policewoman directly, presenting her work ID. I was the one who reported this incident. My client was here to engage in jade gambling, driving back to Ruili with 200 million worth of emeralds in the car. This group of thugs, motivated by greed, attempted a robbery. We acted in self-defense. She raised her phone, stating, I have recorded everything. You may collect evidence from it. 200 million worth of emeralds. The beautiful policewoman gasped in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without uttering a word, she accepted Shen Junyi's phone and opened the video. The scene was dire, and the facts were unmistakable. The strikingly beautiful policewoman glanced at her and remarked, It appears you were prepared. Indeed, Shen Junyi affirmed with a nod, at the gambling stone venue. They engaged in coercive buying and selling. Wang Hong, the owner of the Qing Shui gambling stone establishment, and Boss Chi from DeLong can testify to that. An older police officer examined the injuries of the thugs, frowning as he said, You have gone too far in your defense. Please be mindful of your words. Moreover, what you mentioned is not the crux of the matter, Shen Junyi retorted sharply. The essence is that this involves a robbery of a Range Rover worth 5,800,000 and a jade worth 200 million. This is a major case. Yi Qing nodded in agreement, noting the lawyer's adeptness in succinctly defining the gravity of the situation. Robbery is already a grave offense, and stealing jade worth 200 million elevates it to a serious crime. Serving a lengthy prison sentence seems inevitable. At that moment, Boss Chi rushed over, exclaiming, I can testify to this. I am the original stone merchant from DeLong. The beautiful policewoman responded with seriousness, I am Shui Xiaoyu, badge number 7586, from the Tengchong Criminal Police Team. Despite your evidence, you must come with us to the police station to provide a formal statement. Shen Junyi glanced at her shoulder insignia, noting she was a first-class police supervisor, and nodded, We are willing to cooperate, and I will follow up on this case. However, my client has not had lunch and intends to eat at the highway service area. Would that be acceptable? Shui Xiaoyu nodded, turning to glance helplessly at the thugs sprawled on the ground. Let's call for an ambulance first. A group of police officers began to clear the scene. Shui Xiaoyu donned white gloves and placed 2 bent golf clubs into a plastic bag. Yi Qing, wearing a smile, remarked, Officer Shui, these are our. Indeed, these are the murder weapons. Shui Xiaoyu shot him a fierce glare. Even if it was self-defense, must it be so ruthless? In our vehicle, we not only have jade but also 2 young ladies. Yi Qing replied earnestly, The men are manageable. At worst, they might be discarded in the river, and by tomorrow, they would reach the opposite bank. However, the fate of the women in the hands of such individuals is far more tragic than that of the men. So, while I may appear aggressive, I have no choice. Although fully aware that he was attempting to justify his actions, Shui Xiaoyu had to concede that he was indeed correct. Still, her demeanor remained icy as she approached the Land Rover. First, hand over your identification and work permits. Are you afraid we might flee? Yi Qing chuckled, following closely behind her. One could not deny that this beautiful police officer had an air of mystery about her. Enough with the frivolity. This case is quite serious. Shui Xiaoyu turned back to glare at him. You must have been in quite a few brawls, haven't you? Such an old hand. You're trying to extract information from me. Yi Qing chuckled. At the very least, I need to check whether you have a criminal record or if you are a fugitive. Without looking back, Shui Xiaoyu approached the Land Rover, swung open the front passenger door, and stepped inside. Aren't you afraid we might abduct you? Yi Qing laughed as he climbed into the vehicle, taking a seat behind her. Well, threatening a police officer only adds to your charges. Shui Xiaoyu commanded sharply. Identification and work permits. Must you always be so verbose? Shen Junyi reproached, as she handed over her meticulously stowed identification card. Shui Xiaoyu counted them, inquiring, Whose is still outstanding? Mine, Bai Hu responded meekly, intimidated by the presence of the police. I misplaced my bag in the restroom at the highway service area. Shen Junyi stated solemnly, Her name is Wang Li, also from Kunming, and she is employed at the Land Rover dealership on Ruili Road. Identification number? Shui Xiaoyu questioned, turning her head. Bai Hu, feigning ignorance, covered her face and said, I cannot recall it. Shui Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qing, her expression suggesting she perceived him as a wealthy young man and by who is a woman driven by vanity. After scanning everyone's identification cards with the device, the internal system promptly recognized Shen Junyi and Wang Liang. However, upon scanning Yi Qing's card, a message appeared: insufficient privileges to query. The same occurred when Lu Li's card was scanned. Shui Xiaoyu grew serious, demanding, "Just who are you two? Gemstone merchants from Kyoto." Shui Xiaoyu sternly repeated, "I'll ask again. Who are you?" "Insufficient privileges implies you are not authorized to inquire," Lu calmly stated, dialing a number and handing the phone to Shui Xiaoyu. After listening for a considerable time, Shui Xiaoyu incredulously returned the phone, stating, "I need to perform another query in the internal system. If you wish to undertake such an endeavor, feel free," Lu responded nonchalantly, handing over another document. Shui Xiaoyu opened the document and found it to be remarkably similar to her own. The same police badge, identical photograph accompanied by a seal. The only difference was the designation, Special Duty Lu. It would be prudent to seek someone with sufficient authority for inquiries. Otherwise, if you make 3 unsuccessful attempts, you will find yourself in a predicament, Lu stated with utmost seriousness. Shui Xiaoyu, in disbelief, retrieved her phone and sent photographs of both Yi Qing's and Lu's credentials to her superior. Within less than a minute, her phone rang. Upon answering, her expression shifted to one of perplexity as she returned Lu Li's work ID, along with the identification cards of everyone else. "Why didn't you seek assistance from the police station when you encountered trouble?" Yi Qing inquired, astonished. "Did we really need to?" Shui Xiaoyu recalled the dismal fate of the 30 ruffians, a graceful smile curving her lips as she replied, "Not at all. In truth, I am reluctant to forego an opportunity to rid the world of such nuisances." "Is it necessary to file a report at the police station?" Yi Qing asked earnestly. "Rules must not be broken," Shui Xiaoyu asserted decisively. "However, I can allow you to dine first." Chapter 72, Fatima. "Are you not afraid we might flee?" Yi Qing questioned in surprise. "I shall accompany you," Shui Xiaoyu declared without hesitation. Yi Qing turned to Lu with a mischievous grin. "What a sin it would be to abduct a beautiful police chief." Lu replied with a stoic expression. "You would have your legs broken and be grounded for a year. Do you too find amusement in teasing someone like me, a mere officer?" Shui Xiaoyu turned to express her frustration. "I must inform my colleague before departing. I will ride in your vehicle, so do not attempt to escape. And make sure to bring that Boss Chi along." Yi Qing wore a mischievous grin. "He hasn't eaten either." Boss Chi was thoroughly terrified, surrounded by a throng of people, clutching their arms and legs, rolling on the ground in anguish and cries of despair. Some lay motionless on the ground, their screams silenced. Having lived over 40 years, he had never witnessed such a tragic scene. He cast an odd glance toward the distant Range Rover. Indeed, it was not the strong dragon crossing the river. Everyone here was formidable. Upon seeing Shui Xiaoyu striding toward him, he was momentarily taken aback. "When did you transfer to the criminal police team?" "Uncle Chi, this matter is rather lengthy to explain." Shui Xiaoyu smiled faintly. "You are acquainted with Yi Qing and Lu." Boss Chi nodded affirmatively. "Their first venture into gambling stones in Ruili was at my Jilung Stone gambling house." Shui Xiaoyu inquired with skepticism. "Do such individuals also lack money?" "Who in this world does not lack money?" Boss Chi sighed helplessly. "They all think like you, abandoning their family businesses to become police officers. Moreover, they are experts in stone gambling, coming here to earn a profit." Who is the expert in stone gambling?" Shui Xiaoyu asked curiously. "It's that young man named Yi Qing. Despite his youth, he is a true master in stone gambling, consistently winning and making me envious." Boss Chi shook his head in resignation, then smiled. "Do not be too hard on them. The events have unfolded as they described." Fatma, lured by greed, attempted to force a purchase, which led him to arrange for a group of thugs to block the road and rob them. However, this time he has encountered a tough opponent. Shui Xiaoyu finally resolved her doubts. They had a dashcam in their vehicle and recorded video on their phones. The facts were abundantly clear, and the case could be classified as robbery. As long as she provided a statement at the police station, everything would be fine. However, when Yi Qing invited you to dinner, would you accept? Boss Chi chuckled lightly. "Of course I will go. I followed them out of concern for any potential trouble. I even made a call to report the incident earlier, directly to your superior. I never expected that you would be the one responding. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered with that." Wang Chang'an also gave a heads up beforehand. Shui Xiaoyu smiled. Her lips pursed. "It seems both of you gentlemen hold Yi Qing in high regard. After all, he is a significant client." Boss Chi remarked earnestly. "He procured nearly 6 million worth of stones in one go, and he will return every month to purchase raw stones from Tengchong." "Very well. We shall discuss this further at the hotel," Shui Xiaoyu said with a smile. I instructed them to take this group of individuals to the hospital for care. As for that rotund man, Boss Chi clenched his teeth. Leave this matter to Uncle Chi. Shui Xiaoyu replied with slight frustration. He is connected to another case. But gathering evidence is quite challenging. The higher-ups have instructed us not to alarm the snakes at this time. Boss Chi understood their protocols. Shui Xiaoyu had already disclosed too much, which was against the rules. I will take the wheel, she stated. Shui Xiaoyu nodded and called over a young police officer, whispering a few instructions before swiftly making her way towards the Land Rover. As Yiqing noticed the white fox regarding him with a skeptical gaze, he swiftly redirected her attention, cheerfully exclaiming, "The high-grade ice jade is 80 million, the glass variety 70 million, plus the 2 pieces sold to Boss Chi for 10 million each, totaling 130 million. Am I correct?" How absurd. The white fox shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Are you under the impression that I am uneducated?" Shinjunyi couldn't help but chuckle. 80 million, transfer it. Yiqing turned to Lu Lu and instructed, "Transfer 5 million to yourself and 1 million to Wang Liang. This is my generous red envelope. My dear sir, while I may not have assisted in the brawl, it was I who collided with the golden cup." Wang Liang lamentably raised his hand. "Why is the red envelope so disparate?" Yiqing rolled his eyes. "It's a deduction, do you understand? You owe me 4 million. Calculating according to the interest from the white fox, you can only receive 70,000. I shall overlook the interest this time." He paused dramatically. "We are gentlemen of Beijing, magnanimous and open-hearted. Henceforth, if you follow me, every time we engage in stone gambling, there will be a red envelope. I feast while you savor the broth." Wang Liang felt an immediate sense of relief. The burden of the 4 million debt had weighed heavily on him. Upon returning to Beijing, he had feared he would need to sell his house to repay it. Unexpectedly, Yiqing bestowed such a generous red envelope upon him. With clasped hands, he declared, "From now on, I shall be at your service. Command me as you wish." Wang Liang understood that if he were to act cowardly, he would be cutting off his own prospects. The white fox laughed heartily, while Shen Junyi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lu Lu promptly transferred the funds to the white fox and Wang Liang, stating, "By following 5th brother and 6th brother, all the feasting and drinking will be yours. Besides, I have an allowance, so I need not worry about money." Yiqing shot him a glare, saying, "My parents do not require money at home. Are you not planning to marry in the future? The money is not meant for you. It should be transferred to the family." Lulu nodded and transferred 5 million to his family. Baihu hesitated. "I will also give out red envelopes, but they won't be as substantial as Yiqing's. Each person will receive 500,000 in cash. You have just received 80 million. Why not transfer it directly?" Shen Junyi, aware of the gambling stone rules, knew that once profits were realized, red envelopes must be distributed. In the past few days, Baihu and Yiqing, having jointly invested in gambling stones, had made nearly 2 billion. However, Baihu could not transfer funds. Only cash would suffice. Yiqing explained with a smile. "Why?" Shen Junyi asked in surprise. "Because her account must have funds." Yiqing replied with a grin. This is the only way her subordinates can withdraw the cash reserves from all banks in Ruili daily. Seeing Shen Junyi still puzzled, he continued, "Nowadays, tourists rely solely on their mobile phones and rarely carry cash, especially first-time visitors to Yunnan. They are unaware that doing business with the old Burmese in Ruili requires cash transactions, as they cannot open accounts in domestic banks. The only option is to trade with Baihu, who charges a 5% fee." Shen Junyi scoffed disdainfully. "Isn't that akin to blatant robbery? Everyone has their own means of survival." Baihu sighed softly. "You, as a wealthy young lady, will never comprehend the anguish of lacking money." Yiqing nodded. "Many of life's hardships stem from financial scarcity. Thus, the primary ambition of the astute is to amass wealth. Recent graduates, freshly emerged from the hallowed halls of academia, may harbor lofty dreams of poetry and distant horizons. However, when they realize they cannot even afford a plane ticket, those dreams swiftly devolve into the grim realities of restrooms and refuse." "Ugh!" Shen Junyi shot him a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "How repulsive." Baihu erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed. Without money, one is left with naught but restrooms and refuse." Though she laughed, her voice bore the weight of profound sorrow, prompting Yiqing to glance at her and refrain from further inquiries. Shui Xiaoyu boarded the vehicle, while Lu Lu drove straight toward Tingchong County. Chapter 73. The Young Master of Kyoto Officer Shui. "Could you enlighten us about Tingchong?" Yiqing inquired playfully, seated alongside Shui Xiaoyu in the second row. Shui Xiaoyu regarded him with a bemused expression, her voice melodious. "You've come to Yunnan to gamble on stones, and have yet to hear of Tingchong? Even for me, this is only my second visit." Yiqing chuckled. "I speak the truth. My last visit was 3 years ago, during which I remained confined to the Longrui stone gambling house, cutting stones for a year, never venturing beyond Dalong and Jiegao. Shui Xiaoyu looked at him in astonishment. Then from where did you acquire your knowledge of stone gambling? Yi Qing, half serious, half jesting, replied earnestly, in all of Yunnan. Aside from the Emerald King, who would dare claim mastery in stone gambling? It is merely a matter of luck. Your luck must be extraordinary. Shui Xiaoyu had previously consulted Boss Qi and believed not a word of his claims, yet she was certain it was his first visit to Tingchong. Tingchong lies a mere 200 kilometers from the jadeite raw stone origin in the northern Burmese region of Menggong. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Menggong area was also part of our nation, governed by Yunnan's Tingyue Prefecture, now known as Tingchong. After the discovery of jadeite in Tingchong, the locals employed mule caravans to transport the raw stones back, ushering in an exceptionally prosperous era in mining, transportation, processing, and distribution. The history of jadeite processing and trade here spans over 6 centuries, once establishing itself as the world's largest jadeite raw material hub, monopolizing 90% of the globe's jadeite circulation and earning the title of the jadeite capital. In the past, Tingchong's Baibao Street thrived with households carving jade pieces, each resonating with the sound of machinery. Shui Xiaoyu cheerfully recounted Tingchong's illustrious history and then turned to Yi Qing, saying, "For experts like you in stone gambling, isn't it akin to a mouse falling into a rice jar, filled with bliss?" To be honest, not really, Yi Qing sighed. The so-called experts in stone gambling are merely fortunate to stumble upon a good stone. I was initially brimming with confidence, yet cutting out jadeite worth 200 million. And you still feel unfulfilled? Shui Xiaoyu raised her elegantly arched eyebrows, scoffing. One should not be overly greedy. By the way, I need to take photos for documentation of those 2 pieces of jadeite once we reach the hotel. Absolutely. Yi Qing replied with a smile, casually inquiring. Is the mule caravan quite influential here? It seems that Ma Wen is not bothering you for no reason. Shui Xiaoyu looked at him warily. Are you concealing something? This is indeed my first encounter with Ma Wen, Yi Qing replied earnestly. However, there is someone named Ma Wu in Dalong, who once caused me trouble and got severely beaten for it. So, when I heard the name Ma Wen, it reminded me of Ma Wu. You guessed correctly. Shui Xiaoyu gazed deeply at him. Ma Wen and Ma Wu are biological brothers. No wonder he not only attempted to forcibly sell your jade, but also resorted to violence. Officer Shui, are you mistaken? This is a robbery case involving jade worth 200 million. Shen Junyi's face was etched with thinly veiled anger. Do not trivialize it by categorizing it as a mere brawl. This is precisely why I accompanied you to Tingchong, Shui Xiaoyu said earnestly. I hope you can listen to me calmly. Yi Qing halted Shen Junyi's impending retort, nodding with a smile. Please, continue. Shui Xiaoyu carefully chose her words. Ma Wen is entangled in another case, but at present, our evidence is insufficient, and we have not yet reached the stage of action. Thus, we prefer not to alert the enemy. We hope you can cooperate by allowing this case to be treated with discretion. Could it be that the case he is involved in is even more significant than the robbery of 200 million in jade? Shen Junyi countered. Yi Qing waved his hand. We are merely bystanders and have not suffered substantial losses. We must respect the police's judgment. I suspect they are shielding Ma Wen. Shen Junyi scoffed. That will absolutely not occur. Yi Qing turned back to glance at her. I trust the police will handle it impartially. Bai Hu blinked in confusion, yet remained silent. The young master of Kyoto indeed possesses great composure. Shui Xiaoyu smiled gently. You've heard of me. Yi Qing expressed surprise. I have not heard of you, but our superior mentioned that you are revered as a young master in Kyoto, known for your generosity and chivalry. Shui Xiaoyu regarded him with curiosity. Do you have quite the reputation in Kyoto? Yi Qing chuckled bitterly. In your eyes, anyone with a bold and chivalrous spirit must be a ruffian, right? A soft laugh escaped Shui Xiaoyu, who shot him a knowing glance. Our leader is awaiting you at the Tingchong Grand Hotel. May I inquire the name of your esteemed leader? He asked. He wishes to tell you himself, Shui Xiaoyu teased. Yi Qing eyed her warily. Am I to utter the words, the solitary shadow on the cold river, an old acquaintance of the martial world? It is better not to meet than to meet. I am merely responsible for escorting you. You shall convey that message yourself, Shui Xiaoyu replied with a playful smirk. Lu, the driver, gently called out, Sixth brother. It's all right. Yi Qing exhaled deeply. They know I am the young master from Kyoto, and there are no outsiders present. Lulu nodded in understanding. Yi Qing had always maintained a low profile in Kyoto, seldom leaving his sanctuary at Shituzhai. Only the old-timers from Panjiayuan and the elite second-generation wealthy recognized him as young master, given that Shui Xiaoyu's leader was not one of those old-timers from Panjiayuan. It was clear that the elite circles would not operate in such a small locale. After an hour's drive, Lulu, filled with curiosity, steered the car into the Tengchong Grand Hotel. Moments later, Boss Chi's Audi arrived as well. Shui Xiaoyu inquired at the front desk and then led them directly to a spacious private room on the top floor. The table was laden with delectable dishes from Tengchong, yet the person they awaited was nowhere to be seen. Yi Qing cast a questioning glance at Shui Xiaoyu. She smiled subtly. Our leader knows Mr. Yi is hungry, so he arranged for the meal first. After you are well fed and satisfied, you shall discuss matters. With envious eyes, I glanced at the table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. Ah, the boss is certainly splurging. Everyone, famished, wasted no time and took their seats. Observing Shui Xiaoyu's intention to depart, Yi Qing chuckled. Let us dine together, even at a banquet of treachery. It is wise to satiate oneself before embarking on a journey. Shui Xiaoyu, not one to decline, promptly settled beside Shen Junyi and smiled. I truly am quite hungry. Though Mr. Ye's words hold deeper meaning. In the world we inhabit, who is not aware of the unspoken truths? Yi Qing, with a jovial demeanor, replied, I must confess. My talents lie solely in brawling and stone gambling. Beyond that, I am utterly inept, and fear I may be of little assistance. Shui Xiaoyu swiftly shifted the conversation, pointing to one of the dishes. This dish is called Great Rescue, a culinary delight indeed, primarily featuring slices of ham and eggs. After being stir-fried with an array of spices, it takes on a golden hue, leaving no trace of greasiness on the palate. This one, known as earthen pot, boasts a rich history. Its preparation demands slow cooking, allowing the flavors to meld beautifully. The primary ingredients are pork ribs and chicken, simmered into a savory broth, complemented by huaishan and taro, resulting in a uniquely shaped and delectable dish. Everyone do indulge. Upon hearing her introduction, the guests' appetites were piqued, and they immediately reached for their chopsticks. Noticing that no one had touched the beverages on the table, Shui Xiaoyu inquired with surprise, Mr. Yi, do you not drink? When away from home, we generally abstain from alcohol. Yi Qing replied with a gentle smile. Do not hold back. Enjoy whatever pleases your palate. I have been fortunate to bask in the light of Mr. Yi. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled softly, setting down her chopsticks. The dishes were a feast for the senses, and the hungry diners devoured their meals with the rapidity of a tempest. Yi Qing cast a glance at Shui Xiaoyu, who adeptly selected only the finest morsels from the array of dishes, revealing that this enchanting police officer was not lacking in fortune. Both were keenly observing one another. Even the stunning Shen Junyi and Bai Hu, when ravenous, could not maintain a graceful demeanor, let alone Lu Lu and Wang Liang. However, Yi Qing's manner of eating was quite elegant, exuding an air of leisure, though the dishes in his vicinity disappeared at an astonishing pace. After a few bites, Shui Xiaoyu felt satiated and looked at him with a radiant smile. Is there a strict etiquette at Mr. Ye's home? Yi Qing swallowed his food before responding with a smile. Not particularly, but my mother is quite strict. With many siblings at home, if we eat inelegantly, she would scold us with her chopsticks, and if we eat too slowly, we might go hungry. Thus, I have developed this habit. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled. Mr. Yi, do not mind me. Please enjoy your meal. Yi Qing dabbed his mouth with a napkin. I am full as well. Looking at Lulu, he added, it seems we won't be returning tonight. Let us book 3 rooms at this hotel. Lulu, engrossed in his meal, merely grunted in response. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Shui Xiaoyu rose, giving a slight bow to the others. Please enjoy your meal. The group smiled in acknowledgement as they watched the two exit. Yi Qing, pulling a suitcase adorned with jade, followed closely behind Shui Xiaoyu into another private room. In a private room, a man in his 30s, clad in a jacket, was savoring tea. Upon noticing Yi Qing's entrance, he stood up with a broad smile, exclaiming, Yi Lao Lu. Yi Qing's expression turned to one of skepticism. He prided himself on his memory and was certain he had never encountered this individual before. Hesitantly, he inquired, Who are you? I am Zhao Lei, a soldier under Yi Wuliang. Zhao Lei quickly approached, extending his hands with a grin. In an instant, Yi Qing's confusion dissipated. With 6 brothers at home, Yi Liang was the 4th. Due to his ruthless leadership, his subordinates affectionately referred to him as Yi Wuliang. Grasping Zhao Lei's hand, Yi Qing chuckled. Having come to your esteemed place, I feel rather indebted to Brother Zhao for your warm hospitality. I intended to arrive quietly and leave just as discreetly. If it weren't for the matter concerning Ma Wan, I would have remained unaware of your presence on my turf, Zhao Lei said, pulling him down to the sofa. Sit down and enjoy some tea. Knowing your taste, this century-old banzhong is a treasure I acquired from your 4th brother. The rich aroma of the century-old banjiang wafted through the air as Yi Qing took a delicate sip. He glanced at the young woman, Xue Xiaoyu, standing beside him and invited, "Come, let us all sit. This tea is exquisite." Upon receiving a nod from Zhao Lei, Xue Xiaoyu took her seat. Yi Qing poured tea for her, smiling as he remarked, "We are all family. Conversing is much more convenient. I had intended to return to Ruili immediately, but having the honor of meeting Brother Zhao and Officer Xue today has truly been a delightful serendipity for me." Zhao Lei laughed heartily. "No wonder Yi Wuliang claims that little six is the most cunning at home. You haven't even broached the subject yet, and you're already probing me." Yi Qing chuckled in response. "You are all prominent figures, whose commands are followed without question. What assistance could I possibly offer?" Zhao Lei's expression immediately turned serious. "There is indeed a matter I must ask of you. Fourth brother is currently stationed in Kunming, and even without today's incident, he intended to summon you for assistance." "What is it?" I asked, feeling a sense of unease creeping in. "I'm not particularly strong. Please don't frighten me." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing realized the gravity of the situation. A case that could prompt fourth brother to take personal action was certainly no trivial matter involving mere brawls. Xue Xiaoyu shot him a disdainful glance, forcibly suppressing her urge to speak. Zhao Lei regarded her sternly and said, "Fourth brother has asked me to consult with you. If you agree, I will divulge the details. If not, I must remind you of your past. Why did you participate in the internal guard selection? If the old master were to learn that you fled when it mattered most, the consequences would be dire." Xue Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that Zhao Lei would let her go if she declined. However, she soon smiled wryly and looked toward Yi Qing. "So, this has turned into a threat. Truly, it is the work of Yi Wuliang. Very well, since fourth brother has issued a command, I shall face whatever challenges lie ahead." Yi Qing shook his head with a bitter smile and shifted the conversation. "I just informed Officer Xue that my skills lie solely in fighting and gambling. I possess no other abilities. Consider this carefully, and if you find use for me, do not hesitate to call." The young master from the capital indeed possesses a chivalrous spirit. Zhao Lei laughed heartily and pointed northward. "This matter primarily originates from that direction." Yi Qing was taken aback. Aside from jadeite, that region was notorious for its gold production. "Smuggling," he exclaimed in disbelief. Without uttering a word, Zhao Lei retrieved a gold bar from his bag and handed it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing examined it closely. Its resplendent gleam caught his eye. Weighing it in his hand, he discovered it was a hefty 2 pounds. Zhao Lei handed over another bar, and Yi Qing cast a suspicious glance at him, once again scrutinizing the golden ingot in his hand. Yi Qing weighed both gold bars, his hand steady. He could almost ascertain that the weights of the two were nearly identical. Upon closer inspection, one gleamed brilliantly gold, while the other exhibited a greenish hue, prompting him to exclaim, "Sand gold." Indeed, Xiao Lu was well versed in such matters. Yi Qing chuckled wryly. "I once saw imitation gold hairpins made from sand gold at Panjiayuan. It was the anomalous color that jogged my memory." Zhao Lei nodded affirmatively. "Precisely, but this is sand gold mixed with pure gold. Tests reveal that at least 5 taels of sand gold are present in every pound of this gold." "How unscrupulous." Yi Qing frowned and shook his head with a bitter smile. Xue Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. "Myanmar is plagued by 3 vices: raw stone forgery, gold forgery, and drug trafficking. The border primarily focuses on smuggling and drug enforcement, and our target is a gold forgery syndicate." Yi Qing acknowledged with a nod, recognizing that while raw stone forgery necessitates skill, gold forgery is considerably simpler. The sand gold used in the forgery contains no actual gold. It merely mimics the hue and texture of genuine gold using various metallic materials, rendering it strikingly similar to true gold, even in weight. Particularly, when sand gold is blended with real gold, it becomes exceedingly difficult to discern the authentic from the counterfeit. The higher the gold content, the more expensive it becomes. And since sand gold is vastly cheaper than pure gold, it costs only a few dozen yuan per gram. Zhao Lei remarked with a pained expression. This counterfeit gold infiltrates the domestic market through smuggling, evading substantial tariffs and causing significant disruption to the gold market. Ordinary individuals acquiring such semi-authentic gold jewelry not only fail to preserve its value but, in fact, witness a significant depreciation. Most critically, it poses a grave threat to the national treasury. Chapter 75. A shocking revelation. The quantity is vast. Yi Qing comprehended the severity of the situation. The issuance of currency by the state is intrinsically linked to the gold reserves. Thus, each year, the national treasury procures a substantial amount of pure gold, amounting to several tens of tons, entering the country through various channels. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and declared, due to the immense danger posed, The higher authorities have designated fourth brother as the primary responsible party, establishing a special task force to ensure that the masterminds and accomplices of this matter are brought to justice, thereby preventing such semi-authentic gold from infiltrating the domestic market. Such a staggering amount. Yi Qing was taken aback. 1 ton of gold weighs 2,000 pounds, with half of it being counterfeit. Gold dust valued at merely 30 or 40 yuan per gram is masquerading as pure gold, worth over 300 yuan per gram, flooding the market annually, an unimaginable profit. Shui Xiaoyu nodded firmly, stating earnestly, "We are investigating a specific import channel, suspected to be related to the muleteers. However, the organization of the muleteers is exceedingly tight-knit. Even if we send infiltrators, they cannot reach the core." Yi Qing lamented, "I am unacquainted with the muleteers. The source of this issue lies in Tengchong, while sales occur in Ruili and Kunming, thus necessitating a tri-city collaboration," Shui Xiaoyu asserted gravely. "The travel company operated by the muleteers has a route leading to Yangon and Hua City, yet despite our exhaustive efforts, we have uncovered no leads. Therefore, we have shifted our focus to Tengchong's Ma Wensheng, seeking to exploit a potential opening through him. Ma Wen serves as the department manager of the Tengchong route, and is also the right-hand man of Ma Rue, the chairman of the travel company. There are suspicions that Ma Rue may be involved in this matter, albeit without concrete evidence." Zhao Lei expressed his helplessness, stating that the Ma family has deep roots here and has made significant contributions to the nation during times of conflict. Thus, we cannot dismiss them outright. Coincidentally, Ma Rue's sister, Ma Wei, has returned from her studies abroad and is vying for control of the travel company, presenting a favorable opportunity for us. Yi Qing furrowed her brow. "You intend for me to approach Ma Wei?" "Not just Ma Wei, but also Ma Rue," Shui Xiaoyu interjected. "You have severely injured Ma Wu, and Ma Wen has also suffered losses. It is akin to crippling her 2 limbs. Given Ma Rue's temperament, she is certain to seek retribution. Yet the current financial struggles of the travel company compel her to secure a substantial sum for restructuring operations. The patriarch of the Ma family, Master Ma San, wishes to entrust all of the family's businesses to his younger daughter, Ma Wei, but Ma Rue's opposition has stalled this decision. Meanwhile, Ma Wei is ambitious, eager to apply her advanced management knowledge acquired abroad to transform the family's business model. However, for both sisters, possessing a large sum of money is essential to maintain the upper hand in this transformation, making gambling a potential option for them." Yi Qing contemplated for a moment. "I can only say I will give it a try. I cannot guarantee success." Shui Xiaoyu replied earnestly, "Please take this matter seriously." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, "Rest assured. Once I commit to something, I shall not treat it lightly." Zhao Lei observed that he bore none of the airs of a top-tier aristocrat, which filled him with immense admiration. "Starting tomorrow, Shui Xiaoyu shall follow you. The nature of your association can be determined by you," he declared. Yi Qing was taken aback, then shook his head resolutely. "I do not require protection." Zhao Lei smiled slightly. "Fourth brother informed me of your formidable combat skills. This is precisely one of the significant reasons we dared to solicit your assistance. Moreover, your origins in the capital and your lack of connections in Ruili, combined with your expertise in stone gambling, make you a prime target for Ma Rue and Ma Wei's enticement." He continued, "Shui Xiaoyu is merely there to assist you. When you require our aid, she will serve as a convenient liaison." Yi Qing regarded the graceful and delicate Shui Xiaoyu. "Do not underestimate Xiaoyu. She is the champion of the provincial martial arts competition. We chose her precisely because her appearance can be quite deceptive." Zhao Lei remarked with a smile, "Furthermore, your purpose in Tengchong is also related to stone gambling, and Xiaoyu possesses connections in this realm to help you seek out valuable stones." Enticed by profit. Yi Qing chuckled awkwardly. "Why do you and fourth brother insist on employing such tactics?" Zhao Lei chuckled in return, "Without creating a grander spectacle. How can you capture the attention of Ma Rue and Ma Wei?" He added, "It is a matter of seizing opportunities for mutual benefit. Besides, if I do not ensure you gain some advantages, it would weigh heavily on me as your elder brother. But everyone knows she is a police officer." Yi Qing grinned. Zhao Lei, exuding confidence, responded, "Originally, Xiaoyu held a clerical position in Kunming and only transferred here yesterday. Very few are aware of this. Since you have arranged everything, I shall comply," Yi Qing conceded. Yi Qing wore a look of helplessness, as if he were being forced to undertake an impossible task. Shui Xiaoyu smiled brightly and said, "There is one more matter. Assist us in examining a few stones." "You also engage in stone gambling?" Yi Qing inquired, astonished. "We lack the expertise in stones. How could we dare to gamble?" Shui Xiaoyu shot him a disapproving glance. "What I mentioned earlier was the sales location for sand gold. But now we are discussing its source. Tengchong is merely separated by a river from that area. Each year, numerous old Burmese transport stones, hidden beneath the inner tubes of trucks across the river. Initially, this activity did not warrant our attention, but recently, the smuggled stones have sparked our curiosity. What could possibly be suspicious about stones? Yi Qing exclaimed. They are quite ordinary. Shui Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. We sought the expertise of several seasoned stone gamblers from other regions for appraisal, and they identified them as merely some dry green stones and water bubbles, which hold little value. Typically, once these stones are confiscated and a sufficient quantity is amassed, they are auctioned off to raw stone merchants. However, upon further investigation, we discovered that these stones had been acquired by Ma Wen after a convoluted journey. Yi Qing found this perplexing. So, you suspect there is something amiss with these stones? Zhao Lei and Shui Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Shui Xiaoyu continued softly. If the stones were merely purchased by small traders and then resold to stone gamblers, it would not raise significant concerns. However, the fact that Ma Wen has bought up this batch of seemingly worthless stones is what has piqued our suspicion. Yi Qing grasped her implication, raising an eyebrow. So, you did not slice them open to inspect? Several pieces were cut, and they all turned out to be just stones. Shui Xiaoyu sighed, expressing that the matter required confidentiality and that they could not enlist local experts in stone cutting. Thus, she intended to request his assistance. Very well, I shall find the time to investigate, Yi Qing replied. However, upon learning that it concerned water jade, he lost interest, deeming it a mere waste of effort. Moreover, he reasoned that sand gold and raw stones, aside from sharing the same origin, bore no connection whatsoever. His agreement was merely perfunctory. Zhao Lei smiled wryly, remarking that the most perplexing aspect of the case was their knowledge that sand gold flowed out from Tengchong, yet they remained oblivious to how it had been smuggled in. If we cannot uncover this smuggling route, I shall be in a state of constant unease. He lamented. I have already promised to assist you in this matter. If you are not fatigued, might we? Shui Xiaoyu hesitated, her expression filled with regret. So soon? Yi Qing inquired, astonished. Chapter 76. When financial gains resemble fratricide, I cannot don this uniform again tomorrow, nor can I enter the police precinct until my task is complete. Shui Xiaoyu bit her lip, determined to uncover the truth behind the situation. Yi Qing remained silent, a bitter smile on his face. He understood her nature. While one might describe her as diligent and responsible, others might characterize her as inflexible. Though she hailed from a distinguished lineage, she possessed a fiery spirit. Having navigated the streets of Panjiayuan from a young age, she preferred to resolve issues through unconventional means. Furthermore, both raw stone merchants and antique dealers inhabited a gray area of the law, often engaging in practices that skirted legality without crossing into outright criminality. The thought of having such a fiercely principled yet inflexible beauty by his side filled his mind with trepidation. Particularly, this enchanting beauty bears a striking resemblance to a Barbie doll, delicate and charming, yet inherently a fierce and tempestuous woman. When she is admonished for her misdeeds, one must be wary of her fists. Upon noticing the change in Zhao Lei's expression, he realized that Shui Xiaoyu had failed to persuade him and quickly interjected. This is the only valuable clue we've painstakingly uncovered through extensive work and meticulous investigation. If the sand gold is unrelated to the raw stone, we will need to conduct another thorough investigation. Xiao Lu, whether my brother can still don this uniform depends entirely on you. Yi Qing discerned the dynamic between the two individuals. One played the role of the good cop, while the other took on the bad cop, harmonizing in their approach, unwavering until they succeeded in their mission. However, curiosity piqued within him. Very well, I shall summon Wang Liang shortly. He is an adept in stone cutting. Rising from his seat, Zhao Lei declared, I shall return to make the necessary arrangements, ensuring utmost confidentiality. In a moment, let Xiaoyu escort you. Until we meet again. Yi Qing also rose, accompanying him to the door. Upon returning to the table, Yi Qing opened his suitcase and retrieved 2 pieces of jade for Shui Xiaoyu to photograph. The moment she laid eyes on the jade, her expression brightened, and she enthusiastically snapped several photos, gazing at Yi Qing in astonishment. How did you ascertain that the stones contained jade? With a mysterious smile, Yi Qing replied, I possess a unique ability. My eyes can penetrate all things. Shui Xiaoyu gasped in surprise, nearly dropping her phone. As she frantically hugged her arms and crouched down, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Does that mean you have seen everything? Yi Qing, with a mischievous grin, appraised her and remarked, There are still a few areas that remain unseen. A simple turn should suffice. Shui Xiaoyu's delicate face flushed crimson, as if it were on the verge of bleeding. Clenching her fists, she coldly remarked, Guess whether I might just kill you. All right, I was merely teasing you. Yi Qing chuckled. Do you truly believe in such unreliable matters? Shui Xiaoyu remained skeptical. refusing to rise, her expression questioning. Really, you aren't deceiving me again, are you? Yi Qing tucked away the jade and replied with amusement. How could a beauty like you, who can thrive on her looks, choose this profession? What is wrong with it? I prefer to rely on my capabilities. Shui Xiaoyu gradually straightened her posture, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Still unconvinced, she pressed on. You truly don't possess X-ray vision? Yi Qing regarded her, scrutinizing her graceful figure, yet maintained a serious demeanor. I genuinely do not. She lifted a petite foot clad in sneakers, hovering near his nose. Shui Xiaoyu retorted with irritation. Joking like this could easily get you killed. Yi Qing brushed her leg aside, disdainfully stating, if it weren't for your eagerness to prove yourself, I wouldn't find myself in such a predicament. Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to murdering their parents. They are ruthless villains. And my life is quite precious. As a citizen, Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed with indignation, when the nation calls upon you, you should respond unconditionally. Yi Qing replied with utmost seriousness. The issue is, Zhao Lei lacks the authority to summon me. Shui Xiaoyu stared at him with her captivating, fatal eyes, inquiring, I am quite curious. What exactly is your true identity? Your authority is insufficient. Yi Qing smiled lightly, picked up his suitcase, and walked away, with Shui Xiaoyu fuming behind him, wishing she could kick him down from behind. Upon exiting, they encountered Lu Lu and others waiting at the entrance of the private room. 3 rooms have been opened, Lu Lu stated succinctly. Yi Qing handed his suitcase to Lu Lu, saying, you all head back to your rooms to rest. Wang Liang will accompany me. Where are you headed? Shen Junyi and Bai Hu asked in unison. I'm just going with this lovely lady for a moment. Yi Qing chuckled, reassuring them. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just met a friend who asked me to assist with something. I'll be back shortly. Lu Lu stood silently to the side, prepared to accompany him at any moment. It's someone from Fourth Brother's crew, Yi Qing remarked, prompting Lu Lu to nod in understanding. Can we join you? Shen Junyi glanced at Shui Xiaoyu behind her, confidently asserting, if it involves any legal matters, I can handle it. This has nothing to do with that. Yi Qing quickly shot a warning look at Bai Hu, cautioning her, you know your visa is only valid in Riley. If they verify your identity, you'll be deported. Do you really think they are just idly waiting around at the police station? You and Sister Amin should rest well. Lulu will stay behind. Contact him if needed. Bai Hu waved her hand, smiling. All right, hurry along. Go and return quickly. Don't make us worry. Yi Qing turned to Boss Qi. Brother Qi, please keep an eye out. Boss Qi nodded with a smile. Rest assured, brother. I may not be as good at fighting as you, but these minor matters are no trouble. Only then did Yi Qing turn and step into the elevator. Wang Liang drove, with Shui Xiaoyu and Yi Qing seated in the second row. Xiaoyu remained incredulous, writhing to evade his gaze and demurring. How could you possibly discern the presence of jade within the rough stone? Amused and exasperated, Yi Qing deliberately fixed his eyes upon her, replying, I told you I possess X-ray vision, yet you remain unconvinced. Xiaoyu emitted another shriek, scrambling towards the back seat in disarray. As she bent over, her loose-fitting police trousers accentuated a rounded contour. This time, the view was unobstructed. Yi Qing wore a mischievous grin. I swear I could kill you. Xiaoyu fumed from behind. In truth, I sometimes wonder if our young master's eyes possess the ability to see through things. Wang Liang chuckled as he drove. He's never once had a losing streak when gambling on stones. With lightning speed, Xiaoyu reached over the seat and seized Yi Qing's neck from behind, menacingly demanding, speak. What did you see just now? Very fair, Yi Qing quipped. The small hand constricting his neck tightened instantly, prompting him to quickly exclaim, I was referring to your face. You were still wearing trousers. What could I possibly have seen? Or rather, what did you desire me to see? Xiaoyu's delicate face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. In reality, one can ascertain the presence of jade within a stone by deciphering the codes etched upon its surface and conducting a comprehensive analysis, Yi Qing explained, patting her small hand to signal her to release her grip. Truly? Xiaoyu remained skeptical, finding it difficult to believe his words. Stones possess codes? Wang Liang, did you find your wife on your own, or was she introduced to you? My mother enlisted someone to make the introduction. Wang Liang turned his head back inquisitively. Young master, what's the matter? Chapter 77. The gemstone code. Drive attentively and simply respond to my inquiries, Yi Qing urged. How did you select her? My mother first met the girl's mother. Once confirmed, she proceeded to see the girl and immediately took a liking to her. Upon returning, she remarked that the girl had a slim waist and ample posterior, suggesting that such women are likely to be fruitful, capable of bearing and nursing children without difficulty, which is why she facilitated the introduction. Wang Liang, aware of Yi Qing's mischief, stifled a laugh. Yi Qing, with utmost seriousness, continued, you see, This is the wisdom passed down by the elders. First assess the mother, then the daughter. There is no need for hospital examinations. One can discern a woman's capacity for progeny merely by her physique. Nonsense. Shui Xiaoyu retorted in fury. What does this have to do with gemstone gambling? It is quite similar, Yi Qing replied with a mischievous grin. When deciding to gamble on a piece of stone, one must first ascertain the lineage of its origin, whether it is of high quality. Stop rambling. Shui Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet she recognized the jest aimed at her by the two rascals. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Yi Qing insisted earnestly. In gemstone gambling, one must first observe the venue. There is a saying in our circle, do not gamble on stones if you do not understand the venue. This is because the likelihood of finding jade in an established site is significantly higher. Although the odds are generally unfavorable, there remains a slim chance. In contrast, the raw stones from new sites bear a resemblance to the odds of winning a lottery, providing mere dreams only to mercilessly crush them underfoot. Upon hearing him speak with sincerity, Shui Xiaoyu shifted from the back seat to the middle, her curiosity piqued. How does one assess the venue? Every stone, shaped by the relentless forces of nature over billions of years, acquires its own distinctive outer shell. Yi Qing remarked earnestly. Take for instance the materials from Moangji, where black sand, waxy skin, and gray sand skin are commonly found. However, the prime choice for stone gambling is undoubtedly the black sand. Its most striking characteristic is the presence of conspicuous white spots, coupled with a grayish hue. Nevertheless, if the outer skin is tight and exhibits good quality, one can ascertain that the material is of high grade. Next, one must examine the presence of pine flowers and moss. If both are present, it guarantees the existence of color. If one can discern a white python from the outer skin, the chances of winning the gamble are already halved. Moreover, Moangji's black sand is renowned for yielding green hues, allowing for the possibility of betting on bright green. Lastly, one should inspect for cracks and fissures. If no major issues are found, the likelihood of winning the gamble increases to 70%. Thus, one can resolutely decide to proceed with the wager. This means meticulously selecting the finest specimens and then judging their quality based on the characteristics of the market. Yi Qing gazed at her in astonishment. Impressive. It seems you are no novice. Well, I am from Tengchong after all. Shui Xiaoyu replied with a playful blink. How about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Yi Qing inquired with a smile. I will help you find a suitable stone, and you can sell me a piece of glass-grade jadeite. Shui Xiaoyu said shyly. I want to craft a laughing Buddha pendant. Men wear guanyin, while women adorn themselves with the Buddha. You must wear it yourself. Yi Qing responded, somewhat taken aback. Yes, my father gave me a glass-grade full green laughing Buddha, but it got damaged during a training session. Shui Xiaoyu's expression darkened. After returning to Tengchong, I have been too afraid to go home, fearing his anger upon discovering the mishap. No wonder when you saw my piece of glass-grade green jade, your eyes sparkled with envy. Yi Qing chuckled at her. That was a talisman he gifted me after I was accepted into the police academy. Shui Xiaoyu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shyly inquired, will you agree? It is indeed quite a challenge to uncover a piece of jadeite filled with rich green hues, but not impossible to find. Yi Qing felt a twinge of emotion. He hadn't anticipated that this girl was such a devoted daughter. Go to my father's venue and pick one, he suggested. Yet, Shui Xiaoyu exuded confidence. His venue is even larger than Uncle Wang Hong's. We will surely find something. Rich second generation. Both Yi Qing and Wang Liang exclaimed in unison. Compared to you, I am but a pauper. Shui Xiaoyu looked at the two of them with disdain. My father has operated a jadeite factory for many years, with assets amounting to merely 200 million. And yet, you two can outshine his decades of hard work with just 2 stones. That is a different matter entirely. Yi Qing replied earnestly. In the world of stone gambling, there is a saying, one cut leads to heaven, another to hell. This is not mere superstition. Your father engages in the jadeite business without gambling, relying on steadiness, while we dance on the edge of a blade. However, considering your filial piety, even if we cannot extract a jadeite filled with rich green hues, I can still share a little from that jadeite with a verdant heart. But the question remains, can you afford it with your salary? Not at all. Shui Xiaoyu's expression darkened, her voice choked with emotion. She understood all too well that such jadeite pendants come with exorbitant price tags, unattainable on her salary for a lifetime. Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, she fought to hold them back, and Yi Qing felt a pang of sympathy. Your jadeite filled with rich green hues, carved into the likeness of a laughing Buddha, must be exquisitely crafted. Even if I were to gift you one free of charge, could you find a skilled artisan to replicate it? I can, she asserted confidently. Shui Xiaoyu confidently asserted, I know who carved that laughing Buddha, but the glass variety with a green core is far too precious for me to consider. For you, the laughing Buddha embodies filial piety. Yi Qing chuckled. To me, it is merely a stone. Let it be agreed. You shall find a skilled sculptor, and I will craft a few pieces of jewelry as well. The laughing Buddha will be yours, but the labor costs will be your responsibility. Shui Xiaoyu bowed her head in silence. You cannot be so destitute that you cannot even afford the labor costs. Yi Qing was taken aback. That laughing Buddha. My father paid 50,000 just for the labor. Embarrassed, Shui Xiaoyu spoke softly. Yi Qing gritted her teeth, her heart bleeding, and squeezed her words through clenched teeth. Fine. I'll cover the $1 million. I won't quibble over 50,000. As long as the sculptor you find satisfies me, it's settled. Really? Shui Xiaoyu responded incredulously. If you ask again, I might regret it. Yi Qing felt a wave of frustration. It was the first time she had ever found herself pleading to be taken advantage of. I can ask my father to unlock the treasure vault and let you choose any stone you desire, can I? Shui Xiaoyu's voice lowered slightly, her gaze darting toward him. Finding a good raw stone is a matter of fate. It cannot be forced. Yi Qing did not dare to hope that her father would bring forth the prized possessions, as they were reserved for appreciation and value. My father says the same. Shui Xiaoyu replied with an embarrassed smile. However, if I were to plead with him, he would undoubtedly comply. Very well, if there is indeed a connection between my father and you, he will surely present something of value. Yi Qing's enthusiasm waned. Under Shui Xiaoyu's guidance, the Land Rover entered a large courtyard housing several warehouses. Zhao Lei and a few plainclothes young men had long been waiting. Yi Qing and Wang Liang alighted from the vehicle and, under the guidance of Shui Xiaoyu, entered the warehouse. The interior was illuminated, spacious, and sparsely populated with over 100 raw stones, some weighing in excess of 100 kilograms, while others were around 40 to 50 kilograms. Among them lay 2 cut specimens, one of Maya variety and the other of Shui Mo type. Upon a cursory glance, Yi Qing lost interest and shifted his attention to the scattered raw stones. All of these had been confiscated. Yi Qing turned to inquire of Zhao Lei. This is merely a small fraction, Zhao Lei replied with a smile. Every night, numerous inner tubes from trucks are brought across the river by the old Burmese. The raw stones are suspended beneath the tubes, soaking in the water. As soon as we see these old Burmese diving, we retrieve the inner tubes and stones. Yi Qing nodded. Regardless of how long the stones had been submerged, they all bore a water line. He crouched down for a closer inspection before rising to depart, the beam of his flashlight sweeping past the stones. How is it? Shui Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Brick material. Yi Qing replied without looking back, chuckling. These are all gleaned from the discarded mine tailings by stone collectors. In the mining area, they cost 300 per ton, and transporting them to our location incurs an additional fee of 1,005 to 2,000 per ton. Even purchasing directly from the Tengchong raw stone site is not exorbitant. Indeed, this is the most suspicious aspect. Shui Xiaoyu frowned. Moreover, we have also traced the whereabouts of the raw stones purchased by Ma Wan, yet we have been unable to locate them. Even when employing certain methods, they suddenly vanish without a trace. What could be the reason? Yi Qing understood that the so-called methods referred to the installation of tracking systems on the raw stones. In general circumstances, one must locate the signal device and obliterate it for the signal to vanish. Zhao Lei shook his head with a wry smile. To destroy the stone and erase all traces, preventing anyone from discovering the remnants. Yi Qing's eyes brightened as he crouched down to examine the stones. There exists another scenario, wherein the stones are shattered and sold to construction companies as gravel. Shui Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, this is a local custom. Many houses in Tengchong last century were constructed using raw stone debris. Yi Qing had indeed heard of this practice. Each time old houses in Tengchong were demolished, countless individuals would scour the foundations, often uncovering numerous valuable items. Yi Qing scrutinized 2 or 3 dozen pieces of raw stone. They appeared to be mere stones without any peculiarities, yet their commonality lay in their substantial size and limited value. But why had Ma Wan gone through such lengths to acquire these stones? Could it be that they concealed gold dust within them? Yet, how had they managed to embed it without leaving a trace? Yi Qing took a few steps forward, crouching beside a larger stone, illuminating it for a closer inspection. The stone was evidently cut, exhibiting a square shape with a flat surface, belonging to the Maya variety, with only a cup-sized piece of green at its center. This raw stone appeared quite hefty, weighing over 100 kilograms. Is this piece valuable? Shui Xiaoyu, also crouched beside him, inquired with a smile as she observed him fixated on the green portion. If extracted and fashioned into a bracelet, it would sell for 500, but one would incur a loss of 200 in labor costs. Yi Qing chuckled softly. This is likely from a new site, extracted after locating a vein. The cutting was merely to assess its quality, only to be discarded as refused thereafter. So why are you even looking at it? Shui Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Look. Yi Qing gestured. This stone has been sculpted into a square shape, yet it remains over a foot thick. This is a common characteristic of these stones. They have all been cut, thus appearing quite orderly. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. If we were to make another incision down the center, without separating the pieces, and then slice from one side, we could hollow out the stone. Yi Qing furrowed her brows. Hollowing it out would be akin to an ancient dressing box. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled. We've contemplated this issue before, yet upon cutting several pieces, we found nothing. Yi Qing smiled. Not every stone contains sand gold. The genuine and the counterfeit intermingle, obscuring the truth. But how do they bond the stones together without detection? In the realm of stone gambling, there exists a method of deception known as skin pasting. Yi Qing explained with a grin. This involves making an incision in the raw stone, and upon discovering it to be worthless, affixing a thin slice of quality jade on top, then reattaching the original outer layer, thereby transforming it into a valuable windowed raw stone. This method of forgery is remarkably clever. Even the most skilled stone gamblers can fall prey to it. What does falling prey mean? Shui Xiaoyu asked in astonishment. Considering you are the daughter of a prominent raw stone dealer. Yi Qing cast a disdainful glance her way. You don't even know what it means to fall prey. I have been focused on my studies and entered the workforce after graduation. Shui Xiaoyu retorted, eyes wide with indignation. Not knowing is perfectly normal. Falling prey means to be deceived. Yi Qing replied helplessly. Ah. Shui Xiaoyu paused, then scoffed. Your circle certainly has an abundance of jargon. It is you who fails to comprehend. This is industry jargon, not obscure language. If you were to speak with your father, he would grasp it immediately. Yi Qing is also uncertain whether allowing Shui Xiaoyu to remain by his side is a blessing or a curse. Could it be that everything has been severed? There are, after all, several large warehouses. Shui Xiaoyu was taken aback. Large-scale stone cutting cannot possibly remain concealed. If the news were to leak, that connection would be severed as well. Yi Qing, relishing the predicament, remarked, what you should be considering is that if the sand gold is flowing out from these warehouses, your troubles will be immense. What are you laughing at? We have been unable to find any leads and have already received a reprimand. Shui Xiaoyu retorted, her cheeks flushed with anger. Besides, having engaged your expertise, if you are unable to discern anything, what a disgrace it would be. The responsibility lies with me, Zhao Lei said with a wry smile. If it truly is flowing from here, I will take it upon myself. Uncovering it would be a significant achievement. Yi Qing quickly interjected, asserting that while teasing Shui Xiaoyu was acceptable, such matters should not be treated lightly. Zhao Lei could face serious consequences. Zhao Lei anxiously inquired, how do we find it? Yi Qing pondered for a moment, then suggested, acquire an electronic scale, 2 buckets capable of holding stones of that size, and we should have a water source here. Yes, we have tap water. Zhao Lei nodded. What else do we require? 2 small hoists, a net bag, and a measuring box. Yi Qing added with a smile. And let's gather some small stones. We have plenty of small stones in that warehouse over there. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed. Is there anything else? Zhao Lei asked again. Nothing more. Zhao Lei waved his hand, addressing the young men behind him. Go arrange it immediately. Before long, everything was prepared. A group of onlookers gazed eagerly at Yi Qing. Start with the first one. Yi Qing glanced at the small stone, weighing only 60 to 70 kilograms, deeming it unnecessary to use a hoist. Weigh it. Several young men effortlessly lifted it and placed it on the electronic scale, 75 kilograms. Bind it and hoist it into the water barrel. Yi Qing exchanged a knowing smile with Shui Xiaoyu. Between us, we have determined the small stone's weight to be 75 kilograms, just like Chao Chong weighing the elephant. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes brightened. Exactly. Yi Qing retrieved several small stones from a wooden box. Upon handling them, he involuntarily stole a glance and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He quickly composed himself and remarked nonchalantly, stones of the same weight have identical volumes. If we place equally weighted stones together and hoist them, we can measure the remaining water in both barrels. The one displacing less water must be counterfeit. Simply cut that piece away. Chapter 79. A secret plan indeed. Zhao Lei exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Xiao Lu is astute. An inch of gold weighs a pound. And even the lightest gold is denser than stone. Yet, if a stone's volume remains unchanged while its weight increases, it must be a fake. Zhao Lei promptly directed several young men to weigh each stone, hoisting them one by one, measuring dimensions repeatedly, and displacing water in a monotonous cycle. Yet no one noticed the tedium. The crowd grew weary and despondent. Even Zhao Lei and Shui Xiaoyu, who had once held unwavering faith in Yi Qing, began to harbor doubts. Yi Qing maintained a serene smile. unperturbed by the task at hand. For him, this was but a trifle. The true test of patience lay in sifting through hundreds, even thousands, of stones to discern a single promising rough. A seasoned gem prospector must possess unwavering composure. For while stones do not deceive, a restless spirit can cloud one's judgment. After examining over a dozen specimens, a thick, quadrangular stone was hoisted from the water, causing a noticeable displacement. 5 inches less, exclaimed the young man responsible for measuring the residual water level, his voice filled with exhilaration. Hoist it up, Wang Liang. Prepare to cleave the stone, Yi Qing commanded. The onlookers, disregarding the stone's recent immersion, collectively maneuvered the suspect rock onto the cutting machine. Whereupon Wang Liang initiated the blade's descent. All eyes were fixated on the process, save for Yi Qing, whose gaze remained fixed on the smaller stones. They varied in size. The largest resembling a sizable cobblestone, roughly the size of a fist, while the smallest were akin to walnuts, weighing only a few dozen grams. Earlier, under the guise of assisting in weighing stones of equal mass, he had discreetly segregated a selection of these smaller pieces, placing them aside. Shui Xiaoyu, assuming he deemed them too insignificant to be of use, had simply gathered them into a pile, numbering approximately a dozen or so. The shrill sound of the saw blade filled the air as all present intently observed Wang Liang's incision. What are these smaller stones for? And why are they packed in a box? Yi Qing inquired casually, his proximity to Shui Xiaoyu allowing for a discreet exchange. Shui Xiaoyu responded with a light chuckle. What else could one do with stones? I imagine they're boxed up to prevent them from scattering and becoming difficult to gather. Are there many? Just this one box. I suspect the former warehouse manager here collected them, and when we leased the space, they were deemed too cumbersome to move, she added, regarding him with curiosity. Why do you ask? Yi Qing chuckled softly, remarking on the vibrant hues of the small pebbles, suggesting they would serve beautifully as gravel in an aquarium. Shui Xiaoyu, unimpressed, replied that they could simply choose a few. Yi Qing's mood brightened instantly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Wang Liang, showing no hesitation, swiftly cut through the stones. With a decisive snap, the rock split in two, revealing a glimmering array of golden bars to the astonished onlookers. Is it truly gold? Zhao Lei exclaimed. Seizing a piece before the cutting machine's blade had even ceased its whirring, he bit down on it, only to be rendered speechless. The sight of the stone's interior, revealing a small compartment filled with several gold bars, left everyone in a state of shock. Such smuggling tactics were utterly unfathomable. They worked through the night, breaking open the large warehouse. Zhao Lei was a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety. Indeed, Yi Qing's intuition had proven correct. The gold had been illicitly siphoned from the warehouse, and uncovering the smuggling method was a significant achievement. Yi Qing approached with a smile, suggesting that since they had located the goods, there was no need to rush. Zhao Lei suddenly realized the urgency of intensifying their efforts to extract stones from the river. With a sly grin, Yi Qing proposed that stones without value should continue to be auctioned, while those with potential should be retained. For it is through the accumulation of small gains that one can achieve greater success. Zhao Lei understood the implication and embraced him warmly, expressing gratitude. There's no need for thanks between brothers. Yi Qing chuckled, gently pushing him away. What would others think of two grown men embracing? Zhao Lei laughed heartily, releasing him. No wonder the old master holds you in such high regard. Your cleverness earns my admiration. With a hearty chuckle, Yi Qing declared, my affairs are concluded. It's time for me to take my leave. Very well, I'll have Xiaoyu see you off. I intend to remain here until every last stone in these warehouses has been cleaved open, Zhao Lei affirmed, his resolve unwavering. Turning to Shui Xiaoyu, Yi Qing reminded her. Fetch a few pebbles. Shui Xiaoyu promptly procured a plastic bag, filling it with the stones. She then inquired, just these few? My fish tank is rather diminutive. A few will suffice. Yi Qing responded with an affable nod. Once she had gathered the smaller stones, Shui Xiaoyu thoughtfully added a few larger ones. Rising to walk alongside him, her face radiant with anticipation. I shall seek you out tomorrow. What position shall I be granted? Accepting the plastic bag from her grasp, Yi Qing jested, little 4 or little 5, whichever your heart desires. Before she could retort, he entered his vehicle and departed. Shui Xiaoyu, initially taken aback, soon realized the jest and stamped her foot in vexation, chiding him with a blush. He had begun to conduct himself with propriety, only to revert to his nonsensical pronouncements. Zhao Lei materialized behind her, remarking pensively, do you know why the venerable patriarch of the Yi family insisted on keeping him close? The Yi family? That Yi family? Shui Xiaoyu responded, her surprise evident. There exists but one Yi family in the capital, Zhao Lei retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her. Your emotional intelligence leaves something to be desired. What has my emotional intelligence to do with this? Shui Xiaoyu inquired, her brow furrowed. Why did the Yi family patriarch insist on keeping him by his side? Given his lineage, he would have enjoyed a promising future, whether he pursued a career in government or the military. Yi Wuliang once stated that the patriarch feared his excessive cleverness would lead him astray, causing him to employ his intelligence for nefarious purposes. Hence, he personally keeps a watchful eye on him. Zhao Lei chuckled, remarking that over the years, his temperament had matured to a steadiness that finally led to his release. Yet, how could he be considered composed? Shui Xiaoyu found this utterly perplexing. Silly girl, perhaps you should reflect on what he has deceived you into relinquishing. Zhao Lei slapped his forehead, truly concerned about her emotional intelligence. What could he possibly swindle from me? The distance to Kyoto is nearly 3,800 kilometers. Does he really need to haul a few stones back home for his fish tank? The sixth member of the Yi family was indeed a master of stone gambling. Any stone he favored. Zhao Lei's lips twitched as he thought. Feigning a straightforward approach while secretly maneuvering, he is merely attempting to divert your attention, lest you come to a realization and deny him. Shui Xiaoyu was left speechless, stammering. But those are jade raw stones. This place is essentially a repository of raw stones. Forget it. Let us pretend this never happened. Zhao Lei shook his head in wry amusement, turning to leave. This emotional intelligence. Sigh. Shui Xiaoyu gazed up at the night sky, where the stars seemed to mock her, infuriated as she ground her teeth and stomped her feet. This rascal is nothing short of a smiling wolf. After a full kilometer of driving, Yiqing finally turned on the cabin light, using its glow to examine the stones laid on the back seat. After scrutinizing them for a moment, he instructed Wang Liang to stop the car. Wang Liang stepped on the brakes, and Yiqing, carrying the two large stones that Shui Xiaoyu had kindly packed, hopped out and neatly arranged them in the center of the flower bed, before cheerfully getting back into the car and placing the remaining stones into a plastic bag. Young master, aren't these just pebbles? Why not discard them all? You know nothing. Yiqing shook her head and chuckled reproachfully. This is jadeite rough. Discarding it is akin to throwing away money. Are you aware of the Hojiang site? Wang Liang pondered seriously for a moment. I haven't heard of it. Indeed, this site had been ordered to cease operations by the Burmese military government in the 1950s, and anyone caught mining illegally would face execution. Leaning comfortably against the back of her chair, Yiqing remarked. This has resulted in the jadeite rough from Hojiang circulating very sparingly in the market. It's merely a few small stones. Even if they yield fine jade, their value remains modest. When Yiqing had exited the vehicle earlier, Wang Liang had already glanced back, noting that the stones left behind were as large as fists, with the smaller ones being about the size of walnuts. He sighed. You even discarded the two largest pieces. No wonder you always lose at stone gambling. Yiqing scoffed. The Hojiang site is divided into new and old sections. The one that was closed is the old site. The characteristics of old Hojiang are strikingly distinct. Out of 10 pieces, 9 are watery, with excellent texture, clarity, and color. However, the pieces are generally small, weighing only a few taels to a pound, and do not produce large stones. Moreover, the old site yields colored stones, but not white glass. Most of the material from Hojiang is the size of eggs, with very pale colors. Yet, the subtle hues are not a concern. As long as the texture is sufficient, after polishing, the color will deepen. This phenomenon is known as color transformation, and the longer the piece is worn, the greener and more valuable it becomes. Those two larger pieces. Wang Liang immediately slammed on the brakes, preparing to stop and retrieve them. Those were from the new Hojiang site, typically larger than those from the old site, usually around 3 kilograms. However, their texture, clarity, and color cannot compare to those of the old Hojiang, and they rarely yield high-quality jade when crafted into ornaments. Their colors tend to darken. Moreover, the two pieces of skin were riddled with cracks. Even if one were to wager on their full color, the fissures would be disheartening. Their diminutive size, coupled with the multitude of cracks, rendered them unsuitable for crafting egg-shaped ornaments or pendants, serving only to incite frustration. Yiqing found himself equally helpless. Yet such was the nature of the new Hojiang, low-quality materials yielding high color, yet plagued with spider-like fissures. It was reminiscent of the piece of glass jade masterfully cut into imperial green. The potential for it to transform into a color-shifting variant was ever present. However, the billion-dollar raw material had produced a variant marred by cracks, rendering it utterly worthless. What purpose could these small pieces serve, even if they yielded jade? Wang Liang lamented inwardly, shifting his foot from the brake to the accelerator. What do you even understand? Yiqing retorted, rolling his eyes. These pieces are among the most renowned varieties from the Hojiang: garlic skin, potato skin, egg green skin, frog skin, and bayberry skin, all of which are waxy in texture. Let me put it this way. Many affluent individuals wear pigeon egg and imperial green jade crafted from these very skins. Wang Liang's hand trembled, nearly veering the steering wheel off course, exclaiming, "How much is an imperial green pigeon egg worth? You could sell all 3 of your houses and still not afford one." Yi Qing was equally astonished. Who would have thought that volunteering could lead to such fortunate encounters? What luck! Wang Liang marveled, filled with envy. This is not mere fortune. Yi Qing asserted seriously. Luck is a deception. True mastery is the essence of stone gambling. It is akin to discovering hidden treasures in an antique market, relying solely on one's discernment. These stones, amidst a plethora of new Hojiang materials, were not overlooked, but rather misidentified. At the very least, the warehouse manager who packed these stones into the crates possessed a rudimentary understanding of jade. Indeed, that held true. Wang Liang smirked and nodded. This matter must not be disclosed. Yi Qing solemnly warned, especially to the white fox. She must not be informed. Understood. Wang Liang replied with a smile. As the car entered the parking lot of Tengchong Grand Hotel, Yi Qing hurriedly carried a bag of stones and stepped into the elevator, swiftly locating his room. He swiped the card and pushed the door open, instantly taken aback. Shen Junyi and the white fox, 2 stunning beauties, each donned atop of their own, exposing their delicate, snow-white legs, reclining on the sofa watching television. Their lounging posture, their figures. "You haven't gone to bed yet?" Yi Qing awkwardly stepped into the room, casually placing the black plastic bag in the corner. "How could we dare sleep without you returning?" The white fox shot him a glance. "Will we be able to return tomorrow? I fear we may have to stay in Tuchong for a few more days." Yi Qing pondered for a moment. "Tomorrow, let Wang Liang drive the Range Rover back and change a few tires. Perhaps you could return with him." The white fox scoffed disdainfully. "What, did I offend you, you miser?" "Miserly? I transferred 80 million to you without hesitation." Yi Qing pushed aside her outstretched leg, unabashedly sitting between the 2 women. "Greedy woman, you never know how to leave some leeway for others. That is what I rightfully deserve." The white fox retorted with a cold huff, her slender legs swirling gracefully, positioning herself beside him. Yi Qing, with keen eyes, caught a glimpse and turned his head, looking quizzically at Shen Junyi. Shen Junyi wore a look of helplessness. "All our clothes have been sent for dry cleaning." Yi Qing, astonished, pressed further. "All of them have been dry cleaned?" Shen Junyi forced a smile and nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Hu. "Let her sleep for now. She insists on waiting for your return. You are not only stingy but also timid." Bai Hu disdainfully pushed him aside. "You've taken great advantage of this situation, and I am indifferent to it. Why should you be afraid? Whatever it is, we can discuss it once we return to Ruili. I am going to take a shower." Yi Qing, clutching her clothes, dashed into the bathing area. "You clearly resent being taken advantage of by him, yet you still provoke him like this." Shen Junyi shot her an exasperated glare. Bai Hu's fair face flushed with color as she giggled. "Do you really think he isn't eager to see? He is merely exercising restraint. Believe it or not, he likes me more than you. Had it not been for your interference, my happiness would have been none of your concern. This room belongs solely to the 3 of us. He can hear your nonsense." Shen Junyi was utterly unconvinced. Bai Hu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she called out, "Yi Qing, if you had to choose between Shen Junyi and me, who would you pick?" The sound of water echoed from the bathroom. Yi Qing was not bored enough to respond to such a question. Bai Hu threatened, "If you don't answer, I might just barge in." Yi Qing, unable to contain her irritation, shouted, "Don't you find this question utterly ridiculous? I just want to know." Bai Hu smiled brightly at Shen Junyi. "But the premise is that you encounter both of us simultaneously, rather than meeting her first." "Shen Junyi," Yi Qing answered without hesitation. Shen Junyi burst into laughter. "Don't speak against your conscience, or else I shall not hesitate to turn on you." Bai Hu exclaimed in exasperation. Yi Qing cleansed his body, donned his attire, and stepped out while drying his hair. The meeting of individuals is a serendipitous fate. Shen Junyi took the towel from his hand and knelt behind him to assist in drying his hair. "The heavens allowed me to encounter Shen Junyi first, which signifies that our destinies are intertwined," Yi Qing declared solemnly. "Therefore, there is no question of choice. Rather, I shall not forsake Sister Junyi unless she finds no happiness with me and chooses to depart." He turned to glance at the white fox, noticing her displeased expression, and quickly added with a smile, "Yet, it is you who truly resonates with my temperament." Chapter 81. Rules as a cage. Shen Junyi pinched him fiercely on the shoulder, her voice tinged with defiance. "Why?" Yi Qing embraced her, observing her face filled with jealousy, and replied earnestly, "Because of your fierce spirit. Such tenacity is rare among men." "Are you implying that I am weak?" Shen Junyi retorted indignantly. "Those who drive a BMW toil relentlessly, yearning for a Bentley, while those in a Geely ponder how to conserve fuel." Yi Qing stated with gravity. "In disparate circles, The thoughts of individuals vary greatly. Previously, you were content with modest wealth, indulging in fine dining and wine, satisfied with designer labels. However, the realm of the white fox is entirely different. To survive and to truly live, one must possess a ruthless edge, akin to a wolf, always hunting or being hunted by other formidable beasts. My circle is no different. Shinjuni, incredulous, responded, with your status and position. What is wrong with me? Yiqing smiled, expressing that even in her own family, she hoped to strengthen their lineage through a union. Fortunately, as the youngest of 6, with 5 exceptional brothers ahead of her, she was granted considerable autonomy. Yet, she still wished to be paired with Lu Yue rather than being perceived merely as a sister. The white fox, perplexed, furrowed her brow and inquired, what sort of convoluted relationship is this? When she was born, Yiqing's mother was in poor health, and Aunt Lu, having just given birth to Yue, took Yiqing in to raise alongside her. Thus, she grew up as if she were usurping Yue's place. A hint of sorrow crept into Yiqing's voice as she lamented. The Yi family had always regarded her as the 7th child, yet she was reluctant to accept the role of a mere sister. There was a shared understanding between her and Shin Junyi, who felt the same empathy. If it weren't for the circumstances surrounding their father, they might never have had the opportunity to shatter the barriers between them. Yiqing would have continued to see Lu Yu as her sister. However, after their separation, Lu Yu came to realize that if their relationship continued on that path, they would drift apart, leading her to silently accept her own existence. Although what she gained was incomplete, it was still preferable to total loss. Shin Junyi embraced Yiqing, sincerely stating, Yue chose to let go selectively because she understood you. Yiqing offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging, indeed, as a lawyer, you adeptly grasp the psychological state of your clients. And yet, it seems I have inadvertently benefited you, she added. Shin Junyi playfully nudged him, remarking, only through loss do we learn to cherish. Thus, I shall act as the matchmaker for both of you. What about me? The white fox pressed. Yiqing solemnly inquired, will you return to Kyoto with me? The white fox hesitated momentarily before decisively responding, I will not. Thus, it is indeed the most prudent choice for us to be akin to old acquaintances in the realm. Yiqing solemnly remarked, a white fox embodies nonchalance, spontaneity, and freedom. Confining you as a pet within a cage would surely drive you to madness. You are the pet. The white fox retorted with a scornful laugh, but then pondered this truth. Rules are akin to a prison, and I shall never consent to be ensnared within. However, given the multitude of rules in your household, could you enlighten me on their purpose? Yiqing understood that this was the crux of the matter, and gently shook his head, stating earnestly, knowing too much may not bode well for you, but I too have a query. Are you involved in smuggling gold sand? The white fox's expression grew serious. We are acutely aware of the red lines in this nation, and our aim is to establish a long-lasting business. We have no desire to risk our lives here. Hence, despite the lucrative profits from smuggling gold sand, we refrain from such ventures. Yiqing breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That reassures me. As long as you do not cross this fundamental line, I can offer you a promise. Regardless of the dangers or crises you may encounter in the future, you may seek my assistance, and I shall exert my utmost efforts to aid you. The white fox's gaze flickered, including in our territory? Yiqing replied with a meaningful smile. Wolves never roam alone. They travel in packs. Such confidence. The white fox regarded him with newfound seriousness. Yiqing smiled but offered no answer, yet the white fox perceived the unwavering confidence reflected in his profound eyes. With a light laugh, she wrapped her arm around his. I truly regret this, but it is not too late. Sooner or later, you shall be mine. Yiqing chuckled bitterly. Do you not feel any shame saying this in front of Sister Junyi? The white fox cast a playful glance at Shin Junyi, saying, what does it matter? I would never stoop to vying for the positions of a concubine. As long as you are happy, I am content. Shin Junyi pressed her forehead, exclaiming, I am truly defeated by your shamelessness. Yet, Yiqing wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment, chuckling. Now, this is the essence of the white fox. Nothing can confine her spirit. Do not be so certain, the white fox replied earnestly. Women are capricious. Perhaps one day I would willingly become your woman, but the condition is that I must still be alive. Why do you say that? Shin Junyi asked anxiously. Enough with the probing. Everyone harbors their own secrets. The white fox responded with a sweet smile. With Yiqing's promise, my chances of survival in the future are quite substantial, so there is no need for worry. Tomorrow morning, Wang Liang and I shall return to deal with matters there, and then we will return together with the money. That sounds good. When you return, we shall indulge in something grand. Yiqing laughed heartily, adding, after all, the more money you possess, the safer you are. Indeed, you truly understand me. The white fox beamed, playfully remarking, Do you still have money? If not, I can lend you some. Just pay me 8% interest. Yiqing scowled, lifting Shinjunyi and striding away. Such a miser. The white fox called out, exasperatedly watching his retreating figure. Yiqing slammed the door behind him, grumbling. This woman is akin to a demon, draining every ounce of life. It is all due to money, Shinjunyi remarked, casting an incredulous glance at him before expressing her concern. Will the white fox truly face danger in the future? Quite normal, indeed. Yiqing reclined on the silk quilt, reflecting on the situation. Although the government forces occupied the largest territory, there were still over 150 ethnic groups, each governing themselves and vying for dominance. In their relentless pursuit of sufficient funds to acquire weapons and expand their armies, they resorted to all means to seize various mineral resources, engaging in constant conflict. You tread the riverbank. How can you avoid getting your shoes wet? Your promises to her, are they of great significance? Shinjunyi inquired softly. The channels they control are equally vital to me, Yiqing replied, turning to gaze into her sparkling eyes. I am not merely gambling on stones. I require a substantial procurement of raw materials. Without their assistance, even if I managed to acquire the stones, transporting them back would be unfeasible. Isn't the Yangon public auction sufficient? The Yangon public auction is a hunting ground for capital giants. Yiqing chuckled bitterly. My modest assets cannot stir even the slightest ripple in such a vast arena. Indeed, the transaction volume at the Yangon public auction reaches 4 to 5 billion euros annually. Shinjunyi lamented, her head throbbing. Converted to RMB, that amounts to hundreds of billions. It's truly a matter of throwing money at people. Yiqing's expression mirrored her bitterness. To avoid being crushed by their wealth, I should focus on earning well during this period. Alas, I would gladly welcome being overwhelmed by money. At least then, I would die content. Shinjunyi chuckled lightly, her cheeks flushing. Unfortunately, I lack such abundant funds. Then devise a way to earn it. Yiqing said with a mischievous grin, shifting the topic slyly. Why not check if the white fox is asleep? Chapter 82. The weeping stonecutter woman. Shinjunyi's face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes sparkling with annoyance. Aren't you tired? I am utterly exhausted. This day has been filled with both gambling on stones and being robbed. Women, oh, they are so duplicitous, while they claim to desire nothing. Their bodies betray them with undeniable honesty. Yiqing smirked teasingly, and upon noticing Shinjunyi's imminent fury, quickly shifted the subject. Where are your thoughts wandering? I meant for you to bring in the plastic bag I had left while she was asleep. Only then did Shinjunyi realize she had misallocated her sentiments. Casting him an exasperated glance. What is it? Is it truly significant? The items I retrieved while assisting others were all excellent raw stones. Yiqing beamed with pride. Based on my assessment, the likelihood of extracting high-quality jadeite is exceedingly high. Shinjunyi suddenly sprang up, tiptoeing silently to the door, glancing outside to ensure no one was present, and swiftly stepped out. After a while, she returned, stealthily making her way back, signaling for safety as she knelt before Yiqing and dumped 13 pieces of stone onto the silk quilt. Is this all there is? Shinjunyi was taken aback, staring at the colorful raw stones scattered on the bed, the largest akin to the size of a fist, while the smallest resembled a pigeon's egg. Yiqing stifled a laugh. This time you didn't dismiss the stones as ugly. You've made progress. Shinjunyi shot him a reproachful glare. Naturally. If one lacks knowledge of stones, they will judge them solely on their appearance. That said, what makes these stones so precious that you hold them in such high regard? At the raw stone market in Myanmar, there are over 500, but only those deemed as invincible by gambling experts are known as the constant winner. And that is only the Hejiang. Yiqing exclaimed. To encounter such material is indeed a stroke of luck. It is exceedingly rare. Shinjunyi blinked her beautiful eyes in astonishment and inquired. The mine has been sealed for decades. Yiqing nodded affirmatively. Moreover, extracting such raw stones is quite challenging. These few are water stones, resting at the riverbed. The stone collectors, bare-skinned, plunge into the icy depths, feeling their way through the darkness, surfacing only upon grasping a stone. Many of these collectors dive down and never resurface. Shinjunyi felt a shiver run through her, startled by his words. Each stone carries the weight of tears and blood. Yiqing sighed ruefully. This is the gamble of stone collecting. Shinjunyi stared at him, gritting her teeth. If you are passionate about this profession, I cannot deter you. But I do hope you ensure your safety. Yiqing smiled softly, wrapping the stone and placing it in his suitcase before embracing her delicate form. Rest assured. I have always exercised caution, and with Lula by my side, I can extricate myself from any predicament. Indeed, Shinjunyi was aware of his formidable strength. And with Lulu alongside him, they were formidable opponents. What are your plans for tonight? Do not inquire too much about Fourth Brother's affairs. Yiqing preferred to remain reticent. Tomorrow, Shui Xiaoyu will be coming over. Shin Junyi became immediately alert. What does she intend to do? You cannot be. What are you thinking? Yi Qing chuckled. She is coming with a mission. Consider her a bodyguard. Having a police chief as my bodyguard elevates my status in the legal realm. Shin Junyi, filled with concern, shot him a disapproving glance. I am the inspector ambassador appointed by little Buddha Liu to watch over you. Please do not place me in a difficult position. Look at you, speaking as if all the beauties in the world are enamored with me. Yi Qing shook his head dismissively, pulling up the quilt to cover both of them. That is uncertain. Women are often drawn to successful men. Shin Junyi nestled against him, remarking, you are youthful and handsome, with a wealth that is precisely what young ladies find appealing. Moreover, you possess a peculiar charm when gambling with stones that captivates even someone as disciplined as I am, let alone a young girl. Please refrain from entertaining such unfounded notions, Yi Qing replied, casting her a helpless glance. It is better to take precautions in advance, otherwise, I will have no explanation for little Buddha Liu Yu. Shin Junyi bit her lip in determination. Your gait seems unnatural. Does it still hurt? Yi Qing swiftly redirected the conversation. Shin Junyi's cheeks flushed with warmth as she playfully smacked him, exclaiming, who told you to act so recklessly? You didn't manage to control yourself the first time. Yi Qing grinned mischievously at her. Shin Junyi buried her face in his embrace, laughing softly. Who hasn't had a first time? Now, let us sleep. You are forbidden from thinking about such matters. She added in a whisper, at least, not tonight. The following morning, Yi Qing rose early to see off the White Fox and Boss Chi. Lulu, holding the keys to an Audi A6, announced, I called the 4S shop. They have the tires ready for replacement. Wang Liang is expected back around 4 or 5 this afternoon. Yi Qing smiled knowingly at him, understanding his concerns. Today we won't be heading to the countryside. We will just wander around the city. I can't shake off my worries without a decent car, Lulu replied, shaking his head. I wonder if Mawen has been apprehended. You are subtly inquiring about the purpose behind the fourth brother's summons, aren't you? Yi Qing chuckled as she leaned against the sleek Audi. It surely cannot bode well. Lulu, feeling somewhat despondent, remarked coolly, the available manpower here is rather scant. If sixth brother truly intends to extend his assistance, staying in a hotel would be inconvenient. It would be best to purchase a villa so I can facilitate the arrival of personnel. Very well, I shall procure one upon my return. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Lulu had merely posed the question out of curiosity, yet he was taken aback by the response, his eyes widening in astonishment. Fourth brother genuinely intends to drag you into this. Certain individuals and matters are beyond their capacity to confront directly, hence they have entrusted them to me. Yi Qing replied with a smile. However, this undertaking possesses considerable autonomy, and I can investigate it alongside my master's affairs. Lulu nodded, choosing to remain silent. He was well acquainted with the temperaments and dispositions of the Yi family. The eldest is composed, the second exudes elegance, following the family's expectations to pursue a political career. The third and fourth brothers have a penchant for the military, having enlisted in a military academy immediately after graduating high school, and now each commands their own domain with distinction. When Ye's mother gave birth to the fifth child, the entire family presumed it to be the last, indulging him excessively, which resulted in the emergence of a wayward spirit. To their surprise, a few years later, Ye's mother bore a sixth child, and the family's adoration swiftly shifted to the youngest. The fifth son sensed a looming threat and immersed himself in the pursuit of wealth, leveraging his family background to engage in the trade of permits, amassing a considerable fortune in a matter of years. Yet, no one anticipated that this sixth child had an innate love for money, displaying a shrewdness that significantly surpassed that of Ye's fifth son. The family patriarch dared not leave matters to chance and took it upon himself to personally guide the youngest. During my high school years, my initial foray into entrepreneurship was nothing short of remarkable, leveraging the funds accumulated by Yi Lao Wu through years of trading permits. I orchestrated a series of dazzling maneuvers that culminated in the acquisition of a lavish resort valued at a staggering 10 billion. This establishment was subsequently transformed into a grand palace business club. However, my preoccupation with these ventures detracted from my academic pursuits, leading to my failure in the college entrance examination. Consequently, I spent a year in Riley before returning to Kyoto, where I began selling stones at Panjiayuan. The following year, I established a stone shop, earning profits at a terrifying pace, which earned me the respect of the affluent circles in Kyoto as a young master. The patriarch of the Yi family positioned himself within the Palace Business Club, closely monitoring Yi Lao Wu. Presently, I am tasked with accompanying Yi Lao Lu, with the implicit duty of ensuring his safety while steering him away from nefarious paths. As the elder of the Yi family wisely remarked, the more intelligent individuals become, the more sophisticated their malice, posing a greater threat to society. The Yi family will not tolerate the emergence of such wayward descendants. Chapter 83. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yi Qing smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "You may honestly inform grandfather of my endeavors. However, the matter concerning Jun Yi is one I shall manage personally for the time being." Lu twitched his lips but remained silent. Yi Qing continued solemnly. The Yi and Lu families have always supported each other through thick and thin. If this situation is not handled with care, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. Furthermore, as long as I take you heir to apologize, I anticipate no major issues with grandfather and grandmother Lu. Although Lu father is known for his temper, I am undeterred. My primary concern is to avoid causing distress to Lu mother. You are aware that I was raised by Madame Lu, who treated me as her own child, and I regarded her as a mother. If I had always considered Lu Yu as my sister, this predicament would not have arisen. However, once the subject of marriage is broached, particularly with the presence of my elder sister Junyi, the situation becomes significantly more complex. I must devise a prudent strategy to secure Madame Lu's approval for this matter. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Yet, I desire both. Yi Qing cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "If you divulge this to grandfather, he will compel Junyi to withdraw, but the injury will not be hers alone. It will also affect me. You, who are so reticent, fail to comprehend how crucial a man's first woman is. You wouldn't wish for me to end up like fifth brother, heartbroken while others find solace, leaving me as a mere butterfly resting upon a beautiful shoulder." Lu expressed his concern, but can sixth brother truly handle this situation? Madame Lu appears gentle, yet within her household, she wields unassailable authority. Even the tempestuous patriarch of the Lu family is but a docile cat in her presence. Women, after all, should possess the deepest understanding of their own kind. Yi Qing chuckled softly. If Madame Lu were to learn that I forsook Junyi in pursuit of marrying Yue, she would never permit Yue to wed me. Why is that? Madame Lu is a woman of refined upbringing. She understands that if a man abandons one woman for the sake of a union, he may do so again. Even if she holds affection for me, she would never entrust her cherished daughter to a man devoid of loyalty. Yi Qing smiled wryly at the irony. Conversely, if I remain resolute, she might regard me with a semblance of respect. Perhaps, swayed by sentiment, she would consent to my intentions, considering I was raised under her care. Lu grinned and inquired, "Where did you learn this peculiar theory of yours? Every detail holds knowledge." Yi Qing chuckled lightly. "Your grandfather placed you beside fifth brother not only to keep an eye on him, but for another purpose." "What purpose?" Lu asked in astonishment. "To teach you the art of wooing women." Yi Qing replied with utmost seriousness. "Otherwise, you, the taciturn one, would surely remain single for a century by sheer merit." Lu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Do not use me as an example. My family has long since arranged a betrothal for me. Moreover, over the years, she has been the one caring for my parents. So no matter how appealing other women may be, I shall not spare them a glance." Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. "How intriguing. I had never heard you mention this before. Why bring this up?" Lu turned away, unwilling to meet the absurd smile on Yi Qing's face. Yet, Yi Qing was determined not to let him off the hook. "Has fifth brother never taught you that a man who has not weathered storms should never rush into romance?" "I am steadfast in my devotion," Lu retorted, exasperated. "Sixth brother, it is unkind to take pleasure in another's misfortune. Besides, you ought to worry about yourself. The bracelet that Lu Yu wears was stolen by fifth brother, and now she refuses to return it. When grandma discovered the bracelet was missing, it caused quite a stir in Nanshan, and ultimately, it was traced back to fifth brother." This time, Yi Qing's face twitched in reaction. "I suspected as much. Grandma would not easily part with that bracelet." Lu nodded sympathetically. "That is a token of the third-generation matriarch of the Yi family. What happened next?" Yi Qing asked, though he was reluctant to pry. Lu stifled a laugh as grandfather stormed into the Royal Palace Business Club, brandishing his cane with the intent to break fifth brother's legs. It was only thanks to sister Lu Yu, who had ventured to Nanshan to plead on behalf of grandmother, that grandfather relented. However, grandmother was swayed by sister Lu Yu and bestowed her bracelet upon her. Yi Qing lamented, "The die is cast." This, however, was of little consequence. What truly mattered was grandfather's declaration that the Royal Palace Business Club was rife with corruption, prompting sister Lu Yu to initiate reforms within the establishment. Fifth brother, in a panic, refrained from contacting you directly and instead sought Yi Qing's counsel to persuade his little tyrant at home. Lu found this rather amusing. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing grew anxious. His audacity in gambling on stones stemmed from the solid financial backing provided by both the Stone Studio and the Royal Palace Business Club. Even in the event of a loss, he could retreat to the capital. Moreover, The business club operated under an entirely different paradigm, one that even a Tsinghua University graduate could mismanage if unfamiliar with its intricacies. Without uttering a word, Yiqing stepped into the elevator. As the doors opened, he was greeted by the sight of a girl standing at his room's entrance, her hair tied in a ponytail. Clad in a sleeveless top that revealed her fair, delicate shoulders and slender waist, complemented by a strikingly red skirt. "I'm sorry, miss, but we do not require special services here," Yiqing remarked softly from behind her. The girl spun around abruptly, her small fist nearly colliding with his nose. Upon recognizing him, she quickly retracted her hand, looking at him with disdain. "What do you take me for, Shuexiaoyu? Why are you here so early?" Yiqing observed the doll-like young woman, her attire undeniably eye-catching. "It's still early. It's only 6 o'clock." Shuexiaoyu pouted her cherry lips, stomping her feet in anger. "How could you regard me as that kind of woman? Staying in a hotel is a common occurrence." Yiqing chuckled. "It's either a note or a phone call. Otherwise, it's a direct approach at the door. Standing there early in the morning, who wouldn't think otherwise? Well, you do have a way of justifying yourself. I forgive you." Shuexiaoyu tossed her head back elegantly, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Yiqing opened the door without looking back. "Have you made your choice? To be the fourth or the fifth?" Shuexiaoyu's cheeks flushed, and she protested. "Why must you be so sordid? Can't you assign me a different role? With a man, only these two identities won't raise suspicion. Aren't the fourth and fifth the same?" Shuexiaoyu shot him a glare. "In any case, I refuse to be your mistress. Think of another identity. You want to have a chance to be the mistress." Yiqing chuckled. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll go check if the mistress has arisen." "You really do keep a mistress?" Shuexiaoyu was taken aback. Yiqing pushed the door open, only to find Shinjunyi lounging on the cushion, holding her phone and engaged in a video call. He quickly shut the door. "Who is it?" Shinjunyi made a gesture resembling a little Buddha, and from inside, Lu Yu asked, "Shin-san, have you gotten together with Lu Gu yet?" Yiqing was instantly struck with a wave of annoyance. Chapter 84. The proximity of water and the lofty platform. Shinjunyi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scolded. "Lu Yu, you're a grown woman. How can you be so indiscreet?" "Oh, do I even need to be discreet?" Lu Yu regarded her with disdain, stating, "Not answering directly means you are together." With a quick roll of her eyes, she pressed, "Tell me, is sixth brother impressive?" Shinjunyi hastily shoved her phone towards Yiqing, while she herself buried her head under the covers. "Sixth brother, are you there?" Lu Yu managed an awkward smile. Yiqing gazed at the phone screen, where the young girl nestled beneath the blanket, her delicate collarbone and graceful waist fully visible. Typically, she would have gasped and switched off the phone, but today she bravely swayed her body, playfully asking, "Who has a better figure, me or Shen Xiaosan?" "Don't ask me such a foolish question." Yiqing shot her an irritated glare. "No matter how I answer, it's wrong. Do you think I'm foolish?" Lu Yu's voice softened as she pitifully inquired. "It has only been 3 days, my dear Yu." Yiqing chuckled, "But I think of you every day. What do you think of me?" Lu Yu's face brightened with a smile. "You've promoted from Shaoqi to my fiancée. What else could I think of?" Yiqing felt a pang in his heart. "I'm sorry for causing you sorrow. My heart is shattered. I cried all night last night." Lu Yu's eyes turned red at once. "Sixth brother, you owe me a lifetime." "Indeed, I owe you this lifetime," Yiqing replied solemnly, feeling a touch of sadness. "All right, I won't quibble with you." Lu Yu wiped away her tears, her voice tinged with a sob. "Regardless, when you left Kyoto, I was still your Shaoqi, and I had no say in your affairs. But now, you are under my care, and Shin Xiaosan is under her jurisdiction as well." Yiqing quickly chuckled. "From now on, I'll leave the management to both of you. Is that acceptable?" Your sister Shun is moved to tears. However, please refrain from calling her Shin III. It sounds rather unappealing. After all, she is older than us, so let us address her as Sister Junyi from now on. I refer to her as Shin III merely as a reminder to keep her in check, lest she ends up with a few more fourth or fifth companions, Liu retorted with a cold snort. Yiqing promptly pulled Shin Junyi up from the bed, revealing a face adorned with tears resembling delicate pear blossoms. Sister Junyi, please do not cry. I am merely frustrated. Lu Yu choked out. After raising a pig for over 20 years, I cannot bear to butcher it, yet the moment I release it, you seize the opportunity to strike first. Huh. Shin Junyi's tear-streaked face instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Yet Yiqing's expression darkened. All these years, you viewed me as a pig. Lu Yu, too, broke into laughter, playfully sticking out her tongue. That is not the crux of the matter. We can choose to selectively forget. Sixth brother, have you finalized the raw stones? There are only a handful of window materials left, and even if we ration them, it won't last long. I have confirmed the order. They are expected to arrive in Kyoto within a week, and they will contact you directly. Yiqing affirmed with a nod. In total, there are over 200 pieces. The marked ones will go into the small warehouse, while the unmarked ones will be sold directly in the store, as you well know. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. What about the materials from the Royal Palace Club? Yi Qing pondered for a moment, then seriously inquired, Yue, how do you plan to reform the Royal Palace Club? Lu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she gritted her teeth. Fifth brother has complained to you, hasn't he? Yi Qing chuckled. No, it was manager Ma who, fearing for his job, called me. At last, fifth brother has a conscience. Lu Yu pouted. Grandfather instructed fifth brother to transfer the management of the Wang Gong Club to me. I was initially filled with ambition, ready to make significant strides. But after a day of studying the management model of the Wang Gong Club, I discovered that nothing could be altered. Not even the position of general manager can be easily replaced. Yi Qing smiled in satisfaction, while Shen Junyi expressed her astonishment. How so? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. The Wang Gong Club is a business center themed around exquisite scenery, gourmet cuisine, and beautiful individuals, combined with high-end business services. Moreover, this model is exceedingly difficult to replicate. First, finding such a substantial piece of land near the precious real estate of Kyoto is virtually impossible. The dishes, themed around the ingredients from the Red Mansion, are truly unique, drawing a significant number of gourmet enthusiasts from government sectors, celebrity models, and a plethora of second-generation wealthy individuals. However, it is the business aspect that truly generates profit for the club. I reviewed all the materials. Gold card members pay an annual fee of 50 million. Yet even if they visit daily and experience every service, they would not spend more than 30 million in a year, leaving the remaining 20 million for the club to absorb. Astute. Yi Qing rarely extended his thumb in praise. Indeed, Lu Yu proudly lifted her chin, responding brightly. One must consider who I am, a Tsinghua University graduate. Yet, Shen Junyi appeared somewhat skeptical. Could it be that these affluent individuals willingly allow themselves to be fleeced? Lu Yu solemnly remarked, there isn't a fool among those who achieve wealth. Closing a deal at the club can yield profits in the billions. So why would they concern themselves with a mere few million? On the contrary, they should express gratitude for the opportunity the club affords. The powerful figures who control vital departments are not easily accessible. Moreover, the bronze card costs merely 1 million. If they recruit 100 members in a year, that amounts to a trivial sum. Instead, they must invest considerable effort in investigating the members' assets and any undesirable records. However, ascending from a bronze member to a silver card requires 10 million, while moving from silver to gold demands 50 million. When it comes time for promotions, they will beseech you to take their money, far more lucrative than selling raw stones. Indeed, Yu Qing nodded in approval. The operational model of the Wang Palace Club is one that my brother and I meticulously analyzed for a full month, ensuring every detail was thoroughly understood. The reason for its profitability lies in the exclusivity of membership qualifications. When a gold card member successfully concludes a deal here, it is akin to unearthing an imperial jade from a gamble. It becomes widely known among the elite. Consequently, many affluent individuals go to great lengths to enter this circle. Yet, the Wang Palace Club does not permit entry solely based on wealth. Each year, only 50 bronze cards are issued, with merely 20 advancing to silver and 10 to gold. This approach not only welcomes fresh blood, but also maintains a high-end monopoly. An abundance of gold card members would overwhelm these magnates, making them forgetful and likely to avoid each other. A smaller number of members fosters familiarity and, consequently, business opportunities. Why? Shen Junyi could not comprehend. It is quite simple. Anyone capable of investing 50 million to acquire a gold card is undoubtedly a true success. Moreover, prior to the elevation of their card status, the establishment conducts a thorough evaluation of their character, connections, financial standing, and qualifications. Those who do not meet the club's stringent criteria will not receive an upgrade. Yi Qing smiled to himself, pondering. Consider this. Between acquaintances and strangers, whom do these magnates choose? Only gold card members can enjoy the advantages of proximity to power. Chapter 85. The test of the Yi family's patriarch. The gold card serves as a key to opportunity. Once one catches the eye of a prominent figure, lucrative projects await. The silver card offers a glimmer of hope, while the bronze card members represent the reserve force. Shen Junyi nodded affirmatively. Lu Yu grit her teeth and remarked, I wish to immerse myself in this circle, yet it demands considerable time, especially since I struggle to command authority. This group fears Brother Wu but does not regard me with the same apprehension, and among these childhood friends in the circle, I find it difficult to take decisive action against them. I have given up. Yi Qing tentatively inquired. Yes. Lu Yu nodded resolutely. Yi Qing finally felt at ease, smiling as he said, Congratulations, you have passed grandfather's test. Humph. Lu Yu's crescent-shaped eyes narrowed with displeasure as she retorted, I knew that old man had ulterior motives. What is going on? I do not quite understand. Shen Junyi gazed at Yi Qing with her beautiful eyes, perplexed. Eat as much as your bowl can hold. Yi Qing chuckled. As the future matriarch of the Yi family, while capability is significant, it is not the foremost concern. The most crucial aspect is self-awareness. One must know the extent of their capabilities and not overreach, for doing so could jeopardize the family's livelihood. Next time I visit Nanshan, I shall pluck the beard of that old man. Lu Yu declared fiercely, urging him to ensnare me. As for me, I am indifferent. Yi Qing chuckled heartily, recalling how grandmother personally bestowed the bracelet upon you. Lu Yu immediately became alert. How do you know this? You have Sister Shin as your informant. And I have my own. Yi Qing responded with a mischievous grin. Were it not for you and Brother Wu's schemes, grandfather would not have set a trap for you. That old man truly believes in tit for tat, never willing to suffer a loss. Lu Yu gritted her teeth in frustration. Well, let us consider this matter resolved. Yi Qing quickly added with a smile, after years of diligent cultivation, we have finally reaped the fruits of our labor. And to receive their blessings is indeed our greatest fortune. Lu Yu, still somewhat apprehensive, sighed in relief. In our circle, marriage is not a matter of personal choice. The heavens must be aiding us for us to escape this calamity. It is Brother Wu who is providing assistance. Yi Qing corrected with a grin. You must clarify matters with him promptly. Brother Wu is rather timid. I shall give him a beating first. Lu Yu proudly waved her fist. If it were before, I would not concern myself with you. It was merely a sibling quarrel between Xiao Qi and Lao Wu. But now, it is a matter of a brother's wife confronting an elder. Do you wish to stir up chaos? Yi Qing chuckled. Alas, Lu Yu's delicate and enchanting face suddenly fell into despair. Sixth brother, what shall we do about Junyi? You must first speak to grandmother, as long as she consents. There should be no significant issues with grandfather. Yi Qing furrowed his brow, his tone grave. Conversely, it is your grandfather and grandmother who will need your assistance. Lu Yu, in a tone of disbelief, remarked, Sixth brother, how can you be so unkind as to ask for my assistance in such matters? I am left with no options. Yi Qing cast a glance at the eavesdropping Shen Junyi and, with increased emphasis, implored, Can you bear to see Sister Junyi suffer? I refuse to be the one to endure any grievances. Lu Yu glared at him, tears brimming in her eyes, and retorted with indignation. You permit yourself to seek a mistress and even bring her into our home. Sixth brother, I fear I am the only wife of my kind in this world. Yi Qing, with a bold demeanor, chuckled, a heroine of Kyoto must be grand and possess a heart that encompasses the world. Lu Yu pouted, tears cascading down her cheeks. My heart holds only you. I cannot feign concern for the world. Yi Qing felt a pang of sorrow and gently reassured her, do not weep. I can manage this on my own. Lu Yu wiped her tears, casting him a disdainful glance, and snapped, What good ideas could you possibly conjure? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, wearing a pained expression. Even if I cannot conceive a solution, I must try. The situation between Sister Junyi and me is unique, and it is simply inconceivable to abandon it. Shen Junyi, with teary eyes, glanced at him and consoled. If you cannot think of anything, then do not, at most. I shall remain in Ruili and forego Kyoto. Lu Yu regarded her thoughtfully before suddenly asking, Sixth brother, tell me honestly, are you truly competent? What nonsense are you spouting now? Yi Qing replied, irked. If you do not share your insights with me, how can I devise a plan? Lu Yu scoffed. Such matters are not for me to address. It would appear as though I am boasting. Ask Sister Junyi. Yi Qing promptly handed his phone to Shen Junyi. Let sixth brother step out. We need to converse. Lu Yu exclaimed. Yi Qing hurriedly stepped outside and saw Shui Xiaoyu lounging on the sofa, leisurely indulging in snacks. With a smile, he inquired, Are you hungry? Did you skip breakfast? Shui Xiaoyu shot him a glare and retorted, When is your little mistress coming out? I've been waiting impatiently. Yi Qing, equally unyielding, cast a curious glance her way and teased, Have you made up your mind? Will you be the fourth or the fifth? Don't take advantage of me. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Shui Xiaoyu shot him another fierce glare and implored, I'm begging you. Please change your identity. If my parents find out that I'm being the fourth for you, they might just kill me. It's all for the sake of completing a task. It's not like we're being serious. Yi Qing chuckled. Even if you want to, I wouldn't agree. Is teasing me amusing? Shui Xiaoyu scoffed. The door wasn't closed tightly earlier. I heard everything clearly. Should I go in and tell the person on the phone that not only do you have a mistress, but also a fourth? All right. Yi Qing raised his thumb in commendation. Clever as a Kunming dog. You're the dog. Shui Xiaoyu angrily hurled a cushion at him. So, will you change or not? Bodyguard. Yi Qing replied seriously, My current identity is that of a wealthy master of gambling stones. Apart from my mistresses, I can only bring a bodyguard. Shui Xiaoyu smiled in satisfaction, retracting her hand from her thigh to rest on her knee. However, Yi Qing suddenly leaned closer, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and rolling up her pant leg. What are you doing? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in a low shout, quickly reaching for her calf. Yet, Yi Qing was quicker, drawing out the handgun strapped to his leg. Yi Qing released Shui Xiaoyu, casting a stern gaze upon her. It's a police weapon, if discovered. Your demise will be swift. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. Without the gun by my side, I can't shake this feeling of insecurity. But the real issue is, if you wish to embrace death, do not drag me down with you. Yi Qing sighed in resignation, shaking his head. The caravan members are legitimate businessmen within the country. But once they cross the river, they become desperate outlaws, capable of anything. Furthermore, you must understand that our objective is to gather clues, not to bring them to justice. That is Zhao Lei's responsibility. Never assume that just because you possess exceptional skills, you can act recklessly. Even a fierce tiger cannot contend with a pack of wolves. You were so ruthless when you were striking them, Shui Xiaoyu observed curiously. 3 left unconscious. 1 with over 30 broken bones, and none of the others were left intact. How can you be so timid in the face of danger? Is this timidity? I call it caution. Yi Qing shot her a disdainful glare, emphasizing his words. If you do not comply, I will have Zhao Lei replace you. Chapter 86. Special treatment for the single dogs. Shui Xiaoyu wore a look of grievance, unwilling to concede. Is it so difficult to listen to you? Within the confines of the room, Lu Yu pressed on. Sister Junyi, is brother 6 formidable? Xin Junyi, blushing, retorted, you'll find out for yourself in the future. Why must you insist on asking me? Great, my goodwill has been taken for granted. Lu Yu shot her an exasperated glance, warning, when the time comes and you can't think of a solution, don't blame me. Formidable, indeed, very formidable. Is that satisfactory? Xin Junyi was so embarrassed she could hardly meet her gaze. To what extent is he formidable? Lu Yu too felt shy but struggled to suppress her burgeoning curiosity. Are you done yet? Xin Junyi exclaimed, feeling on the verge of tears once again due to the relentless pressure. Stop pretending to be pitiful. When you made your move, did you ever consider the consequences we face today? Lu Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet her curiosity was insatiable, akin to a cat's, as she disdainfully remarked, speak up, or I shall hang up. You want to regret it. I've been struggling to walk these past few days. Xin Junyi, biting her lip in shame, retorted, is it really that severe? Lu Yu gasped in surprise, but online it says it takes only a few minutes. How long did it take 6th brother? Share your method. Xin Junyi felt utterly mortified, nearly tossing her phone aside. If both of us were to become mothers, our 2 families would be left with no recourse. Lu Yu's voice trailed off, heavy with grievance, as she could barely lift her head. I was forced into this situation by the 2 of you. My dear sister, although this method is rather dubious, I am grateful to you. Xin Junyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Truly, I have never encountered such a magnanimous girl as you. I am more than willing to let you take the lead. From now on, when 6th brother bullies me, you must come to my aid, Lu Yu declared, her tone tinged with a hint of tears. Does he even dare to bully you? Xin Junyi chuckled, both exasperated and amused, teasingly replied, unless you 2 are alone together. Then, he might take advantage of you. And would you even call for my help? Lu Yu felt a rush of embarrassment and exclaimed, Xin Shaosan. Keep an eye on 6th brother. Don't let him stray. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Without waiting for Xin Junyi's response, she promptly hung up. Xin Junyi stared vacantly at her phone screen for a moment before tossing it onto the quilt in frustration, exclaiming, if you can't keep your focus, how can you expect me to? With a languid gesture, she attempted to style her hair into a bun, yet could not replicate the heroic elegance of Lu Yu, the quintessential heroine of the martial world. With a sigh of resignation, she let her hair fall freely, adjusted her white dress, and stepped outside, suddenly encountering Shui Xiaoyu. She exclaimed, how could you let her in? Why are you here? Shui Xiaoyu, equally astonished, had anticipated that the interloper in the room would be the stunning fox woman, only to find instead the sharp-tongued beauty who was a renowned lawyer. Yi Qing could not suppress a laugh, indeed. It was true that like-minded individuals often found themselves in similar circumstances. Having just jested that Shui Xiaoyu resembled a Kunming dog, Xin Junyi had now relegated her to the status of a pet. Shui Xiaoyu, both indignant and embarrassed, shot a glare at Yi Qing and retorted, you 2 really have no sense of propriety. Xin Junyi looked at her with a hint of surprise and mused, who should I be? Allow me to formally introduce you. Xin Junyi, my fiancée. Yi Qing stepped closer to Xin Junyi, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and addressed Shui Xiaoyu. You are already acquainted with this lovely lady, but from this day forth, she will no longer serve as a police officer. She will be your bodyguard. All tasks such as making the bed, tidying clothes, and carrying luggage will henceforth be entrusted to her. Don't go assigning tasks recklessly. Shui Xiaoyu shot him a playful glare. Her voice tinged with annoyance. I am here to be a bodyguard, not a maid for you both. A single fiancé brought a sweetness akin to honey to Shen Junyi's heart, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. She turned to Shui Xiaoyu and said earnestly, Yi Qing has informed me that you come bearing a mission. However, regardless of your objective, he must not be harmed. Shui Xiaoyu, bewildered, exclaimed, Your man is a violent maniac. If he refrains from harming others, it would be a testament to his ancestors' virtue. Mind your words, Shen Junyi replied, her smile fading. Her tone turning frigid. As a citizen, he has the duty to cooperate with your enforcement, but he also possesses the right to refuse. If his personal safety cannot be guaranteed, I wish for you to leave. Shui Xiaoyu hesitated and glanced towards Yi Qing. Well, things are not as severe as you think. Yi Qing chuckled, wrapping his arms around Shen Junyi. Moreover, this is the directive of fourth brother. Lu and I have no choice but to comply. Despite her lingering worries, Shen Junyi nodded. I will go freshen up first, and we shall talk shortly. Once Shen Junyi entered the washroom, Shui Xiaoyu turned to Yi Qing, her tone tinged with envy. You're scattering dog food everywhere, deliberately tormenting the single dogs. Yi Qing shot her an amused glance and teased. Yet you claim you aren't a dog. Shui Xiaoyu settled beside him on the sofa, retorting, those single dogs are indeed dogs. They are not that kind of dog. Yi Qing grinned mischievously. One cannot write two characters for dog with a single stroke. You are still a dog. Shui Xiaoyu, her teeth clenched in frustration, curiously inquired. How did you manage to win over a beautiful lawyer? What constitutes deception? We are in a relationship of free love. Yi Qing exclaimed, which law stipulates that a lawyer cannot fall in love. I distinctly heard you refer to her as a mistress. Shui Xiaoyu pouted her cherry lips, adorably charming. Indeed. After remaining single for so many years, your intelligence and emotional quotient are both quite concerning. Yi Qing's face reflected despair. I must call Zhao Lei and request a substitute. On what grounds should I be replaced? Besides, where would you find a beautiful bodyguard like me? Shui Xiaoyu retorted angrily. In the face of danger. How can we determine whether it is you protecting me or I protecting you? Furthermore, your thoughtless remarks have reduced my sense of security to zero. Yi Qing looked at her with disdain and promptly took out his phone. With a sudden leap, Shui Xiaoyu seized the phone with both hands, pleading, please don't call. I have worked so hard to secure this assignment. I truly cannot give it up. Yi Qing, enveloped in warmth, shivered slightly. My fiancé is still inside. If you continue like this, give me the phone, or I shall shout harassment. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, and a mischievous smile curled at the corners of her lips. Fine, I want to make the call, but you must get up first. Yi Qing, with little patience, gave her a playful slap on her pert bottom. Shui Xiaoyu's body trembled, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she whispered angrily, You dare to assault an officer? Yi Qing chuckled as he helped her to her feet. You threw yourself at me, and let me clarify, I am not a man who is easily swayed. I fear you may not be human when you become reckless. Shui Xiaoyu shot back, isn't it typical for you privileged ones to flirt with beautiful women? That refers to the lofty elite, not to me. Yi, the commoner. Yi Qing cast a glance at her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and remarked, moreover, I would never stoop to the level of flirting with a little girl like you. I am not a child. Su Xiaoyu protested. For it is a common trait among beauties to refuse any disparagement of their figures. She rose gracefully, her lithe form swaying slightly. Chapter 87. The Pavna witness. Yi Qing seized her handgun in one hand and approached with a grin, patting her shoulder. Kid, your pectorals lack substance. They are rather undernourished. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. Before she could muster a response, Yi Qing briskly entered the bedroom, opened the suitcase, and placed the handgun inside, retrieving instead a piece of glass-grade jadeite and 4 raw stones from Hojiang. Su Xiaoyu, her face flushed, stood at the doorway, her expression anxious. You better not lose them. The consequences will be dire. If Sister Junyi sees this, she won't hesitate to kick you out. Yi Qing methodically packed the jade and raw stones into plastic bags, then cast her a scornful glance. Honestly, you are quite foolish, carrying a gun along with a police badge, as if you wish for everyone to know you are an officer. Su Xiaoyu frowned, her demeanor pitiful. I just feel unsafe. Yi Qing nodded. For now, this gun will be under my guardianship. I shall return it to you upon reuniting with the team. Once we arrive in Riley, my associates will come to you, and I'll have them bring a Pavna witness. That weapon will suit you perfectly. Really? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. You can truly procure a Pavna witness? That is a world-renowned firearm. The Pavna witness is an exceptionally compact semi-automatic pistol, effortlessly wielded by women. The firearm boasts a unique embellishment and an array of colors to choose from, including blue, pink, purple, and black. The frame presents a uniform hue, yet features irregular silver speckles that create an intriguing and distinctive appearance. The Pavna Witness is not only visually captivating, but also crafted with meticulous attention to material. Its frame is constructed from lightweight polymer, making it easy to conceal and carry. What particularly appeals to women is its recoilless design. Shui Xiaoyu has long yearned for the Pavna Witness, though it is regrettably unavailable domestically and prohibited for their use. Acquiring a Pavna Witness poses no challenge for Yi Qing, as the Armory of the Royal Palace Club has prepared a selection specifically for beautiful starlets and models, allowing them to indulge in a change of weaponry. Undoubtedly. Have you ever seen Lu Li's credentials? What weapon could he possibly not procure? Yi Qing cautioned, remember, from this day forth, you shall serve as Sister Junyi's bodyguard, no longer as a police officer. Forget everything you learned at the police academy. Furthermore, this outfit does not suit you. You must change into something else. By the way, how much budget did Zhao Lei allocate for you? Budget? There isn't one. Shui Xiaoyu grimaced. The chief said I could just follow you and enjoy meals without needing to spend any money. Yi Qing's lips twitched in disbelief. And pray tell, what is unsuitable about my attire? Shui Xiaoyu glanced at her own outfit, a sleeveless tank top that revealed her fair shoulders, a rounded navel, and a red skirt that accentuated her elongated figure, paired with a sporty pair of shoes, presenting an image of an invincible beauty. Utterly inadequate. Yi Qing spared no effort in criticizing her, stating earnestly, have you ever seen a billionaire's bodyguard donning cheap, street market attire? Your entire outfit barely amounts to 3,000. Does it? This time, it was Shui Xiaoyu's turn to twitch her lips in response. Yi Qing, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, your father is worth 2 billion. And yet you can't afford something better? I haven't asked my family for money since I graduated. Shui Xiaoyu lamented, who knew being a bodyguard required dressing well. 3,000 for a set of clothing is quite steep. That just proves you're not even worthy of being a mistress. Yi Qing scoffed disdainfully. When a beautiful woman seeks a man, if she doesn't present herself in a glamorous manner, she wouldn't dare to claim to be a gold digger. Bah! Shui Xiaoyu retorted with contempt. Can you speak properly? Must you always veer into such topics? Aren't you worried your fiancé might overhear? By the way, what's the deal with being a mistress? Care to enlighten me? Yi Qing, annoyed, shot back. Is that any of your business? As your bodyguard, I ought to have some understanding of your private life. Shui Xiaoyu recognized that this subject irked Yi Qing, yet she found amusement in provoking him. With an innocent smile, she added, otherwise, if someone asks you and you remain clueless, don't blame me for exposing you. Who has the time to inquire about that? Yi Qing glared at her fiercely. Moreover, as a bodyguard, you are bound to confidentiality regarding your employer's privacy. However, if someone does ask you, I can teach you a phrase that is sure to satisfy them. What? I won't say anything. Didn't you say you were going to tell me? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Why the sudden change? Didn't I tell you? Yi Qing retorted. I won't say a word, even if it kills me. Shui Xiaoyu echoed, suddenly realizing, her voice rising in anger. Are you truly wishing for my demise? Why not step inside to speak? It's rather inconvenient to have one person outside and another inside. Besides, the bedding is still unmade. It's all ready to go. At that moment, Shen Junyi's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind Shui Xiaoyu, startling her. Steadying herself, Shui Xiaoyu glanced at Shen Junyi, who elegantly swayed her curvaceous yet slender figure past her, feeling both embarrassed and vexed. Sister Junyi, I'm here to be your bodyguard, not interested in your man. Not interested now, but who knows what the future holds. Shen Junyi sighed melodramatically. However, I must warn you, this man can charm any woman. His love runs deep, and you truly cannot bear it. Sister Junyi, why do you make me sound like a philanderer? Yi Qing protested, displeased. You are not unfaithful, but you always keep your guard up around women. Shen Junyi playfully rolled her eyes at him. Yet, you have a knack for stealing hearts. Any woman who spends too much time with you will find her heart taken away. Let's cease this topic and get ready to leave. Yi Qing chuckled, casting a glance at her lovely face, lightly adorned with makeup, her lips subtly curved. Her skin merely touched by sunscreen, yet as smooth and radiant as a freshly peeled egg. Your skin is becoming more beautiful by the day. Shen Junyi blushed and playfully pushed him away, while Shui Xiaoyu, unable to grasp the teasing in Yi Qing's words, understood immediately. There's nothing to be done. She's a natural beauty. Shui Xiaoyu lacked the awareness to handle her suitcase, and Yi Qing genuinely hesitated to entrust him with the precious high-grade ice yellow-green jade and the Hejiang raw stone worth 80 million. Fortunately, Lu had been attentively monitoring the room's activity. Upon hearing the door open, he emerged to take the suitcase and followed closely behind Yi Qing. Shui Xiaoyu, feeling indignant, glared at Yi Qing as he embraced Shen Junyi and entered the elevator without a second thought. She muttered to herself, "What a lack of decorum. Can't he understand the principle of ladies first? As a bodyguard, he should have pressed the button ahead of me." Lulu casually remarked as he brushed past Xue Xiaoyu and stepped into the elevator. Gritting her teeth in silence, Xue Xiaoyu followed suit. Lulu drove an Audi, first heading to the bank to open a safe deposit box for the suitcase before finding a noodle shop where they enjoyed a meal of cross-the-bridge rice noodles. Satisfied, Xue Xiaoyu set down her chopsticks and cheerfully inquired, "Where to next? My car hasn't returned yet, and this Audi is barely sufficient." Yi Qing replied with a smile. "How about we first visit that master sculptor and assess his craftsmanship? Master Qin's shop is located in the Jade City." Xue Xiaoyu rose from her seat, saying, "I'll take you there, but at this hour, it's likely still closed." Chapter 88. The Arrival of Misfortune. Why can't he open his shop earlier for business? Shen Junyi asked in surprise, trailing behind Yi Qing. Tengchong Jade City, also known as Stone Gambling Street, only holds a grand market on the 5th and 10th days of the month. Today is not one of those days, so the carving shops tend to open later. Xue Xiaoyu suggested enticingly. However, the stone gambling establishments open quite early. Why don't we visit one first? Shen Junyi noticed that Yi Qing seemed disinterested and inquired with a smile, "What is the matter? Are you tired?" Yi Qing replied, "Not tired, just lacking interest." He took the lead in walking away, chuckling. All the stone gambling shops are the same. The raw stones displayed outside cater to tourists and are mere kilograms of material. The truly valuable specimens are securely locked away in safes. If you don't have connections, visiting is pointless. It's as if they don't even want to make money. Xue Xiaoyu, taken aback, asked, "Is that so?" Yi Qing shook his head with a smile. "They have no way of knowing your financial capabilities. Why would they bring out raw stones worth millions or even tens of millions?" Xue Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, realizing that in the raw stone trade, a millionaire is considered impoverished, and it's not uncommon for prices to soar into the billions, as each exceptional piece of raw stone commands a hefty price that the less affluent simply cannot afford. Tengchong's Jade City, in contrast to Jiegao and Delong, was noticeably smaller. Numerous gambling stone shops were open, with a considerable amount of rough material displayed both inside and outside. Yi Qing merely glanced at the offerings before moving on, showing no intention of making a purchase. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he felt a tinge of disappointment after encountering several shops that featured only new materials. As the group wandered through a few more stores, they noticed slightly better rough materials that attracted attention from onlookers. Yi Qing observed silently from the side, eventually rising to leave. Shen Junyi followed closely. Having grasped some of the industry's etiquette, it was imperative not to compete for goods, even if one had an eye on a particular rough stone. If someone else was negotiating, one must refrain from bidding unless the other party decided against purchasing it. Otherwise, it would be deemed a breach of decorum. No matter how high the offer, the owner would refuse to do business with you. This was the established norm, one that everyone was expected to adhere to. Although gambling stones is termed a gamble, the very nature of gambling necessitates stricter regulations. In the eyes of shop owners, those who disregard the rules are merely sheep to be slaughtered. If they cannot be dispatched with a single blow, it is deemed a loss for the proprietor. However, they dare not act recklessly towards those who are well-versed in the game, for such individuals are potential high-value clients. Offending them could mean they never return, leaving the shop empty-handed. Xue Xiaoyu had initially sought to witness the prowess of Yi Qing, the master of stone gambling, but to her dismay, after visiting over a dozen establishments, she found not a single stone that captured her fancy. Yi Qing, unfazed, chuckled, "This is akin to seeking a romantic partner. It requires fate." Unwilling to concede, Xue Xiaoyu retorted, "But others are already gambling, and some are making profits while others suffer losses. What constitutes a profit, and what signifies a loss?" Yi Qing scoffed. "Purchasing a stone for 5,000 and selling it for 6,000 after cutting is considered a profit. Conversely, if one spends 1,000,000 on a raw stone only to unveil worthless material, that is a loss. They are not comparable." As Yi Qing ventured further, he stumbled upon a bustling shop. He hastened toward it, curious about the establishment that had recently faced misfortune, having cut 3 stones that were all disappointments. One could only wonder if the owner possessed the skill to turn their luck around. Investing 1,000,000 in a raw stone certainly indicated substantial wealth. Surely, the courage to publicly unveil stones reflected confidence in their abilities. Let us hope it does not result in another loss. If so, we shall have to seek a different shop, for this one seems cursed, he mused. Indeed, Xue Xiaoyu instinctively wished to retreat, for gamblers are often superstitious, fearing that the misfortunes of others might cast a shadow upon their own fortunes. Yet, to her surprise, Yi Qing's interest peaked, and he boldly stepped inside. The stone is being sliced, and the bystanders engage in hushed discussions. Yi Qing comprehends the situation. It turns out an elderly Guang merchant has purchased a block of raw material valued at 1 million, which is currently being dissected on-site. The gamblers within the shop have begun to disperse in small groups, seeking fortune elsewhere, allowing Yi Qing and his companions to easily approach the front. Shen Junyi, carefully holding up her skirt, squats beside Yi Qing with caution. However, Shui Xiaoyu cannot restrain herself from tugging at Yi Qing's sleeve. Whispering in his ear, "Shall we leave as well? Perhaps in another shop, we might discover a valuable stone." "Patience," Yi Qing urged as he crouched down, replying softly. "This shop has consecutively failed to yield good stones. If they do not succeed soon, business may be non-existent for a month. If someone were to purchase a stone now, the owner would undoubtedly present a quality piece." Such reasoning, Yi Qing observed, noting that the individuals displaying the most distress were the original stone owner and the shopkeeper. His gaze shifted to the raw material on the cutting machine, weighing several dozen kilograms, its surface distinctly green with promising mottling, justifying its hefty price tag. Beside the cutting machine stood a short, portly merchant, his expression grim as he scrutinized the raw material. To his side was a middle-aged man, his face a canvas of fluctuating emotions, frequently casting glances at the dwindling gamblers with a pained grimace. At his feet lay several open stones, small in size, weighing just a few kilograms, yielding nothing of worth, merely worthless rubble and water foam. It seemed that after their disappointing reveals, the stones had been discarded, and the patrons had departed. The raw material was not directly cut, but was instead being prepared for a window opening. Upon witnessing the actions and techniques of the stone cutter, Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. The descent of the grinding head was uneven, and his hands trembled. "Good sir, are you here to entertain?" he mused, concerned about the potential damage to the stone. Preferring to avoid unnecessary involvement, Yi Qing resolved to remain a patient spectator. The process of stone polishing was swift. Within a mere 10 minutes, a small window had been opened. The seasoned trader from Guangzhou, with trembling hands, grasped the water hose to wash away the debris, then retrieved a powerful flashlight to illuminate the interior. Instantly, a brilliant green hue filled their vision. "The stone has revealed its secret." A spontaneous cheer erupted from the crowd. The Guangzhou merchant rose, evidently relieved, exhaling a long breath. From the window, the vibrant green and the water clarity appeared promising, a clear indication of a successful gamble. As they observed the window, the surrounding jade merchants eagerly began to place their bids. 1,500,000. I will bear the remaining risk. Another called out, "My good man, sell it. The risk associated with this stone is still considerable. I shall offer 2 million. Do not hesitate. Sell it now." Witnessing the frenzy of bidding, the Guangzhou merchant reveled in the attention, interpreting the offers as accolades for his stone gambling prowess. Yet he remained unfazed by the escalating bids surrounding him. "Is this truly a reveal?" Shui Xiaoyu whispered inquisitively. "Hush. Speak no more." Yi Qing admonished her with a stern glare. "They are unveiling the stone. It's wise to maintain silence. A loose tongue may invite trouble." Shen Junyi quietly inquired, "Is it more profitable to sell at the window or to fully reveal the stone?" "If it were mine, I would sell it at the window without hesitation. A stone valued at 1 million can swiftly yield a profit of the same amount. Why not seize the opportunity?" Yi Qing responded with a cheerful demeanor. "A small gamble brings joy, but a significant wager can lead to peril." Chapter 89. The madman sells, the madman buys, and the madman awaits. Shen Junyi smiled faintly, too apathetic even to inquire further. By now, she had discerned Yi Qing's manner of speaking. A careful analysis of his words revealed his lack of optimism regarding this particular stone. Yi Qing's voice boomed, catching the attention of the seasoned merchant, who responded with a smile, "I appreciate your goodwill, brother, but unless I unveil this stone, I shall remain unsatisfied." Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their bidding, their expressions transforming into anticipatory excitement. The raw stone remained a gamble, yet purchasing a refined gem seemed far more prudent. To continue unveiling, without discerning the full extent of the stone, would indeed be a pity. The merchant, possessing both wealth and audacity, declared, "If a quality gem is revealed, I will offer a high price." Many in the assembly raised their thumbs in admiration, for few possess such boldness. Those who engage in stone gambling understand that even the most divine cannot determine the quality of jade beneath the surface. What if a single cut were to ruin it? Moreover, this shop had drawn misfortune. The atmosphere was electric. Even Shui Xiaoyu, who was unfamiliar with the art of stone gambling, felt a flutter of anxiety. This is the allure of the stone gamble. The madman sells, the madman buys, and yet another madman waits. The seasoned merchant clasped his hands together in respect and approached the raw stone, scrutinizing it closely. Although it was a single cut, the location of the incision was of utmost importance. A miscalculation could result in irrevocable loss. Words of caution often fall on deaf ears, and Yi Qing chose to remain silent. Speaking at this juncture would invite bad luck. Those with a calm demeanor could only glare, while those with fiery tempers might resort to physical confrontation. As the merchant examined the raw stone, the surrounding crowd held their breath in tense silence. After a full 5 minutes, the merchant finally traced a line upon the stone. As he put pen to paper, a collective sigh of relief escaped those around him, all of whom had been holding their breath. Immersed in the oppressive atmosphere of gambling stones, Yi Qing was accustomed to it, but Xue Xiaoyu found it somewhat unbearable. The madman sells, the madman buys, and there are more madmen waiting. Gradually, one becomes accustomed to it. Observing her delicate face turn pale from the strain, Yi Qing chuckled and said, "Take a deep breath, let the waves surge." Xue Xiaoyu blushed fiercely and shot him a glare, retorting, "Your fiancé, Yi, is right beside us. If I weren't here, you two would do as you please." Shen Junyi cast a disdainful glance at her, tugging at Yi Qing. "Little Buddha, you are meant to keep an eye on her." Instantly, Xue Xiaoyu's face turned crimson. Yi Qing chuckled awkwardly. "Don't be overly suspicious. This girl is not my type. Besides, I am merely concerned she might faint from this atmosphere, and then we would need to find an elderly gentleman to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." Xue Xiaoyu punched him lightly and snapped, "You would look for an old man for mouth-to-mouth?" To Shen Junyi's eyes, it appeared more like playful banter. The old Guang merchant finally determined where to strike the stone and straightened up, smiling as he inquired, "Which esteemed one is willing to assist me in cutting open this stone?" His question plunged the crowd into silence. No one dared to step forward for such a venture. $1 million rough stone had already escalated to $2 million after opening the window. With a single cut, it could either soar further or collapse entirely, and no one was willing to take that responsibility. The old Guang merchant, a seasoned veteran, understood well what weighed on everyone's minds. However, the stone cutter in this shop has consecutively ruined several pieces of material, his luck having utterly faltered, and his skills in stone cutting are truly lamentable. He harbored great hopes for this particular stone and was naturally unwilling to let him attempt it again. The merchant from Guangzhou chuckled, "What are you all worried about? I understand. Let me make it clear. If it fails, I will take the blame. If it succeeds, I will reward you handsomely." His words were direct, stirring the hearts of those around, yet no one dared to step forward and offer assistance. The merchant's expression darkened immediately. "You are a master at gambling on stones. Can you not cut them?" Xue Xiaoyu, feeling pity, quietly inquired of Yi Qing. "No." Yi Qing shot her a fierce glance. "Nonsense. The surface of this stone is loose, with only color bands visible and no signs of quality. The small bits of moss are insignificant. This stone is destined to fail. And who would wish to be tainted by such misfortune?" "Oh," Xue Xiaoyu responded softly, choosing not to speak further. She was not foolish and understood that Yi Qing must have discerned something, which was why she was reluctant to lend her aid. They had not yet departed when Shen Junyi nudged Yi Qing, signaling discreetly to one side. Yi Qing turned to see Wang Bo and Zhao Biao hastily approaching, following two middle-aged men. With Vice President Wang and Director Zheng involved, this material is sure to soar. Someone shouted nearby. "Vice President Wang?" Yi Qing questioned with suspicion. "He is the vice president of the Tengchong Jade Association." The man replied with a smile, "Part of the subsidiary of the Ruili Jade Association." Yi Qing nodded grimly, aware that today's events would likely not unfold smoothly. He had hoped to take advantage of the shop's series of stone failures, but it seemed that opportunity was dwindling. "I suspect that it was those two who summoned Ma Pengzi to Wang Hong's raw stone yard yesterday," Shen Junyi whispered. "I think so too." Yi Qing nodded in agreement. "Beating them up won't relieve our anger. We should find another opportunity to deal with them. May I assist you in breaking the stones?" The leading Vice President Wang inquired with a smile. "I would be immensely grateful for your assistance, President." The seasoned merchant from Guang responded with a respectful bow. Wang Bo then asked, "Will the materials be sold once they are broken?" Vice President Wang's expression darkened. "It is premature to discuss such matters." Wang Bo awkwardly withdrew, while Zhao Biao wore a face of fury. Yi Qing listened intently and discerned that the Ruili Jade Association and the Tengchong Jade Association were at odds. However, upon reflection, he realized that Tengchong was known as the world's premier jade city, a title that had recently been usurped by Ruili. Although both belonged to the same association, they were from different regions, and the underlying animosity was known only to them. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao also noticed Yi Qing. Their emotions complex and tumultuous. They had not anticipated that their efforts would lead to greater losses. Early that morning, Ma Wen had approached them, showing them photos of the injured in the hospital, some in a coma, some with fractures, and one completely paralyzed. The medical expenses, along with the costs for ongoing treatment, amounted to a staggering sum. Under Ma Wen's coercion, Zhao Biao had reluctantly provided 10 million. Furthermore, Ma Wen threatened that Ma Rue, the chairman of Ma Bang Tourism Company, was en route, and if this matter could not be resolved satisfactorily, Zhao Delong would be held accountable for any repercussions on Ma Bang's business. The seasoned merchant from Guangdong and Vice President Wang approached the incense altar positioned in the southeast, where an incense burner emitted fragrant smoke from 3 sticks of sandalwood. After performing a solemn bow 3 times, they turned and made their way to the stone-cutting machine. Vice President Wang adjusted the blade's position before firmly pressing down on the handle. As the blade descended, it produced a sharp, grating sound. The onlookers, their hearts racing, were all too aware of the gravity of the moment. No one dared to blink, fearful of missing a thrilling spectacle. The Guangdong merchant, too, was visibly anxious, his expression tense and his eyes fixed in anticipation on the stone being carved, though a confident smile lingered at the corners of his lips. In Chapter 90, titled Buckwheat Cake, Yi Qing smirked, reflecting on the gambler's most dreadful mindset, the refusal to accept reality until faced with the inevitable. However, Vice President Wang's cutting technique earned his approval. He was a true veteran, surpassing Wang Liang in skill. Suddenly, the sound of the cutting machine ceased, and the original stone split in 2. Yet, what lay revealed was merely a smooth rock, seemingly mocking the dreams of overnight wealth harbored by the gamblers. The vibrant green was nothing but a cruel jest of fate. A collective sigh swept through the crowd, and some turned to leave in disappointment. The merchant's face fell to an extreme pallor, his lips trembling in disbelief. 100,000 vanished with a single cut. At least when money is lost in water, there is a sound. Here, there was not even a whisper. Everything had crumbled. Shui Xiaoyu's expression mirrored his despair. 100,000. How many years of labor would that require? One cut could lead to poverty or prosperity. Such is the nature of gambling. Yi Qing shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Vice President Wang cast a grim glance at the seasoned merchant from Guangxi. My friend, I apologize. I have done my utmost. The merchant, fixated on the rough stone at his feet, exhibited a tumult of emotions, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. I am grateful for your assistance in evaluating the stone. I understand the rules of gambling. Fortune is dictated by fate, and I can only lament my lack of luck. Vice President Wang, feeling a sense of relief, suggested. Today has not favored us. Let us return to the hotel to rest. Tomorrow's market may bring better fortune. The merchant nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Those around them followed suit towards the exit, their emotions a blend of relief, sympathy, and excitement, a cacophony of sentiments palpable in the air. Yet, it was evident that no one in the establishment was inclined to purchase rough stones any longer. The despairing expression was not limited to the Guangxi merchant. The shop owner was equally disheartened. He understood better than anyone that today was not merely a minor setback. It was a series of misfortunes. And for at least the next fortnight, he could expect no business. How could you discern that this stone was destined to fail? Shui Xiaoyu rose, astonished, her gaze fixed upon Yi Qing. Vice President Wang, who had intended to depart, paused at her words and turned to the crowd. Young lady, please refrain from speaking. Yi Qing chided playfully. My fortunes in stone gambling hinge entirely upon luck, yet I comprehend the wisdom of knowing when to retreat. The shop owner, hearing this, seemed to grasp a lifeline, his tone shifting to one of caution, fearful that Yi Qing might also choose to leave. With such ill fortune entering the premises, who would dare to gamble within your establishment? Shui Xiaoyu shot him a disapproving glare. Children speak without restraint. Let the winds carry it away. As Yi Qing observed the shopkeeper's countenance darken, he quickly responded with a smile. Do not take her too seriously. However, I wouldn't mind placing a wager, provided there are no inferior stones. Do you still dare to gamble here? Perhaps you should try your luck elsewhere. Shui Xiaoyu interjected, only to receive a chilling glare from the shopkeeper. If glares could kill, Shui Xiaoyu would undoubtedly have perished 1,000 deaths. Do not heed her words. Yi Qing interjected. Oh, esteemed proprietor, do not stoop to the level of a young lady, lest you compromise your dignity. If you possess quality stones, please present them. I would be more than willing to assist you. Quality stones do exist, albeit at a rather steep price. The shopkeeper hesitated. Typically, upon seeing these for young individuals, he would dismiss them as insignificant clients, merely offering a few kilograms of mediocre stones. However, today was peculiar. With continuous losses and not a single jadeite piece carved from the rough, even he felt disgraced. Look, if we share a good rapport, I shall take the plunge. Yi Qing chuckled heartily. I place my faith solely in my own fortune. I fear not the arrival of misfortune. Though I kindly ask that you wield your knife with care, too harshly, and I shall truly take my leave. Brother, your luck is indeed remarkable, the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise. With such handsome features, your fortune must be extraordinary. Charming the ladies seems effortless, and you've never lost at stone gambling. Yi Qing jested. In the eyes of Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, he appeared excessively proud and audacious. Yet, they could not deny that this fellow not only possessed exceptional luck in gambling, but also attracted envious romantic attention. Now, he had even caught the eye of another stunning young lady, albeit one of a more youthful disposition. Brother, wait a moment. I shall fetch the stones for you. The shopkeeper called out to the stone-cutting craftsman, and the two turned to enter the courtyard. Vice President Wang glanced at Yi Qing with a smile, recognizing him as a person of integrity, and inquired, "What is your esteemed surname?" "One may dispense with formalities. My surname is Yi, and my given name is simply Qing." Yi Qing replied with a bashful smile. "The day is still young. Are you not planning to explore further?" Vice President Wang subtly suggested. "I am gambling on luck, not on discernment," Yi Qing said with a look of resigned acceptance. "Moreover, that vexatious girl has already forced my hand. If I do not take a chance, I fear the owner will harbor a grievance for a month. When one is away from home, it is unwise to make enemies." Vice President Wang cast a sidelong glance at Shui Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback, and cautiously inquired, "Are you the little girl from the old Shui family?" Shui Xiaoyu beamed sweetly. "Uncle Wang, you recognized me. You mischievous girl." You recognized Uncle Wang yet did not greet him, causing me great embarrassment. "Just wait until I settle the score with old Shui." Vice President Wang chided playfully. "I wouldn't dare interrupt Uncle Wang during the stone appraisal." Shui Xiaoyu pouted. "I merely had good intentions." Vice President Wang laughed heartily. "Very well, I was jesting with you. However, regarding your friend." Shui Xiaoyu shot Yi Qing an indignant glance, pouting as she remarked, "He is my classmate, born into wealth, and if he loses, he deserves it." Yi Qing offered an awkward smile. "If I came to Tingchong without gambling on stones, it would be a wasted trip. I intend to play this round, and the outcome matters not." As they conversed, the boss and his associate entered, carefully carrying a raw stone weighing around 20 to 30 kilograms and gently placing it on the ground. "Brother, I assure you, I am not being dismissive. This stone is one I acquired 3 years ago from the Yangon public auction for a sum of 50,000 euros. The implication was clear. The value would triple, or even decuple, over time. Surely, you understand this principle." Yi Qing did not inquire about the price. Instead, he scrutinized the stone. In the realm of stone gambling, once the boss quotes a price, bargaining becomes integral to the transaction. Vice President Wang squatted beside him, nodding as he examined the stone. Old Gao is not exaggerating. This stone is indeed sourced from the public auction. I wonder if Yi Qing can discern its worth. Yi Qing smiled subtly, acknowledging his limited understanding. Shui Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, ready to embellish his abilities, but was abruptly pulled back by Shen Junyi. "Look, don't say anything." Vice President Wang, with his keen ears, glanced up in surprise at Shen Junyi before chuckling. "This raw stone is quite sizable, and the area of mottled green is extensive, covering half of the surface. It resembles a layer of green buckwheat flour sprinkled over the stone. At first glance, it appears yellowish-green. If I'm not mistaken, once water is applied, the green will emerge." Vice President Wang turned to Boss Gao. "Would you mind if I sprinkle some water on it?" Boss Gao, eager for Vice President Wang to persuade Yi Qing to purchase the stone for a stroke of luck, replied with a smile, "Of course, I don't mind." Vice President Wang took a bottle of mineral water and splashed it onto the mottled surface of the raw stone, causing the water to cascade down its surface. Observing this, Yi Qing nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 91. The subtle python of pine blossom. This exquisite display is undoubtedly the work of an expert. The water has been applied with remarkable evenness, covering the surface of the raw material flawlessly, leaving no spot untouched. Vice President Wang placed the bottle of mineral water aside and leaned in closer, prompting those around him to do the same. Yi Qing also moved in, eager to observe the performance of the pine blossom. A gasp arose from the crowd as the yellow-green pine blossom transformed into a delicate shade of green upon contact with water, resembling a shimmering layer of verdant light floating upon the stone's surface, utterly captivating. "Today, I have encountered a true master," Yi Qing mused inwardly. Vice President Wang possesses keen insight. Others nearby complimented. "Indeed, this is the buckwheat pine blossom. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed such a remarkable stone." The chatter among the onlookers grew animated. "I sensed something unusual about this pine blossom, yet I never anticipated it to be the buckwheat variety. What is pine blossom?" Shui Xiaoyu finally could no longer contain her curiosity. Vice President Wang gazed at Yi Qing with a smile, remaining silent. Yi Qing kept his lips sealed, fixated on the stone, disregarding her inquiry. This girl is utterly clueless and possesses an insatiable curiosity, he thought. Squatting beside him, Shui Xiaoyu gave him a firm shove in frustration, exclaiming, "I'm asking you a question. Don't tell me you don't know. You had better explain, or I absolutely will not take you to my home." Shen Junyi looked on helplessly, unable to intervene swiftly. Yi Qing cast a sidelong glance at her. "You also hail from a family of stone gamblers. You don't know what pine blossom is?" Shui Xiaoyu pouted. "If your home were filled with piles of stones like small mountains, would you even care about them? So why the sudden interest now?" Yi Qing inquired, intrigued. "Of course," Shui Xiaoyu retorted. "Are you daft? I have no interest in mere stones, but I am indeed intrigued by jadeite. If Brother Yi Qing is knowledgeable, he should share his insights, so I may also broaden my understanding." Vice President Wang harbored doubts regarding Yi Qing's aptitude for stone gambling. Accomplished gamblers typically possess decades of experience, honing their discernment through extensive immersion in the world of stones. Yi Qing appeared too youthful to be considered an expert. Moreover, out of consideration for Shui Xiaoyu, he preferred that Yi Qing not continue gambling at this establishment. Even if Boscao's offerings were indeed from the public market, one could never truly escape the clutches of misfortune. Yi Qing chuckled and responded, "I appreciate the vice president's kindness, but I must settle this young lady's debt. Otherwise, I shall not be able to appease the proprietor." Vice President Wang nodded with a smile. A single sentence revealed Yi Qing to be a man of propriety. In the stone gambling business, it is customary to remain silent if one does not intend to make a purchase, and certainly not to invoke ill fortune upon others. Shui Xiaoyu had violated both of these tenets, and Yi Qing felt compelled to make amends. However, he continued, "It would suffice to select a more affordable piece of kilogram material as a symbolic gesture. There is no need to engage in a mortal combat with this particular stone. 5,000 euros, at the current exchange rate, amounts to approximately 450,000 yuan. Even if Boscao does not inflate the price tenfold, he will undoubtedly seek a 3 to 4-fold increase. To obstruct someone's path to wealth is akin to murdering their parents." Henceforth, Yi Qing cautioned Shui Xiaoyu, "If you are uncertain, you may inquire afterward, but refrain from speaking recklessly in public." Upon receiving her nod of acknowledgement, he added, "Pine flower is also one of the keys to deciphering a stone's secrets, serving as a crucial indicator of whether or not the stone contains color." Shui Xiaoyu, having lost interest in the conversation, rolled her eyes playfully and said, "Don't brush me off. Can't you elaborate a bit more? Didn't your father teach you any manners?" Yi Qing shot her a glare, but upon noticing Shen Junyi's equally curious expression, he chuckled. "All right, I won't stoop to your level this time. Different treatment." Shui Xiaoyu huffed lightly. "She is my fiancée, while you are merely my classmate. How can they be the same?" Yi Qing's lips twitched as he swiftly changed the subject. Mongolian pine is a unique manifestation that seeps from the interior or shallow layers of the raw stone, exhibiting a green hue. By observing the intensity, quantity, and variations in the shape of the Mongolian pine, one can infer the distribution and changes of the jade color within the stone. The more abundant and regular the Mongolian pine is on the outer shell, the greater the likelihood of exquisite jade inside. Conversely, if the Mongolian pine is scarce and irregularly distributed, that stone is not worth the gamble. So, this stone has dense and evenly distributed Mongolian pine, and its color is appealing. Does that mean it's a worthy gamble? Shui Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Mongolian pine is merely one aspect of the raw stone's code. One must learn to make a comprehensive judgment. Yi Qing replied quietly. Then what are plaster Mongolian pine and buckwheat flower Mongolian pine? Shui Xiaoyu persisted. There are numerous types of Mongolian pine, with the most common being needle pine, which protrudes from the surface of the raw stone like a needle tip. There is also belt pine, resembling a belt that wraps around the stone's shell, varying in length and irregular in shape. As for plaster Mongolian pine, it appears as if a large patch of green is affixed to the stone's shell. However, the likelihood of acquiring quality jade from such Mongolian pine is quite slim. Therefore, one must not be deceived by illusions, unless the raw stone exhibits exceptional quality. One should wager on the type rather than the color. However, the buckwheat powder pattern is quite different. It resembles this particular raw stone, which appears as if a light yellow-green buckwheat powder has been sprinkled upon it. When water is sprayed, the fresh, vibrant green powder indicates the presence of fine jade within the stone. Furthermore, if the powder forms into clusters, with both excellent color and density, it signifies that this raw stone possesses a substantial area of green. With a cheerful smile, Yi Qing concluded his remarks, prompting Vice President Wang to give a thumbs up. Exclaiming, "I see now. I was mistaken. You are indeed a master. Having studied a bit, he was not truly knowledgeable, but it was sufficient to deceive Xiaoyu. Yi Qing humbly smiled, saying, if Vice President Wang has taken a liking to this stone, I shall yield it to you. Vice President Wang chuckled in response. I appreciate the sentiment, but I sell jade jewelry, not gamble on stones. Coughing slightly, Yi Qing nearly choked on his own saliva. He had spoken so much merely to encourage others to purchase the stone, hoping to slip away unscathed. Little did he expect to encounter a master who did not gamble on stones. What do you mean by deceiving me? You had no intention of wagering. Xiaoyu expressed her disappointment. Yet Vice President Wang smiled and said, since Yi Qing has already made a judgment, why not share with us whether this raw stone possesses any gambling potential? I fear I may embarrass myself by showcasing my limited skills. Yi Qing replied, feeling quite helpless. However, Vice President Wang was determined not to let him off the hook. Masters of stone gambling are often elusive, and opportunities for mutual learning are rare. I am all ears, he said cheerfully. Yi Qing glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, noticing Zhao Biao's eager demeanor, and suddenly had an idea. Since the elder was unafraid of being misled, he might as well speak up and let the elder listen. Vice President Wang nodded with a smile, gaining a deeper understanding of Yi Qing. Although he appeared flippant, he treated others with respect. Clearly not the rich second-generation individual that Shui Xiaoyu claimed, but rather a scion of a prestigious family. Yi Qing pointed to the mottled shell and remarked, look here. There lies a slender python vein concealed beneath the mottled surface. The presence of a python indicates superior quality, with good texture and color. The odds of a favorable outcome stand at 30%. Observing the mottled shell's manifestation, amidst the water's splash, the hue is a pale green, subtle yet profound. Rich without being gaudy. Should jade reside within, the color shall not disappoint. Perhaps my words may seem audacious, but let the elders take heed. Chapter 92. Borrowing luck. Yi Qing's meticulous and profound analysis garnered a chorus of admiration. Zhao Biao regarded him with a glimmer of envy. Vice President Wang felt reassured. This young man continually claimed to rely on luck, yet he was evidently wielding skill. The fine python vein hidden within the mottled shell was something the average person could scarcely discern. Yi Qing surveyed the onlookers. His analysis was compelling. Yet not a single person stepped forward to inquire about the price, as if allowing immense wealth to slip through their fingers. Do not dwell on it too much. Despite Xiaoyu's unrestrained words, today, if a significant surge does not occur, no one dares to gamble here with Boss Gao, Wang teased. Since you were so adept at stone gambling, why not assist Boss Gao in overcoming this hurdle? Yi Qing's lips twitched. This stone could be gambled on for texture, quality, and color, but not for cracks. Beneath the mottled shell, alongside the white python, lay a fissure finer than a hair, already threatening the jade within. Should the fissures undergo further transformation, resulting in a crack, it would be catastrophic. Not only would the bracelet be worthless, but even the insignia would be rendered utterly valueless. Betting on fissures is indeed a pivotal aspect of stone gambling. No natural jadeite exists without fissures, which can be categorized into two types, the larger ones referred to as fissures and the smaller ones known as cracks. In the realm of stone gambling, there is a saying that one should prefer to bet on larger fissures rather than small cracks. The presence of a significant fissure merely obstructs the propagation of the stone's quality and color. However, the unaffected portions still have the potential to yield exquisite materials. In contrast, cracks may lead to the formation of alarming spiderweb fissures, significantly diminishing the stone's gambling potential, in Yi Qing's estimation. My friend, if you truly dare to wager, I can offer you a more favorable price. Boss Gao, perceiving his hesitation, became increasingly anxious. How much? 2,400,000. This price is undeniably reasonable. He replied with urgency. This is public auction material. Under normal circumstances, even if you offered a higher price, I would not part with it. For 100,000. In my eyes, that is all it is worth. Yi Qing had already assessed the value of the jade concealed within this stone through its patterns and fissures. Were it not for the crack, the stone would easily command a value of 10 million. However, one crack can ruin everything. My brother, you cannot be serious. Fury flickered across Boss Gao's face. I assure you, this stone is not worth such a sum. Yi Qing insisted. 2 million. That is my final offer. Boss Gao's expression twisted in disbelief. We shall not proceed with the stone here. Yi Qing contemplated for a moment and then stated earnestly, if you agree, I will accept this price. Boss Gao was on the verge of tears. If I don't carve this stone here, what purpose does it serve for me to even bring this material? Am I unaware that the prices at the public auction continue to soar? I merely wish to borrow my brother's luck to dispel my misfortune. At the shop, the price was set at 1.8 million. Hee hee, Boss Gao seeks fortune. Hence the price has escalated. Yi Qing chuckled, 1 million. Boss Gao understood that trying to borrow luck was no simple endeavor. This young man had meticulously analyzed every potential benefit of the stone, yet no one dared to place a bid. One reason was respect for the rules. He had not relinquished the right for others to bid until he had made his own. More importantly, the gamblers were paralyzed by fear. Gamblers are often superstitious, and they dread misfortune, as it could herald total ruin. If someone bids 1 million more, I shall let it go. Yi Qing rose, surveying the crowd. The expressions of those around him were filled with hesitation, and they collectively stepped back, falling into a heavy silence. Under normal circumstances, when faced with such a stone, they would have seized it without a second thought. However, the air in the shop was thick with bad luck today. 1 million was no trivial sum. Vice President Wang also had high hopes for the stone and pondered aloud. Boss Gao. Yi Qing, allow me to mediate. 1, 2 million. Let Yi Qing take a risk, and you can shift your fortune. Tomorrow is a major market day. If news of a collapse spreads, no one will come here to gamble on stones, resulting in losses far exceeding 1 or 2 million. Boss Gao lamented. I feel as if I am bleeding profusely. I am a prime target myself. Yi Qing crouched down and tapped on the mottled stone. Take a look for yourself. The Vice President Wang was immediately taken aback. He retrieved a magnifying glass and a high-intensity flashlight from his pocket, examining the stone under the bright light. His expression shifted, and he said hesitantly, Boss Gao, this stone is truly not worth 1.8 million. Boss Gao crouched down, scrutinized it carefully, and gritted his teeth. 1.2 million. I'll defer to the president's judgment. All right. Since I've already spent 1 million, I won't quibble over the extra 200,000. Yi Qing waved his hand, and Lu stepped forward impassively. Account number. I'll transfer the funds to you. Boss Gao recited a string of numbers, and Lu silently processed the transaction. Shortly, a text message confirming the receipt arrived. A deal is a deal. No need for a contract, right? Vice President Wang inquired with a smile. Unnecessary. We're all people of integrity. Yi Qing replied with a smile, continuing to inspect the rough stones. This time, he shone the light directly on the fissures, focusing his gaze intently. At that moment, Yi Qing noticed the surrounding air distorting, as if it were solidifying, creating an indescribable sense of strangeness. The entire rough stone appeared vividly before his eyes. The rind was compact and fine-grained. Although the white python was slender, it connected the buckwheat blossom area like a continuous thread and extended outward. Colorless. His mind raced, and a peculiar notion arose within him. Even in the areas without pine flowers, the stone shell remained tight, with evenly sized grains. Tapping lightly on both sides of the fissures with the high-intensity flashlight produced similar sounds, indicating that the jade inside was substantial. The fissures had obstructed the spread of color, but not the transmission of texture and luster. Yi Qing formed a general judgment in his mind. Illuminating the fog revealed a layer of white mist beneath which the jade was prone to congeal like glue. The foundation was undeniable. Even if it was not of the glass type, it was certainly of high ice quality. Moreover, with a hint of green on one side. Even if it was not fully green, a single bracelet would be worth millions. According to Yi Qing's estimations, at least 3 bracelets could emerge from this piece. Should the water content be even more exceptional, the price could potentially double. If by chance the green exhibited no impurities, the value could escalate tenfold, reaching an astonishing 10 million. Yet, Yi Qing felt no joy. Instead, he remained contemplative and silent. His gaze could not penetrate the minuscule fissures, which were exceedingly fine, and the light provided insufficient feedback. The only recourse was to open the window and examine the stone. Open the window? Vice President Wang inquired tentatively, recognizing it as the optimal choice. In the absence of a method to ascertain whether the fissures were pervasive, the purpose of opening the window was to transfer the risk to another party. Yi Qing nodded, cradling the stone as he approached the cutting machine. He picked up the polishing machine, inspected the grinding head, and promptly replaced it with a diamond grinding head. Without uttering a word, he proceeded to drill into the section, targeting the side of the fissure. A sharp, grating sound erupted, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon hearing the noise of the polishing machine, nearly 20 individuals entered the shop. Despite their numbers, an air of silence enveloped the space as they held their breath, awaiting the unveiling of the window. Chapter 93. A green beyond human possession. Witnessing Yi Qing's technique for opening the window, a flicker of astonishment crossed Vice President Wang's eyes. The typical method of opening a window involves scraping along the pine flower section to reveal a palm-sized surface, which can cause the price of the raw stone to surge tenfold. However, he chose to drill, meticulously avoiding damage to the outer shell as he delved into the heart of the stone. The immortal knife spider has 8 legs. Vice President Wang inquired cautiously. Yi Qing offered a wry smile and a nod. This was precisely the technique he wished to keep secret within the entire gambling stone community. Only his master, and he possessed such a skill. Vice President Wang, a seasoned veteran, once he discerned the technique, could easily surmise his lineage. Yet, he could not conceive of an alternative method for this particular stone. Turning his gaze, Vice President Wang glanced at Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, who stood among the crowd. And with a slight smile, he refrained from further questioning. Yi Qing worked swiftly, and by the time he extracted the grinding head, Vice President Wang was already spraying water onto the stone. The water flow washed away the stone dust, revealing a sudden splash of green before his eyes. It was green. Vice President Wang's body trembled involuntarily. The emergence of green signified Yi Qing's victory in the gamble, doubling the price. This stone had transformed into a value of 2,400,000. He felt a weight lifted from his heart. To be honest, Vice President Wang had been under considerable mental strain today as he had volunteered to assist Old Guang in the stone dissection, only to uncover a worthless piece. Due to Shui Xiaoyu, he had to act as an intermediary, persuading Yi Qing to purchase the stone if it were to be ruined. It would not only betray an old friend, but also tarnish his own reputation. It was green, it truly was green. Boss Gao danced with joy, for the appearance of green signified the end of misfortune. This young man possessed remarkable fortune, managing to unveil green even on days when bad luck seemed to prevail. A cheer erupted from the crowd. The stone is not mine, nor will I receive even a penny from the profits. Yet to witness the emergence of green with my own eyes is akin to partaking in another's fortune. 2 million. My dear brother, do not hesitate. I am willing to bear all the risks, exclaimed a local merchant who had unknowingly entered the fray. 220,000. Allow me to shoulder the risk, declared another persistent jeweler. 240,000. None shall contest me, Mr. Gao proclaimed, determined to display the stone in his shop to ward off misfortune. Hearing this, Vice President Wang felt a stir of intrigue and quietly inquired of Yi Qing, "Shall we sell it?" "Let's observe first," Yi Qing replied, as he directed a powerful flashlight to illuminate half of the stone's surface. Instantly, 8 delicate green lines spread outward from the window towards the stone's exterior. This technique is extraordinary. Vice President Wang marveled, shaking his head in admiration. However, Yi Qing remained composed. He had discerned that touch of green, reminiscent of tender buds in early spring, yet devoid of yellow, instead showcasing a vibrant emerald hue. This fresh green seemed beyond the grasp of mortals, a masterpiece wrought only by the divine craftsmanship of nature. Upon seeing the green, Yi Qing felt an immediate affection for it, as it exuded a soft yet deadly allure. So beautiful, he mused inwardly. The green formed a ribbon of color, perfectly traversing the entirety of the jade. Would its value triple? Yet as the light cascaded downward, his hopes were abruptly dashed. A small fissure had transformed into a significant crack, extending inward and cleaving the green in twain. Originally, there had been 3 potential bangles, but now only 2 remained, each still holding considerable worth. The rapid calculations in his mind provided him with a general understanding of the jade's internal distribution. The jadeite measured at least 20 centimeters in length, with the thinnest part being approximately 5 centimeters thick, while the thickest reached an astonishing 10 centimeters. However, marred by several cracks, this piece of jade was rendered virtually worthless. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Yi Qing hastily diverted his gaze and tightly shut his eyes, which alleviated the dizziness slightly. Nevertheless, his complexion remained pale, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. "What is wrong with you?" Shen Junyi and Shui Xiaoyu instinctively crouched beside him, supporting his arms. "It's quite common. Many who examine stones experience this," Vice President Wang remarked with a slight smile. "The brain's rapid calculations expend considerable energy. A brief respite will suffice." As he spoke, he moved to the opposite side, allowing space for the 2 women. Shen Junyi, unperturbed, wiped Yi Qing's forehead with her sleeve and inquired with suspicion, "Is it really so common? Do you understand why everyone flocks to the Yangon public auction?" Vice President Wang chuckled. "That is because no matter how skilled one may be, it is impossible to scrutinize tens of thousands of stones alone. The only viable approach is to leverage the advantage of numbers, systematically filtering through the stones, and ultimately inviting experts to assess the few that exhibit the best potential. The Jade King operates in a similar fashion." Shui Xiaoyu felt reassured upon realizing Yi Qing was fine, yet she did not withdraw her arm, unconcerned as it rested against her heart. Vice President Wang added, "Every adept at stone gambling has a team. The Jade King is no exception. He has individuals who assist in evaluating the materials beforehand, selecting the most promising pieces before he decides whether to take the gamble. Most individuals, however, simply purchase the raw materials. For instance, the locals acquire stones to cut themselves, thereby minimizing their own risks. Is that not a form of exploitation? Shui Xiaoyu remarked disdainfully. My dear, it does, however, provide others with a chance to amass wealth swiftly. Vice President Wang chuckled. Yet, the locals are rather stingy. They only permit skilled individuals within their circle to participate in the cutting, excluding others entirely. The group spoke in hushed tones, while the surrounding silence was palpable, all waiting for Yi Qing to regain his composure and make a decision regarding the sale. After a brief respite, the coolness emanating from the Dragonstone's Paixio had alleviated his dizziness and restored his strength. Nevertheless, he kept his eyes closed, contemplating the jade concealed within the stone, which he estimated to be worth over 50 million. Yet, a single crack could obliterate everything. The optimal approach would be to find a willing buyer, but the locals and Boss Gao bore him no ill will, rendering them less than ideal choices. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with two anxious faces, and he forced a chuckle. I'm fine, just a bit mentally fatigued. Are we selling the stone? Boss Gao inquired cautiously. I came to the Jade City today to enlist Master Qing's assistance in crafting a few jade ornaments. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Setting the record straight. We cannot afford to dawdle. Otherwise, Master Qing may grow impatient and refuse to cooperate, which would be quite troublesome. However, since the window has yet to be polished, you cannot see clearly and thus cannot make a decision. I shall proceed to polish the stone first. A mysterious smile emerged at the corner of Vice President Wang's lips. This young man was indeed remarkable. The so-called dizziness typically stems from rapid brain activity, a result of insufficient nutritional supply. Another reason lies in the disappointment outweighing the expectations. This fellow must have discerned something. Vice President Wang illuminated the tiny window, no larger than a child's fingertip, revealing a breathtaking glimpse of verdant beauty, exquisite yet elusive, with water content at merely 3 points, devoid of any cotton or impurities, fading into obscurity deeper within. Even the finest jadeite, coupled with the keenest vision, can only perceive a mere 3 points of water. Chapter 94. The Immortal's Willow Leaf Eyebrows. Within the realm of jadeite gambling, water serves as a specialized term, designating the transparency of a jadeite piece as its waterhead. Those familiar with the trade understand that the quality of a jadeite's waterhead is intrinsically linked to its texture, which pertains to its internal structure. If a jadeite exhibits minimal impurities and high purity, it reflects a superior transparency, thus earning the designation of having a good waterhead. When observing such jadeite, one may find it appears crystalline and translucent, exuding a sensation reminiscent of droplets of jade green water. Conversely, if the transparency is subpar, the jadeite may seem dull, dry, and lifeless, signifying a poor waterhead. When examined under normal lighting with a flashlight, the extent to which light penetrates the stone serves as the standard by which connoisseurs gauge the waterhead, differentiating it into 1 point, 2 points, or 3 points of water. 1 point of water indicates that, with a strong flashlight, one can see 3 millimeters into the jadeite. 2 points of water equate to 6 millimeters, and 3 points to 9 millimeters. A jadeite reaching 3 points of water is typically from an ancient mine with glass-like quality. The jadeite revealed through this rough stone's window is of high ice quality, akin to the purest spring water frozen into ice cubes, where the ice crystals may exhibit a milky, cloudy state. In such instances, even experts can only discern 2 points of water beyond that depth. It is all a matter of chance. The implication from this young man is unmistakable. He is clearly contemplating a sale, though he has yet to unveil the full potential value of this raw stone. Yet, what precisely has he discerned? Could it be that the barely perceptible fissure has indeed marred this material? His skillful technique of opening the stone, coupled with his cunning demeanor, reveals that this seemingly innocuous youth is akin to a fox. Vice President Wang's psychological wariness towards him escalated to an astonishing degree. As the crowd harbored their suspicions, Yi Qing cradled the raw stone and boldly approached the cutting machine, an action that incited a stir among the onlookers. He intended to slice the stone. After a brief moment of astonishment, the entire assembly quickly converged around him. The fortune within the shop had been rather dismal that day, and everyone was eager to discern whether this young man, whose luck appeared to defy the odds, could assist Boss Gao in turning his fortunes around. Vice President Wang also approached, his curiosity piqued, inquiring, "Are you truly going to slice it? To separate the jade from the stone, and then consider your next move?" Yi Qing replied succinctly before pressing the button. The machine whirred to life as the blade swiftly penetrated the raw stone, while Vice President Wang assisted in cooling the area with water, as shards and mud flew about. Wang's gaze remained fixed on the stone, his mind racing with doubts. What exactly was this young man up to? Had he misjudged the situation, believing that the fissure would not prove detrimental? Nevertheless, Yi Qing's cutting technique was undeniably adept, revealing his expertise, though the spot he chose seemed ill-suited. Generally, one would cut along the fissures to maximize the potential yield of jade. For a piece of glassy jade, the price difference between having green and lacking it is monumental. The disparity between streaked green and fully green is even more pronounced. The objective of cutting along the fissures is to delineate the portions that possess green from those that do not. However, discerning the presence of jade within the rough exterior of a stone is nothing short of miraculous. What gives this young man such audacity? Does he possess some form of X-ray vision? Previously, the old Guang had already exhibited madness by cutting stones, yet this lad has taken it a step further, leaving one to ponder the meaning of recklessness. I share this sentiment. Even deities would struggle to differentiate a mere fragment of jade, even with a vast opening. One cannot guarantee it is not simply a piece of green stone. As long as the green has not been extracted, the stone's value collapses. This fellow may well be a novice, having gambled a few times and now believing himself invincible, oblivious to the depths of this trade. Observing him, one might conclude he is adept at charming women, given the two stunning girls by his side. But when it comes to gambling on stones, he appears rather foolish. Perhaps it is true. Otherwise, how could he engage in such reckless behavior? Let him be mad. We shall watch our own affairs. A madman performs, while a crowd of fools observes, which is not without its charm. Such words provoke a smile from Shen Junyi, while Xue Xiaoyu rolls her eyes. As this tale spread, it drew a myriad of tourists. Yi Qing overheard the surrounding discussions, yet remained impervious to their skepticism. Facts speak louder than words. Regardless of the current price of the rough stone, it will not reach its zenith. Soon, he will deliver a resounding rebuttal with his own methods. Sister Junyi, they do not hold him in high regard. Xue Xiaoyu inquired cautiously. Yi Qing never heeds the opinions of others when gambling on stones. Shen Junyi smiled. I have faith in him. Indeed, Shen Junyi found Yi Qing's audacity remarkable, yet he had repeatedly unveiled to her the essence of miracles. The raw stone was cleaved in two, and the jarring sound abruptly ceased. Vice President Wang, with swift reflexes, immediately drenched it with water. Mud and stone fragments cascaded down, provoking a chorus of disapproving murmurs from the crowd. Neither of the two pieces revealed any jade. Yet, Yi Qing's next move left them utterly bewildered. With a decisive kick, he sent one half of the raw stone tumbling and seized the polishing machine, the harsh sound of grinding resuming once more. Witnessing this scene reignited the spectators' fervor. Peculiarities abound each year, yet today seemed particularly rife with them. Could a shattered raw stone possibly yield jade upon polishing? As Yi Qing proceeded, Zhao Biao's eyes gleamed with schadenfreude, mingled with unmistakable disdain. Conversely, Vice President Wang observed him with intrigue. Earlier, Yi Qing had proclaimed his intention to sever jade from stone. And indeed, his incision was masterful, cleaving the raw stone without inflicting harm upon the jade within. It became evident to Wang that 120,000 was a trifling sum for Yi Qing. However, witnessing such fervor from a youth stirred a long-dormant passion within him. It had been years since he felt such exhilaration. The older one becomes in the world, the more timid one tends to grow. In youth, fear was an alien concept. Cutting stones was executed with decisive precision. Yet, upon reaching middle age, wisdom urged restraint, leading to a transition from stone cutting to selling jade ornaments. Driven by the dread of catastrophic failure, Boss Gao and the seasoned merchant, Old Guang, watched Yi Qing carve the stone without blinking, their faces reflecting more astonishment than skepticism. The skill with which Vice President Wang wielded his tools had already left them in profound admiration. Yet Yi Qing's techniques in both cutting and polishing were nothing short of extraordinary. Whose disciple could this possibly be? Without proper tutelage, even a century of arduous practice would fail to produce such unparalleled craftsmanship. Yi Qing was deeply engrossed, his hand as steady as if forged from iron. Cutting a window into the stone was a delicate art, but to reveal a window resembling the exquisite curve of a beautiful woman's willow leaf eyebrow was the work of a veritable master. Only such a window could deceive the eyes, allowing onlookers to glimpse the verdant allure of jade's most captivating color, while concealing any internal flaws. As Yi Qing meticulously widened the window, the abrasive grinder and the raw jade emitted a piercing screech. The onlookers, fixated on the grinder and the window being carved by Yi Qing, were astonished to observe that the grinder was tracing an arc akin to the graceful curve of a woman's eyebrow, with not a single superfluous movement. Chapter 95. The hook is baited, waiting for the fish to bite. What terrifying power! What precise stone-cutting artistry! Amidst the chorus of admiration, Yi Qing accelerated the pace of his work. With a swift retraction of his hand, the grinder etched a graceful arc onto the raw stone. The revealed emerald hue, emerging from the once unsightly stone, resembled the delicate eyebrow of a peerless beauty. The eyebrow was captivating, and the emerald color even more so. Without the need for illumination, it was as if one were gazing into a pool of spring water. All eyes were fixed on Yi Qing, as if he were some extraordinary being. Could this young man be human? How could he so accurately predict the trajectory of the jade? Vice President Wang rinsed the stone, and just as he was about to speak, he noticed Yi Qing had shifted his position and resumed cutting. This time, he pressed the drill directly into the stone, creating a small, thumb-sized window. No green, but the seasoned Guang businessman hesitated. What is it? The drill's penetration into the raw stone was exceedingly laborious, suggesting that the jade within possessed a sufficiently aged quality. Otherwise, such effort would not be warranted, exclaimed the old Guang merchant in astonishment. As Yi Qing raised his arm, the sound of the polishing machine abruptly ceased. He then seated himself upon a nearby stone to rest, while a throng of jewelers surged forward, each wielding a bright flashlight to scrutinize the jade's interior. 3 openings had been carved on 3 sides, allowing observers to estimate the size of the jade within. 2 sides exhibited a pleasing green hue, while one side revealed a colorless ice variety. Brother, will that side not be opened? The old Guang merchant inquired anxiously. No more openings, it's too exhausting. Yi Qing wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. I have already grasped the general nature of the material. My intent in cutting the stone is merely to facilitate transport. It is not for sale. The old Guang merchant was taken aback. If it is for sale, how much are you asking? Yi Qing glanced at the eager Wang Bo and Zhao Biao nearby. 20 million. The old Guang merchant casually quoted a price, leading to a collective astonishment among the small jewelers, rendering them speechless. There was little to be done. The old Guang was affluent, and not just in a conventional sense, as his offers were lavish. If you open another window, even if it shows no green, I will offer 30 million as long as the quality remains unchanged. Zhao Biao exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Yi Qing smiled. I intend to bring it back to Ruili and sell it to Chen Lu. My asking price is 50 million. And not a cent less will I allow her to see it. Chen Lu, the heiress of Tian Lu jewelry? The old Guang merchant asked in surprise. Do you know her? Somewhat familiar. We have dined together a few times. Yi Qing rose to his feet and addressed Lu Lu. Please tidy up. We must be on our way. Master Qin has been waiting for us, and it would be disrespectful to keep the elder waiting. Lu Lu nodded in acknowledgement, handing the plastic bag to Shen Junyi before moving to lift a half block of raw stone. 30 million. I'll bid 30 million. Zhao Biao exclaimed urgently. The process of revealing the stone carries risks. I'll bear the remaining costs. Yi Qing smiled slyly at him and retorted. When have you ever seen me cut into a risky stone? Zhao Biao was momentarily taken aback. The stone was essentially a clear material. With patience, the jade within could be extracted. I can't wait any longer. I want to be polishing it. Yi Qing scoffed. Taking advantage is one thing, but your method is most uncouth. 40 million. I'll transfer it immediately. Zhao Biao gritted his teeth. Even if you bring this jade to Ruili, it will never reach Chen Lu. 45 million. The task of polishing the stone will be entrusted to you. Upon Yi Qing's declaration, Lu Lu halted, revealing the delicate leaf-shaped window. May I take another look? Wang Bo inquired cautiously. I engage in fair transactions. You may observe as you wish, but do not linger too long. Yi Qing glanced at his phone. I can grant you a maximum of half an hour. At this proclamation, a wave of laughter erupted among the group. To require half an hour to examine a stone with 3 open windows would indeed be foolish. Yet, it also demonstrated their straightforwardness, capable of discerning between good and bad. Lu Lu placed the stone on the ground, while Wang Bo and Zhao Biao each wielded powerful flashlights, scrutinizing the windows one by one. Shen Junyi stood behind Yi Qing, gently massaging his shoulders. Shui Xiaoyu approached him, ready to speak, but was unexpectedly pinched hard on the calf by Yi Qing. Sister Junyi, look at him. Shui Xiaoyu's face turned crimson, as if it might bleed. Yi Qing, however, paid no mind, placing his hand under his nose and inhaling deeply. So fragrant. This interruption caused Shui Xiaoyu to forget her initial query, and in her embarrassment and irritation, she stepped back to avoid further mischief from this rogue, lest she suffer another significant loss. Vice President Wang squatted nearby, merely watching with a smile. He had witnessed such antics many times. Bait was set on the hook, awaiting the fish to bite. Yet, the rules of gambling stones dictate that one should see through without revealing. Otherwise, it could lead to bitter enmity. No wonder this rascal had earlier uttered that phrase about obstructing someone's path to wealth being akin to killing one's parents. It was clearly directed at him. Had it not been for Yi Qing pointing out that fissure, it could be said that no one in the shop would have discerned the underlying trickery. This lad had won by betting on the type and color, yet sought to relinquish the opportunity of gambling on the fissures to others. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao observed for a while a small jeweler beside them took turns glancing over, all nodding in approval. An old merchant from Guang stood aside, eager to shine a light for a closer look, but found it impossible to squeeze in. It was a common occurrence for exclusivity to reign in such matters. And Wang Bo and Zhao Biao clearly displayed an air of determination, evidently unwilling to allow Yi Qing to sell the stone to them or Chen Lu. After a full 20 minutes, Wang Bo finally nodded in satisfaction. I'll transfer the funds to you. Yet Zhao Biao seized him by the arm. Wait, this isn't a sure thing. It's gambling. This time, let's pool our resources for a joint bet. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo felt a surge of excitement. The material, measuring 20 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width, contained 5 or 6 potential bracelet positions, even if it was not entirely verdant. Possessing merely a hint of emerald hue, each bracelet would still exceed $1 million. Should the green be more pronounced, its value could soar into the millions. Conversely, a fully green, high-quality jade bracelet could command a staggering $10 million at current market rates. We need not acquire more than 3. Additionally, selling 2 or 3 dozen pieces with green would fetch $1 million, while those without would still reach 500,000. The greatest value, however, lies in the raw material itself. When released in May or June, its price could triple, surpassing $100 million. We could pool our resources and transfer funds accordingly. Wang Bo chuckled. It's a tripartite transaction. Yi Qing was taken aback, exclaiming, this requires a contract. Without one, if one party reneges, how shall I seek recourse? Wang Bo grinned. Aren't you accompanied by a lawyer? Just print 3 copies. All right then, you've considered everything. I am truly impressed with both of you. Yi Qing conceded, turning to offer a few instructions to Shen Junyi. Shen Junyi nodded with a smile and approached the computer at the counter, quickly drafting 3 contracts. Yi Qing glanced them over, inscribing one rough stone in the materials section of the contracts before signing his name. Wang Bo reviewed them and promptly transferred the funds. As soon as the bank notification arrived, Lula nodded towards Yi Qing, who clasped his fists in farewell and departed with a plastic bag in hand. The shop filled with voices of inquiry. Are you polishing stones? Zhao Biao affirmed. Indeed, this is a tremendous surge worth over $100 million. Chapter 96. A deal sealed. Shui Xiaoyu followed closely beside him, her heart still heavy with frustration at having unwittingly fallen prey to his advances. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, how could you behave this way? Yi Qing, taken aback, inquired, what do you mean? Shui Xiaoyu, blushing with indignation, retorted, why must you resort to sneaky tactics instead of speaking plainly? Huh? Yi Qing scoffed, casting her a disdainful glance. Pray tell, which part of you could I touch openly? You. Shui Xiaoyu, incensed, stamped her foot in anger, wishing she could kick him away. You nearly sabotaged my major endeavor. And I have yet to settle the score with you. Yi Qing snorted dismissively, responding irritably. Sister Junyi has warned you several times to keep your mouth shut. Yet you refuse to listen. Is it my fault? Ah. Shui Xiaoyu stared at him in disbelief. That piece of material. Yi Qing scratched his nose, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The benefits I offer are not so easily obtained, especially since they harbor animosity towards me. If not them, then who shall I exploit? 45 million. Enough to drive someone to despair. Shui Xiaoyu declared, her indignation palpable. They are not in a position to jump. Their wealth is substantial. Yi Qing's eyes glinted with a cold light as he remarked ominously. However, should there be a next time, the consequences may not be so benign. He turned to Shui Xiaoyu, adding, this is your final warning. Speak without thought once more, and you shall find yourself gone. Sister Junyi, look how fierce he is. Shui Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Shen Junyi chuckled softly, wrapping her arm around Shui Xiaoyu's shoulders, and whispered, this is not ferocity, it is merely protocol. I have long advised you to remain silent while Yi Qing is gambling. Today, he has already shown you considerable respect. Even Sister Amin has once been chastised by him to the point of feeling humiliated. I have suffered a significant loss and was in the wrong. Shui Xiaoyu lamented. Who told you to gravitate towards him? Shen Junyi's expression darkened immediately. Did I not warn you that his affections are overwhelming and beyond your capacity to bear? Shui Xiaoyu stole a glance at her. Junyi, I truly had no such intentions. Shen Junyi scoffed. Amend your faults if you have any. Or strive for improvement if you do not. Yi Qing approached, wrapping his arms around Shen Junyi's slender waist, and upon observing Shui Xiaoyu's woeful demeanor, felt a twinge of sympathy. He chuckled. Consider this, if you hadn't spoken out, would I have purchased that stone? I acknowledge my predicament. When I resold it, you were still chattering away. Weren't you just asking for a reprimand? How was I to know you didn't have faith in that stone? Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in a mix of sorrow and indignation. Moreover, you sold it for such a hefty sum. Yi Qing replied with a grin. The ability to secure a good price is my skill. In the realm of stone gambling, this is permissible. Did you not notice that Vice President Wang said not a word? If I had breached any rules, he would have intervened long ago. Yet, at that moment, a single word from you could have rendered that stone unsellable. 120,000 is no trifling sum. You can either provide it yourself or seek reimbursement from Zhao Lei. Shui Xiaoyu felt a surge of fear at the mention of money. Having just begun her career, her savings barely exceeded 10,000, making it impossible to compare herself to these extravagant merchants, unless she were to shamelessly ask her family for support. However, the young lady was quite proud, pouting her cherry lips and declaring, that rough stone truly lacks value. You will soon understand. Yi Qing, with an air of mystery, smiled enigmatically and slowed his pace to observe the raw stones outside the shop. Shen Junyi, both amused and exasperated, playfully punched him. What? Are you going to send someone to the rooftop queue while you stand below to watch the spectacle? Aren't you afraid of getting splattered with blood? Avoiding risk is my foresight, but seeing is believing. Yi Qing threw back his head and laughed heartily. This borders on commercial fraud. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed indignantly, shaking her tiny fist. Yi Qing turned to her with a puzzled expression. Your father is a raw stone merchant. Does he guarantee that every piece he sells contains jade? According to your theory, he would be the greatest swindler of all. Why don't you report him? You are just being unreasonable. Shui Xiaoyu's voice quickly diminished. No, you are the one being unreasonable, not me. Yi Qing replied languidly. Every circle has its own rules, and the gambling stone community operates this way, allowing others to sell materials openly. Besides, I signed a contract that clearly states it is an open-window raw stone. Whether it contains jade or what type of water and color it has, no one can predict. If they dare to take it on, they must bear the risk. Shui Xiaoyu was left speechless, unable to retort. Yi Qing smiled at her. In fact, you all should be thrown into Panjiayuan for a few years of training. By the time you emerge, you'll all be seasoned veterans. What do you mean? At this remark, even Shen Junyi grew curious, while Shui Xiaoyu stared at him with her large, expressive eyes, wide open and unblinking. In Panjiayuan, one can sell Qiming porcelain as though it were from the Ming and Qing dynasties, or deceive buyers into believing last week's bronze artifacts are from the Shang and Zhou periods, without any fear of repercussions from the purchasers. Yi Qing remarked with a mischievous smile. Shen Junyi and Shui Xiaoyu were taken aback. What era do Qing Ming and last week even belong to? Can they truly be passed off as Ming, Qing, or even Shang and Zhou? Why not? Shen Junyi exclaimed in astonishment. If such a lawsuit were to arise, I could bring him to bankruptcy. Don't even mention yourself, Yi Qing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance in her direction. Even your master, Zhou Yonghe, would be powerless against him. How could that be possible? Shui Xiaoyu gasped in disbelief. What is impossible about it? Yi Qing shook her head. They have already stipulated in the contract that the sale of the artifact does not specify its era, if the buyer is deceived. It is merely a reflection of their poor judgment. The state actually permits such transactions to exist. Shui Xiaoyu could hardly comprehend. Existence itself is justification. Yi Qing crouched down, examining a piece of raw stone at her feet. A person spends 100 yuan to uncover a gem and then sells it for tens of millions. Do you think that person would return to share half of the profits with the shop owner? Upon hearing this, even the shop owner, who was stepping out to greet customers, burst into hearty laughter, jesting. Regardless, those who purchase raw stones from me never share a single dime after they extract jade. A sale is final, and each party bears their own gains and losses. That is the rule. Boss, do you have any good materials? Yi Qing inquired with a smile. These materials are quite decent. The boss chuckled, remarking that these were merely old stones. Although they were kilogram pieces, one could never be certain that jade was absent. Should a glass-like imperial green emerge, the boss would stand to gain significantly. The two women rolled their eyes in unison, pursing their cherry lips, ready to retort. Yeching quickly rose, grasping their wrists. Boss, please forgive my ignorance. I cannot discern. He continued, gambling on stones is akin to purchasing a lottery ticket, without participation. One can never win the grand prize. The boss, with a solemn demeanor, further enticed. You appear radiant, brimming with fortune. Why not give it a try? Success in love often precedes disappointment in games of chance. Perhaps it is best to return to the hotel and enjoy the company of these lovely ladies. Yiching chuckled lightly and turned to depart. Suddenly, A voice called out from behind. Yeqing, halt. Everyone turned to see Zhao Biao, his face contorted with rage, hastily pursuing him. Chapter 97. If you lower yourself, do not blame others for their malice. As Zhao Biao lunged forward, claws bared, Lulu let out a disdainful snort and delivered a swift kick, sending Zhao Biao, who weighed 150 pounds, hurtling backwards, rolling several times upon the ground. Let us discuss matters rather than resort to ambush. Zhao Biao, nearly dazed from the pain of both the kick and the fall, gasped for breath, unable to articulate a response. Behind him, Wang Bo, cradling 2 pieces of jade, slowed his pace, a pained expression on his face as he inquired, Yeqing, what is happening? The onlookers focused intently on the pieces. One was as tender as spring grass, a vibrant green that stirred the heart, while the other resembled a block of ice, with an exquisite sheen and remarkable quality. However, both pieces bore alarming fissures, a stark reminder of the risks associated with gambling on stones. Yeqing said with a genial smile, as a council member of the Emerald Guild, surely you understand that taking over someone else's windowed material also entails risks. Zhao Biao, having finally caught his breath, stood up with the support of Vice President Wang and angrily shouted, you clearly saw the fissures inside and deliberately transferred it. You all examined it for a full 20 minutes. Why didn't you see it? Are you blind? Yeqing's expression turned cold, and his tone shifted. I haven't even settled accounts with you regarding Fatima's affair. 30 thugs smashing cars and looting goods. Is this the kind of thing your Emerald Guild engages in? Don't blame others for being ruthless when you yourselves are vile. Remember this. What goes around comes around, and no one escapes karmic retribution. Fatima, Vice President Wang was taken aback. Do you have evidence? Zhao Biao felt a chill in his heart. Without evidence, it's just slander. I never need evidence to do things. Mere suspicion is enough. This time, I'll let you lose some money. Next time, I'll send you to the rooftop to wait in line. Yeqing declared domineeringly. Zhao Biao couldn't help but shiver. He had never encountered such an audacious character. The robbery case in Qingshui town is related to you. Vice President Wang immediately flew into a rage, roaring, do you know that this is ruining the livelihoods of all Tingchong merchants? They are the masterminds. Shui Xiaoyu instinctively lunged forward, but Shun Junyi grabbed her, glaring at her fiercely. The young girl then realized that her identity was now that of a bodyguard, not a police officer. Wang Bo and Zhao Biao, seeing the furious Vice President Wang and the gathering Tingchong merchants, didn't dare to say a word, pushed through the crowd, and turned to flee. Yeqing, I truly do not know how this matter is related to them. Vice President Wang wore a look of sincere regret. Today, I must express my gratitude to Vice President Wang for his courageous defense. Yeqing smiled gently, saying, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Although the police have yet to find evidence linking them to this incident, I believe that the truth will eventually come to light. Vice President Wang nodded in agreement, stating, if they are indeed responsible, I shall certainly appeal to the higher authorities to expel such miscreants from the Jade Association. One could see that Vice President Wang was a man of integrity. The Jade Association is currently mired in chaos. It is high time for a thorough reform. Vice President Wang nodded apologetically, then shifted the conversation. Are you heading to seek Master Qin? Indeed. Yeqing responded with a smile. I possess a piece of jade and wish to enlist Master Qin's expertise in crafting a few exquisite pieces. Let us go together. I wish to pay a visit to that obstinate old man. Vice President Wang chuckled as he walked alongside Yeqing. However, do keep in mind that Master Qin will not lend his skill unless you present him with quality material. It is no wonder he harbored doubts. Among the four, Lulu clutched a handbag, and Shun Junyi carried a purse, both of which were inadequate for holding jade. Only Yeqing held a simple black plastic bag. Yet, who would place treasures worth millions in such a mundane receptacle? Yeqing smiled, refraining from making a comment, as she could not bring herself to reveal the precious glass type. Emerald green jade worth 70 million in such a public setting. Vice President Wang was well aware and chose not to pursue the matter further. Master Qin, whose full name is Qin Changzheng, has 2 sons named Qin Hongjun and Qin Jianjun, both of whom have inherited all his skills. While I cannot guarantee Master Qin's involvement, his sons are my friends. Uncle Wang, rest assured, the jade prepared by Yeqing will undoubtedly entice Grandpa Qin to take action, Shui Xiaoyu declared with pride. Yeqing shot her a glare, admonishing, have you forgotten the pain of your previous lessons? Do not attempt to bully me. Besides, Uncle Wang is not a stranger. Shui Xiaoyu, startled, took a step back, thinking that if he were to slap her on the backside in public, it would be utterly embarrassing. What exactly is your relationship? Vice President Wang inquired, noticing the peculiar dynamics with surprise. We're classmates. I opened a small shop in Kyoto, and Xiaoyu insisted on joining me. So, She is now my employee, Yi Qing replied, a pained expression crossing his face. However, her straightforwardness is quite ill-suited for our line of work. Vice President Wang nodded in understanding. You all look down on me. Shui Xiaoyu interjected, realizing that Yi Qing was cleverly masking her identity as a police officer while spinning a tale. Xiaoyu, there is a saying in this business. What is seen should not be spoken of. Vice President Wang said earnestly. As long as one does not violate the law or the rules of the Jade Gambling Circle, whatever they do is deemed reasonable and lawful. Moreover, today's event cannot be blamed on Yi Qing. If it weren't for your loose tongue, he would not have purchased that stone. Furthermore, Yi Qing originally intended to leave after opening the window, but Wang Bo and Zhao Biao were concerned he might sell the jade to an old Guang merchant, which prompted them to set a sky-high price. However, the endeavor of gambling on stones is fraught with peril. Even the act of wagering on half-gamble materials is still a gamble. If they are cut poorly, one can only blame the heavens for their misfortune. Shui Xiaoyu, having received a lesson from him, pouted in grievance. Vice President Wang offered an apologetic smile. This little girl has harbored a deep-seated animosity towards evil since childhood. She cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. Instead of focusing on her family's business, she has chosen to work for you. Since you are classmates, I hope you can be more accommodating. Vice President Wang reassured that she would not suffer any losses. Xiaoyu is bright and astute, and with a few more years of experience, she would surely mature. Yi Qing, with an air of wisdom, remarked, as for your technique of opening the window, it's better to perceive without articulating. Yi Qing interjected with a smile, good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. If the master has fallen into a trap, the disciple must surely seek revenge. Vice President Wang understood the implication. When Yuan Shan had purchased an exorbitantly priced raw stone, which yielded a glass-like variety with abundant green but also revealed a royal crack, leading to the family's bankruptcy, a well-known secret in the stone gambling circle. Yi Qing also acknowledged his identity as Yuan Shan's disciple, thus confirming that he intended to retaliate for his master's misfortune, vowing to keep this matter buried deep within. What are you all discussing? I can't comprehend. Shui Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Vice President Wang entrusted me with the task of finding an elderly street sweeper in Kyoto to be your husband. Yi Qing teased earnestly. I asked if he could be a bit ugly, and he said that would be acceptable. Chapter 98. Once again encountering Qin Minghua nonsense. Qin Minghua, a friend of Yi Qing, would never subject me to such indignity. Xiaoyu castigated him with a severe glare, retorting, You've brought this upon yourself. Yi Qing, suppressing his amusement, earnestly advised, Xiaoyu, learn from your missteps and avoid repeating the same mistakes. Otherwise, divine intervention won't avail you. Vice President Wang concurred, lamenting, in the gemstone gambling fraternity, a single misjudgment can lead to irreversible ruin. Xiaoyu, it seems your father's counsel to distance yourself from this realm was indeed prescient. Xiaoyu pouted petulantly. Qin Changxing's jade atelier, christened exquisite carvings, stood as a two-story edifice, adorned with classical aesthetics. Its faade was modest, yet it extended deeply, indicative of a retail-cum-workshop arrangement. Flanking the shop were glass display cases showcasing meticulously carved jadeite ornaments, with patrons accompanied by shop assistants appraising the merchandise. Yi Qing, after a cursory glance, promptly turned to depart. Vice President Wang, with a chuckle, restrained him, cautioning, judging by appearances can lead to erroneous conclusions. The gemstone gambling market is currently depressed, with prime jadeite being a rarity. The extracted materials are often of inferior quality, such as bean-type or dry-green varieties. Even Qin's progeny eschew carving such low-grade jadeite. The jadeite ornaments in the display cases are machine-carved pieces consigned by gemstone gamblers. Yi Qing's countenance softened slightly, yet he remained skeptical. Xiaoyu, upon observing the depths of the shop, exclaimed, Grandpa Qin, Xiaoyu has come to visit. Her voice had barely faded when a comely lady emerged from within. Her raven tresses were casually bound into a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements. A cerulean gown veiled her lithe figure. She paused momentarily upon beholding Yi Qing. Upon encountering the beautiful woman emerging from within, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? They exclaimed in unison, noticing yet another enchanting lady. Shen Jinyi felt both exasperated and disheartened, realizing that the task assigned by the little Buddha seemed arduous indeed. With a hint of caution, she inquired, Do you two know each other? This is the lovely flight attendant from my flight to Riley, Qin Minghua. Yi Qing replied with a smile. I was feeling unwell during the flight, and it was Qin Minghua who kindly helped me wipe my sweat, even staining her handkerchief in the process. She refused to accept any money in return. Mr. Yi, it's merely my duty as a flight attendant. Besides, a handkerchief is of little value, Qin Mingyue responded, maintaining an air of elegance and a gentle tone despite not wearing her uniform. That cannot be said lightly, Yi Qing remarked with a grin. One must repay even the smallest kindness. I had intended to seek you out upon my return to Kyoto, yet here we are unexpectedly. I wonder. With a smile, Qin Mingyue glanced at Shui Xiaoyu and said, she calls him Grandpa Qin, which makes him my grandfather. Chuckling, Yi Qing replied, had I known I would encounter you here, I would have brought a token of appreciation. The folks from Beijing are always so courteous. Qin Mingyue playfully retorted, I hope that boss did not give you a hard time. He has changed careers now and is cutting stones for me. Recalling the incident on the plane when he and Wang Liang nearly came to blows over Qin Mingyue, Yi Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Mingyue beamed, her youthful face blossoming like a flower, teasing, I never would have guessed. I thought you two were planning a duel upon your return to Kyoto. It was merely a misunderstanding. Yi Qing chuckled, beckoning Shen Junyi closer. Allow me to introduce my fiancée, Shen Junyi. My primary reason for visiting Ruili was to find her. Qin Mingyue, observing the captivating Shen Junyi, subtly veiled a fleeting sense of disappointment, then looked up, smiling. A felicitous pairing of talent and beauty, truly a match made in heaven with Mr. Yi. Thank you. Shen Junyi responded with a radiant smile. Miss Mingyue is also a great beauty, and her comportment is so elegant that I am put to shame. This is all a result of the airline's etiquette training. Qin Mingyue stated politely, turning her gaze towards Vice President Wang. Uncle Wang, what are you all doing here? Yi Qing wishes to implore your grandfather to craft a few ornaments. I was concerned that your grandfather might be too obstinate to agree, so I accompanied them. Vice President Wang elucidated with a smile. Qin Mingyue chuckled in amusement. It's not easy to get my grandfather to take action. He hasn't personally carved jade for many years. However, if Xiaoyu and I plead with him together, he might oblige. She turned to cast a glance at Yi Qing. Follow me. Qin Mingyue led the group, ascending the stairs, and whispered a cautionary note. Grandfather is having tea upstairs. If he refuses later, please don't be anxious. I will devise a solution. Many thanks. Yi Qing expressed his gratitude with a smile, his gaze momentarily captivated by Qin Mingyue's swaying waistline, particularly the voluptuous curves of her hips, which were particularly eye-catching. He promptly nudged Shen Junyi forward. You and Sister Mingyue could be said to have met by fate from 1,000 miles away. Shui Xiaoyu quipped with a cheerful grin. Yi Qing facepalmed, realizing that such a lack of emotional intelligence could guarantee a century of singledom. Unexpectedly, Shen Junyi has elevated her level of vigilance to the highest degree. Observing her intently, she remarked, Xiaoyu, if you find yourself unable to marry in the future, do not blame others. I shall never find a partner. Shui Xiaoyu retorted in disbelief. Even if I do get married, it would only bring misfortune upon others. Yi Qing responded seriously. You ought to learn the art of discerning subtle cues from Sister Mingyue. Your future potential would be limitless. Otherwise, what then? What then? Shui Xiaoyu questioned defiantly. Society has a way of teaching you the hard truths. Yi Qing patted her shoulder and ascended to the second floor, where a grand living room awaited, its hardwood furnishings evoking a sense of tranquil enjoyment. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair sat gracefully in a luohan chair, brewing tea with poise. Upon noticing the guests, he did not rise, but instead smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Old Qin, Vice President Wang approached him first. Xiao Wang, what brings you to visit this old codger? Qin Changzheng inquired with a smile. I am accompanying my young friend Yi Qing, Vice President Wang replied respectfully. Yi Qing, my young friend. Qin Changzheng expressed a hint of surprise. Grandfather. Qin Mingyue knelt beside him and glanced at Yi Qing. This is the passenger I mentioned earlier, who fell ill on the plane. I didn't expect him to arrive at our home. Yi Qing stepped forward, slightly bowing. I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. A fine young man, indeed, and you possess a spirited demeanor. Qin Changzheng nodded with a smile. Do you know how to brew tea? I have a little knowledge in that area. Yi Qing took a seat across from him, grasping the purple clay teapot, gently swaying it and inhaling the fragrant aroma of the tea. With a casual motion, he poured a pot of tea over the tea pet resting in the tea sea. Aged 20 years, a delightful treasure. Chapter 99. Phoenix nods in agreement. How could you pour such fine tea like that? Shen Junyi furrowed her brow, concerned that he had lost his decorum. Yet, Qin Changzheng remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Yi Qing and the phoenix nodding in agreement. He filled the teapot with hot water, gently swaying it once more before pouring it into the aroma cup, which he presented to Qin Changzheng with both hands. Qin Changzheng brought the aroma cup to his nose and inhaled deeply, his eyes widening in astonishment. What exquisite craftsmanship, just by the fragrance. I can tell this tea is aged silver. My father is fond of tea, and I have spent many years assisting him in sourcing the finest leaves. Thus, I have acquired a modicum of tea artistry. Yi Qing replied with a smile, pouring the tea into 6 petite purple clay cups, ensuring each was filled precisely. Neither a droplet less nor more. Qin Mingyue cast a lingering glance at him, helping to distribute the purple clay cups among the guests. She took a delicate sip, and her eyes instantly brightened. Why does this flavor seem so different? The phoenix nodded in understanding. Instead of pouring hot water directly in, it was introduced slowly along the wall of the teapot, allowing the hot water to permeate the tea leaves without scorching them, thus eliciting the rich, glutinous fragrance of the pu'er tea. Yi Qing, beaming, lifted his teacup to savor a sip. Tea should not be consumed in one gulp. It must be enjoyed in 3 sips, first bitter, then astringent, and finally sweet, an epitome of life's journey. Ah, dear Wang Zun, you are indeed a remarkable companion. Qin Changzheng nodded in affirmation. A truly gifted individual. One can discern the essence of life through a single cup of tea. Shui Xiaoyu also took a sip, furrowing her brow as she remarked, no matter how I drink it, it tastes bitter. You are still young, with limited social experience. You cannot discern it yet. Qin Changzheng chuckled and waved his hand, saying, Little girl, I received a call from you yesterday. What is it that has made this old man wait for you so early? Yi Qing has unearthed a splendid piece of jade and is requesting Grandpa Qin's assistance. Shui Xiaoyu said with a proud smile, I seek your esteemed guidance. Yi Qing carefully extracted a piece of glass-like emerald green jade from a black plastic bag and placed it delicately on the table. Vice President Wang glanced at the priceless treasure before him, then at the black plastic bag, incredulous as he exclaimed, You truly. Before he could finish, Qin Changzheng had already lifted 2 jade pieces, each the size of an adult's fist. Squinting his old eyes as he examined them against the light, the crowd fell silent, patiently awaiting his verdict. After a prolonged silence of several minutes, Qin Changzheng finally sighed. Such fine pieces. It has been years since I have come across jade of this caliber. Is it worthy of your esteemed craftsmanship? Yi Qing inquired tentatively. What do you wish to carve? Qin Changzheng asked solemnly. You are testing my knowledge. Yi Qing replied with a smile. The most exquisite part of this jade can yield only 3 plaques. Indeed, sharp eyes. Qin Changzheng nodded affirmatively. However, to carve ordinary plaques from this glass-like emerald green would be to squander its value. It requires thoughtful consideration to transform it into a timeless treasure. How long can you remain in Tingcheng? Only 3 or 4 days, Yi Qing frowned. Time is certainly insufficient. Qin Changzheng lamented. Why not leave the jade with him? Qin Mingyue, upon hearing her grandfather's agreement, beamed with joy. My dear, this piece of jade is worth a staggering 100 million at current market value. Qin Changzheng chuckled and shook his head. Even if I dared to keep it, I wouldn't have the audacity to accept such a hefty price. Taken aback by its exorbitance, Qin Mingyue playfully stuck out her tongue and refrained from further comment. If an idea is conceived, how long would the carving take? Yi Qing pondered for a moment before asking. The cutting employs a water jet, while the engraving utilizes an electric chisel. The manual polishing is instantaneous, making it quite swift. Qin Changzheng replied earnestly. However, without a brilliant concept, this precious material could be utterly ruined. I shall sketch a design. Esteemed elder, please take a look. Yi Qing smiled. Retrieving a pen and paper from Lu Li's bag, he leaned over the rosewood tea table and began to draw. One jade plaque resembled a full moon, with the left side adorned by elegantly curved leaves, their veins prominently displayed, akin to a crescent moon. A small boy lounged lazily against the leaves, his face radiating joy. Another piece depicted a gourd of fortune, entwined with a branch and adorned with 6 leaves artfully arranged. The third piece was a safety token, with a branch above closely hugging 6 leaves, seemingly swept by the wind. Below, a fox leapt upwards, its front legs airborne and its hind legs grounded. A fluffy tail extending straight behind, as if in pursuit of the drifting branch. Though the 3 sketches were mere strokes, they intricately captured the essence of branches, leaves, figures, and the fox, showcasing a masterful blend of creativity and naturalness. Even in black ink upon white paper, the intoxicating beauty of the envisioned finished products was unmistakably evident. Qin Changzheng's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. This isn't merely crafting a commodity, but rather, fashioning a heartfelt gift. Yi Qing responded with a gentle smile and nod. Such a concept leaves this old man in awe, Qin Changzheng admitted, though it does seem a rather extravagant use of such exquisite material. He picked up the jadeite, carefully examining it. With a solemn air, he remarked, extracting these 3 pieces from the center would necessitate the removal of the surrounding material. rendering it suitable only for crafting ear studs. A considerable waste. Expense is of no concern, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Platinum backing then? Qin Changzheng inquired further. Platinum backing would necessitate a thinner construction, a technique favored in Jiang for maximizing the apparent value of the jadeite, enhancing its translucence. However, such pieces lack the durability to become heirlooms. Yi Qing shook his head with a smile, declining the suggestion. That leaves only enough material to carve for plaques. Qin Changzheng lamented. And I also wish to have a laughing Buddha carved for Xue Xiaoyu, Yi Qing added with a smile. Qin Changzheng paused, turning to Xue Xiaoyu in surprise. Don't you already possess one? I accidentally broke it, and I'm too afraid to go home because of it. Xue Xiaoyu pouted, her cherry lips trembling as she retrieved a laughing Buddha from beneath her collar. It was a glass-like, full-green jadeite, the Mithraya's smile radiating joy and lifelike charm. Regrettably, a crack ran through the piece. Such extravagance, Qin Changzheng exclaimed, his face contorted in a mixture of exasperation and affection. Grandpa Qin, I truly didn't mean to break it. I was worried about my father's scolding, so I implored Yi Qing to spare me a bit of jadeite, Xue Xiaoyu said, her voice on the verge of tears. Hearing her explanation, Qin Changzheng's expression softened. Even without using the most exquisite part of this jadeite, do you realize how much it would cost to carve a laughing Buddha from such material? He asked, his tone now more gentle. This is a gift for Xiaoyu. Free of charge, Yi Qing interjected quickly, eager to prevent Xue Xiaoyu from bursting into tears. One must be clear and straightforward, even without monetary gain, Qin Changzheng stated sternly. A piece like this laughing Buddha, if crafted, would be worth at least several million. If sold at auction, the price could easily reach tens of millions. Xiaoyu owes you a significant favor. Yi Qing chuckled, the younger generation does not suffer losses. Xiaoyu has promised to persuade her father to unlock the treasure vault and allow me to select some gambling stones. This material was unearthed through your efforts. Qin Changzheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Qing humbly smiled. It's merely good fortune. Old Qin, this is not just luck, it is genuine skill. Wang, the vice president, remarked with a grin. He quietly recounted the events of the day, which not only caught Qin Changzheng's attention, but also captivated Qin Mingyue, whose beautiful eyes sparkled in astonishment as she gazed at him. Chapter 100. Mastering the light. I had no idea you were a master of gambling stones. Qin Changzheng laughed heartily. But do you realize how many years it has been since anyone has successfully gambled for a glass-type stone with 3 colors? Precisely because I understand its value, I am reluctant to sell it. I intend to create some ornaments for my family. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Indeed. Qin Changzheng nodded in approval. Aside from the piece for Xiaoyu, what will you do with the remaining 3 stones? Can you carve a string of beads? Yi Qing's suggestion left everyone astonished. Carving beads? Do you realize how much material that would waste? Qin Changzheng lamented. This is not the same as making plaques. The scraps from plaques can be transformed into earrings. However, carving beads requires cutting the material into small pieces to round them, resulting in much waste. It would be a squandering of resources. Due to special circumstances, I owe my grandmother a bracelet. After an extensive search, I have yet to find a suitable material. Hence my intention to craft her a string of beads, Yi Qing said with a cheerful smile. This is a gesture of filial piety, even if it means wasting materials. It cannot be rejected. Qin Changzheng gazed at the jade, already delineating his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, 18 beads, each measuring 1, 2, along with a Mithraea pendant. Yi Qing inquired earnestly, since my grandmother cannot wear a Buddha, could we replace it with a gourd? Qin Changzheng was taken aback. No Buddha. For a soldier. Well, I suppose that makes her an old revolutionary. Yi Qing responded with a shy smile. From a military family. How did you learn to gamble on stones? Qin Changzheng expressed his astonishment further. Yi Qing chuckled softly. My predecessors, spanning 3 generations, have names that reflect the characteristics of their era. They chose to carve jade. I am no different. My family does not require me to do much. Yet I possess an innate penchant for adventure. By a fortunate twist of fate, I became a disciple under my master and embarked on this profession. To honor the master is. Qin Changzheng looked at him with a curious expression, understanding that jade carving is an extension of the stone gambling industry. In his youth, he too enjoyed gambling on stones, aware that jade appraisers carry a lineage. Due to certain circumstances, my master's health has been compromised, Yi Qing said with a bittersweet smile. Until the matter is clarified, I cannot disclose my name. I hope for your understanding. Qin Changzheng glanced at Vice President Wang, who nodded slightly, and thus he ceased to inquire further. He turned to Qin Mingyue. Please summon your father and uncle. Qin Mingyue acknowledged and descended the stairs. Now that we have the blueprint, I wonder how much time the esteemed elder will require? Yi Qing asked eagerly. Qin Chanzheng pondered for a moment. The current techniques for jade carving have vastly improved compared to the past. When I was learning the craft, I would painstakingly grind the jade with bamboo sticks dipped in diamond powder. Now, with the advent of water jets, one can effortlessly cut the shape of the plaques. And with electric tools for engraving, only minor adjustments are needed. For the 4 plaques, I will personally handle the round moon and willow leaf plaques, while the Red Army will take care of the laughing Buddha and the peace button, with the army button being beaded. It should take roughly 2 hours to complete. So fast. Yi Qing expressed his surprise. Do you doubt my craftsmanship? Qin Chanzheng asked with a grin. Yi Qing glanced at the laughing Buddha that Xue Xiaoyu had placed on the table. Your skills are beyond reproach, senior. I am thoroughly impressed, yet I wonder. Will you accept 5 million? Qin Chanzheng pondered for a moment before smiling. Xue Xiaoyu nearly jumped up, playfully protesting. Grandpa Qin, that's not fair. Xiaoyu, refrain from causing trouble. The price set by the senior is quite reasonable. Yi Qing quickly interjected. Only those who truly understand the nuances of jade adjustment can be considered true masters. And it takes years of experience to confidently make such a guarantee. What is jade adjustment? Xue Xiaoyu asked, astonished. Yi Qing glanced at Qin Chanzheng, who remained silent with a smile, and explained, carving such exquisite jade requires 3 essential processes, adjusting the water, color, and light. However, for these 4 plaques, we have chosen the most perfect parts of this piece of jade, sparing no expense on materials, thus eliminating the need for water and color adjustments. However, overly saturated jade cannot achieve the optimal brilliance and reflection. It requires the artistry of a master jade cutter, who must meticulously adjust the curvature during the crafting process to attain the finest luster. Only such jade ornaments can be regarded as timeless treasures. Qin Chanzheng clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming that indeed, a thinner jade pendant signifies superior quality, yet this is merely a merchant's pursuit of profit. True value lies in its thickness. This piece of jade is a genuine old pit glass variety, sufficiently aged, with a water content of 3 parts. And its hue has reached a radiant intensity. The only shortcoming is that the green possesses a hint of yellow, rendering it slightly delicate and lacking in authenticity. However, after adjusting the light, it achieves a level of vibrancy that is striking yet not garish, embodying the essence of the true upper 3 colors. What are the upper 3 colors? Shen Junyi inquired with a smile. Yi Qing glanced at her with amusement. In the realm of jade, green is esteemed above all. The upper 3 grades of jadeite are represented by imperial green, emerald green, and verdant green, characterized by their deep yet subdued hues. The mid-grade includes yellow green, apple green, and green with a hint of yellow, which can appear overly bright and enchanting, exuding an alluring charm that is naturally appealing to ordinary women. Yet, for women of noble birth, such allure is deemed excessive. Shen Junyi's cheeks flushed slightly. She understood all too well what Yi Qing meant by excessive allure, a quality that is absolutely impermissible in high society. Thus, Qin Chanzheng had taken special care to adjust the light to achieve a vibrancy that is striking yet not excessive. As they spoke, Qin Hongjun and Qin Jianjun approached, following Qin Minghua. They were 2 middle-aged men in their 40s, smiling as they greeted everyone. Upon noticing the glass-type green jade, they immediately set aside pleasantries to focus intently on the observation. Qin Chanzheng had opened a compartment on the 2nd floor, revealing a workspace of nearly 100 square meters. The Qin brothers examined the jade and blueprints before hastily entering the workshop to operate the water jet cutter. The primary advantage of a water jet cutter lies in its ability to cut without generating excessive heat, which could alter the jade's color. However, the cost is exorbitant, with such a machine priced in the millions, rendering it unattainable for most studios. Yi Qing, carrying a plastic bag, also entered the workshop and observed the impressive array of tools. Vice President Wang, following closely, jested, "What's the matter? Are you worried about Qin Lao?" "No, I merely wish to borrow the polishing machine to smooth a few stones." Yi Qing replied cheerfully, "Qin Lao, I hope you don't mind. What kind of stones do you have? Let me take a look." Qin Chanzheng, intrigued, inquired further. Yi Qing smiled as he placed 4 stones on the workbench. Both Qin Chanzheng and Vice President Wang gasped in astonishment. "Hojiang? How could it be Hojiang? Such material hasn't been seen in over 20 years. By a stroke of luck, I acquired these pieces and wish to polish them to reveal their true nature. If they are of good quality, I intend to carve them into ornaments," Yi Qing explained. "A bold endeavor. I must admit, I am envious." Vice President Wang responded sheepishly. "After so many years in the jade ornament business, I have yet to muster the courage to spend a fortune on jewelry for my family." Chapter 101, Glass Grade Red Spring. Such exquisite jade is a rarity. and no one can guarantee that another opportunity will arise. Yi Qing smiled. Yet family is unique. The finest treasures are naturally destined for them. Qin Changzheng nodded slightly. This young man was a master of stone gambling, yet not a reckless gambler, which was commendable. He led him to a nearby workbench, where a set of polishing machines lay. With these tools, I too am eager to see what delightful surprises these 4 pieces of Hojiang raw stones might yield. The act of cutting stones, whether one is own or not, incites an irresistible urgency. Yi Qing activated the polishing machine and took hold of a piece of Hojiang material, weighing approximately 7 to 8 taels. Its skin was taut, the granules evenly distributed, with needle-like models that prickled the fingers. As the blade spun rapidly, Yi Qing's hands remained remarkably steady. The Hojiang stone rotated in his palm as he deftly polished away a thin layer of its outer shell, without inflicting the slightest damage upon the precious jade within. Masterful. Qin Changzheng genuinely praised him. Although the Hojiang stone was small, its thin exterior concealed a rich interior. A moment's inattention could easily mar the jade flesh, leading to irrevocable regret. Stone gambling, cutting, and polishing are all skills mastered through diligence. Vice President Wang shook his head with a wry smile, expressing his bewilderment at how his master had trained him. There are no shortcuts to cutting and polishing stones. It relies solely on relentless practice. Qin Changzheng shot him a glance, indicating that this young man had likely cut through tens of thousands of stones to attain such a steady technique. The small Hojiang stone was soon polished down to the size of an egg, revealing a stunning high-grade icy black jade, dark and appealing. However, Yi Qing frowned, remaining silent. Vice President Wang, astonished, inquired, "This is also high-quality jade. Are you not satisfied?" Yi Qing sighed and shook his head. "I wish to create pendants for my mother and mother-in-law, but black jade is not suitable. Do not be excessively avaricious. Even deities find it challenging to discern the quality of jade within a small space. Prior to the removal of the stone's outer layer, no one can definitively ascertain the type of jade contained within." Qin Changzheng exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "If you wouldn't mind, perhaps we could both try our luck. Seeing as there are still 3 pieces remaining, by all means." Yi Qing gestured deferentially, stepping back to allow him precedence. Qin Changzheng picked up a piece of Hojiang stone with a yangmei skin, approached the blade, and after making a tiny, delicate incision, he promptly rinsed the Hojiang stone in water. Upon examination, he ecstatically exclaimed, "Hanchun." Yi Qing immediately perked up and stepped forward to observe, already revealing the jade flesh within. The so-called chun refers to the color of violet. Hanchun denotes a hint of red within the purple hue, although not comparable to royal purple among purple jades. Red purple is the rarest. Qin Changzheng scrutinized it carefully, remarking, "The texture and water are excellent. It's also of high ice quality. Aren't Hojiang stones known for producing glassy jade?" Yi Qing also observed the texture and water, noting the excellent foundation devoid of impurities or cotton. However, lamenting that it wasn't glassy jade, he shook his head in regret. Vice President Wang cast an amused glance at him, stating, "Glassy red purple is only 1 grade below glassy imperial green. Don't be too greedy, young man. High ice red purple, when crafted into ornaments, will be snatched up in the market in a matter of minutes." Qin Changzheng, oblivious to their conversation, focused intently on the window, and looking up, he chuckled, "There's enough for a pendant." This stone was quickly polished, weighing around 30 to 40 grams, resembling a pigeon egg, with the interplay of red and purple exuding opulent allure. Vice President Wang eagerly seized another Hojiang stone and began to rub it. Yi Qing stood alongside Qin Changzheng, observing the exquisite red-purple pigeon egg. Qin Changzheng remarked, "There is no need for excessive embellishments. We merely need to adjust the water, color, and light to achieve the optimal shade of red and purple. Leave it to me." Yi Qing responded with a smile, "The expenses can be settled later." Qin Changzheng chuckled heartily. "It is not that this old man is greedy for wealth, but rather that this material deserves all of my craftsmanship." Vice President Wang, responsible for the Hojiang stone, quickly polished a piece that turned out to be a high-quality ice jadeite of a vibrant and profound green, yet not ostentatious. Its peculiar shape resembled a thumb-sized crooked green gourd. Presenting the jadeite to Yi Qing, he exclaimed, "I have not failed in my duty. There's no such thing as a Hojiang stone that doesn't yield results." Qin Changzheng countered. Vice President Wang laughed heartily, his eagerness palpable. "Yi Qing, will you give this one a try? Perhaps it's best to let Vice President Wang take charge." Yi Qing gestured invitingly, while he and Qin Changzheng began discussing the potential for this oddly shaped, gourd-like high-quality ice jadeite to be crafted into jewelry. After examining it from various angles, Qin Changzheng finally suggested, "Let us fashion it into a gourd pendant, smooth and translucent, symbolizing longevity and good fortune." Yi Qing could not conceive of an alternative design, and given the modest weight of merely a few dozen grams, any alteration would result in significant loss. Let us heed old Qing's advice. He agreed. Have you considered what to do with the piece of? With two pendants confirmed, both promising lucrative prospects, Qin Chongjing's spirits were particularly buoyant. Create a small ornament, preserving its original form, and carve a coiling dragon. In an instant, Yi Qing conceived an idea. While the jadeite would be inappropriate as a gift for a woman, it would certainly suffice for a man. With an elderly gentleman in the family, neglecting to prepare a gift for grandfather after securing one for grandmother would surely lead to repercussions. Half an hour later, the second piece of raw stone, resembling the husk of garlic, was polished to reveal a jadeite of icy spinach green, taking the shape of a fierce tiger. Without further contemplation, it was decided that a tiger ornament would be crafted. Qin Chongjing chuckled, remarking that it was the most fitting gift for the old general. It seemed that tomorrow would require another stroke of luck. Yi Qing sighed, contemplating the situation. What's wrong? Is it still insufficient? Qin Chongjing and Vice President Wang were practically itching to reprimand him. The young man was simply too greedy. A red-purple pigeon egg for his mother, a green gourd for his mother-in-law, a jadeite egg for grandfather, and the tiger ornament for the grandfather of the Liu family. The bracelet for grandmother was secured, yet he still pondered over what to gift the grandmother of the Liu family. Yi Qing furrowed his brow in distress. What should I give? Qin Chongjing and Vice President Wang exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Such rare treasures are seldom encountered in a lifetime. Yet this young man had managed to procure several, yet remained unsatisfied. Vice President Wang chuckled awkwardly. Yi Qing, might you spare me one of those 3 plaques? I'm willing to negotiate the price. Before Yi Qing could respond, Qin Chongjing burst into laughter, playfully patting his shoulder and teasing, you might as well forget it. Haven't you noticed that all 3 plaques share a common feature? Leaves. Vice President Wang suddenly understood, regarding him with an odd expression. At such a tender age, your fortunes in romance are quite remarkable. One must indulge in the pleasures of youth. Qin Chongjing winked, chuckling heartily. Indeed, it is not as such. Yi Qing's forehead was lined with dark thoughts. An explanation is but a disguise. Vice President Wang patted him on the shoulder. Regardless of how you attempt to justify yourself, the 3 plaques are all engraved with leaves, and you cannot clarify that. So, let it be. Think what you will. Yi Qing reflected for a moment and realized he truly had no way to explain. Chapter 102. The Coiling Dragon Around the Cloud Pillar. The round moon and willow leaf plaque was a gift for Lu Yu. The entwined branch of fortune gourd was for Xin Junyi, and the safety coin was intended for the white fox. Tomorrow, at the market, many old Burmese will cross the river to sell stones. You might just stumble upon a satisfactory stone that could resolve your issues at once. Qin Chongjing expressed admiration for his filial piety. Today, the jade he crafted for his family's adornments has already surpassed 150 million. Not everyone can afford such an expense. However, it would be prudent to prepare ample cash, as the old Burmese do not accept transfers or checks, Vice President Wang cautioned. Qin Chongjing turned to observe. Noting that Qin Hongjun had already used a water knife to cut out the 4 plaques from the material and was in the process of slicing the remaining material into smaller pieces. One matter should not trouble 2 masters. Qin Chongjing chuckled. For these 2 handheld pieces, you shall create the design, while I shall strive to perfect the pendant without your assistance. Yi Qing, not one to be courteous, took 2 blocks of high-grade iced jade into the living room. He retrieved a silver-white pen and, under the watchful gaze of the ladies, drew a coiling dragon upon the dark jade, with the dragon's head elegantly perched at the top, forming a striking silhouette of a coiling dragon around a cloud pillar. The emeralds, resembling spinach in hue, intricately depict a reclining tiger, its eyes closed in serene slumber, yet its forelegs poised and hind legs taut, as if ready to spring forth at any moment, roaring through the mountains and forests. These 2 pieces of jade, with minimal strokes, vividly capture the ferocity of the dragon and the agility of the tiger, rendered with exquisite detail that evokes a profound sense of awe. Qin Chongjing gazed at the meticulously crafted emeralds, his expression swiftly turning grave. What significance does this hold? Inquired Vice President Wang, intrigued. Qin Chongjing exhaled deeply, explaining. The coiled dragon symbolizes a dragon that remains grounded, also known as the Tuanlong, regarded as the fiercest beast in the realm. In ancient times, such motifs were reserved solely for princes or high-ranking officials. The reclining tiger, known as the Shangshan tiger, lies in wait, ready to pounce. This design is typically associated with the tiger talisman. It appears that Xiao Yi does not hail from an ordinary military lineage. Yi Qing chuckled and shook his head. Your insight is remarkable, esteemed elder. Both of my grandparents have served in the military, yet now they lead lives indistinguishable from ordinary elders, enjoying their twilight years while watching over their descendants. Qin Changzheng nodded, a smile gracing his lips. This young man was modest to a fault, enigmatic in depth. Yet the Yi family of the capital was singular. Since he chose not to disclose further, there was no need for Qin to pry. Very well, the designs are complete, and your involvement is no longer required. Trust in this old man. Go forth and enjoy yourselves. Yi Qing understood that every craftsman cherishes their art. Recognizing the gentle nudge to depart, he smiled in acknowledgement. I entrust you with this, esteemed elder. He then turned, leading his companions downstairs. Shenjunyi, linking her arm with his, playfully asked, where shall we go next? Yi Qing lowered her head to search on her phone, and upon reading the text, she couldn't help but smile. We should stay in Tingchong for a few more days. You packed too few clothes, and Xiaoyu didn't even prepare her luggage. Let's first shop for some outfits for you. She glanced at Qin Mingwei and asked, Benefactor, may I have the honor of repaying your kindness just this once? Qin Mingwei, who was also inclined to go, hesitated, saying, I still need to help watch the store. Dear Sister Mingwei, let the staff manage for a while. Let us go together. Xiaoyu implored. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Mingwei graciously nodded, instructed the staff briefly, and then followed the group toward the parking lot outside the Emerald City. Upon seeing Lu open the door of an Audi, she exclaimed in surprise, You bought a car here? Indeed, but not this one. A few days ago, my tire was punctured, so I took it to the 4S shop for repairs. This one is borrowed from a friend. Yi Qing grinned as she opened the door, allowing the three young ladies to sit in the back while she took the front passenger seat. Off to the silk farming family. There's also a silk farming family here? Lulu asked, astonished. Yes, I just found it. Yi Qing affirmed, placing her phone in the navigation holder. Lulu glanced at it and drove off. What on earth is a silk farming family? Xiaoyu inquired curiously. A specialty store for luxury goods, Qin Mingwei replied with an elegant smile. It appears that today, Mr. Yi is set to spend extravagantly. Please, don't call me Mr. Yi. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Yi Qing, he said, turning back with a smile. Junyi's dresses are all formal short skirts. She enjoys squatting to observe when we gamble on stones. This time, I aim to select a few suitable outfits for her. And I would appreciate your guidance, dear benefactor. Shen Junyi smiled sweetly, her gaze towards Yi Qing filled with enchantment. Calling one's fiancée sister is rather unkind to those who are single. Qin Mingwei jested, If I refrain from addressing you as Mr. Yi, then you ought not to call me benefactor. I am your senior, so call me sister instead. When did Sister Mingwei become a flight attendant? Yi Qing readily complied, promptly altering his address. 18. I participated in the selection for flight attendants right after finishing high school. Qin Mingwei replied with a radiant smile. How many years have you been a flight attendant? 10 years. Without hesitation, Qin Mingwei suddenly realized, laughingly rebuking, the cunning minds of Beijing folks are truly abundant. Do you not know that a woman's age is her greatest secret? Upon hearing that Qin Mingwei was already 28, 6 years senior to Yi Qing, Shen Junyi's initial wariness dissipated, and she remarked, I truly couldn't tell. I thought Sister Mingwei was the same age as me. With a playful flick of her cascading hair, Qin Mingwei lamented, compared to you young ladies, I feel like an old woman. Turning to Shen Junyi, she added, I truly envy you for encountering someone you cherish at such a suitable age. Shui Xiaoyu pouted, Sister Mingwei is not old at all. Xiaoyu. 25 is a pivotal age for women. If one does not find a suitable partner by then, one may very well become a great sage equal to heaven. Do not follow my path. Qin Mingwei jested at her own expense. Yi Qing chuckled. Sister Mingwei serves in business class. Surrounded by influential figures, luring a wealthy suitor must be a breeze. Easy to say. Qin Mingwei cast a playful glance at him, saying, as flight attendants, we don the guise of queens and embody the grace of princesses, yet we find ourselves performing the duties of mere maids, constantly traversing the skies. We scarcely have time for family. Nowadays, men are as cunning as monkeys. Who would wish to marry a flower vase that never touches the ground? After all these years, have you not encountered a suitable match? Shui Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Those who are handsome and wealthy have long been snatched away by other women. Qin Mingwei chuckled. What remains are those who have been cast aside by others. The affluent are often older, while the young lack financial stability. The greatest fear is encountering a charming, considerate, and romantic young man who squanders your wealth and then departs with a wealthy woman, leaving you bereft of both love and riches. Shen Junyi and Shui Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Qin Mingwei continued earnestly, Do not jest. I speak the truth. This profession may appear glamorous, yet the bittersweet realities are known only to us. At my age, I am nearing the end of my flying days. With a throng of young ladies eager to take to the skies, with no prospects of landing a wealthy partner, I can only settle for local duties. Enduring until I transform into a formidable figure. Chapter 103. Qin Mingyue's entrepreneurial aspirations. Shui Xiaoyu gazed at her with sympathy and softly remarked, "It seems that Sister Mingyue has been summoned by her father for an arranged marriage. Little girl, some truths are better left unsaid." Qin Mingyue playfully chided her before letting out a gentle sigh. "This is merely one of the reasons. A woman must either possess love or wealth. It is a rare fortune to secure both. My intention is to embark on my entrepreneurial journey once I cease flying. If I cannot find love, I shall become a prosperous woman." Yi Qing inquired with a smile, "What plans do you have for your venture?" Qin Mingyue stated earnestly, "The current Tingchong is no longer suitable for entrepreneurship. Upon my return, my intention is to persuade my grandfather to relocate the jade carving shop to Jiegao or Dalong, where the daily output of jadeite is substantial. I will take charge of attracting clients, while my grandfather, father, and uncle will handle the carving. What do you think of this idea?" Yi Qing, without answering, countered, "Having studied in Kyoto, did you not consider starting a business there?" Qin Mingyue responded with a touch of prideful laughter. "The gambling stone market in Kyoto is too limited, yet the expenses are exorbitant. It is equally unsuitable for entrepreneurship. It appears that Sister Mingyue has conducted her market research thoroughly." Qin Mingyue declared confidently, "I am serious about my entrepreneurial aspirations." Yi Qing chuckled softly. "I assume old Qin did not agree." Qin Mingyue expressed surprise. "How did you know?" "Because your market research lacks comprehensiveness." Yi Qing looked at her earnestly. The mid to low-end jade processing business in Dalong has already been monopolized by the shops under the Jade Association. Entering this market is akin to competing amongst wolves for scraps. But considering the skills of my grandfather and the others, indeed, Yi Qing affirmed with a nod. Their craftsmanship is of masterful caliber. However, what you may not realize is that mid to low-end jade processing relies heavily on machinery, lacking both artistry and profit margins. A machine can carve a bracelet for merely 300 yuan, and the brand adds another 200. While mid-range jadeite is slightly better, it remains limited. Even the shops under the Jade Association are currently struggling. The true profit within this industry stems from high-end jadeite. Jiang is the gathering place for jade carving masters, and they dominate the entire high-quality jade processing market. Even if the venerable General Qin relocates the jade carving shop to Jiegao Dalong, he will still be unable to secure high-end processing business. Shen Junyi gasped in surprise and inquired, "Is the purpose of this Rayleigh Jade Association to monopolize the gambling stone market?" "There is indeed a possibility," Yi Qing pondered, "if what Chen Lu said is true. The Jade Association seeks to prevent them from opening gambling stone public auctions. Rayleigh would monopolize the gambling stones, while the old Guang would dominate the processing, each reaping their own benefits." Qin Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "You speak the truth. Currently, the merchants under the Jade Association have begun to spare no expense in acquiring high-grade jade." Yi Qing shook his head. "However, their jade carving skills simply do not reach the level of the masters in Jiang, as the craftsmanship of a high-grade jade ornament accounts for 30% of its price. Thus, they continually inflate the prices of high-grade jade, waiting for the opportune moment to sell it at a premium to Old Guang. They will then use the profits gained from Old Guang to sweep through the public auctions in Yangon. In this way, all high-end gambling stones will be concentrated in Rayleigh's hands. What an ambitious game they are playing." Shen Junyi silently nodded, now understanding why her father had become a thorn in the Jade Association's side. Qin Mingyue's grand entrepreneurial plans had been entirely dismissed, and she lamented, "It seems that I shall find neither love nor become a wealthy woman. In fact, I do have an opportunity for collaboration." Yi Qing stated earnestly, "I intend to establish a gambling stone establishment within the Kyoto Palace Business Club, specifically catering to those affluent individuals wishing to gamble on stones." "Wait, did you just mention the Kyoto Palace Business Club?" Qin Mingyue exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed." Qin Mingyue's bright eyes widened in disbelief as she pressed for clarification. "Your name is Yi Qing, and you run a stone workshop in Panjiayuan. Yi Wei Yi Huan is your elder brother, and you are revered as the young master of the Yi family in the capital. Did Sister Mingyue not know this already?" With a hand to her forehead, Mingyue lamented, "I suspected your name was Yi Qing, but I dared not associate you with the Royal Palace Business Club. A few of my close friends once received an invitation from a wealthy magnate to visit the Royal Palace Business Club in the capital, and upon their return, they extolled it as a heavenly paradise. The elite and affluent congregate there, and the culinary delights are simply beyond earthly comparison. Alas, here I was, fishing for a benefactor for a decade, only to miss the chance to meet you, a top-tier scion." The crowd erupted into laughter. Yi Qing smiled wryly and quipped, "Sister Mingyue isn't attempting to pursue me, is she?" Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Qin Mingyue teased, "The The generation gap is too pronounced. And even if I harbored such intentions, you are already taken, by more than one, in fact. I have no inclination towards being a concubine. Shen Junyi, feeling a bit awkward, clutched her arms and said, Sister Mingyue, you're straying off topic. Regaining her composure, Qin Mingyue asked with poise, how do you intend to collaborate? Once the gemstone trading house at the Royal Business Club opens, it is certain to yield a plethora of jade, including high-grade varieties. Yi Qing pondered. If we enlist the expertise of master jade carvers, these wealthy patrons need not send their jade to Jiang for processing. They can simply entrust it to you. Qin Mingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you suggesting we establish a jade carving workshop at the Royal Business Club? Indeed. Moreover, the jadeite I wager will be entrusted to you for the crafting of exquisite jewelry, which will then be auctioned in a high-end jadeite auction at the Royal Business Club. Yi Qing remarked with a smile. It essentially establishes a comprehensive service of gambling stones, processing, and auctioning within the royal establishment. You are to create your own jadeite empire. Qin Mingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled brighter. This is akin to inaugurating a small public auction in the capital. Clever. Yi Qing commended. Suddenly, upon hearing this plan, Shen Junyi was taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, she responded, the white fox was right. The wolves come to the capital to hunt. Qin Mingyue, filled with urgency, inquired, what is the feasibility of this plan? The pressing matter now is to establish channels for sourcing rough stones. Yi Qing smiled. I have already reached a cooperative intent with Wang Hong, and if I can also secure an agreement with Xiao Yu's father, we can ensure a steady supply of rough stones from the stone studio. My target procurement locations for high-grade rough stones are the public auction, Watching, and Old Town. If the White Fox's channels are reliable, there is a 90% chance this will succeed. Shen Junyi gazed at him with a beaming smile. Your failure to decline Chen Lu indicates your intention to recruit a few masters from Jiang. Masters are not easily acquired. The jewelers in Guangzhou are quite cunning. Almost all the jade carving masters and stone gambling advisors they employ are bound by lifelong contracts. Yi Qing replied with a wry smile. It seems that Chen Lu's relentless recruitment of you is aimed at binding you to her chariot for life. Shen Junyi seethed with indignation. I considered her a good sister. Yet she harbored such ulterior motives. Chapter 104. The schemes of the young Buddha. Yi Qing nodded with a smile and remarked, therefore, regardless of the conditions she proposes, I shall not acquiesce. I am determined to establish my own empire of jade. Why should I be subservient to others? Moreover, should I achieve a partnership with Sister Mingyue, she would lose her sole leverage over me. Qin Mingyue scoffed. The merchants from the old Guangxi region once attempted to lure my grandfather with a substantial sum. Yet he declined. Grandfather, being an artisan with lofty aspirations, was unwilling to negotiate with merchants over profit, nor did he wish to be tethered to the chariot of the old Guangxi for generations. Yi Qing gazed at her intently and continued, however, I do not share that sentiment. Once the affluent uncover high-quality jade, they will undoubtedly refrain from selling it. Instead, they will transform it into adornments for personal wear and collection, which represents your greatest profit avenue. The high-grade jade required for auctioning these ornaments can only be acquired through my own ventures. Thus, your collaboration with me would take the form of commission processing. What shall we need to do? Qin Mingyue inquired, astonished. I can provide lodging, venues, and tools for jade carving. Yi Qing chuckled. All you need to bring is your craftsmanship. Yet, what purpose do I serve then? Qin Mingyue's recently ignited ambition was swiftly extinguished. Raw stones and jade auctions require a host, and Sister Mingyue's beauty, poise, and eloquence are truly unparalleled. Yi Qing replied with a smile. Why not join my jade gambling house? A salary of $1 million, plus a commission of 0.1% from each auction. Xiao Yu exclaimed indignantly. How can you be so stingy, offering only 0.1%? Yi Qing smiled lightly, choosing not to respond. Qin Mingyue hurriedly interjected. Do not speak carelessly if you lack understanding. You must realize that the auction prices of each exquisite jade ornament reach into the millions. Not to mention a base salary of 100,000. As a flight attendant, I earn merely 30,000 a month. Bonuses and commissions amount to a mere 400,000 annually. I consider myself a genuine white-collar worker. What assistance can I offer you? Shen Junyi furrowed her brow, asking with a hint of bitterness, am I to support you? Yi Qing turned back with a smile, why not? Yet, a woman must possess her own career. Furthermore, I have a bit of confidence in the business you could potentially join, especially in front of the little Buddha. Shen Junyi replied with a pained expression. Once this empire takes shape, it will necessitate the establishment of a separate company. Yi Qing laughed heartily, whether it be the Royal Palace Club or the Gambling Stone Company. Both require legal counsel. If you are not averse to hard work, you could take charge of that sector. Shen Junyi was taken aback, The Royal Palace Club? Will fifth brother agree? Do you know why Lu Yi wants to oversee the Royal Palace Business Club? Wasn't he abandoned? It's not that she doesn't want to, but rather that she couldn't manage it. Stop with the riddles, just say it. Shen Junyi exclaimed in frustration. Because she reviewed the shareholding contract of the Royal Palace Business Club, Yi Qing replied slyly, which indicates that I hold 40% of the shares. Shen Junyi felt faint. Why didn't Tishi inform me? Yi Qing chuckled mischievously. Shen Junyi, incensed, stomped her foot. So the little Buddha is wary of me, as the matriarch's granddaughter-in-law. If she lacks this level of cunning and strategy, how could she possibly lead the family? Qin Mingyue inquired curiously. Wait, who is the little Buddha? The owner of the round moon willow leaf plaque. Shen Junyi remarked with irritation. The matriarch of the Yi family, my direct superior. Shui Xiaoyu gazed at Shen Junyi in shock and exclaimed, You truly are a mistress. Better remain silent if you cannot articulate. Yi Qing rebuked. Sister Junyi may not manage the household, yet she is still the lawfully wedded wife. Shui Xiaoyu was about to retort when she noticed several individuals glaring at her fiercely, causing her to feel somewhat guilty, and she weakly murmured, The rules state one can only marry one. Shen Junyi, however, remained composed. The little Buddha said she raised her pig for 20 years without the heart to slaughter it, only for me to take the first cut upon arrival at Rueli. In fact, I was with Yi Qing before she was. I simply chose not to compete. For what good would it do to contend? Pigs, huh? Shui Xiaoyu smirked wickedly at Yi Qing. Qin Mingyue grasped the situation and lamented. So, Yi Qing was still single on the plane. How I regret it. Had I acted sooner, you wouldn't have been in the picture. Best to keep your distance from him. Shen Junyi countered defiantly. I may seem easy to bully, but the little Buddha is not to be trifled with. Sister Lu Yu has no rivals across the entire city. Even fifth brother keeps his distance from her. Lu, who had been silent, finally spoke softly. So formidable. Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Not only is she skilled in martial arts, but she is also a top graduate from Tsinghua. Shen Junyi sighed. Yi Qing's stone studio has been transformed into a gold-gathering beast, raking in wealth daily. Yi Qing, my dear brother, may I interview you for a moment? Qin Mingyue spoke with a soft voice, her smile radiant. Currently, in Tuchong, Jiagao, and Dalong, the gambling stone market is experiencing a declining business. How is it that your stone studio is thriving? Yi Qing chuckled lightly. The explanation is quite simple. Kyoto is the epicenter of Huaxia, replete with historical landmarks. And Panjiayuan is a renowned antique market, attracting hundreds of thousands of visitors daily. In comparison, the combined foot traffic of Tengchong, Dalong, and Jiagao pales in significance. Nowadays, people are affluent enough to indulge in a few thousand yuan on a gamble with stones, relishing the thrill of excitement. Thus, the low-end gambling stone market remains far from saturation. Then why do you plan to establish a high-end gambling stone house? Qin Mingyue continued to inquire. Kyoto is also a hub for the nation's wealthy elite, yet it is impractical for them to travel to Yangon for public auctions. Their busy schedules leave them little time, and their pursuit of gambling stones is driven by the thrill of the experience, rather than the desire for overnight riches. Yi Qing replied thoughtfully, At present, the gambling stones in Tengchong, Dalong, and Jiagao predominantly consist of new materials. Even when public auction materials are available, they are not easily encountered, and those unfamiliar with gambling stones often fall prey to exploitation. If a high-end gambling stone house were to emerge in Kyoto, featuring only public auction materials, although it cannot guarantee that every stone will yield jadeite, the odds of success would be significantly higher compared to searching for a needle in a haystack here. With a deep breath, Yi Qing's gaze drifted. As if envisioning a torrent of wealth rolling in, these individuals are winners in life, having savored all that life has to offer. Their current pursuit lies in expanding their commercial empires while indulging in thrilling experiences. And I, coincidentally, can offer them this opportunity. Shui Xiaoyu scoffed. Why don't you just say you're exploiting their mindset to make money? This is supposed to be mutually beneficial. Yi Qing smiled. There's nothing wrong with me earning a little money. Shui Xiaoyu asked curiously, You're already so wealthy. Why are you still scheming to make more money? As they spoke, the Audi turned into a parking lot. Yi Qing pointed at the sign of the silkworm farm that appeared and laughed. Once you go inside, you'll understand what it means to be short of money. Chapter 105. The beauty is also fierce. The group got out of the car and walked towards a large glass-fronted store. Two black-clad bodyguards stood at the entrance and stopped them with a gesture. Sorry, today this place is reserved by our young lady. Reserved? Yi Qing's eyebrows twitched in surprise. Who has the money to reserve the silkworm farm? The bodyguard coldly replied, the chairman of the Ma Gang Tourism Company. Really reserved? Yi Qing's voice suddenly rose. A clerk in a red cheongsam hurried out, saw the group being stopped by the bodyguards, and smiled charmingly. Who said this place is reserved? I did. The bodyguard glanced at her. What? Do you have a problem with that? The Cheongsam beauty took out a walkie-talkie and spoke into it. Cancel Chairman Ma's membership. Tell her to get lost. How dare you? The bodyguard stepped forward, about to snatch the walkie-talkie from her hand. Whoosh. A pristine white leg suddenly emerged from the cheapao, the sharp heel striking the black-clad bodyguard's abdomen, instantly creating a deep wound from which blood gushed forth. Another bodyguard lunged forward, attempting to sweep the leg of the cheapao-clad beauty. Crack. Even the women behind Yi Qing heard the sharp sound of a bone snapping, as the flying high heel forcefully pierced into his calf, creating yet another bloody hole. How fierce, how domineering, I adore it, Shui Xiaoyu exclaimed, reveling in the chaos. Amidst the cries of anguish, a woman in a black dress hurriedly stepped out, her eyes blazing with fury upon seeing the two fallen bodyguards. What are you doing? I'm sorry, but your membership has been revoked. If you have any grievances regarding the services provided to silkworm farmers, you may file a complaint with the Business Bureau. Came a clear yet indifferent voice from behind her. On what grounds do you revoke my membership? The woman in black whirled around, her tone sharp and accusatory. Because I am the manager here. The newcomer was also a stunning beauty, clad in a snow-white cheapao adorned with red plum blossoms, her figure gracefully curvaceous, exuding an innate elegance. Marie. Shui Xiaoyu quietly tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve, whispering, This woman in black is Ma Rue. Yi Qing, having surmised as much, smiled as he observed Ma Rue, her long hair cascading like silk over her shoulders, complementing her slender and graceful form encased in the black dress. Her delicate waist, elongated neck, and porcelain skin, along with her deep, dark eyes filled with fury, exuded a palpable aura of menace. My name is Ruashi. If Chairman Ma feels aggrieved, he is welcome to lodge a complaint with the headquarters of the Silkworm House. And Ruashi smiled brightly, observing the barely contained fury of Ma Rue. Surely, you must provide me with a reason. Ma Rue's delicate features were taut, her voice as frigid as a winter gale. It is quite simple. Every patron who graces the Silkworm House is treated as a distinguished guest, and for decades, no one has dared to reserve the entire establishment. A mocking smile crept across Ruashi's face as she taunted, if Chairman Ma truly possesses such financial prowess, why not indulge once and allow the Silkworm House to set a precedent? Ma Rue's expression darkened immediately, her furious gaze fixated on Yi Qing and the others. To forsake a significant client for these few country bumpkins? Just as Shen Junyi was about to retort, Yi Qing encircled her waist, gently pulling her back a step. What is the matter? This isn't like you. Usually, you would retaliate when insulted. Shen Junyi exclaimed in surprise. Just observing the spectacle, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Even a beggar, upon entering the grand doors of the Silkworm House, is treated as a VIP. And Ruashi maintained her composure, stating, moreover, the actions of Chairman Ma's bodyguards, who rudely obstruct guests, are a provocation towards the Silkworm House. Such uncouth individuals are unworthy of being members. Ma Rue, seething with anger, declared, What about those who harmed me? And Ruashi's expression turned icy, and she replied coolly, Feel free to report it. I shall accompany you to the police station and the court. Alternatively, you might inquire at home with Ma Qianli if he dares to challenge the Silkworm House. Ma Qianli, also known as Master Ma San, was the paramount leader of the mule caravan, wielding considerable influence in Rueli. However, Ruashi seemed rather disdainful of him. Ma Rue's fair countenance immediately darkened, and she turned to leave without uttering a word, her two black-clad bodyguards supporting each other as they trailed behind. And Ruashi watched them depart with a smile, then stood to the side of the doorway with the Cheongsam shop assistant, gesturing for Yi Qing and his entourage to enter. Qin Mingyue felt immensely gratified and quietly inquired, Given the extensive power of the Ma clan, isn't she concerned about causing significant trouble for this establishment? The sericulture industry is not something to be trifled with. Yi Qing smiled faintly, turned to Ruashi, clasped his hands, and said, Sisterin, I trust you have been well in my absence. And Ruashi scrutinized Yi Qing with a dubious expression, her gaze lingering on his attire before glancing at Lulu. Her beautiful face then blossomed like a spring flower as she exclaimed, So it is the young master of the Yi family. Yi Qing shook his head with a wry smile. Sisterin is being disingenuous. You recognized me long ago, yet feigned ignorance. And Ruashi chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand, and gently rolled her eyes at him. The young master is mistaken. I truly did not recognize you. I merely accompanied the chairman to the Royal Palace Club once a year ago, where I had the honor of meeting the young master, but the memory had faded. It was only upon seeing this attire that I recognized you. Please forgive my poor eyesight, young master, and do not be angry. As she spoke, she gracefully curtsied, her posture and demeanor exquisite. I would not dare be angry. A trusted lieutenant of Brother Lu. What brings you to a small place like Tengchong? That is not something I am at liberty to disclose to the young master. And Ruoshi flashed a playful smile, inviting the gentlemen and ladies to converse in the VIP room. She stepped aside, leading the way. Yiqing walked beside her, filled with suspicion, inquiring about Lu Ji's intentions. I wish to know what is going on with the chairman. Do not endanger this young lady. And Ruoshi feigned terror in response. Stop pretending. You wield at least half of Lu Ji's authority, Yiqing remarked with a mischievous grin. I wonder if the auspicious moment is upon us. I could eagerly await the day I am called sister-in-law during the wedding festivities. And Ruoshi lightly scolded him, a hint of annoyance evident. Now that you know to call me sister-in-law, why do you stand idly by while I am bullied? I only witnessed the maidservants under sister-in-law shooting 2 holes in the bodyguard. That young master is rather unkind. She shot him a glare. Please, do not inform the chairman about today's events. Otherwise, he will blame me for causing trouble. A mere caravan is of no concern to Lu Gu. Yiqing pivoted the conversation, grinning as he asked, Sisterin, has Lu Gu truly settled down? Should I find a beauty to test the waters for you? And Ruoshi feigned helplessness, responding, Do not be foolish. I have served as the chairman's secretary for 10 years, toiling tirelessly. Just as I am on the verge of achieving my goal, do not interfere. Or if I cannot marry into the Lu family, I shall hold you responsible. After all, the Yi family is substantial. I will not suffer loss. Chapter 106. The unassailable minion of the wily. Yiqing regarded her slender frame, chuckling, considering Lu Ji's constitution. Toiling like a beast must indeed be exhausting. I shall refrain from complicating matters further. And Ruoshi's delicate face flushed with a soft crimson hue as she shot him an indignant glare. Then turned her gaze toward the group of women behind him, elongating her tone. In times of trouble, do not panic. Simply take out your phone and post on moments. Celebrating that my esteemed self has finally turned away from men. Yiqing's expression darkened instantly. Nonsense. When have I ever favored men? And Ruoshi pursed her cherry lips in disdain, retorting, In Kyoto, my esteemed self is renowned for my disinterest in the fairer sex. Yet, upon leaving Kyoto, one encounters such a diverse array of beauty. It is indeed an eye-opening experience. Qin Mingwei and Xue Xiaoyu instantly blushed a deep crimson. Do not speak so carelessly. You might tarnish the reputation of those young ladies. Yiqing hurriedly interjected, This is Qin Mingwei, and this is Xue Xiaoyu. Both are my business partners. While this is Shen Junyi, my girlfriend. And Ruoshi nodded in greeting to Qin Mingwei and Xue Xiaoyu before scrutinizing Shen Junyi with a light laugh and a nod. I must say, my taste is quite impeccable. Even I, as a woman, find myself captivated. She stepped forward, grasping Shen Junyi's hand, and sighed softly. Another version of my former self. Unaware of the trials she must endure to achieve fulfillment. Humph, how could I be like Lu Gu, allowing my woman to suffer? And Ruoshi glanced at him with a playful smile, teasing, Kyoto has certainly stirred quite a commotion. The chairman recounted it to me as a jest yesterday. Lu Gu has also called Tengchong. He dials in every day. And Ruoshi shook her phone, grinning mischievously. Do not change the subject. Lu Yu is not one to be trifled with. Sister Junyi and Lu Yu have already met over video. Yiqing chuckled. Such intimidation is futile against me. Indeed. And Ruoshi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. You've surpassed Brother Lu by leaps and bounds. Amidst their banter, they entered the VIP room. As everyone settled in, and Ruoshi served fragrant tea and inquired with a smile, What brings you to Tengchong? Procurement, naturally. Yiqing replied matter-of-factly. Shirtuzai is nearly depleted. And Lu Yu has been urging me repeatedly. And Ruoshi's eyes lit up suddenly. I had almost forgotten that you are the proprietor of Shirtuzai. It seems my matter might also be resolved. Your matter? What matter? Yiqing asked with a surprised smile. Back then, I owed Brother Lu a great favor. Over the years, I wonder how he has been secretly berating me. If I can assist this time, it would settle a long-standing matter. And Ruoshi playfully scolded. Are you being sincere with those words? I can attest that Brother Lu has never spoken ill of you behind your back. On the contrary, he praises you. Saying that you dared to swallow an elephant at the age of 15, acquiring a tourist resort worth tens of billions from him and managing it prosperously. Truly a rare gem in the inner circles of the elite. Shen Junyi then understood that Yiqing had once ingeniously acquired the Wang Palace Business Club from this Brother Lu without spending a penny. Yiqing smiled wryly. That's Brother Lu's way of praising people. And Ruoshi pleaded pitifully, Don't interrupt. Please, help your sister-in-law with a favor. You haven't even told me what you want me to do. How can I help? Yiqing chuckled mischievously. Surely. You don't want me to find a strapping young man for you behind Brother Lu's back. Bah. A slick talker from the capital never gets down to business in 3 sentences. And Ruoshi blushed, lightly scoffing. Originally, Lu Gu and I had a splendid plan. We intended to present a gift that would delight the old man on his 80th birthday, hoping to persuade him to bless our union. However, after the new year, I arrived in Tingchong, yet I have been unable to find a worthy jade. I even sent people to seek out pieces from DeLong and Sister Gao, but none have captivated me. Young master, this concerns the lifelong happiness of Lu Gu and myself. You cannot remain indifferent. Shin Jun-yi chuckled softly. You and Lu Gu seem to share the same intention. And Ruoshi instantly laughed, a pair of rascals, both attempting to bribe the old man to achieve their desires through indirect means. Yi Qing joined in the laughter. There is no alternative at home. The old man is the anchor of stability. As long as he speaks, no one dares to oppose him. And Ruoshi playfully held up 2 fingers, grinning mischievously. Thus, Lu Gu and I are far superior, for we need only convince one, while you have to persuade 2. But dealing with 1 is far more challenging than with 2. Yi Qing scoffed. Let us not forget that Lu Gu is the eldest in the family. He didn't follow the path laid out by the family patriarch and instead ventured into business. Had he not succeeded, the family patriarch would have surely broken his legs long ago. I am merely the 6th child and bear no such burdens. What is wrong with engaging in business? It is far more liberating than bowing and scraping in front of others. And Ruoshi retorted dismissively. Besides, if he doesn't favor an official career, he certainly wouldn't thrive on that path. The same applies here. After all, a family requires financial support. Yi Qing chuckled. If it weren't for Sister Anne's remarkable accomplishments, the Lu family patriarch would not have relented. And Ruoshi replied with a pained expression, after a decade of wandering, the Monkey King has finally arrived at the sacred mountain to pay homage to the true Buddha, yet lacks the final key to enter the grand Thunder Sound Temple. My hair is turning gray from worry. Dear brother, you must assist me. With a sister in distress, a brother must surely draw his sword to aid her. Yi Qing replied earnestly. However, what do you intend to offer in return? Hearing his lack of refusal, and Ruoshi felt considerably more at ease and smiled brightly. Who doesn't know that the young master of the Yi family is well acquainted with the preferences of various esteemed elders? Sister seeks nothing more than to present something commendable that won't give the Lu family patriarch any grounds for criticism. It would be even better if he takes a liking to it. Coughing repeatedly, Yi Qing grimaced. Sister, you are placing me in a difficult position. I shall first assist a few sisters in selecting suitable attire. The challenging task will be left to you. If you cannot gain entry to the Lu household, you may come to the Yi family as a concubine. And Ruoshi laughed as she took Shin Junyi's hand, calling out to Qin Mingyue and Xue Xiaoyu before turning to leave. How unscrupulous! Yi Qing's face instantly morphed into one of distress. Lu, standing nearby, shook his head in bitter amusement, thinking that only the stunning and could so deftly shift the blame. The silk farmers were indeed a realm for women. However, Shin Junyi was too preoccupied to focus on the clothing, whispering to Ruoshi, Sister, aren't you worried that Brother Lu might feel jealous with all this jesting with Yi Qing? And Ruoshi cast her a knowing glance. I believe it is Brother Lu who remains unperturbed. Rather, it is you who seems to harbor a tinge of jealousy. Shin Junyi lightly bit her cherry lips, offering an awkward smile. I am merely unaccustomed to your manner of speaking. In the realm of Kyoto, there are 3 types of individuals one must not provoke: the cunning city dwellers, the sharp-tongued diplomats, and the obsequious sycophants. And Ruoshi, with a radiant smile, elaborated. The cunning city dwellers rank first, referring to the young men who are adept in the ways of society, skillful in their dealings, coming from a prestigious lineage. The young master has long mingled in Panjiayuan, honing himself into a master of social finesse. If I were to approach him with rigid negotiations, he would undoubtedly find ways to evade the matter. Only by cultivating a rapport with him can I achieve my desires. Do you truly believe that if I cannot accomplish my goals, I would willingly become his concubine? Even if I were inclined, I would not be permitted entry into the Yi family. Moreover, in Kyoto, when a younger brother stirs trouble with his sister-in-law, one must endure the chaos. If I were to show fear, who knows how they would disrupt the wedding night in the future? I must first assert my dominance, making it clear that I am not to be trifled with. Chapter 107. The royal tribute of brocade with her doubts alleviated. Shin Junyi glanced at the exquisite garments in the wardrobe. Is there any attire that would make me appear valiant and handsome, akin to what Lu Yu wears? And Ruoshi couldn't help but chuckle. Shin Junyi, having her thoughts uncovered, nodded with embarrassment. Sister, even if the young master were to gift you such garments, you should politely decline. Why? Shin Junyi inquired with envy. Lu Yu looks truly stunning in whatever she wears. Are you aware of the relationship between Yi Qing and Lu Yu? And Ruoshi inquired cautiously. Shin Junyi gently nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Ruoshi smile and say, from childhood to adulthood, No matter what Lu Yu desired, the young master would go to great lengths to fulfill her wishes. Lu Yu, having acquired her driver's license, yearned for off-road adventures, and the following day, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class graced her doorstep. Growing weary of the G-Class, she expressed a desire for a motorcycle, prompting Yiqing to procure a Harley for her. After graduating from university, Lu Yu rejected the meager salary offered by her family, refusing to enter the workforce. Without hesitation, Yiqing invited her to Chatu's High, offering a lucrative salary along with shares in the business. For Lu Yu's birthday, Yiqing personally designed a modified hanfu and entrusted its creation to us. A team of seasoned artisans toiled day and night for 10 months to complete the garment, with labor costs alone amounting to 2 million. Shinjunyi felt a pang of sorrow at this tale, tears welling in her eyes. And Ruo Shi, embracing her waist, teasingly inquired. Shinjunyi bit her cherry lips, silent and tearful. In truth, the heartache belonged to Lu Yu. It was a testament to how the sixth brother cherished the seventh sister, devoid of any romantic entanglement. And Ruo Shi, with a playful pat on her shoulder, remarked, "You are the first woman the young master has brought to shop for clothes. You've secretly stumbled upon a treasure, revel in it." Now I understand why Lu Yu would go to great lengths to seize the bracelet from the Yi family matriarch. It must be exhilarating. Shinjunyi, suddenly breaking into laughter, replied, "Sister, I truly envy you. The young master is a man of action. You are far luckier than I." And Ruoshi sighed. "I dated Lu Gu through university, enduring a decade-long run after graduation. His family disapproved, and I sacrificed my own desires, remaining by his side as a secretary." With a graceful flick of her hand, she brushed away the tears from her face, exclaiming, "Finally, the old man relented." Upon hearing the news, I wept tears of joy for an entire day. Alas, no more lamentation, just a tale filled with bittersweet tears. The situation between Yiqing and me is known to Lu Yu, yet his family remains oblivious. The greatest challenge for both of you does not stem from the two elderly gentlemen, but rather from Lu's mother. And Ruoshi whispered, "Many years ago, when Ye's mother gave birth to the young master, her frail health compelled her to accompany her husband on distant official duties. It was Lu's mother who took the young master in and raised him until he was 3, before returning him to Ye's grandmother for care. Although he was returned to the Yi family, Lu's mother continued to assume the role of his educator. She is a prodigy from Tsinghua University, well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, a business genius as the president of Lu Group, generously imparting her extensive knowledge to the young master. Despite never attending university, his intellect surpasses that of anyone in his circle. The young master is also a person of gratitude, always the first to pay his respects during the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays each year." Shinjunyi felt intimidated by her words and stammered. It appears that this hurdle will indeed be difficult to overcome. It is undeniably challenging. After all, he was raised as a son-in-law from a young age, and now you have taken advantage of that. It would be strange if Lu's mother were not upset. If she were to ignore the young master for even a month, he would surely be driven to madness. What should I do then? Shinjunyi was taken aback, casting a pitiful glance at her. This predicament does not concern you. The one to be pitied is the young master. However, he is not without recourse. What recourse? Just be a bit shameless. And Ruoshi chuckled softly. Lu's father has quite the temper. He does not even allow his own son to be touched by his wife. Yet, the young master dares to take Lu's mother out shopping, and despite Lu's father's furious outbursts, he is rendered powerless. They are not mother and son, yet their bond transcends that of familial ties. The mother is truly willing to make sacrifices for her son. Furthermore, the young master genuinely cares for Lu Yu, yet their relationship remains devoid of romantic entanglements. Lu's mother is astute. How could she possibly be oblivious to this? This time, we must express our gratitude to you for facilitating the breaking of this delicate barrier between the young master and Lu Yu. Otherwise, this marriage proposal might have languished indefinitely. While men can afford to wait, women risk losing their most splendid years. How could Lu's mother allow her daughter to squander her youth? When Ruoshi noticed her contemplative demeanor, she smiled and added, "Moreover, if this barrier remains unbroken, good fortune may become elusive, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be too late for regrets." The matriarch of the Yi family bestowed a bracelet upon Lu Yu, which, in truth, also served as a lifeline for Lu's mother. Sister implies that the matriarch of the Yi family is aware of my existence. And Ruoshi shot him a sidelong glance. Accompanying the young master is the mischievous spirit, who happens to be the Yi family patriarch's bodyguard. Had it not been for his timely warning, the matriarch would never have entrusted the bracelet, symbolizing the heir's bride, to Lu Yu. Yiqing has truly exerted himself for my sake. Shinjunyi was on the verge of tears, touched by his thoughtfulness. It seems the young master has already discovered the secret to delighting the elderly. And Ruashi cheerfully remarked, "Sister, do not be inconsiderate. I have revealed everything you wish to know without any concealment. Indeed, a few pieces have been found, all crafted according to the preferences of the elders. And they are nearing completion." Shinjunyi replied with a smile, "What sister desires can only be obtained once Yi Qing wins them through his gambling prowess." And Ruashi had intended to tease her, but was taken aback by the revelation, her voice filled with astonishment. "Is that truly the case? My sister confides in me wholeheartedly. How could I possibly deceive her?" Shinjunyi proudly remarked, "Yi Qing is indeed a master of stone gambling. He has never missed his mark." As the two women conversed, the maidens of the mulberry tree, accompanied by Shui Xiaoyu and Qin Mingyue, returned from their excursion in the women's section empty-handed. And Ruashi immediately ceased her inquiries, gazing at them in astonishment. "What? Did you not find a single item here to your liking?" Qin Mingyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. "No, it's not that. I liked each and every piece, but they are far too expensive for me to afford." And Ruashi shot her a disapproving glance. "When I brought you here, I had no intention of letting you spend a dime. However, if what I present to you is lingerie, you must seriously consider whether to accept it. For ordinary garments, there is no need for such formality. After all, having captured this lucrative opportunity, one must seize it with determination." Her words elicited laughter from the group of women. Shui Xiaoyu chuckled, "Then I shall choose a few pieces. After all, Yi Qing has swindled over 40 million today. He has more than enough to spare. Earning through genuine skill is not deceit." Shinjunyi shot her a glare. Yet she walked over to a pristine white dress, glancing at the price tag, for 150,000. "Sisterin, why are the clothes here so exorbitantly priced?" "This is genuine silk, crafted using traditional weaving techniques known as brocade in ancient times, a tribute designated for the royal court. Not only is it comfortable to wear, but it also provides protection against ultraviolet radiation, harmful gas infiltration, and harmful bacteria, while enhancing the vitality of skin cells and promoting cellular metabolism, ensuring everlasting youthfulness." Chapter 108. The exquisite silk armor with an air of haughty refinement, and Ruashi elucidated, silk textiles, often hailed as the second skin, possess the remarkable ability to provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer, ensuring unparalleled comfort and breathability. To offer it at 450,000 is, in truth, a modest price. Observing Shinjunyi's gaze fixated upon a pristine white dress, her feet seemingly rooted to the spot, and Ruashi gently plucked it from the rack and placed it in her arms, saying with a smile, "Do try it on in the dressing room." Moments later, Shinjunyi emerged, ethereal in her flowing white gown, a vision of otherworldly grace. And Ruashi, after a moment's appraisal, selected a crimson sash and fastened it around her slender waist, whispering, "For the sake of the elders at home, even if one favors white, it is customary to incorporate a touch of festivity. Otherwise, though unspoken, the elders may harbor reservations." The brocade sash, barely the width of a palm, accentuated her lithe figure, enhancing her curves. Shinjunyi, admiring her reflection, was instantly captivated. Turning to greet Yi Qing as he entered, she inquired with a smile, "Does it suit me?" Yi Qing responded with admiration, "Exquisitely pure and refined. You resemble a celestial maiden descended from the misty clouds." "You are too kind." Shinjunyi, flattered and delighted by his praise, cast an embarrassed glance at the three onlookers. To lavish such praise upon one's wife. And Ruashi chuckled, adding, "Indeed, this ensemble is particularly flattering on Sister Shun." "Undeniably so, especially the crimson sash, which adds a vibrant touch to the pristine canvas," Yi Qing affirmed with a nod. "Sisterin, in addition to the dress, kindly select 2 casual outfits and 2 sets of outdoor sportswear for her. For Xiaoyu, a casual outfit and a set of sportswear, with her choice of dresses. As for Sister Qin, she may select whatever her heart desires." What's going on? In Ruashi's expression grew grave. "Things have been rather tumultuous around me lately," Yi Qing remarked nonchalantly, and Ruashi immediately understood, nodding with a smile. "Why do we need leisure wear and outdoor sports attire?" Shui Xiaoyu inquired curiously. "The dresses are made of brocade silk, but the leisure wear and outdoor gear are crafted from silk armor." And Ruashi continued to instruct the silk gatherers to bring several sets of leisure wear and outdoor sports attire. This is woven from 3 layers of silk, traditionally used for making the yellow official robes in the Qing dynasty, a privilege bestowed only upon meritorious ministers. It can significantly reduce the damage from blades and arrows. Shinjunyi remained skeptical. "Is that true?" "Of course, it is," and Ruashi explained with a smile. "However, the garments worn by Xiao Yi and Lu Lu are made from 5 layers of silk, representing the pinnacle of craftsmanship, which requires customization and is not available here. That must be quite expensive. Indeed, and Ruashi nodded gently. It costs 5 times more than your dress. Shinjunyi was taken aback and retorted. I thought he dressed casually and didn't care about brands. But it seems, and Ruashi chuckled softly, Xiaoyu is quite particular. How could he dress haphazardly? All right. Enough with the petty grievances. Hurry and try it on. Qin Mingyue selected a long gown but refused to choose further. For her, the clothes here were far too extravagant. As I beheld the radiant Qin Mingyue, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her graceful figure accentuated by the elegance characteristic of a flight attendant, I was struck by her beauty. Even Yi Qing could not help but feel captivated. Flight attendants certainly possess an eye for fashion. How splendid it would be if she chose more outfits. This alone is quite a luxury. Qin Mingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly cast a glance in his direction. In comparison to the life-saving favor she owed him, this was trivial. Yi Qing, with a smile, urged, you should indeed select a few more. Such opportunities are rare. What life-saving favor? It was merely a small act of kindness. Qin Mingyue responded with a charming smile. I will buy them myself once I earn money. And Ruashi nodded in agreement, admiring the young lady's ability to restrain her desires despite her evident awe. She was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Xue Xiaoyu, unconcerned, picked out 2 strappy short dresses before heading off to try on athletic wear. This little girl. And Ruashin's lips curled into a peculiar smile. The thigh-high boots that fourth brother had passed her were quite the spectacle. Yi Qing sighed in resignation. Even now, I have yet to discern any remarkable qualities in her. Yet her insatiable curiosity is both puzzling and exasperating. Fourth master must see something exceptional in her. And Ruashin stifled a laugh, saying, in any case, this little girl with her bright eyes and pearly teeth is just perfect for nurturing like a loli. Yi Qing cast her a disdainful look, replying, do you think I am like Lu Gu, fond of little girls? And Ruashin playfully retorted, oh please, when did Lu Gu ever show an affinity for little girls? As she spoke, Shinjunyi approached in a new ensemble of black casual attire. The loose design subtly accentuated her graceful figure, perfectly melding femininity with a touch of valor. And against the backdrop of black silk, her skin appeared as fair as snow. Noticing the admiration in Yi Qing's eyes, she smiled sweetly, remarking, I never thought casual wear could look so appealing on a woman. That is simply because you are beautiful. And Ruashi complimented her aptly. At that moment, Xue Xiaoyu approached in an army green sports outfit, striking a few poses before Yi Qing and proudly inquired, what do you think? Yi Qing responded nonchalantly. If we focus solely on the physique rather than the face, I must say, the front is too small and the back too thin. It's quite dismal. The 3 women erupted in laughter. PSH, not only do you lack eloquence, but your judgment is also severely lacking. Xue Xiaoyu shot him an indignant glare, retorting, where am I small or thin? Yi Qing smirked mischievously at the trio of stunning women, teasing, you wouldn't dare compare yourselves, would you? Xue Xiaoyu cast a resentful glance over the 3, her earlier pride swiftly diminishing, and she muttered bitterly, men are so superficial, unable to perceive a woman's inner beauty. I don't possess X-ray vision. Yi Qing reiterated, nearly provoking Xue Xiaoyu to explode. Suddenly, Lu, who had remained silent, called out softly, his gaze directed toward the expansive glass window. Outside, in a parking lot less than 500 meters away, an assembly of over 100 individuals clad in black had gathered, encircling the black Audi they had arrived in. A group of men clad in black were dousing an Audi with gasoline. Lu stood behind the glass window, his sharp gaze scanning every individual outside, awaiting Yi Qing's command. It appeared that Ma Rue, unwilling to confront the silkworm farmer, had chosen to unleash his pent-up frustration upon me. Yi Qing chuckled mischievously. Will you handle this, or shall I? And Ruashi maintained a sweet smile on her face. Yi Qing glanced at the women beside him. Shinjunyi and Qin Mingyue displayed signs of anxiety, while Xue Xiaoyu, brimming with eagerness, shook her head with a grin. This is a trivial matter. Do not fear, sisterin. Is there surveillance here? And Ruashi's lips curled into a peculiar smile. There are cameras in every direction. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted from the Audi, prompting nearby car owners to hurriedly flee to their vehicles, cursing as they distanced themselves from the burning car. 100 thugs also stepped back, silently observing as flames consumed the Audi. Chapter 109. The ruthless Ma Gang. Qin Mingyue gasped, a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. Just like that, reduced to ashes. Switching from an A6 to an A8 is quite advantageous. Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, with a chuckle. And Ruashi shot him a playful glance. I knew you were up to something like this. Yi Qing drew Xue Xiaoyu closer, pointing to an individual in the distance. Do you see that person? I sense they are a significant target. Shui Xiaoyu replied coolly. That is one of the 6 main leaders of the Ma gang, Sang Biao. You know him? Yi Qing exclaimed in surprise. Shui Xiaoyu beamed with pride. I have reviewed the files of all members of the Ma gang. I have finally discovered a remarkable trait of yours. Yi Qing gazed at her in astonishment. An exceptional memory. How did you know? Shui Xiaoyu inquired in disbelief. Yi Qing merely smiled enigmatically, squinting at Sang Biao. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny upon him, Sang Biao turned towards the glass window, only to find Yi Qing grinning and waving at him. Instantly, his eyes narrowed. Today's events had taken an unexpected turn. Typically, when individuals witness their beloved vehicles engulfed in flames, their immediate instinct is to dash out in a frenzy, while a small fraction may opt to call the authorities. Yet, these individuals appeared unfazed, leisurely admiring the scenery, oblivious to the wailing of sirens. Yi Qing was equally astonished by Sang Biao's alertness. It was improbable for someone without specialized training to sense being watched. This person was indeed extraordinary. What do you intend to do? Shui Xiaoyu whispered. I shall contact Zhao Lei and entrust him with this matter, delaying the operation by 1 hour from the time you make the call. Yi Qing chuckled mischievously. Let us see how Ma Rui navigates this challenge. Standing beside him, Shui Xiaoyu expressed her concern. Will this affect my mission? A person only reveals their true colors when they are cornered. Yi Qing replied with a grin. At that moment, I will ensure that Ma Rui comes knocking at my door, seeking assistance. Only then can I aid you in accomplishing your task. However, it is imperative to gather sufficient evidence. This, I trust, you need no instruction on. Nonsense, that is precisely what I am studying. Shui Xiaoyu shot him a glance. Do you truly require no assistance from me? No need. Lu and I are more than capable. Yi Qing. Shen Junyi gazed at the dense crowd outside, clutching a weapon wrapped in newspaper, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Yi Qing softly reassured her, do not worry. It is merely a trivial matter. You must go out. Suddenly, Qin Mingyue, in a flurry of anxiety, grasped his arm desperately. Your status is esteemed. What if you were to get hurt? If he could not handle such a minor situation, he was unworthy of being called young master. And Ruoshi, with a radiant smile, drew the 2 women closer. There are mulberry-picking women guarding the entrance. No one can intrude. The outside is left to young master. And Ruoshi's composure influenced the 2 women, who chorused, be careful. Yi Qing was indifferent while Lu was fearless. The duo strode confidently out the door, with Yi Qing proclaiming loudly, I do not know who ordered you to burn my Audi, but if you wish to avoid a lifetime in a wheelchair, you better compensate me with a new car. You have no idea whom you have offended. A man in black sneered as he approached, Miss of the Horse Gang. Burning your car is a favor. Soon, we shall dispose of your body in the Ying River and capture your companions. With a resounding slap. Before he could finish, Yi Qing lunged forward and struck him fiercely across the face. The man in black spun around, bloodied teeth flying as he spat out 2 molars. The Horse Gang disciples trailing behind him watched in horror, astonished by the force employed, as even his back teeth had been knocked out. Yi Qing pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. With a grin, he remarked, it seems that the 30 individuals resting in the hospital have not imparted enough of a lesson to you. The presence of a group of ruffians sent a shiver down their spines. The 30 souls in the hospital, with their severed limbs, presented a truly tragic sight. It was then revealed that he was Yi Qing. Sang Biao squinted, scrutinizing the handsome young man before him. Could it be that he was not to be underestimated? Could such a figure truly incapacitate 30 men? Rumor had it that he had left Wang Hu paralyzed, which made Ma Wen's subordinates appear rather inept. Sang Biao felt a stirring excitement, with the Ma family's eldest daughter offering a bounty of 1 million to avenge this grievance. If he were to incapacitate Yi Qing, not only would he claim the reward, but he could also elevate his status within the Ma gang. We are but 2, if we all join forces. The one who breaks their legs will earn 1 million, roared Ma Bao. Unlike Sang Biao, Ma Bao had witnessed firsthand the devastation wrought by Yi Qing and Lu, and he possessed a clear understanding of their ruthlessness. The best strategy against such formidable opponents was to overwhelm them with numbers. Even if the duo possessed extraordinary strength, they could not possibly contend with over 100 adversaries. Thus, Ma Bao had brought along a select group of 12 elite members from the Ma gang, rallying the ruffians who sought the bounty to gang up on Yi Qing and his companion. Once the Ma family's eldest daughter was satisfied, he could ascend to replace Ma Wu and become one of the 4 elite bodyguards. Ma Bao's fervent cries were met with enthusiastic responses from his followers, inciting many ruffians to join in the chant, let us kill him. With so many of us, we will take him down. I refuse to believe that 1 man can take on 100. Unfazed by the boisterous bravado of the ruffians, Yi Qing surveyed the surrounding environment. The area where he and Lu stood was relatively open, allowing the cameras to capture every detail with clarity. It is said that great rewards attract brave souls. Under mob Bao's incitement, a throng of thugs began to stir restlessly. For the average delinquent, $1 million is an astronomical sum. Their inherent greed caused them to overlook the cruelty of these two formidable figures. In their eyes, Yi Qing and Lu Lu appeared as plump sheep ready for slaughter. As they faced such overwhelming numbers, a wave of anxiety washed over Qin Mingwei, nearly bringing her to tears. "Sisterin, your underlings possess such remarkable skills. Why not?" The name of the young master from Kyoto is not one to be taken lightly, and Ruashi smiled as she wrapped her arms around Qin Mingyue's slender waist. Once you witness the young master in action, you will realize that this seemingly delicate figure is a fierce dragon crossing the river. Yet, Qin Mingwei remained troubled. "Shui Xiaoyu, didn't you just call the police?" Shui Xiaoyu was preoccupied with monitoring the computer screens, not lifting her head as she replied. Yi Qing said to delay their appearance by an hour.